Bradford's History of Plymouth Plantation. From original manuscript. Introduction. To many people the return of the Bradford manuscript is a fresh discovery of colonial history. By very many it has been called, incorrectly, the Log of the Mayflower. Indeed, that is the title by which it is described in the decree of the Consistorial Court of London. The fact is, however, that Governor Bradford undertook its preparation long after the arrival of the Pilgrims, and it cannot be properly considered as in any sense a log or daily journal of the voyage of the Mayflower. It is, in point of fact, a history of the Plymouth Colony, chiefly in the form of annals, extending from the inception of the colony down to the year 1647. The matter has been in print since 1856, put forth through the public spirit of the Massachusetts Historical Society, which secured a transcript of the document from London, and printed it in the Society's proceedings of the above-named year. As thus presented, it had copious notes, prepared with great care by the late Charles Dean. But these are not given in the present volume, wherein only such comments as seem indispensable to a proper understanding of the story have been made, leaving whatever elaboration may seem desirable to some future private enterprise. It is a matter of regret that no picture of Governor Bradford exists. Only Edward Winslow of the Mayflower Company left an authenticated portrait of himself, and that, painted in England, is reproduced in this volume. In those early days Plymouth would have been a poor field for portrait painters. The people were struggling for their daily bread rather than for tomorrow's fame through the transmission of their features to posterity. The volume of the original manuscript, as it was presented to the Governor of the Commonwealth and is now deposited in the State Library, is a folio measuring 11 1/2 inches in length, 7 7/8 inches in width and 1 1/2 inches in thickness. It is bound in parchment, once white, but now grimy and much the worse for wear, being somewhat cracked and considerably scaled. Much scribbling, evidently by the Bradford family, is to be seen upon its surface, and out of the confusion may be read the name of Mercy Bradford, a daughter of the governor. On the inside of the front cover is pasted a sheet of manila paper, on which is written the following. Consistory Court of the Diocese of London. In the matter of the application of the Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary in London of the United States of America, for the delivery to him, on behalf of the President and citizens of the said States, of the original manuscript book entitled and known as the Log of the Mayflower. Produced in court this 25th day of March, 1897, and marked with the letter A. Harry W. Lee. Registrar. 1. Dean's Court. Doctors' Commons. Then come 2 manila leaves, on both sides of which is written the decree of the Consistorial Court. These leaves and the manila sheet pasted on the inside of the front cover were evidently inserted after the decree was passed. Next comes a leaf, apparently the original first leaf of the book, and on it are verses, signed A.M. On the death of Mrs. Bradford. The next is evidently one of the leaves of the original book. At the top of the page is written the following. This book was writ by Governor William Bradford and given to his son Major William Bradford and by him to his son Major John Bradford. Writ by me Samuel Bradford Mach 20, 1705. At the bottom of the same page the name John Bradford appears in different handwriting, evidently written with the book turned wrong side up. The next is a leaf bearing the following, in the handwriting of Thomas Prince. Tuesday, June 4, 1728. Calling at Major John Bradford's at Kingston near Plymouth, son of Major W.M. Bradford formerly Dep. Gov.R. of Plymouth Colony, who was eldest son of William Bradford Esq. their second Gov.R., and author of this history. Esd Major John Bradford gave me several manuscript octavos which he assured me were written with his said grandfather Gov.R. Bradford's own hand. He also gave me a little pencil book wrote with a blue lead pencil by his SD father Dep. Gov.R. And he also told me he had lent and only lent his SD grandfather Gov.R. Bradford's History of Plymouth Colony wrote by his own hand also, to Judge Sewell. And desired me to get it of him or find it out, and take out of it what I thought proper for my New England chronology, which I accordingly obtained, and this is ye SD history, which I found wrote in ye same handwriting as ye 8vo manuscripts above Sd. Thomas Prince. N.B. I also mentioned to him my desire of lodging this history in ye New England Library of Prints and Manuscripts, which I had been then collecting for 23 years, to which he signified his willingness, only he might have the perusal of it while he lived. T. Prince. Following this, on the same page, is Thomas Prince's printed bookmark, as follows. This book belongs to the New England Library. Begun to be collected by Thomas Prince, upon his entreeing Harvard College, July 6, 1703. And was given by. On the lower part of a blank space which follows the word by is written. It now belongs to the Bishop of London's library at Fulham. There are evidences that this leaf did not belong to the original book, but was inserted by Mr. Prince. At the top of the first page of the next leaf, which was evidently one of the original leaves of the book, is written in Samuel Bradford's hand, March 20th Samuel Bradford. And just below there appears, in Thomas Prince's handwriting, the following. But Major Bradford tells me and assures me that he only lent this book of his grandfather's to Mr. Sewell, and that it being of his grandfather's own handwriting he had so high a value of it that he would never part with ye property, but would lend it to me and desired me to get it, which I did. And write down this that S.D. Major Bradford and his heirs may be known to be the right owners. Below this, also in Thomas Prince's handwriting, appears this line. Page 243 missing when ye book came into my hands at first. Just above the inscription by Prince there is a line or two of writing, marked over in ink so carefully as to be wholly undecipherable. On the reverse page of this leaf and on the first page of the next are written Hebrew words, with definitions. These are all in Governor Bradford's handwriting. On the next page appears the following. Though I am grown aged, yet I have had a long desire, to see with my own eyes, something of that most ancient language, and holy tongue, in which the law, and oracles of God were right, and in which God, and angels, spake to the holy patriarchs, of old time, and what names were given to things, from the creation. And though I cannot attain to much herein, yet I am refreshed to have seen some glimpse here of as Moses saw the land of Canaan afar of, my aim and desire is, to see how the words, and phrases, lie in the holy text, and to discern some what of the same, for my own contente. J. Then begins the history proper, the first page of which is produced in facsimile in this volume, slightly reduced. The ruled margins end with page 13. From that page to the end of the book the writing varies considerably, sometimes being quite coarse and in other places very fine, some pages containing nearly 1,000 words each. As a rule, the writing is upon one side of the sheet only, but in entering notes and subsequent thoughts the reverse is sometimes used. The last page number is 270, as appears from the facsimile reproduction in this volume of that page. Page 270 is followed by 2 blank leaves, then on the second page of the next leaf appears the list of names of those who came over in the Mayflower, covering 4 pages and 1 column on the 5th page. The arrangement of this matter is shown by the facsimile reproduction in this volume of the first page of these names. Last of all there is a leaf of heavy double paper, like the one in the front of the book containing the verses on the death of Mrs. Bradford, and on this last leaf is written an index to a few portions of the history. For copy, there was used the edition printed in 1856 by the Massachusetts Historical Society. The proof was carefully compared, word for word, with the photographic facsimile issued in 1896 in both London and Boston. The value of this comparison is evident in that a total of 16 lines of the original, omitted in the original first copy, is supplied in this edition. As the work of the Historical Society could not be compared, easily, with the original manuscript in London, these omissions, with sundry minor errors in word and numeral, are not unreasonable. The curious will be pleased to learn that the supplied lines are from the following pages of the manuscript, viz., page 122, 8 lines, page 129, 2 lines, the obverse of page 201, found on the last page of Appendix A, 2 lines. Page 219, 2 lines, pages 239 and 258, 1 line each. The pages of the manuscript are indicated in these printed pages by numerals in parentheses. There are several errors in the paging of the original manuscript. Pages 105 and 106 are marked 145 and 146, and pages 219 and 220 are marked 119 and 120, respectively. Page 243 is missing. Such as it is, the book is put forth that the public may know what manner of men the Pilgrims were, through what perils and vicissitudes they passed, and how much we of today owe to their devotion and determination. Proceedings of the Legislature. Journal of the Senate. Monday, May 24, 1897. The following message from His Excellency the Governor came up from the House, to wit. Boston, May 22, 1897. To the Honorable Senate and House of Representatives. I have the honor to call to your attention the fact that Wednesday, May 26, at 11 a.m. has been fixed as the date of the formal presentation to the Governor of the Commonwealth of the Bradford Manuscript History. Recently ordered by decree of the Consistory Court of the Diocese of London to be returned to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts by the hands of the Honourable Thomas F. Bayard, lately Ambassador at the Court of St. James. And to suggest for the favourable consideration of your honourable bodies that the exercises of presentation be held in the House of Representatives on the day and hour above given. In the presence of a joint convention of the two bodies and of invited guests and the public. Roger Walcott. Thereupon, on motion of Mr. Rowe. Ordered, that, in accordance with the suggestion of His Excellency the Governor, a joint convention of the two branches be held in the chamber of the House of Representatives, on Wednesday, May the 26th, at 11 o'clock a.m. For the purpose of witnessing the exercises of the formal presentation, to the Governor of the Commonwealth, of the Bradford Manuscript History. Recently ordered by decree of the Consistory Court of the Diocese of London to be returned to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts by the hands of the Honourable Thomas F. Bayard, lately Ambassador at the Court of St. James, and further. Ordered, that the clerks of the two branches give notice to His Excellency the Governor of the adoption of this order. Sent down for concurrence. It was concurred with same date. Journal of the Senate. Wednesday, May 26, 1897. Joint Convention. At 11 o'clock a.m., pursuant to assignment, the two branches met in convention. In the chamber of the House of Representatives. On motion of Mr. Rowe. Ordered, that a committee, to consist of 3 members of the Senate and 8 members of the House of Representatives, be appointed. To wait upon His Excellency the Governor and inform him that the two branches are now in convention for the purpose of witnessing the exercises of the formal presentation, to the Governor of the Commonwealth, of the Bradford Manuscript History. Messrs. Rowe, Woodward and Gallivan, of the Senate, and Messrs. Pierce of Milton, Bailey of Plymouth, Brown of Gloucester, Fairbank of Warren, Bailey of Newbury, Sanderson of Lynn, Whittlesey of Pittsfield and Bartlett of Boston, of the House, were appointed the committee. Mr. Rowe, from the committee, afterwards reported that they had attended to the duty assigned them. And that His Excellency the Governor had been pleased to say that he received the message and should be pleased to wait upon the convention forthwith for the purpose named. His Excellency the Governor, accompanied by His Honor the Lieutenant Governor and the Honorable Council, and by the Honorable Thomas F. Bayard, lately Ambassador of the United States at the Court of St. James's, the Honorable George F. Hoare, Senator from Massachusetts in the Congress of the United States, and other invited guests, entered the chamber. The decree of the Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London, authorizing the return of the manuscript and its delivery to the Governor, was read. The President then presented the Honorable George F. Hoare, who gave an account of the manuscript and of the many efforts that had been made to secure its return. The Honorable Thomas F. Bayard was then introduced by the President, and he formally presented the manuscript to His Excellency the Governor, who accepted it in behalf of the Commonwealth. On motion of Mr. Bradford, the following order was adopted. Whereas, in the presence of the Senate and of the House of Representatives in joint convention assembled, and in accordance with a decree of the Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London, the manuscript of Bradford's History of the Plymouth Plantation has this day been delivered to His Excellency the Governor of the Commonwealth by the Honourable Thomas F. Bayard, lately Ambassador of the United States at the Court of St. James's, and whereas, His Excellency the Governor has accepted the said manuscript in behalf of the Commonwealth. Therefore, be it ordered, that the Senate and the House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts place on record their high appreciation of the generous and gracious courtesy that prompted this act of international goodwill, and express their grateful thanks to all concerned therein, and especially to the Lord Bishop of London, for the return to the Commonwealth of this precious relic. And be it further ordered, that His Excellency the Governor be requested to transmit an engrossed and duly authenticated copy of this order with its preamble to the Lord Bishop of London. His Excellency, accompanied by the other dignitaries, then withdrew, the convention was dissolved, and the Senate returned to its chamber. Subsequently a resolve was passed, approved June 10, 1897, providing for the publication of the history from the original manuscript, together with a report of the proceedings of the joint convention. Such report to be prepared by a committee consisting of 1 member of the Senate and 2 members of the House of Representatives, and to include, so far as practicable, portraits of His Excellency Governor Roger Walcott, William Bradford, the Honourable George F. Hoare, the Honourable Thomas F. Bayard, the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Bishop of London, facsimiles of pages from the manuscript history, and a picture of the book itself. Copies of the decree of the Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London, the receipt of the Honourable Thomas F. Bayard for the manuscript, and the receipt sent by His Excellency the Governor to the Consistorial and Episcopal Court. An account of the legislative action taken with reference to the presentation and reception of the manuscript, the addresses of the Honourable George F. Hoare, the Honourable Thomas F. Bayard and His Excellency Governor Roger Walcott, and such other papers and illustrations as the committee might deem advisable, the whole to be printed under the direction of the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and the book distributed by him according to directions contained in the resolve. Senator Alfred S. Rowe of Worcester and Representatives Francis C. Lowell of Boston and Walter L. Bove of Hingham were appointed as the committee. Decree of the Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London. Decree. Mandel by divine permission Lord Bishop of London, to the Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Her Most Gracious Majesty Queen Victoria at the Court of St. James's in London and to the Governor and Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States of America greeting, whereas a petition has been filed in the registry of our Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London by you the said Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Her Most Gracious Majesty Queen Victoria at the Court of St. James's in London on behalf of the President and citizens of the United States of America wherein you have alleged that there is in our custody as Lord Bishop of London a certain manuscript book known as and entitled The Log of the Mayflower, containing an account as narrated by Captain William Bradford who was one of the company of Englishmen who left England in April 1620 in the ship known as the Mayflower, of the circumstances leading to the prior settlement of that company at Leyden in Holland their return to England and subsequent departure for New England their landing at Cape Cod in December 1620 their settlement at New Plymouth and their later history for several years they being the company whose settlement in America is regarded as the first real colonization of the New England states and wherein you have also alleged that the said manuscript book had been for many years past and was then deposited in the library attached to our Episcopal Palace at Fulham in the county of Middlesex and is of the greatest interest importance and value to the citizens of the United States of America inasmuch as it is one of the earliest records of their national history and contains much valuable information in regard to the original settlers in the states, their family history and antecedents, and that therefore you earnestly desire to acquire possession of the same for. And on behalf of the President and citizens of the said United States of America, and wherein you have also alleged that you are informed that we as Lord Bishop of London had fully recognized the value and interest of the said manuscript book to the citizens of the United States of America and the claims which they have to its possession, and that we were desirous of transferring it to the said President and citizens, and wherein you have also alleged that you are advised and believe that the custody of documents in the nature of public or ecclesiastical records belonging to the See of London is vested in the consistorial court of the said See, and that any disposal thereof must be authorized by an order issued by the judge of that honorable court, and that you therefore humbly prayed that the said honorable court would deliver to you the said manuscript book on your undertaking to use every means in your power for the safe transmission of the said book to the United States of America, and its secure deposit and custody in the Pilgrim Hall at New Plymouth or in such other place as may be selected by the President and Senate of the said United States, and upon such conditions as to security and access by and on behalf of the English nation as that honorable court might determine, and whereas the said petition was set down for hearing on one of the court days in Hilary term, to wit Thursday the 25th day of March 1897 in our consistorial court in the Cathedral Church of St. Paul in London, before the Right Worshipful Thomas Hutchinson Tristram Doctor of Laws and one of Her Majesty's Council learned in the law, our Vicar General and official principal, the judge of the said court, and you at the sitting of the said court appeared by counsel in support of the prayer of the said petition, and during the hearing thereof the said manuscript book was produced in the said court by our legal secretary, and was then inspected and examined by the said judge, and evidence was also given before the court by which it appeared that the registry at Fulham Palace was a public registry for historical and ecclesiastical documents relating to the Diocese of London and to the colonial and other possessions of Great Britain beyond the seas, so long as the same remained by custom within the said diocese, and whereas it appeared on the face of the said manuscript book that the whole of the body thereof, with the exception of part of the last page thereof, was in the handwriting of the said William Bradford, who was elected governor of New Plymouth in April 1621 and continued governor thereof from that date, excepting between the years 1635 and 1637 up to 1650, and that the last 5 pages of the said manuscript, which is in the handwriting of the said William Bradford, contain what in law is an authentic register between 1620 and 1650 of the fact of the marriages of the founders of the colony of New England with the names of their respective wives and the names of their children, the lawful issue of such marriages, and of the fact of the marriages of many of their children and grandchildren, and of the names of the issue of such marriages, and of the deaths of many of the persons named therein. And after hearing counsel in support of the said application, the judge being of opinion that the said manuscript book had been upon the evidence before the court presumably deposited at Fulham Palace sometime between the year 1729 and the year 1785, during which time the said colony was by custom within the Diocese of London for purposes ecclesiastical, and the registry of the said consistorial court was a legitimate registry for the custody of registers of marriages, births and deaths within the said colony, and that the registry at Fulham Palace was a registry for historical and other documents connected with the colonies and possessions of Great Britain beyond the seas, so long as the same remained by custom within the Diocese of London, and that on the declaration of the independence of the United States of America in 1776 the said colony had ceased to be within the Diocese of London, and the registry of the court had ceased to be a public registry for the said colony, and having maturely deliberated on the cases, precedents and practice of the ecclesiastical court bearing on the application before him, and having regard to the special circumstances of the case, decreed as follows: 1. That a photographic facsimile reproduction of the said manuscript book, verified by affidavit as being a true and correct photographic reproduction of the said manuscript book, be deposited in the registry of our said court by or on behalf of the petitioner before the delivery to the petitioner of the said original manuscript book as hereinafter ordered. 2. That the said manuscript book be delivered over to the said Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard by the Lord Bishop of London, or in his Lordship's absence by the registrar of the said court on his giving his undertaking in writing that he will with all due care and diligence on his arrival from England in the United States convey and deliver in person the said manuscript book to the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States of America at his official office in the State House in the city of Boston, and that from the time of the delivery of the said book to him by the said Lord Bishop of London or by the said registrar until he shall have delivered the same to the Governor of Massachusetts, he will retain the same in his own personal custody. 3. That the said book be deposited by the petitioner with the Governor of Massachusetts for the purpose of the same being with all convenient speed finally deposited either in the State Archives of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the city of Boston or in the Library of the Historical Society of the said Commonwealth in the city of Boston as the Governor shall determine, for that the governors of the said Commonwealth for all time to come be officially responsible for the safe custody of the said manuscript book, whether the same be deposited in the State Archives at Boston or in the Historical Library in Boston aforesaid, as well as for the performance of the following conditions subject to a compliance wherewith the said manuscript book is hereby decreed to be deposited in the custody of the aforesaid Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and his successors, to wit, a. That all persons have such access to the said manuscript book as to the Governor of the said Commonwealth for the time being shall appear to be reasonable and with such safeguard as he shall order. b. That all persons desirous of searching the said manuscript book for the bona fide purpose of establishing or tracing a pedigree through persons named in the last 5 pages thereof or in any other part thereof shall be permitted to search the same under such safeguards as the Governor for the time being shall determine on payment of a fee to be fixed by the Governor. c. That any person applying to the official having the immediate custody of the said manuscript book for a certified copy of any entry contained in proof of marriage, birth or death of persons named therein or of any other matter of like purport for the purpose of tracing descents shall be furnished with such certificate on the payment of a sum not exceeding $1. d. That with all convenient speed after the delivery of the said manuscript book to the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts the Governor shall transmit to the registrar of the court a certificate of the delivery of the same to him by the petitioner, and that he accepts the custody of the same subject to the terms and conditions herein named, and the judge lastly decreed that the petitioner on delivering the said manuscript book to the Governor aforesaid shall at the same time deliver to him this our decree sealed with the seal of the court, wherefore we the Bishop of London aforesaid, well weighing and considering the premises due by virtue of our authority ordinary and episcopal and as far as in us lies, and by law we may or can ratify and confirm such decree of our Vicar General and official principal of our Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London, in testimony whereof we have caused the seal of our said Vicar General and official principal of the Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London, which we use in this behalf, to be affixed to these presents dated at London this 12th day of April 1897 and in the first year of our translation. Harry W. Lee. EXD. HET. Registrar. LS. Receipt. Of Ambassador Bayard. Receipt of Ambassador Bayard. In the Consistory Court of London. In the matter of the original manuscript of the book entitled and known as, The Log of the Mayflower. I the Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard, lately Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America at the Court of St. James's, London, do hereby undertake, in compliance with the order of this Honourable Court dated the 12th day of April 1897 and made on my petition filed in the said Honourable Court, that I will with all due care and diligence on my arrival from England in the United States of America safely convey over the original manuscript book known as and entitled The Log of the Mayflower, which has been this 29th day of April 1897 delivered over to me by the Lord Bishop of London, to the city of Boston in the United States of America, and on my arrival in the said city deliver the same over in person to the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at his official office in the State House in the said city of Boston, and I further hereby undertake from the time of the said delivery of the said book to me by the said Lord Bishop of London until I shall have delivered the same to the Governor of Massachusetts, to retain the same in my own personal custody. Signed, T. F. Bayard. April 29, 1897. Receipt. Of. His Excellency Roger Walcott. Receipt of Governor Walcott. His Excellency Roger Walcott, Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, in the United States of America. To the Registrar of the Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London. Whereas, the said Honourable Court, by its decree dated the 12th day of April, 1897, and made on the petition of the Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard, lately Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America at the Court of St. James in London, did order that a certain original manuscript book then in the custody of the Lord Bishop of London, known as and entitled The Log of the Mayflower, and more specifically described in said decree, should be delivered over to the said Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard by the Lord Bishop of London, on certain conditions specified in said decree. To be delivered by the said Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard in person to the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, thereafter to be kept in the custody of the aforesaid Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and his successors, subject to a compliance with certain conditions, as set forth in said decree. And whereas, the said Honourable Court by its decree aforesaid did further order that, with all convenient speed after the delivery of the said manuscript book to the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Governor should transmit to the Registrar of the said Honourable Court a certificate of the delivery of the same to him by the said Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard, and his acceptance of the custody of the same, subject to the terms and conditions named in the decree aforesaid. Now, therefore, in compliance with the decree aforesaid, I do hereby certify that on the 26th day of May, 1897, the said Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard delivered in person to me, at my official office in the State House in the city of Boston, in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, in the United States of America, a certain manuscript book which the said Honourable Thomas Francis Bayard then and there declared to be the original manuscript book known as and entitled The Log of the Mayflower, which is more specifically described in the decree aforesaid. And I do further certify that I hereby accept the custody of the same, subject to the terms and conditions named in the decree aforesaid. In witness whereof, I have hereunto signed my name and caused the seal of the Commonwealth to be affixed, at the Capitol in Boston, this 12th day of July in the year of our Lord 1897. Roger Walcott. By His Excellency the Governor William M. Olin, Secretary of the Commonwealth. Address of the Honorable George F. Hoar. Address of Senator Hoar, the first American ambassador to Great Britain, at the end of his official service, comes to Massachusetts on an interesting errand. He comes to deliver to the lineal successor of Governor Bradford, in the presence of the representatives and rulers of the body politic formed by the compact on board the Mayflower, November 11, 1620, the only authentic history of the founding of their Commonwealth, the only authentic history of what we have a right to consider the most important political transaction that has ever taken place on the face of the earth. Mr. Bayard has sought to represent to the mother country, not so much the diplomacy as the goodwill of the American people. If in this anybody be tempted to judge him severely, let us remember what his great predecessor, John Adams, the first minister at the same court, representing more than any other man, embodying more than any other man, the spirit of Massachusetts, said to George III. On the 1st day of June, 1785, after the close of our long and bitter struggle for independence, I shall esteem myself the happiest of men if I can be instrumental in restoring an entire esteem, confidence and affection, or, in better words, the old good nature and the old good humor between people who, though separated by an ocean and under different governments, have the same language, a similar religion and kindred blood. And let us remember, too, the answer of the old monarch, who, with all his faults, must have had something of a noble and royal nature stirring in his bosom, when he replied, "Let the circumstances of language, religion and blood have their natural and full effect." It has long been well known that Governor Bradford wrote and left behind him a history of the settlement of Plymouth. It was quoted by early chroniclers. There are extracts from it in the records at Plymouth. Thomas Prince used it when he compiled his Annals. Hubbard depended on it when he wrote his History of New England. Cotton Mather had read it, or a copy of a portion of it, when he wrote his Magnalia. Governor Hutchinson had it when he published the second volume of his history in 1767. From that time it disappeared from the knowledge of everybody on this side of the water. All our historians speak of it as lost, and can only guess what had been its fate. Some persons suspected that it was destroyed and Governor Hutchinson's house was sacked in 1765, others that it was carried off by some officer or soldier when Boston was evacuated by the British Army in 1776. In 1844 Samuel Wilberforce, Bishop of Oxford, afterward Bishop of Winchester, one of the brightest of men, published one of the dullest and stupidest of books. It is entitled The History of the Protestant Episcopal Church in America. It contained extracts from manuscripts which he said he had discovered in the library of the Bishop of London at Fulham. The book attracted no attention here until, about 12 years later, in 1855, John Wingate Thornton, whom many of us remember as an accomplished antiquary and a delightful gentleman, happened to pick up a copy of it while he was lounging in Burnham's bookstore. He read the bishop's quotations, and carried the book to his office, where he left it for his friend, Mr. Barry, who was then writing his History of Massachusetts, with passages marked, and with a note which is not preserved, but which, according to his memory, suggested that the passages must have come from Bradford's long-lost history. That is the claim for Mr. Thornton. On the other hand, it is claimed by Mr. Barry that there was nothing of that kind expressed in Mr. Thornton's note, but in reading the book when he got it an hour or so later, the thought struck him for the first time that the clue had been found to the precious book which had been lost so long. He at once repaired to Charles Dean, then and ever since, down to his death, as President Eliot felicitously styled him, the master of historical investigators in this country. Mr. Dean saw the importance of the discovery. He communicated at once with Joseph Hunter, an eminent English scholar. Hunter was high authority on all matters connected with the settlement of New England. He visited the palace at Fulham, and established beyond question the identity of the manuscript with Governor Bradford's history, an original letter of Governor Bradford having been sent over for comparison of handwriting. How the manuscript got to Fulham nobody knows. Whether it was carried over by Governor Hutchinson in 1774, whether it was taken as spoil from the tower of the Old South Church in 1775. Whether, with other manuscripts, it was sent to Fulham at the time of the attempts of the Episcopal churches in America, just before the Revolution, to establish an episcopate here, nobody knows. It would seem that Hutchinson would have sent it to the Colonial Office, that an officer would naturally have sent it to the War Office. And a private would have sent it to the War Office, unless he had carried it off as mere private booty and plunder, in which case it would have been unlikely that it would have reached a public place of custody. But we find it in the possession of the Church and of the Church official having, until independence was declared, special jurisdiction over episcopal interests in Massachusetts and Plymouth. This may seem to point to a transfer for some ecclesiastical purpose. The bishop's chancellor conjectures that it was sent to Fulham because of the record annexed to it of the early births, marriages and deaths, such records being in England always in ecclesiastical custody. But this is merely conjecture. I know of no incident like this in history, unless it be the discovery in a chest in the castle of Edinburgh, where they had been lost for 111 years, of the ancient regalia of Scotland, the crown of Bruce, the sceptre and sword of state. The lovers of Walter Scott, who was one of the commissioners who made the search, remember his intense emotion, as described by his daughter, when the lid was removed. Her feelings were worked up to such a pitch that she nearly fainted, and drew back from the circle. As she was retiring she was startled by his voice exclaiming, in a tone of the deepest emotion, something between anger and despair, as she expressed it, "By God, no." One of the commissioners, not quite entering into the solemnity with which Scott regarded this business, had, it seems, made a sort of motion as if he meant to put the crown on the head of one of the young ladies near him. But the voice and the aspect of the poet were more than sufficient to make this worthy gentleman understand his error. And, respecting the enthusiasm with which he had not been taught to sympathize, he laid down the ancient diadem with an air of painful embarrassment. Scott whispered, "Pray forgive me," and turning round at the moment observed his daughter deadly pale and leaning by the door. He immediately drew her out of the room, and when she had somewhat recovered in the fresh air, walked with her across Mound to Castle Street. He never spoke all the way home, she says, but every now and then I felt his arm tremble, and from that time I fancied he began to treat me more like a woman than a child. I thought he liked me better, too, than he had ever done before. There have been several attempts to procure the return of the manuscript to this country. Mr. Winthrop, in 1860, through the Venerable John Sinclair, Archdeacon, urged the Bishop of London to give it up, and proposed that the Prince of Wales, then just coming to this country, should take it across the Atlantic and present it to the people of Massachusetts. The Attorney General, Sir Fitzroy Kelly, approved the plan, and said it would be an exceptional act of grace, a most interesting action, and that he heartily wished the success of the application. But the bishop refused. Again, in 1869, John Lothrop Motley, then minister to England, who had a great and deserved influence there, repeated the proposition, at the suggestion of that most accomplished scholar, Justin Windsor. But his appeal had the same fate. The bishop gave no encouragement, and said, as had been said 9 years before, that the property could not be alienated without an Act of Parliament. Mr. Windsor planned to repeat the attempt on his visit to England in 1877. When he was at Fulham the bishop was absent, and he was obliged to come home without seeing him in person. In 1881, at the time of the death of President Garfield, Benjamin Scott, Chamberlain of London, proposed again in the newspapers that the restitution should be made. But nothing came of it. December 21, 1895, I delivered an address at Plymouth, on the occasion of the 275th anniversary of the landing of the Pilgrims upon the Rock. In preparing for that duty, I read again, with renewed enthusiasm and delight, the noble and touching story, as told by Governor Bradford. I felt that this precious history of the Pilgrims ought to be in no other custody than that of their children. But the case seemed hopeless. I found myself compelled by a serious physical infirmity to take a vacation, and to get a rest from public cares and duties, which was impossible while I stayed at home. When I went abroad I determined to visit the locality, on the borders of Lincolnshire and Yorkshire, from which Bradford and Brewster and Robinson, the 3 leaders of the Pilgrims, came, and where their first church was formed. And the places in Amsterdam and Leiden where the emigrants spent 13 years. But I longed especially to see the manuscript of Bradford at Fulham, which then seemed to me, as it now seems to me, the most precious manuscript on earth. Unless we could recover one of the 4 Gospels as it came in the beginning from the pen of the evangelist. The desire to get it back grew and grew during the voyage across the Atlantic. I did not know how such a proposition would be received in England. A few days after I landed I made a call upon John Morley. I asked him whether he thought the thing could be done. He inquired carefully into the story, took down from his shelf the excellent though brief life of Bradford in Leslie Stephen's Biographical Dictionary, and told me he thought the book ought to come back to us. And that he should be glad to do anything in his power to help. It was my fortune, a week or 2 after, to sit next to Mr. Bayard at a dinner given to Mr. Collins by the American consuls in Great Britain. I took occasion to tell him the story, and he gave me the assurance, which he has since so abundantly and successfully fulfilled, of his powerful aid. I was compelled, by the health of one of the party with whom I was traveling, to go to the continent almost immediately, and was disappointed in the hope of an early return to England. So the matter was delayed until about a week before I sailed for home, when I went to Fulham, in the hope at least of seeing the manuscript. I had supposed that it was a quasi-public library, open to general visitors. But I found the bishop was absent. I asked for the librarian, but there was no such officer, and I was told very politely that the library was not open to the public, and was treated in all respects as that of a private gentleman. So I gave up any hope of doing anything in person. But I happened, the Friday before I sailed for home, to dine with an English friend who had been exceedingly kind to me. As he took leave of me, about 11 o'clock in the evening, he asked me if there was anything more he could do for me. I said, no, unless you happen to know the Lord Bishop of London. I should like to get a sight at the manuscript of Bradford's history before I go home. He said, "I do not know the bishop myself, but Mr. Grenfell, at whose house you spent a few days in the early summer, married the bishop's niece, and will gladly give you an introduction to his uncle. He is in Scotland. But I will write to him before I go to bed." Sunday morning brought me a cordial letter from Mr. Grenfell, introducing me to the bishop. I wrote a note to his lordship, saying I should be glad to have an opportunity to see Bradford's history. That I was to sail for the United States the next Wednesday, but would be pleased to call at Fulham Tuesday, if that were agreeable to him. I got a note in reply, in which he said if I would call on Tuesday he would be happy to show me the log of the Mayflower, which is the title the English, without the slightest reason in the world, give the manuscript. I kept the appointment, and found the bishop with the book in his hand. He received me with great courtesy, showed me the palace, and said that that spot had been occupied by a bishop's palace for more than 1,000 years. After looking at the volume and reading the records on the flyleaf, I said, "My lord, I am going to say something which you may think rather audacious. I think this book ought to go back to Massachusetts. Nobody knows how it got over here. Some people think it was carried off by Governor Hutchinson, the Tory governor. Other people think it was carried off by British soldiers when Boston was evacuated, but in either case the property would not have changed. Or, if you treat it as a booty, in which last case, I suppose, by the law of nations ordinary property does change, no civilized nation in modern times applies that principle to the property of libraries and institutions of learning." "Well," said the bishop, "I did not know you cared anything about it." "Why," said I, "if there were in existence in England a history of King Alfred's reign for 30 years, written by his own hand, it would not be more precious in the eyes of Englishmen than this manuscript is to us." "Well," said he, "I think myself it ought to go back, and if it had depended on me it would have gone back before this. But the Americans who have been here, many of them have been commercial people, did not seem to care much about it except as a curiosity. I suppose I ought not to give it up on my own authority. It belongs to me in my official capacity, and not as private or personal property. I think I ought to consult the Archbishop of Canterbury. And, indeed," he added, "I think I ought to speak to the Queen about it. We should not do such a thing behind Her Majesty's back." I said, "Very well. When I go home I will have a proper application made from some of our literary societies, and ask you to give it consideration." I saw Mr. Bayard again, and told him the story. He was at the train when I left London for the steamer at Southampton. He entered with great interest into the matter, and told me again he would gladly do anything in his power to forward it. When I got home I communicated with Secretary Olney about it, who took a kindly interest in the matter, and wrote to Mr. Bayard that the administration desired he should do everything in his power to promote the application. The matter was then brought to the attention of the Council of the American Antiquarian Society, the Massachusetts Historical Society, the Pilgrims Society of Plymouth and the New England Society of New York. These bodies appointed committees to unite in the application. Governor Walcott was also consulted, who gave his hearty approbation to the movement, and a letter was dispatched through Mr. Bayard. Meantime Bishop Temple, with whom I had my conversation, had himself become Archbishop of Canterbury, and in that capacity Primate of all England. His successor, Reverend Dr. Creighton, had been the delegate of John Harvard's College to the great celebration at Harvard University on the 250th anniversary of its foundation, in 1886. He had received the degree of Doctor of Laws from the university, had been a guest of President Eliot, and had received President Eliot as his guest in England. He is an accomplished historical scholar, and very friendly in sentiment to the people of the United States. So, by great fortune, the two eminent ecclesiastical personages who were to have a powerful influence in the matter were likely to be exceedingly well disposed. Dr. Benjamin A. Gould, the famous mathematician, was appointed one of the committee of the American Antiquarian Society. He died suddenly, just after a letter to the Bishop of London was prepared and about to be sent to him for signing. He took a very zealous interest in the matter. The letter formally asked for the return of the manuscript, and was signed by the following named gentlemen: George F. Hoare, Stephen Salisbury, Edward Everett Hale, Samuel A. Green, for the American Antiquarian Society, Charles Francis Adams, William Lawrence, Charles W. Eliot, for the Massachusetts Historical Society, Arthur Lord, William M. Evarts, William T. Davis, for the Pilgrims Society of Plymouth, Charles C. Beeman, Joseph H. Choate, J. Pierpont Morgan, for the New England Society of New York, Roger Walcott, Governor of Massachusetts. The rarest good fortune seems to have attended every step in this transaction. I was fortunate in having formed the friendship of Mr. Grenfell, which secured to me so cordial a reception from the Bishop of London. It was fortunate that the Bishop of London was Dr. Temple, an eminent scholar, kindly disposed toward the people of the United States, and a man thoroughly capable of understanding and respecting the deep and holy sentiment which a compliance with our desire would gratify. It was fortunate, too, that Bishop Temple, who thought he must have the approbation of the Archbishop before his action, when the time came had himself become Archbishop of Canterbury and Primate of all England. It was fortunate that Dr. Creighton had succeeded to the See of London. He is, himself, as I have just said, an eminent historical scholar. He has many friends in America. He was the delegate of Emmanuel, John Harvard's college, at the great Harvard Centennial celebration in 1886. He received the degree of Doctor of Laws at Harvard and is a member of the Massachusetts Historical Society. He had, as I have said, entertained President Eliot as his guest in England. It was fortunate, too, that the application came in a time of cordial goodwill between the two countries, when the desire of John Adams and the longing of George III have their ample and complete fulfillment. This token of the goodwill of England reached Boston on the eve of the birthday of the illustrious sovereign, who is not more venerated and beloved by her own subjects than by the kindred people across the sea. The Archbishop of Canterbury. It comes to us at the time of the rejoicing of the English people at the 60th anniversary of a reign more crowded with benefit to humanity than any other known in the annals of the race. Upon the power of England, the scepter, the trident, the lion, the army and the fleet, the monster ships of war, the all-shattering guns, the American people are strong enough now to look with an entire indifference. We encounter her commerce and her manufacture in the spirit of a generous emulation. The inheritance from which England has gained these things is ours also. We, too, are of the Saxon strain. In our halls is hung armory of the invincible knights of old. Our temple covers a continent, and its porches are upon both the seas. Our fathers knew the secret to lay, in Christian liberty and law, the foundations of empire. Our young men are not ashamed, if need be, to speak with the enemy in the gate. But to the illustrious lady, type of gentlest womanhood, model of mother and wife and friend, who came at 18 to the throne of George IV. And William. Of purer eyes than to behold iniquity, the maiden presence before which everything unholy shrank, the sovereign who, during her long reign, ever knew the people that she ruled. The royal nature that disdained to strike at her kingdom's rival in the hour of our sorest need, the heart which even in the bosom of a queen beat with sympathy for the cause of constitutional liberty. Who, herself not unacquainted with grief, laid on the coffin of our dead Garfield the wreath fragrant with a sister's sympathy, to her our republican manhood does not disdain to bend. The eagle, lord of land and sea, will stoop to pay her fealty. But I am afraid this application might have had the fate of its predecessors but for our special good fortune in the fact that Mr. Bayard was our ambassador at the court of St. James. He had been, as I said in the beginning, the ambassador not so much of the diplomacy as of the goodwill of the American people. Before his powerful influence every obstacle gave way. It was almost impossible for Englishmen to refuse a request like this, made by him, and in which his own sympathies were so profoundly enlisted. You are entitled, sir, to the gratitude of Massachusetts, to the gratitude of every lover of Massachusetts and of every lover of the country. You have succeeded where so many others have failed, and where so many others would have been likely to fail. You may be sure that our debt to you is fully understood and will not be forgotten. The question of the permanent abiding place of this manuscript will be settled after it has reached the hands of His Excellency. Wherever it shall go it will be an object of reverent care. I do not think many Americans will gaze upon it without a little trembling of the lips and a little gathering of mist in the eyes, as they think of the story of suffering, of sorrow, of peril, of exile, of death and of lofty triumph which that book tells, which the hand of the great leader and founder of America has traced on those pages. There is nothing like it in human annals since the story of Bethlehem. These Englishmen and Englishwomen going out from their homes in beautiful Lincoln and York, wife separated from husband and mother from child in that hurried embarkation for Holland, pursued to the beach by English horsemen. The 13 years of exile, the life at Amsterdam, in alley foul and lane obscure, the dwelling at Leyden, the embarkation at Delft Haven, the farewell of Robinson, the terrible voyage across the Atlantic, the compact in the harbor, the landing on the rock, the dreadful first winter, the death roll of more than half the number, the days of suffering and of famine, the wakeful night, listening for the yell of wild beast and the war whoop of the savage. The building of the state on those sure foundations which no wave or tempest has ever shaken, the breaking of the new light, the dawning of the new day, the beginning of the new life. The enjoyment of peace with liberty, of all these things this is the original record by the hand of our beloved father and founder. Massachusetts will preserve it until the time shall come that her children are unworthy of it. And that time shall come, never. Address of the Honorable Thomas F. Bayard. Address of Ambassador Bayard. Your Excellency, gentlemen of the two houses of the Legislature of Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen, fellow countrymen, the honorable and most gratifying duty with which I am charged is about to receive its final act of execution. For I have the book here, as it was placed in my hands by the Lord Bishop of London on April 29, intact then and now. And I am about to deliver it according to the provisions of the decree of the Chancellor of London, which has been read in your presence, and the receipt signed by me and registered in his court that I would obey the provisions of that decree. I have kept my trust, I have kept the book as I received it, I shall deliver it into the hands of the representative of the people who are entitled to its custody. And now, gentlemen, it would be superfluous for me to dwell upon the historical features of this remarkable occasion, for it has been done, as we all knew it would be done, with ability, learning, eloquence and impressiveness, by the distinguished senator who represents you so well in the Congress of the United States. For all that related to myself, and for every gracious word of recognition and commendation that fell from his lips in relation to the part that I have taken in the act of restoration, I am profoundly grateful. It is an additional reward, but not the reward which induced my action. To have served your state, to have been instrumental in such an act as this, was of itself a high privilege to me. The Bradford manuscript was in the library of Fulham Palace, and if, by lawful means, I could have become possessed of the volume, and have brought it here and quietly deposited it, I should have gone to my home with the great satisfaction of knowing that I had performed an act of justice, an act of right between two countries. Therefore the praise, however grateful, is additional, and I am very thankful for it. It may not be inappropriate or unpleasing to you should I state in a very simple manner the history of my relation to the return of this book, for it all has occurred within the last 12 months. I knew of the existence of this manuscript, and had seen the reproduction in facsimile. I knew that attempts had been made, unsuccessfully, to obtain the original book. At that time Senator Hoare made a short visit to England, and in passing through London I was informed by him of the great interest that he, in common with the people of this state, had in the restoration of this manuscript to the custody of the state. We discussed the methods by which it might be accomplished, and after 2 or 3 concurrent suggestions he returned to the United States, and presently I received, under cover from the Secretary of State, a distinguished citizen of your own state, Mr. Olney, a formal note, suggesting rather than instructing that in an informal manner I should endeavour to have carried out the wishes of the various societies that had addressed themselves to the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury, in order to obtain the return of this manuscript. It necessarily had to be done informally. The strict regulations of the office I then occupied forbade my correspondence with any member of the British government except through the Foreign Office, unless it were informal. An old saying describes the entire case, that, when there's a will there's a way. There certainly was the will to get the book, and there certainly was also a will and a way to give the book, and that way was discovered by the legal custodians of the book itself. At first there were suggestions of difficulty, some technical questions, and following a very safe rule, the first thought was, what is the law? And the case was submitted to the law officers of the Crown. Then there arose the necessity of a formal act of permission. There could be entertained no question as to the title to the manuscript in the possession of the British government. There was no authority to grant a claim, founded on adverse title, and the question arose as to the requisite form of law of a permissive rather than of a mandatory nature, in order to be authoritative with those who had charge of the document. But, as I have said, when there was a will there was found a way. By personal correspondence and interviews with the Bishop of London, I soon discovered that he was as anxious to find the way as I was that he should find it. In March last it was finally agreed that I should employ legal counsel to present a formal petition in the Episcopal Consistorial Court of London, and there before the Chancellor to represent the strong desire of Massachusetts and her people for the return of the record of her early governor. Accordingly, the petition was prepared, and by my authority signed as for me by an eminent member of the bar, and it was also signed by the Bishop of London, so that there was a complete consensus. The decree was ordered, as is published in the London Times, on March 25 last, and nothing after that remained but formalities, in which, as you are well aware, the English law is not lacking, especially in the ecclesiastical tribunals. These formalities were carried out during my absence from London on a short visit to the Continent, and the decree which you have just heard read was duly entered on April 12 last, consigning the document to my personal custody, to be delivered by me in this city to the high official therein named, subject to those conditions which you have also heard. Accordingly, on the 29th of April last I was summoned to the court, and there, having signed the receipt, this decree was read in my presence. Then the Bishop of London arose, and, taking the book in his hands, delivered it with a few gracious words into my custody, and here it is today. The records of those proceedings will no doubt be preserved here as accompanying this book, as they are in the Episcopal Consistorial Court in London, and they tell the entire story. But that is but part. The thing that I wish to impress upon you, and upon my fellow countrymen throughout the United States, is that this is an act of courtesy and friendship by another government, the government of what we once called our mother country, to the entire people of the United States. You cannot limit it to the governor of this Commonwealth, nor to the legislature, nor even to the citizens of this Commonwealth. It extends in its courtesy, its kindness and comity to the entire people of the United States. From first to last there was the ready response of courtesy and kindness to the request for the restoration of this manuscript record. I may say to you that there has been nothing that I have sought more earnestly than to place the affairs of these two great nations in the atmosphere of mutual confidence and respect and goodwill. If it be a sin to long for the honor of one's country, for the safety and strength of one's country, then I have been a great sinner, for I have striven to advance the honor and the safety and the welfare of my country, and believed it was best accomplished by treating all with justice and courtesy, and doing those things to others which we would ask to have done to ourselves. When the Chancellor pronounced his decree in March last, he cited certain precedents to justify him in restoring this volume to Massachusetts. One precedent which powerfully controlled his decision, and which in the closing portion of his judgment he emphasizes, was an act of generous liberality upon the part of the American Library Society in Philadelphia in voluntarily returning to the British government some volumes of original manuscript of the period of James I, which by some means not very clearly explained had found their way among the books of that institution. Those books were received by a distinguished man, Lord Romilly, Master of the Rolls, who took occasion to speak of the liberality and kindness which dictated the action of the Philadelphia Library. Gentlemen, I am one of those who believe that a generous and kindly act is never unwise between individuals or nations. The return of this book to you is an echo of the kindly act of your countrymen in the city of Philadelphia in 1866. It is that, not, as Mr. Hoare has said, any influence or special effort of mine, but it is international good feeling in comedy which brought about to you the pleasure and the joy of having this manuscript returned, and so it will ever be. A generous act will beget a generous act, trust and confidence will beget trust and confidence, and so it will be while the world shall last, and well will it be for the man or for the people who shall recognize this truth and act upon it. Now, gentlemen, there is another coincidence that I may venture to point out. It is history repeating itself. More than 300 years ago the ancestors from whom my father drew his name and blood were French Protestants, who have been compelled to flee from the religious persecutions of that day, and for the sake of conscience to find an asylum in Holland. 50 years after they had fled and found safety in Holland, the little congregation of independents from the English village of Scrooby, under the pastorate of John Robinson, was forced to fly, and with difficulty found its way into the same country of the Netherlands, seeking an asylum for conscience's sake. Time passed on. The little English colony removed, as this manuscript of William Bradford will tell you, across the Atlantic, and soon after the Huguenot family from whom I drew my name found their first settlement in what was then the New Netherlands, now New York. Both came from the same cause, both came with the same object, the same purpose, soul freedom, as Roger Williams well called it. Both came to found homes where they could worship God according to their own conscience and live as free men. They came to these shores, and they have found the asylum, and they have strengthened it, and it is what we see today, a country of absolute religious and civil freedom, of equal rights and toleration. And is it not fitting that I, who have in my veins the blood of the Huguenots, should present to you and your governor the log of the English emigrants, who left their country for the sake of religious freedom? They are blended here, their names, their interests. No man asks and no man has a right to ask or have ascertained by any method authorized by law what is the conscientious religious tenet or opinion of any man, of any citizen, as a prerequisite for holding an office of trust or power in the United States. I think it well on this occasion to make, as I am sure you are making, acknowledgment to that heroic little country, the Lowlands as they call it, the Netherlands. The country without one single feature of military defense except the brave hearts of the men who live in it and defend it. Holland was the anvil upon which religious and civil liberty was beaten out in Europe at a time when the clang was scarcely heard anywhere else. We can never forget our historical debt to that country and to those people. Puritan, independent, Huguenot, whoever he may be, forced to flee for conscience's sake, will not forget that in the Netherlands there was found in his time of need the asylum where conscience, property and person might be secure. And now my task is done. I am deeply grateful for the part that I have been enabled to take in this act of just and natural restitution. In Massachusetts or out of Massachusetts there is no one more willing than I to assist this work. And here, sir, addressing Governor Walcott, I fulfill my trust in placing in your hands the manuscript. To you, as the honored representative of the people of this Commonwealth, I commit this book, in pursuance of my obligations, gladly undertaken under the decree of the Episcopal Consistorial Court of London. Address of His Excellency Roger Walcott. Address of Governor Walcott. On receiving the volume, Governor Walcott, addressing Mr. Bayard, spoke as follows: I thank you, sir, for the diligent and faithful manner in which you have executed the honorable trust imposed upon you by the decree of the Consistorial and Episcopal Court of London, a copy of which you have now placed in my hands. It was fitting that one of your high distinction should be selected to perform so dignified an office. The gracious act of international courtesy which is now completed will not fail of grateful appreciation by the people of this Commonwealth and of the nation. It is honorable alike to those who hesitated not to prefer the request and to those whose generous liberality has prompted compliance with it. It may be that the story of the departure of this precious relic from our shores may never in its every detail be revealed, but the story of its return will be read of all men, and will become a part of the history of the Commonwealth. There are places and objects so intimately associated with the world's greatest men or with mighty deeds that the soul of him who gazes upon them is lost in a sense of reverent awe, as it listens to the voice that speaks from the past. In words like those which came from the burning bush, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. On the sloping hillside of Plymouth, that bathes its feet in the waters of the Atlantic, such a voice is breathed by the brooding genius of the place, and the ear must be dull that fails to catch the whispered words. For here not alone did godly men and women suffer greatly for a great cause, but their noble purpose was not doomed to defeat, but was carried to perfect victory. They established what they planned. Their feeble plantation became the birthplace of religious liberty, the cradle of a free commonwealth. To them a mighty nation owes its debt. Nay, they have made the civilized world their debtor. In the varied tapestry which pictures our national life, the richest spots are those where gleam the golden threads of conscience, courage and faith, set in the web by that little band. May God in His mercy grant that the moral impulse which founded this nation may never cease to control its destiny. That no act of any future generation may put in peril the fundamental principles on which it is based, of equal rights in a free state, equal privileges in a free church and equal opportunities in a free school. In this precious volume which I hold in my hands, The Gift of England to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, is told the noble, simple story of Plymouth Plantation. In the midst of suffering and privation and anxiety, the pious hand of William Bradford here set down in ample detail the history of the enterprise from its inception to the year 1647. From him we may learn that all great and honorable actions are accompanied with great difficulties, and must be both enterprised and overcome with answerable courages. The sadness and pathos which some might read into the narrative are to me lost in victory. The triumph of a noble cause even at a great price is theme for rejoicing, not for sorrow, and the story here told is one of triumphant achievement, and not of defeat. As the official representative of the Commonwealth, I receive it, sir, at your hands. I pledge the faith of the Commonwealth that for all time it shall be guarded in accordance with the terms of the decree under which it is delivered into her possession as one of her chiefest treasures. I express the thanks of the Commonwealth for the priceless gift. And I venture the prophecy that for countless years to come and to untold thousands these mute pages shall eloquently speak of high resolve. Great suffering and heroic endurance made possible by an absolute faith in the overruling providence of Almighty God. Acknowledgement. By the Bishop of London. The Bishop of London. Copy. Fulham Palace, S.W. October 16, 1897. Dear Sir, I would ask you to express to the Convention of the two branches of the General Court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts my grateful thanks for the copy of their resolution of May 26, which was presented to me by Mr. Adams. I consider it a great privilege to have been associated with an act of courtesy, which was also an act of justice, in restoring to its proper place a document which is so important in the records of your illustrious Commonwealth. I am yours faithfully, M. London. H. D. Coolidge, Esq. Clerk of the Convention. Of Plymouth Plantation. Of Plymouth Plantation. And first of ye occasion and indicements thereunto. The which that I may truly unfold, I must begin at ye very root and rise of ye same. The which I shall endeavour to manifest in a plain style, with singular regard unto ye simple truth in all things, at least as near as my slender judgment can attain the same. 1. Chapter. It is well known unto ye godly and judicious, however since ye first breaking out of ye light of ye gospel in our honourable nation of England, which was ye first of nations whom ye Lord adorned therewith. After whitey gross darkens of popery which had covered and overspread ye Christian world, what wars and oppositions ever since, Satan hath raised, maintained, and continued against the saints, from time to time, in one sort or other. Sometimes by bloody death and cruel torments, otherwhiles imprisonments, banishments, and other hard usages. As being loath his kingdom should go down, the truth prevail, and ye churches of God revert to their ancient purity, and recover their primitive order, liberty, and beauty. But when he could not prevail by these means, against the main truths of ye gospel, but that they began to take rooting in many places, being watered with ye blood of ye martyrs, and blessed from heaven with a gracious increase. He then began to take him to his ancient stratagems, used of old against the first Christians. That when by ye bloody and barbarous persecutions of ye heathen emperors, he could not stop and subvert the course of ye gospel, but that it speedily overspread with a wonderful celerity the then best known parts of ye world. He then began to sow errors, heresies, and wonderful dissensions amongst ye professors themselves, working upon their pride and ambition, with other corrupt passions incident to all mortal men, yet to ye saints themselves in some measure. By which woeful effects followed, as not only bitter contentions, and heart-burnings, schisms, with other horrible confusions, but Satan took occasion and advantage thereby to foist in a number of vile ceremonies, with many unprofitable canons and decrees, which have since been as snares to many poor and peaceable souls even to this day. So as in ye ancient times, the persecutions by ye heathen and their emperors, was not greater than of the Christians one against other, the Arians and other their complices against ye orthodox and true Christians. As witnesseth Socrates in his 2 book. His words are these: the violence truly, saith he, was no less than that of old practice towards ye Christians when they were compelled and drawn to sacrifice to idols. For many endured sundry kinds of torment, often rackings, and dismembering of their joints, confiscating of their goods, some bereaved of their native soil, others departed this life under ye hands of ye tormentor. And some died in banishment, and never saw their country again, and the like method Satan hath seemed to hold in these later times, since ye truth began to springe and spread after ye great defection made by Antichrist, whitey man of sin ye. For to let pass ye infinite examples in sundry nations and several places of ye world, an instance in our own, when as whitey old serpent could not prevail by those fiery flames and other his cruel tragedies, which he by his instruments put in your everywhere in ye days of Queen Mary and before, he then began an other kind of war, and went more closely to work. Not only to a pagan, but even to ruinate and destroy ye kingdom of Christ, by more secret and subtle means, by kindling ye flames of contention and sowing ye seeds of discord and bitter enmity amongst ye professors and seeming reformed themselves. For when he could not prevail by ye former means against the principal doctrines of faith, he bent his force against the holy discipline and outward regiment of the kingdom of Christ, by which those holy doctrines should be conserved, and true piety maintained amongst the saints and people of God. Mr. Fox recordeth how whitey besides those worthy martyrs and confessors which were burned in Queen Mary's days and otherwise tormented, many, both students and others, fled out of ye land, to ye number of 800. And became several congregations. At Wesel, Frankfurt, Basel, Emden, Markpurge, Strasbourg, and Geneva, and amongst whom, but especially those at Frankfurt, began whitey bitter war of contention and persecutio about ye ceremonies, and service book, and other popish and anti-Christian stuff, the plague of England to this day. Which are like ye high places in Israel, wch the prophets cried out against, and were their ruin. Which ye better part sought, according to ye purity of ye gospel, to root out and utterly to abandon. And the other part, under veiled pretenses, for their own ends and advancements, sought as stifely to continue, maintain, and defend. As appeareth by ye discourse thereof published in print, anno 1575, a book whitey deserves better to be known and considered. The one side labor to have ye right worship of God and discipline of Christ established in ye church, according to ye simplicity of ye gospel, without the mixture of men's inventions, and to have and to be ruled by ye laws of God's word, dispensed in those offices, and by those officers of pastors, teachers, and elders, and according to ye scriptures. The other party, though under many colours and pretences, endeavoured to have ye episcopal dignity, after ye popish manner, with their large power and jurisdiction still retained. With all those courts, canons, and ceremonies, together with all such livings, revenues, and subordinate officers, with other such means as formerly upheld their anti-Christian greatness, and enabled them with lordly and tyrannous power to persecute ye poor servants of God. This contention was so great, as neither ye honour of God, the common persecution, nor ye mediation of Mr. Calvin and other worthies of ye Lord in those places, could prevail with those thus episcopally minded, but they proceeded by all means to disturb ye peace of this poor persecuted church, even so far as to charge, very unjustly, and ungodlily. Yet prelate-like, some of their chaff opposers, with rebellion and high treason against ye emperor, and other such crimes. And this contention died not with Queen Mary, nor was left beyond ye seas, but at her death these people returning into England under gracious Queen Elizabeth, many of them being preferred to bishoprics and other promotions. According to their amaze and desires, that inveterate hatred against ye holy discipline of Christ in his church hath continued to this day. Insomuch that for fear it should prevail, all plots and devices have been used to keep it out, incensing ye Queen and State against it as dangerous for ye commonwealth. And that it was most needful ye fundamental points of religion should be preached in those ignoranti and superstitious times, and to win ye weak and ignoranti, they might retain diverse harmless ceremonious. And though it were to be wished diverse things were reformed, yet this was not a season for it. And many the like, to stop ye mouths of ye more godly, to bring them over to yield to one ceremony after another, and one corruption after another. By these wiles beguiling some and corrupting others till at length they began to persecute all ye zealous professors in ye land, though they knew little what this discipline meant, both by word and deed, if they would not submit to their ceremonies. And become slaves to them and their popish trash, which have no ground in ye word of God, but are relikes of white man of sign. And the more ye light of ye gospel grew, ye more urged their subscriptions to these corruptions. So as, notwithstanding all their former pretenses and fair colures, they whose eyes God had not justly blinded might easily see whereto these things tended. And to cast contempt the more upon ye sincere servants of God, they opprobriously and most injuriously gave unto, and imposed upon them, that name of Puritans, which, it is said the Novatians out of pride did assume and take unto themselves. And lamentable it is to see ye effects which have followed. Religion hath been disgraced, the godly grieved, afflicted, persecuted, and many exiled, sundry have lost their lives in prisons and other ways. On the other hand, sin hath been countenanced, ignorance, profanes, and atheism increased, and the papists encouraged to hope again for a day. This made that holy man Mr. Perkins cry out in his exhortation to repentance, upon Zeph. 2. Religion, saith he, hath been amongst us this 35 years, but the more it is published, the more it is contemned and reproached of many, and thus not profanes nor wickedens, but religion itself is a byword, a mocking stock, and a matter of reproach. So that in England at this day the man or woman whitey begins to profess religion, and to serve God, must resolve with himself to sustain mocks and injuries even as though he lived amongst ye enemies of religion. And this common experience hath confirmed and made tu operandi. A late observation, as it were by the way, worthy to be noted. Full little did I think, whitey the downfall of ye bishops, with their courts, canons, and ceremonies, and had been so near, when I first began these scribbled writings, which was about ye year 1630, and so set up at times of leisure afterward, or that I should have lived to have seen or heard of ye same. But it is ye Lord's doing, and ought to be marvellous in our eyes. Every plant which mine heavenly Father hath not planted, saith our Saviour, shall be rooted up. Matt. 15. 13. I have snared thee, and thou art taken, O Babel, bishops, and thou wast not aware, thou art found, and also caught, because thou hast striven against the Lord. Juh 50. 24. But will they needs strive against ye truth, against ye servants of God? What, and against the Lord himself? Do they provoke the Lord to anger? Are they stronger than he? 1 Soar, 10. 22. No, no, they have meat with their match. Behold, I come unto ye, O proud man, saith the Lord God of hosts. For thy day is come, even the time that I will visit thee. Juh 50. 31. May not the people of God now say, and these poor people among ye rest, the Lord hath brought forth our righteousness, come, let us declare and shout the work of the Lord our God. Juh 51. 10. Let all flesh be still before the Lord, for he is raised up out of his holy place. Zach. 2:13. In this case, these poor people may say, among ye thousands of Israel, when the Lord brought again the captivite of Zion, we were like them that dream. PSA 126. 1. The Lord hath done great things for us, whereof we rejoice. v. 3. They that sow in tears, shall reap in joy. They went weeping, and carried precious seed, but they shall return with joy, and bring their sheaves. v. 5, 6. Do you not now see ye fruits of your labors, O all ye servants of ye Lord that have suffered for his truth, and have been faithful witnesses of ye same, and ye little handful amongst ye rest, ye least amongst ye thousands of Israel? You have not only had a seed time, but many of you have seen ye joyful harvest. Should you not then rejoice, yea, and again rejoice, and say Hallelujah, salvation, and glory, and honor, and power, be to ye Lord our God. For true and righteous are his judgments. Rev 19. 1, 2. But thou wilt ask, what is ye matter? What is done? Why, art thou a stranger in Israel, that thou shouldest not know what is done? Are not those Jebusites overcome that have vexed the people of Israel so long, even holding Jerusalem till David's days, and been as thorns in their sids, so many ages, and now began to scorn that any David should meddle with them? They began to fortify their tower, as that of the old Babylonians, but those proud Anakims are thrown down, and their glory laid in ye dust. The tyrannous bishops are ejected, their courts dissolved, their canons forceless, their service cashiered, their ceremonies useless and despised. Their plots for popery prevented, and all their superstitions discarded and returned to room from whence they came, and ye monuments of idolatry rooted out of ye land. And the proud and profane supporters, and cruel defenders of these, as bloody papists and wicked atheists, and their malign anti-consorts, marvellously overthrown. And are not these great things? Who can deny it? But who hath done it? Who, even he that sitteth on ye white horse, who is called faithful, and true, and judgeth and fighteth righteously. Rev. 19. 11. Whose garments are dipped in blood, and his name was called the Word of God. v. 13. For he shall rule them with a rod of iron, for it is he that treadeth the winepress of the fair scenes and wrath of God Almighty. And he hath upon his garment, and upon his thigh, a name written, the King of Kings, and Lord of Lords. v. 15, 16. Hallelujah. Anno Dom. 1646. But that I may come more near my intendment. When as by the travel and diligence of some godly and zealous preachers, and God's blessing on their labors, as in other places of ye land, so in ye north parts, many became enlightened by the word of God. And had their ignorance and sins discovered unto them, and began by his grace to reform their lives, and make conscience of their ways, the work of God was no sooner manifest in them. But presently they were both scoffed and scorned by ye profane multitude, and ye ministers urged with ye yoke of subscription, or else must be silenced. And ye poor people were so vexed with operators, and pursuants, and ye commissary courts, as truly their affliction was not small. Which, notwithstanding, they bore sundry years with much patience, till they were occasioned, by ye continuance and increase of these troubles. And other means which the Lord raised up in those days, to see further into things by the light of ye word of God. How not only these base and beggarly ceremonies were unlawful, but also that ye lordly and tyrannous power of ye prelates ought not to be submitted unto. Which thus, contrary to the freedom of the gospel, would load and burden men's consciences, and by their compulsive power make a profane mixture of persons and things in the worship of God. And that their offices and callings, courts and canons, and were unlawful and anti-Christian, being such as have no warrant in ye word of God, but the same YT were used in popery, and still retained. Of which a famous author thus writeth in his Dutch commentaries. At the coming of King James into England, the new king, saith he, found there established ye reformed religion, according to ye reformed religion of King Edward ye VI. retaining, or keeping still ye spiritual state of ye bishops, and after ye old manner, much varying and differing from ye reformed churches in Scotland, France, and ye Netherlands, Emden, Geneva, and whose reformation is cut, or Chopin much near ye first Christian churches, as it was used in ye apostles' times. So many therefore of these professors as saw ye evil of these things, in Thesparts, and whose hearts ye Lord had touched wth heavenly zeal for his truth, they shook of this yoke of antichristian bondage, and as ye Lord's free people, joined themselves, by a covenant of the Lord, into a church estate, in ye fellowship of ye gospel, to walk in all his ways, made known, or to be made known unto them, according to their best endeavors, whatsoever it should cost them. The Lord assisting them. And that it cost them something this ensuing history will declare. These people became two distinct bodis or churches, and in regard of distance of place did congregate severally. For they were of sundry towns and villages, some in Nottinghamshire, some of Lincolnshire, and some of Yorkshire, where they border nearest together. In one of these churches, besides others of note, was Mr. John Smith, a man of able gifts and a good preacher, who afterwards was chosen their pastor. But these afterwards falling into some errors in ye Low Countries, there, for ye most part, buried themselves, and their names. But in this other church, wch must be ye subject of our discourse, besides other worthy men, was Mr. Richard Clifton, a grave and revered preacher, who by his pains and diligence had done much good, and under God had been a means of ye conversion of many. And also that famous and worthy man Mr. John Robinson, who afterwards was their pastor for many years, till ye Lord took him away by death. Also Mr. William Brewster, a reverend man, who afterwards was chosen an elder of ye church and lived with them till old age. But after these things they could not long continue in any peaceable condition, but were hunted and persecuted on every side, so as their former afflictions were but as flea-bitings in comparison of these which now came upon them. For some were taken and clapped up in prison, others had their houses beset and watched night and day, and hardly escaped their hands, and ye most were fain to fly and leave their houses and habitations, and the means of their livelihood. Yet these and many other sharper things which afterward befell them, were no other than they looked for, and therefore were ye better prepared to bear them by ye assistance of God's grace and spyright. Yet seeing themselves thus molested, and that there was no hope of their continuance there, by a joint consent they resolved to go into ye Low Countries, where they heard was freedom of religion for all men. As also how sundry from London, and other parts of ye land, had been exiled and persecuted for ye same cause, and were gone thither, and lived at Amsterdam, and in other places of ye land. So after they had continued together about a year, and kept their meetings every Sabbath in one place or other, exercising the worship of God amongst themselves, notwithstanding all ye diligence and malice of their adversaries. They seeing they could no longer continue in whitey condition, they resolved to get over into Holland as they could. Which was in ye year 1607. And 1608, of which more at large in ye next chap. 2. Chap. Of their departure into Holland and their troubles thereabout, with some of the many difficulties they found and meet withal. Anno 1608. Being thus constrained to leave their native soil and country, their lands and livings, and all their friends and familiar acquaintance, it was much, and thought marvellous by many. But to go into a country they knew not, but by hearsay, where they must learn a new language, and get their livings they knew not how, it being a dear place, and subject to ye miseries of war. It was by many thought an adventure almost desperate, a case intolerable, and a misery worse than death. Especially seeing they were not acquainted with trades nor traffic, by which whitey country doth subsist, but had only been used to a plain country life, and ye innocent trade of husbandry. But these things did not dismay them, though they did sometimes trouble them, for their desires were set on ye ways of God, and to enjoy his ordinances, but they rested on his providence, and knew whom they had believed. Yet this was not all, for though they could not stay, yet were ye not suffered to go, but ye ports and havens were shut against them, so as they were fain to seek secret means of conveyance, and to bribe and fee ye mariners. and give extraordinary rates for their passages. And yet were they oftentimes betrayed, many of them, and both they and their goods intercepted and surprised, and Thurby put to great trouble and charge, of which I will give an instance or two, and omit the rest. There was a large company of them purposed to get passage at Boston in Lincolnshire, and for that end had hired a ship wholly to themselves, and made agreement with the maester to be ready at a certain day, and take them and their goods in at a convenient place, where they accordingly would all attend in readings. So after long waiting, and large expenses, though he kept not day with them, yet he came at length and took them in ye night. But when he had them and their goods aboard, he betrayed them, having beforehand complotted with ye searchers and other officers so to do. Who took them, and put them into open boats, and they rifled and ransacked them, searching them to their shirts for money, yet even ye women further then became modes tie. And then carried them back into ye town, and made them a spectacle and wonder to the multitude, which came flocking on all sides to behold them. Being thus first, by the Chachpool officers, rifled, and stripped of their money, books, and much other goods, they were presented to ye magistrates, and messengers sent to inform ye lords of ye council of them, and so they were comite toward. Indeed ye magistrates used them courteously, and shewed them what favour they could, but could not deliver them, till order came from ye council table. But ye issue was that after a month's imprisonment, ye greatest part were dismissed, and sent to ye places from whence they came, but 7 of ye principal were still kept in prison, and bound over to ye assizes. The next spring after, there was another attempt made by some of these and others, to get over at another place. And it so fell out, that they light of a Dutchman at Hull, having a ship of his own belonging to Zealand. They made agreement with him, and acquainted him with their condition, hoping to find more faithfulness in him, than in ye former of their own nation. He bade them not fear, for he would do well enough. He was by appointment to take them in between Grimsby and Hull, where was a large commune a good way distant from any town. Now against the prefixed time, the women and children, with ye goods, were sent to ye place in a small bark, which they had hired for yt end, and ye men were to meet them by land. But it so fell out, that they were there a day before ye ship came, and ye sea being rough, and ye women very sick, prevailed with ye seamen to put into a creek hard by, where they lay on ground at low water. The next morning ye ship came, but they were fast, and could not stir till about noon. In ye meantime, ye ship master, perceiving how ye matter was, sent to his boat to be getting ye men aboard whom he saw already, walking about ye shore. But after ye first boat full was got aboard, and she was ready to go for more, the mister espied a Greek company, both horse and foot, with bills, and guns, and other weapons, for ye country was raised to take them. Ye Dutchman seeing yt, swore his country's oath, sacrament, and having ye wind fair, why get his anchor, hoist sails, and away. But ye poor men which were got aboard, were in great distress for their wives and children, which they saw thus to be taken, and were left destitute of their helps. And themselves also, not having a cloth to shift them with, more than they had on their box, and some scarce a penny about them, all they had being aboard ye bark. It drew tears from their eyes, and anything they had they would have given to have been ashore again, but all in vain, there was no remedy, they must thus sadly part. And afterward endured a fearful storm at sea, being 14 days or more before ye arrived at their port, in 7. Whereof they neither saw sun, moon, nor stars, and were driven near ye coast of Norway, the mariners themselves often despairing of life. And once with shrieks and cries gave over all, as if ye ship had been found red in ye sea, and they sinking without recovery. But when man's hope and help wholly failed, ye Lord's power and mercy appeared in the recovery. For ye ship rose again, and gave ye mariners courage again to manage her. And if modes tie would suffer me, I might declare with what fervent prayers they cried unto ye Lord in this great disters, especially some of them, even without any great distraction, when ye water rain into their mouths and ears. And the mariners cried out, we sink, they cried, if not with miraculous, yet with a great height or degree of divine faith, yet Lord thou canst save, yet Lord thou canst save, with such other expressions as I will forbear. Upon which ye ship did not only recover, but shortly after ye violence of ye storm began to abate, and ye Lord filed their afflicted minds with such comforts as every one cannot understand, and in ye end brought them to their desired haven. Where ye people came flocking admiring their deliverance, the storm having been so lunge and sore, in which much hurt had been done, as ye masters friends related unto him in their congratulations. But to return to ye others where we left. The rest of ye men yt were in greatest danger, made shift to escape away before ye troop could surprise them, those only staying yt best might, to be assistante unto ye women. But pitiful it was to see ye heavy case of these poor women in this distress, what weeping and crying on every side, some for their husbands, that were carried away in ye ship as is before related. Others not knowing what should become of them, and their little ones, others again melted in tears, seeing their poor little ones hanging about them, crying for fear, and quaking with cold. Being thus apprehended, they were hurried from one place to another, and from one justice to another, till in ye endy they knew not what to do with them. For to imprison so many women and innocent children for no other cause, many of them, but that they must go with their husbands, seemed to be unreasonable and all would cry out of them. And to send them home again was as difficult, for they alleged, as ye truth was, they had no homes to go to, for they had either sold, or otherwise disposed of their houses and livings. To be showroot, after they had been thus turmoiled a good while, and conveyed from one constable to another, they were glad to be rid of them in ye end upon any terms, for all were wearied and tired with them. Though in ye meantime they, poor souls, endured misery enough, and thus in the end necessity forced a way for them. But yt I be not tedious in these things, I will omit ye rest, though I might relate many other notable passages and troubles which they endured and underwent in these their wanderings and travels both at land and sea, but I haste to other things. Yet I may not omit ye fruit that came harby, for by these so public troubles, in so many eminent places, their cause became famous, and occasioned many to look into ye same. And their godly carriage and Christian behavior was such as left a deep impression in the minds of many. And though some few shrunk at these first conflicts and sharp beginnings, as it was no marvel, yet many more came on with fresh courage, and greatly animated others. And in ye end, notwithstanding all these storms of opposition, they all gat over at length, some at one time and some at another, and some in one place and some in another, and meta together again according to their desires. With no small rejoicing. The 3. Chap. Of their settling in Holland, and their manner of living, and entertainment there. Being now come into ye Low Countries, they saw many goodly and fortified cities, strongly walled and guarded with troops of armed men. Also they heard a strange and uncouth language, and beheld ye different manners and customs of ye people, with their strange fashions and attires. All so far differing from yt of their plain country villages, wherein they were bred, and had so long lived, as it seemed they were come into a new world. But these were not ye things they much looked on, or long took up their thoughts. For they had other work in hand, and an other kind of war to wage and maintain. For though they saw fair and beautiful cities, flowing with abundance of all sorts of wealth and riches, yet it was not long before they saw the grimy and grisly face of poverty coming upon them like an armed man, with whom they must buckle an encounter. And from whom they could not fly. But they were armed with faith and patience against him, and all his encounters, and though they were sometimes foiled, yet by God's assistance they prevailed and got ye victory. Now when Mr. Robinson, Mr. Brewster, and other principal members were come over, for they were of ye last, and stayed to help ye weakest over before them, such things were thought on as were necessary for their settling in best ordering of ye church affairs. And when they had lived at Amsterdam about a year, Mr. Robinson, their pastor, and some others of best discerning, seeing how Mr. John Smith and his company was already fallen into contention with ye church yt was there before them, and no means they could use would do any good to cure ye same. And also that ye flames of contention were like to break out in yt ancient church itself, as afterwards lamentably came to pass. Which things they prudently foreseeing, thought it was best to remove, before they were any way engaged with ye same, though they well knew it would be much to ye prejudice of their outward estats, both at present and in likelihood in ye future. As indeed it proved to be. Their removal to Leyden. For these and some other reasons they removed to Leyden, a fair and beautiful city, and of a sweet situation, but made more famous by ye university wherewith it is adorned, in which of late had been so many learned men. But wanting that traffic by sea which Amsterdam enjoys, it was not so beneficial for their outward means of living and estates. But being now here pitchet they fell to such trads and employments as they best could. Valuing peace and their spiritual comforte above any other riches whatsoever. And at length they came to raise a competent and comfortable living, but with hard and continual labor. Being thus set led, after many difficulties, they continued many years in a comfortable condition, enjoying much sweet and delightful society and spiritual comforte together in ye ways of God, under ye able ministry and prudent government of Mr. John Robinson, and Mr. William Brewster, who was an assist ante unto him in ye place of an elder, unto which he was now called and chosen by the church. So as they grew in knowledge and other gifts and graces of ye spyrite of God, and lived together in peace, and love, and hollands, and many came unto them from divers parts of England, so as they grew a great congregation. And if at any time any differences arose, or offences broke out, as it cannot be, but sometime there will, even amongst ye best of men, they were ever so meet with, and nipped in ye head betimes, or otherwise so well composed, as still love, peace, and communion was continued. Or else ye church purged of those that were incurable and incorrigible, when, after much patience used, no other means would serve, which seldom came to pass. Yes, such was ye mutual love, and reciprocal respect that this worthy man had to his flock, and his flock to him, that it might be said of them as it once was of witty famous Emperor Marcus Aurelius, and ye people of Rome. That it was hard to judge wheat he delighted more in having such a people, or they in having such a pastor. His love was great towards them, and his care was always bent for their best good, both for soul and body. For besides his singular abilities in divine things, wherein he excelled, he was also very able to give directions in civil affairs, and to foresee dangers and inconveniences. By WCH means he was very helpful to their outward estates, and so was every way as a common father unto them. And none did more offend him than those that were close and cleaving to themselves, and retired from ye commo good. As also such as would be stiff and rigid in matters of outward order, and inveigh against ye evils of others, and yet be remiss in themselves, and not so careful to express a virtuous conversation. They in like manner had ever a reverent regard unto him, and had him in precious estimation, as his worth and wisdom did deserve. And though they esteemed him highly whilst he lived and laboured amongst them, yet much more after his death, when they came to feel ye want of his help, and saw, by woeful experience, what a treasure they had lost, to ye grief of their hearts, and wounding of their souls. Yes, such a loss as they saw could not be repaired, for it was as hard for them to find such another leader and feeder in all respects, as for ye Taborites to find another Ziska. And though they did not call themselves orphans, as the other did, after his death, yet they had cause as much to lament, in another regard, their present condition, and after usage. But to return. I know not but it may be spoken to ye honour of God, and without prejudice to any, that such was ye true piety, ye humble zeal, and fervent love, of this people, whilst they thus lived together, towards God and his ways. And ye single-heartedness and sincere affection one towards another, that they came as near ye primitive pattern of ye first churches, as any other church of these later times have done, according to their ranka and quality. But seeing it is not my purpose to treat of ye several passages that befell this people whilst they thus lived in ye low countries, which might worthily require a large treatise of itself, but to make way to shew ye beginning of this plantation, which is that I aim at. Yet because some of their adversaries did, upon ye rumour of their removal, cast out slanders against them, as if that state had been weary of them, and had rather driven them out, as ye heathen historians did feign of Moises and ye Israelites when they went out of Egypt, then it was their own free choice and motion. I will therefore mention a particular or two to shew ye contrary, and the good acceptation they had in ye place where they lived. And first, though many of them were poor, yet there was none so poor, but if they were known to be of Whitey congregation, the Dutch, either bakers or others, would trust them in any reasonable matter when ye wanted money. Because they had found by experience how careful they were to keep their word, and saw them so painful and diligent in their callings. Yea, they would strive to get their custom, and to employ them above others, in their work, for their honesty in diligence. Again, ye magistrates of ye city, about ye time of their coming away, or a little before, in ye public place of justice, gave this commendable testimony of them, in ye reproof of the Wallons, who were of ye French church in Whitey city. These English, said they, have lived amongst us now this 12 years, and yet we never had any suit or accusation came against any of them, but your strifes and quarrels are continual, and in these times also were ye great troubles raised by ye Arminians, who, as they greatly molest ye whole state, so this city in particular, in which was ye Chaf University, so as there were daily and oat disputes in ye schools thereabout. And as ye studiants and other learned were dead in their opinions herein, so were ye too. Professors or divinity readers themselves, the one daily teaching for it, ye other against it. Which grew to that pass, that few of the disciples of ye one would hear ye other teach. But Mr. Robinson, though he taught thrice a week himself, and write sundry books, besides his manifold pains otherwise, yet he went constantly to hear the readings, and heard ye one as well as ye other. By which means he was so well grounded in ye controversy, and saw ye force of all their arguments, and knew ye shifts of ye adversary, and being himself very able, none was fitter to buckle with them than himself. As appeared by sundry disputes. So as he began to be terrible to ye Arminians, which made Episcopius, ye Arminian professor, to put forth his best strength, and set forth sundry theses, which by public dispute he would defend against all men. Now Polyander ye other professor, and ye Chaf preachers of ye city, desired Mr. Robinson to dispute against him, but he was loath, being a stranger. Yet the other did importune him, and told him Whitey such was ye ability and nimbleness of ye adversary, that ye truth would suffer if he did not help them. So as he condescended, and prepared himself against the time. And when ye day came, the Lord did so help him to defend ye truth and foil this adversary, as he put him to an apparent nonplus, in this great and public audience. And ye like he did a 2 or 3 time, upon such like occasions. The which as it caused many to praise God Whitey the truth had so famous victory, so it procured him much honor and respect from those learned men and others which loved ye truth. Yea, so far were they from being weary of him and his people, or desiring their absence, as it was said by some, of no mean note, that were it not for giving offence to ye state of England, they would have preferred him otherwise if he would. And allowed them some public favour. Yea, when there was speech of their removal into these parts, sundry of note and eminency of Whitey nation would have had them come under them, and for Whitey end made them large offers. Now though I might allege many other particulars and examples of the like kind, to shew ye untruth and unlikelihood of this slander, yet these shall suffice, seeing it was believed of few, being only raised by ye malice of some, who laboured their disgrace. The 4 chap. Showing ye reasons and causes of their removal. After they had lived in this city about some 11 or 12 years, which is ye more observable being ye whole time of Whitey famous truce between that state and ye Spaniards, and sundry of them were taken away by death, and many others began to be well striken in years. The grave mistress Experience having taught them many things, those prudent governors with sundry of ye sagest members began both deeply to apprehend their present dangers, and wisely to foresee ye future, and think of timely remedy. In ye agitation of their thoughts, and much discourse of things hereabout, at length they began to incline to this conclusion, of removal to some other place. Not out of any newfangledness, or other such like giddy humour, by which men are oftentimes transported to their great hurt and danger, but for sundry weighty and solid reasons, some of ye Chaf of which I will here briefly touch. And first, they saw and found by experience the hardness of ye place and country to be such, as few in comparison would come to them, and fewer that would bide it out, and continue with them. For many wighty came to them, and many more wighty desired to be with them, could not endure wighty great labour and hard fare, with other inconveniences which they underwent and were contented with. But though they loved their persons, approved their cause, and honoured their sufferings, yet they left them as it were weeping, as Orpah did her mother-in-law Naomi, or as those Romans did Cato in Utica, who desired to be excused and borne with. Though they could not all be Catos. For many, though they desired to enjoy ye ordinances of God in their purity, and ye liberty of the gospel with them, yet, alas, they admitted of bondage, with danger of conscience, rather than to endure these hardships. Yea, some preferred and chose ye prisons in England, rather than this liberty in Holland, with these afflictions. But it was thought that if a better and easier place of living could be had, it would draw many, and take away these discouragements. Yea, their pastor would often say, that many of those will both rate and preached now against them, if they were in a place where they might have liberty and live comfortably, they would then practice as they did. 2 Ly. They saw that though ye people generally bore all these difficulties very sharefully, and with a resolute courage, being in ye best and strength of their years, yet old age began to steal on many of them, and their great and continual labours, with other crosses and sorrows, hastened it before ye time, so as it was not only probably thought, but apparently seen, that within a few years more they would be in danger to scatter, by necessities pressing them or sink under their burdens. Or both. And therefore according to ye divine proverb, wighty a wise man seeth ye plague when it cometh, and hideth himself, Pro. 22:3. So they like skillful and beaten soldiers were fearful either to be entrapped or surrounded by their enemies, so as they should neither be able to fight nor fly. And therefore thought it better to dislodge betimes to some place of better advantage and less danger, if any such could be found. Thirdly, as necessity was a taskmaster over them, so they were forced to be such, not only to their servants, but in a sort, to their dearest children. The which as it did not a little wound ye tender hearts of many a loving father and mother, so it produced likewise sundry sad and sorrowful effects. For many of their children, that were of best dispositions and gracious inclinations, having learned to bear ye yoke in their youth, and willing to bear part of their parents' burden, were, oftentimes, so oppressed with their heavy labours, that though their minds were free and willing, yet their bodies bowed under ye weight of ye same, and became decrepit in their early youth. The vigour of nature being consumed in ye very bud as it were. But that which was more lamentable, and of all sorrows most heavy to be borne, was that many of their children, by these occasions, and ye great licentiousness of youth in wighty country, and ye manifold temptations of the place, were drawn away by evil examples into extravagant and dangerous courses, getting ye reins off their necks, and departing from their parents. Some became soldiers, others took upon them far viags by sea, and other some worse courses, tending to dissolutance and the danger of their souls, to ye great grief of their parents and dishonour of God. So that they saw their posterity would be in danger to degenerate and be corrupted. Lastly, and which was not least, a great hope and inward zeal they had of laying some good foundation, or at least to make some way thereunto, for ye propagating and advancing ye gospel of ye kingdom of Christ in those remote parts of ye world. Yea, though they should be but even as stepping stones unto others for ye performing of so great a work. These, and some other like reasons, moved them to undertake this resolution of their removal, the which they afterward prosecuted with so great difficulties, as by the sequel will appear. The place they had thoughts on was some of those vast and unpeopled countries of America, which are fruitful and fit for habitation, being devoid of all civil inhabitants, where there are only salvage and brutish men, which range up and down, little otherwise than ye wild beasts of the same. This proposition being made public and coming to ye scanning of all, it raised many variable opinions amongst men, and caused many fears and doubts amongst themselves. Some, from their reasons and hopes conceived, laboured to stir up and encouraged the rest to undertake and prosecute ye same. Others, again, out of their fears, objected against it, and sought to dive root from it, alleging many things, and those neither unreasonable nor unprobable, as that it was a great design, and subject to many unconceivable perils and dangers. As, besides the casualties of ye seas, which none can be freed from, the length of ye voyage was such, as ye weak bodis of women and other persons worn out with age and travail, as many of them were, could never be able to endure. And yet if they should, the miseries of ye land which they should be exposed unto, would be too hard to be borne, and likely, some or all of them together, to consume and utterly to ruinate them. For there they should be liable to famine, and nakedness, and ye want, in a manner, of all things. The chung of air, diet, and drinking of water, would infect their bodies with sore sicknesses, and grievous diseases. And also those which should escape or overcome these difficulties, should yet be in continual danger of ye salvage people, who are cruel, barbarous, and most treacherous, being most furious in their rage, and merciless where they overcome. Not being contente only to kill, and take away life, but delight to torment men in ye most bloody manner that may be. Fleeing some alive with ye shells of fishes, cutting of ye members and joints of others by piecemeal, and broiling on ye coals, eat ye collops of their flesh in their sight whilst they live, with other cruelties horrible to be related. And surely it could not be thought but ye very hearing of these things could not but move ye very bowels of men to grate within them, and make ye weak to quake and tremble. It was further objected, that it would require greater sums of money to furnish such a voyage, and to fit them with necessaries, than their consumed estates would amount to. And yet they must as well look to be seconded with supplies, as presently to be transport. Also many precedents of ill success, and lamentable miseries befallen others in the like designs, were easy to be found, and not forgotten to be alleged. Besides their own experience, in their former troubles and hardships in their removal into Holland, and how hard a thing it was for them to live in that strange place, though it was a neighbour country, and a civil and rich commonwealth. It was answered, that all great and honourable actions are accompanied with great difficulties, and must be both enterprised and overcome with answerable courages. It was granted ye dangers were great, but not desperate. The difficulties were many, but not invincible. For though there were many of them likely, yet they were not cartain, it might be sundry of ye things feared might never befail. Others by provident care and ye use of good means, might in a great measure be prevented, and all of them, through ye help of God, by fortitude and patience, might either be borne, or overcome. True it was, that such attempts were not to be made and undertaken without good ground and reason, not rashly or lightly as many have done for curiosity or hope of gain, but their condition was not ordinary, their ends were good and honourable. Their calling lawful, and urgent, and therefore they might expect ye blessing of God in their procting. Yea, though they should lose their lives in this action, yet might they have comforte in the same, and their endeavours would be honourable. They lived here but as men in exile, and in a poor condition, and as great miseries might possibly befall them in this place, for ye 12 years of truce were now out, and there was nothing but beating of drums, and preparing for war, the events whereof are alway uncertain. Ye Spaniard might prove as cruel as the salvages of America, and ye famine and pestilence as sore here as there, and their liberty less to look out for remedy. After many other particular things answered and alleged on both sides, it was fully concluded by ye major part, to put this design in execution, and to prosecute it by the best means they could. The 5. Chap. Shewing what means they used for preparation to this weighty voyage. And first after humble prayers unto God for his direction and assistance, and a general conference held hereabout, they consulted what particular place to pitch upon, and prepare for. Some, and none of ye meanest, had thoughts and were earnest for Guiana, or some of those fertile places in those hot climates, others were for some parts of Virginia, where ye English had already made entrance, and beginning. Those for Guiana alleged that the country was rich, fruitful, and blessed with a perpetual spring, and a flourishing greens, where vigorous nature brought forth all things in abundance and plenty without any great labour or art of man. So as it must needs make ye inhabitants rich, saying less provisions of clothing and other things would serve, then in more gooder and less fruitful countries must be had. As also Whitey the Spaniards, having much more than they could possess, had not yet planted there, nor anywhere very near ye same. But to this it was answered, that out of question ye country was both fruitful and pleasante, and might yield riches and maintenance to ye possessors, more easily than ye other, yet, other things considered, it would not be so fit for them. And first, whitey such hot countries are subject to grievous diseases, and many noisome impediments, which other more temperate places are freer from, and would not so well agree with our English bodis. Again, if they should there live, and do well, the jealous Spaniard would never suffer them long, but would displant or overthrow them, as he did ye French in Florida, who were seated further from his richest countries. And the sooner because they should have none to protect them, and their own strength would be too small to resist so potent an enemy, and so near a neighbor. On ye other hand, for Virginia it was objected, that if they lived among ye English where they're planted, or so near them as to be under their government, they should be in as great danger to be troubled and persecuted for the cause of religion, as if they lived in England, and it might be worse. And if they lived too far off, they should neither have succor, nor defence from them. But at length ye conclusion was, to live as a distinct body by themselves, under ye general government of Virginia. And by their fines to sue to his majesty that he would be pleased to grant them freedom of religion, and whitey this might be obtained, they were put in good hope by some great persons, of good rank and quality, that were made their fines. Whereupon two were chosen and sent into England, at ye charge of ye rest, to solicite this matter, who found the Virginia Company very desirous to have them go thither, and willing to grant them a patent, with as ample privileges as they had, or could grant to any, and to give them the best furtherance they could. And some of ye chaff of whitey company doubted not to obtain their suite of ye king for liberty in religion, and to have it confirmed under ye king's broad seal, according to their desires. But it proved a harder piece of work than they took it for. For though many means were used to bring it about, yet it could not be effected. For there were divers of good worth laboured with the king to obtain it, amongst whom was one of his chaff secretaries, and some other wrought with ye archbishop to give way thereunto, but it proved all in vain. Yet thus far they prevailed, in sounding his majesty's mind, that he would connive at them, and not molest them, provided they carried themselves peaceably. But to allow or tolerate them by his public authority, under his seal, they found it would not be. And this was all the chaff of ye Virginia Company or any other of their best frinds could do in the case. Yet they persuaded them to go on, for they presumed they should not be troubled. And with this answer ye messengers returned, and signified what diligence had been used, and to what issue things were come. But this made a damp in ye Bucines, and caused some distraction, for many were afraid that if they should unsettle themselves, and put of their estates, and go upon these hopes, it might prove dangerous, and but a sandy foundation. Yea, it was thought they might better have presumed hereupon without making any suite at all, than, having made it, to be thus rejected. But some of ye chiefess thought otherwise, and whitey they might well proceed hereupon, and that ye king's majesty was willing enough to suffer them without molestation, though for other reasons he would not confirm it by any public act. And furthermore, if there was no security in this promise intimated, there would be no great certainty in a further confirmation of ye same. For if afterwards there should be a purpose or desire to wrong them, though they had a seal as broad as ye house floor, it would not serve ye turn, for there would be means enow found to recall or reverse it. Seeing therefore the course was probable, they must rest herein on God's providence, as they had done in other things. Upon this resolution, other messengers were dispatched, to end with ye Virginia Company as well as they could, and to procure a patent with as good and ample conditions as they might by any good means obtain. As also to trade and conclude with such merchants and other frinds as had manifested their forwardness to provoke to an adventure in this voyage. For which end they had instructions given them upon what conditions they should proceed with them, or else to conclude nothing without further advice. And here it will be requisite to insert a letter or two that may give light to these proceedings. A copy of letter from Sir Edwin Sandys, directed to Mr. John Robinson and Mr. William Brewster. After my hearty salutations. The agents of your congregation, Robert Cushman and John Carver, have been in communication with divers select gentlemen of His Majesty's Council for Virginia, and by ye writing of 7 Articles subscribed with your names, have given them mighty good degree of satisfaction, which hath carried them on with a resolution to set forward your desire in ye best sort white may be, for your own and the public good. Divers particulars whereof we leave to their faithful repo route, having carried themselves here with that good discretion, as is both to their own and their credite from whence they came. And whereas being to trayate for a multitude of people, they have requested further time to confer with them that are to be interest in this action, about ye several particularities which in ye prosecution thereof will fall out considerable. It hath been very willingly assented to. And so they do now return unto you. If therefore it may please God so to direct your desires as that on your parts there fall out no just impediments, I trust by ye same direction it shall likewise appear, that on our part all forwardance to set you forward shall be found in the best sort which with reason may be expected. And so I betake you with this design, wch I hope verily is ye work of God, to the gracious protection and blessing of the highest. Your very loving friend, Edwin Sandys. London, Nov. 12. Anno 1617. Their answer was as followeth. Right Worple. Our humble duties remembered, in our own, our messengers, and our church's name, with all thankful acknowledgment of your singular love, expressing itself, as otherwise. So more specially in your great care and earnest endeavor of our good in this weight I bussiness about Virginia, which ye less able we are to requite, we shall think ourselves the more bound to commend in our prayers unto God for recompense. Whom, as for ye present you rightly behold in our endeavors, so shall we not be wanting on our parts, the same God assisting us, to return all answerable fruit, and respect unto ye labor of your love bestowed upon us. We have with ye best speed and consideration with all that we could, set down our requests in writing, subscribed, as you willed, wth the hands of ye greatest part of our congregation, and have sent to ye same unto ye counsel by our agent. And the deacon of our church, John Carver, unto whom we have also requested a gentleman of our company to add one himself. To the care and discretion of which too, we do refer ye prosecuting of ye bussiness. Now we persuade ourselves right work, that we need not provoke your godly and loving men to any further or more tender care of us, since you have pleased so far to interest us in yourself, that, under God, above all persons and things in the world, we rely upon you, expecting the care of your love, counsel of your wisdom, and the help and countenance of your authority. Notwithstanding, for your encouragement in ye work, so far as probabilities may lead, we will not forbear to mention these instances of inducement. 1. We verily believe and trust ye Lord is with us, unto whom and whose service we have given ourselves in many trials, and that he will graciously prosper our endeavors according to ye simplicity of our hearts therein. 2. Ly. We are well weaned from ye delicate milk of our mother country, and inured to ye difficulties of a strange and hard land, which yet in a great part we have by patience overcome. 3. Ly. The people are for the body of them, industrious, and frugal, we think we may safely say, as any company of people in the world. 4. Ly. We are knit together as a body in a most strict and sacred bond and covenant of the Lord, of the violation whereof we make great conscience, and by virtue whereof we do hold ourselves straitly tied to all care of each other's good, and of ye whole by every one and so mutually. 5. Lastly, it is not with us as with other men, whom small things can discourage or small discontentments cause to wish themselves at home again. We know our entertainment in England, and in Holland. We shall much prejudice both our arts and means by removal. Who, if we should be driven to return, we should not hope to recover our present helps and comforts, neither indeed look ever, for ourselves, to attain unto ye like in any other place during our lives, wch are now drawing towards their periods. These motives we have been bold to tender unto you, which you in your wisdom may also impartate to any other our work, friends of ye counsel with you. Of all whose godly disposition and loving towards our despised persons, we are most glad, and shall not fail by all good means to continue and increase ye same. We will not be further troublesome, but do, with ye renewed remembrance of our humble duties to your work, and, so far as in modes tie we may be bold, to any other of our well-willers of the council with you, we take our leaves. Committing your persons and counsels to ye guidance and direction of the Almighty. Yours much bounden in all duty. John Robinson. William Brewster. Leiden, Decem, 15. Anno, 1617. For further light in these proceedings see some other letters and notes as followeth. The copy of a letter sent to Senior John Worsenham. Right Werple, with due acknowledgment of our thankfulness for your singular care and pains in the business of Virginia, for our, and, we hope, the common good, we do remember our humble duties unto you, and have sent enclosed, as is required, a further explanation of our judgments in the 3 points specified by some of His Majesty's Honourable Privy Council, and though it be grievous unto us that such unjust insinuations are made against us, yet we are most glad of ye occasion of making our just purgation unto so honourable personages. The declarations we have sent enclosed, the one more brief and general, which we think ye fitter to be presented. The other something more large, and in which we express some small accidental differences, which if it seem me good unto you and other of our Werple frinds, you may send instead of ye former. Our prayers unto God is, Whitey your work may see the fruit of your worthy endears, which on our parts we shall not fail to further by all good means in us. And so praying Whitey you would please with ye convenientest speed Whitey may be, to give us knowledge of ye success of ye business with His Majesty's Privy Council, and accordingly what your further pleasure is. Either for our direction or furtherance in ye same, so we rest. Your work in all duty. John Robinson. William Brewster. Leiden, Jan. 27. Anno, 1617. Old Style. The first brief note was this. Touching ye ecclesiastical ministry, namely of pastores for teaching, elders for ruling, and deacons for distributing ye church's contribution, as also for ye 2 sacraments, baptism, and ye Lord's Supper. We do wholly and in all points agree with ye French Reformed churches, according to their public confession of faith. The oath of supremacy we shall willingly take if it be required of us, and that convenient satisfaction be not given by our taking ye oath of allegiance. John Robb. William Brewster. Ye too. Was this. Touching ye ecclesiastical ministry, and as in ye former, we agree in all things with the French Reformed churches, according to their public confession of faith. Though some small differences be to be found in our practices, not at all in ye substance of the things, but only in some accidental circumstances. 1. As first, their ministers do pray with their heads covered, ours uncovered. 2. We chose none for governing elders but such as are able to teach, which ability they do not require. 3. Their elders and deacons are annual, or at most for 2 or 3 years, ours perpetual. 4. Our elders do administer their office in admonitions and excommunications for public scandals, publicly and before ye congregation, theirs more privately, and in their consistories. 5. We do administer baptism only to such infants as whereof ye one parente, at ye least, is of some church, which some of their churches do not observe. Though in it our practice accords with their public confession and ye judgment of ye most learned amongst them. Other differences, worthy mentioning, we know none in these points. Then about ye oath, as in ye former. Subscribed. John R. W. B. Part of another letter from him that delivered these. London. February, 14. 1617. Your letter to Senior John Worsenholm I delivered almost as soon as I had it, to his own hands, and stayed with him ye opening and reading. There were 2 papers enclosed, he read them to himself, as also ye letter, and in ye reading he spake to me and said, Who shall make them? Viz. Ye ministers. I answered his work that ye power of making was in ye church, to be ordained by ye imposition of hands, by ye fittest instruments they had. It must either be in ye church or from ye pope, and ye pope is Antichrist. Ho! said Senior. John, what ye Pope hoods good, as in ye Trinity, that we do well to assent to, but, said he, we will not enter into dispute now. And as for your letters he would not show them at any hand, lest he should spoil all. He expected ye should have been of ye arch-min for ye calling of ministers, but it seems you differed. I could have wished to have known ye contents of your toe enclosed, at WCH he stuck so much, especially ye larger. I asked his worp what good news he had for me to write tomorrow. He told me very good news, for both the King's Majesty and ye bishops have consented. He said he would go to Mr. Chancellor, Senior. Fulk Grivell, as this day, and next week I should know more. I met Senior EDW, sans on Wednesday night, he wished me to be at the Virginia court next Wednesday, where I purpose to be. Thus loath to be troublesome at present, I hope to have some weight next week of certainty concerning you. I commit you to ye Lord. Yours. S. B. These things being long in agitation, and messengers passing to and again about them, after all their hopes they were long delayed by many rubs that fell in ye way. For at ye return of these messengers into England they found things far otherwise than they expected. For ye Virginia Council was now so disturbed with factions and quarrels amongst themselves, as no bussiness could well go forward. The which may the better appear in one of the messenger's letters as followeth. To his loving frinds, Endk. I had thought long since to have write unto you, but could not effect yt which I aimed at, neither can yet set things as I wished. Yet, notwithstanding, I doubt not but Mr. B. hath written to Mr. Robinson. But I think myself bound also to do something, lest I be thought to neglect you. The main hindrance of our proceedings in ye Virginia bussiness, is the dissensions and factions, as they term it, amongst ye Council and Company of Virginia, which are such, as that ever since we came up no business could by them be dispatched. The occasion of this trouble amongst them is, for that a while since Senior Thomas Smith, repining at his many offices and troubles, wished ye Company of Virginia to ease him of his office in being Treasurer and Governor of ye Virginia Company. Whereupon ye Company took occasion to dismiss him, and chose Senior Edwin Sands Treasurer and Governor of ye Company. He having 60 voices, Senior John Worsonholm 16 voices, and Alderman Johns 124. But Senior Thomas Smith, when he saw some part of his honor lost, was very angry, and raised a faction to cavil and contend about ye election, and sought to tax Senior Edwin with many things that might both disgrace him, and also put him by his office of governor. In which contentions they yet stick, and are not fit nor ready to intermeddle in any bussiness. And what issue things will come to we are not yet certain. It is most like Senior Edwin will carry it away, and if he do, things will go well in Virginia, if otherwise, they will go ill enough always. We hope in some 2 or 3 court days things will settle. Mean space I think to go down into Kent, and come up again about 14 days, or 3 weeks hence. Except either by these aforesaid contentions, or by ye all tidings from Virginia, we be wholly discouraged, of which tidings I am now to speak. Captain Argole is come home this week, he upon notice of ye intent of ye Council, came away before Senior George Yardley came there, and so there is no small dissension. But his tidings are ill, though his person be welcome. He saith Mr. Blackwell's shipe came not there till March, but going towards winter, they had still northwest winds, which carried them to the southward beyond their course. And ye Mr. of ye ship and some 6 of ye mariners dying, it seemed they could not find ye bay, till after long seeking and beating about. Mr. Blackwell is dead, and Mr. Magner, ye captain, there are dead, he saith, 130 persons, one and other in Whitey's ship. It is said there was in all in 180 persons in ye ship, so as they were packed together like herrings. They had amongst them ye flux, and also want of fresh water. So as it is here rather wondered at Whitey so many are alive, than that so many are dead. The marchants here say it was Mr. Blackwell's fault to pack so many in ye ship, and there were great mutterings and repinings amongst them, and upbraiding of Mr. Blackwell, for his dealing and disposing of them, when they saw how he had disposed of them, and how he insulted over them. Yea, ye streets at Gravesend run ye of their extreme quarrellings, crying out one of another, Thou hast brought me to this, and, I may thank thee for this. Heavy news it is, and I would be glad to hear how far it will discourage. I see none here discouraged much, but rather desire to learn to beware by other men's harms, and to amend that wherein they have failed. As we desire to serve one another in love, so take heed of being enthralled by any imperious person, especially if they be discerned to have an eye to themselves. It doth often trouble me to think that in this bussiness we are all to learn and none to teach, but better so, than to depend upon such teachers as Mr. Blackwell was. Such a stratagem he once made for Mr. Johnson and his people at Emden, WCH was their subversion. But though he there cleanlily, yet unhonestly, plucked his neck out of ye collar, yet at last his foot is caught. Here are no letters come, ye ship Captain Argyle came in as yet in ye west parts, all yt we hear is but his report, it seemeth he came away secretly. The ship yt Mr. Blackwell went in will be here shortly. It is as Mr. Robinson once said. He thought we should hear no good of them. Mr. B. is not well at this time, whether he will come back to you or go into ye north, I yet know not. For myself, I hope to see an end of this bussiness ere I come, though I am sorry to be thus from you. If things had gone roundly forward, I should have been with you within these 14 days. I pray God direct us, and give us that spyright which is fitting for such a bussiness. Thus having summarily pointed at things WCH Mr. Brewster, I think, hath more largely right of to Mr. Robinson, I leave you to the Lord's protection. Yours in all readings, and London, May 8th. Robert Cushman. Anno, 1619. A word or two by way of digression touching this Mr. Blackwell, he was an elder of ye church at Amsterdam, a man well known of most of them. He declined from ye truth WTH Mr. Johnson and ye rest, and went with him when ye parted asunder in whity woeful manner, WCH brought so great dishonour to God, scandal to ye truth, and outward ruin to themselves in this world. But I hope, notwithstanding, through ye mercies of ye Lord, their souls are now at rest with him in ye heavens, and yt they are arrived in ye haven of happiness. Though some of their bodies were thus buried in ye terrible seas, and others suinca under ye burthen of bitter afflictions. He with some others had prepared for to go to Virginia. And he, with sundry godly citizens, being at a private meeting, I take it a fast, in London, being discovered, many of them were apprehended, whereof Mr. Blackwell was one. But he so glossed WTHE BPS, and either dissembled or flatly denied ye truth which formerly he had maintained. And not only so, but very unworthily betrayed and accused another godly man who had escaped, that so he might slip his own neck out of ye collar, and to obtain his own freedom brought others into bonds. Whereupon he so won ye BPS favour, but lost ye lords, as he was not only dismissed, but in open court ye archbishop gave him great applause and his solemn blessing to prosed in his voyage. But if such events follow ye BPS blessing, hap pi are they yt miss ye same, it is much better to keep a good conscience and have ye Lord's blessing, whether in life or death. But see how ye man thus apprehended by Mr. Blackwell's means, writs to a friend of his. Right dear friend and Christian brother, Mr. Carver, I salute you and yours in ye Lord, and as for my own present condition, I doubt not but you well understand it ere this by our brother Masterson, who should have tasted of ye same cup, had his place of residence and his person been as well known as myself. Somewhat I have written to Mr. Cushman how ye matter still continues. I have petitioned twice to Mr. Ives, and once to my Lord Cook, and have used such reasons to move them to pit tie, that if they were not overruled by some others, I suppose I should soon gain my liberty. As that I was a young man living by my credite, indebted to divers in our city, living at more than ordinary charges in a close and tedious prison. Besides great rents abroad, all my bussiness lying still, my only servanty lying lame in ye country, my wife being also great with child. And yet no answer till ye lords of his majesty's council gave consent. Howbeit, Mr. Blackwell, a man as deep in this action as I, was delivered at a cheaper rate, with a great deal less ado, yea, with an addition of ye arch, blessing. I am sorry for Mr. Blackwell's weakens, I wish it may prove no worse. But yet he and some others of them, before their going, were not sorry, but thought it was for ye best that I was nominated, not because ye Lord sanctifies evil to good, but that ye action was good, yea for ye best. One reason I well remember he used was, because this trouble would increase ye Virginia plantation, in that now people began to be more generally inclined to go. And if he had not nominated some such as I, he had not been a free, being it was known that divers citizens besides themselves were there. I expect an answer shortly what they intend concerning me. I purpose to write to some others of you, by whom you shall know the certain tie. Thus not having further at present to acquaint you with all, commending myself to your prayers, I cease, and commit you and us all to ye Lord. From my chamber in Wad Street Compter. Your friend, and brother in bonds. Sabin Staresmore. September 4, Anno, 1618. But thus much by ye way, which may be of instruction and good use. But at last, after all these things, and their long attendance, they had a patent granted them, and confirmed under ye company's seal. But these divisions and distractions had shaken of many of their pretended friends, and disappointed them of much of their hoped for and proffered means. By the advice of some friends this patent was not taken in ye name of any of their own, but in ye name of Mr. John Wynne Cobb, a religious gentleman then belonging to ye Countess of Lincoln, who intended to go with them. But God so disposed as he never went, nor they ever made use of this patente, which had cost them so much labor and charge, as by ye sequel will appear. This patente being sent over for them to vie and consider, as also the passages about ye propositions between them and such marchants and friends as should either go or adventure with them. And especially with those on whom ye did chiefly depend for shipping and means, whose proffers had been large, they were requested to fit and prepare themselves with all speed. A right emblem, it may be, of ye uncertain things of this world, yt when men have toiled themselves for them, they vanish into smoke. The 6th chap. Concerning ye agreements and articles between them, and such marchants and others as adventured moneys, with other things falling out about making their provisions. Upon ye receipt of these things by one of their messengers, they had a solemn meeting and a day of humiliation to seek ye Lord for his direction, and their pastor took this text, 1 Sam, 23. 3-4. And David's men said unto him, See, we be afraid here in Judah, how much more if we come to Keilah against the host of the Philistines? Then David asked counsel of ye Lord again, and from which text he taught many things very aptly, and befitting their present occasion and condition, strengthening them against their fears and perplexities, and encouraging them in their resolutions. After which they concluded both what number and what persons should prepare themselves to go with ye first, for all yt were willing to have gone could not get ready for their other affairs in so short a time. Neither if all could have been ready, had there been means to have transport them altogether. Those that stayed being ye greater number required ye pastor to stay with them. And indeed for other reasons he could not then well go, and so it was ye more easily yielded unto. The other then desired ye elder, Mr. Brewster, to go with them, which was also condescended unto. It was also agreed on by mutual consent and covenant, that those that went should be an absolute church of themselves, as well as those yt stayed. Saying in such a dangerous voyage, and a removal to such a distance, it might come to pass they should, for ye body of them, never meet again in this world. Yet with this proviso, that as any of ye rest came over to them, or of ye other returned upon occasion, they should be reputed as members without any further dismission or testimonial. It was also promised to those yt went first, by ye body of ye rest, that if ye Lord gave them life, and means, and opportunity, they would come to them as soon as they could. About this time, whilst they were perplexed with ye prosdings of ye Virginia company, and ye ill news from thence about Mr. Blackwell and his company, and making inquiry about ye hiring and buying of shipping for their voyage, some Dutchmen made them fair offers aboot going with them. Also one Mr. Thomas Weston, a merchant of London, came to Leyden aboot ye same time, who was well acquainted with some of them, and a furtherer of them in their former proceedings, having much conference wth Mr. Robinson and other of ye chaf of them, persuaded them to go on, as it seems, and not to meddle with ye Dutch, or too much to depend on the Virginia Company. For if that failed, if they came to resolution, he and such marchants as were his friends, together with their own means, would set them forth, and they should make ready, and neither fear want of shipping nor money. For what they wanted should be provided. And, not so much for himself as for ye satisfying of such friends as he should procure to adventure in this business, they were to draw such articles of agreement, and make such propositions, as might ye better induce his friends to venture. Upon which, after ye for mere conclusion, articles were drawn and agreed unto, and were shown unto him, and approved by him, and afterwards by their messenger, Mr. John Carver, sent into England, who, together with Robert Cushman, were to receive ye moneys and make provision both for shipping and other things for ye voyage. With this charge, not to exceed their commission, but to prosed according to ye former articles. Also some were chosen to do ye like for such things as were to be prepared there. So those that were to go, prepared themselves with all speed, and sold of their estates and, such as were able, put in their moneys into ye common stock, which was disposed by those appointed, for ye making of general provisions. Aboot this time also they had heard, both by Mr. Weston and others, Whitey sundry honourable lords had obtained a large grante from ye king, for ye more northerly parts of that country, derived out of ye Virginia patente, and wholly secluded from their government, and to be called by another name, viz. New England. Unto which Mr. Weston, and ye chaf of them, began to incline it was best for them to go, as for other reasons, so chiefly for ye hope of present profit to be made by ye fishing that was found in Whitey country. But as in all businesses ye acting part is most difficult, especially where ye work of many agents must concur, so it was found in this, for some of those Whitey should have gone in England, fell of and would not go. Other marchants and friends Whitey had offered to adventure their moneys withdrew, and pretended many excuses. Some disliking they went not to Guiana, others again would adventure nothing except they went to Virginia. Some again, and those that were most relied on, fell in utter dislike with Virginia, and would do nothing if they went thither. In ye midst of these distractions, they of Leyden, who had put of their estates, and laid out their moneys, were brought into a great strait, fearing what issue these things would come to. But at length ye generality was swayed to this latter opinion. But now another difficulty arose, for Mr. Weston and some other that were for this course, either for their better advantage or rather for ye drawing on of others, as they pretended, would have some of those conditions altered Whitey were first agreed on at Leyden. To which ye two agents sent from Leyden, or at least one of them who is most charged with it, did consent. Seeing else Whitey all was like to be dashed, and ye opportunity lost, and Whitey they which had put of their estates and paid in their moneys were in hazard to be undone. They presumed to conclude with ye marchants on those terms, in some things contrary to their order and commission, and without giving them notice of ye same, yea, it was concealed lest it should make any further delay. Which was ye cause afterward of much trouble and contention. It will be meet I here insert these conditions, which are as followeth. Anno 1620. July 1st. 1. The adventurers and planters do agree, that every person that goeth being aged 16 years and upward, be rated at 10 li, and £10 to be accounted a single share. 2. That he that goeth in person, and furnisheth himself out with 10 li either in money or other provisions, be accounted as having 20 li in stock, and in ye division shall receive a double share. 3. The persons transported and ye adventurers shall continue their joint stock and partnership together, ye space of 7 years, except some unexpected impediment do cause ye whole company to agree otherwise, during which time, all profits and benefits that are got by trade, traffic, trucking, working, fishing, or any other means of any person or persons, Remain still in ye one stock until ye division. 4. That at their ing there, they chose out such a number of fit persons, as may furnish their ships and boats for fishing upon ye sea, employing the rest in their several faculties upon ye land. As building houses, tilling, and planting ye ground, and making such commodities as shall be most useful for ye colony. 5. That at ye end of ye 7 years, ye capital and profits, viz. the houses, lands, goods and chatless, be equally divided betwixt ye adventurers, and planters, wch done, every man shall be free from other of them of any debt or detriment concerning this adventure. 6. Whosoever cometh to ye colony hereafter, or putteth any into ye stock, shall at the end of ye 7 years be allowed proportionably to ye time of his so doing. 7. He that shall carry his wife and children, or servants, shall be allowed for every person now aged 16 years and upward, a single share in ye division, or if he provide them necessaries, a doubly share, or if they be between 10-year-old and 16, then 2 of them to be reckoned for a person, both in transportation and division. 8. That such children as now go, and are under ye age of 10 years, have no other share in ye division, but 50 acres of unmanured land. 9. That such persons as die before ye 7 years be expired, their executors to have their part or share at ye division, proportionably to ye time of their life in ye colony. 10. That all such persons as are of this colony, are to have their meat, drink, apparel, and all provisions out of ye common stock and goods of ye said colony. The chief and principal differences between these and the former conditions, stood in those 2 points, that ye houses, and lands improved, especially gardens and home lots should remain undivided wholly to ye planters at ye 7 years end. 2 Ly, they should have had 2 days in a week for their own private employment, for ye more comforte of themselves and their families, especially such as had families. But because letters are by some wise men counted ye best part of histories, I shall shew their grievances hereabout by their own letters, in which ye passages of things will be more truly discerned. A letter of Mr. Robinson's to John Carver. June 14, 1620, N. Style. My dear friend and brother, whom with yours I always remember in my best affection, and whose welfare I shall never cease to commend to God by my best and most earnest prayers. You do thoroughly understand by our general letters ye estate of things here, which indeed is very pitiful, especially by want of shipping, and not seeing means likely, much less certain, of having it provided. Though withal there be great want of money and means to do needful things. Mr. Pickering, you know before this, will not defray a penny here, though Robert Cushman presumed of I know not how many 100 li, from him, and I know not whom. Yet it seems strange we should be put to him to receive both his and his partner's adventure, and yet Mr. Weston write unto him, in regard of it, he hath drawn upon him a 100 li more. But there is in this some mystery, as indeed it seems there is in ye whole course. Besides, whereas divers are to pay in some parts of their monies yet behind, they refuse to do it, till they see shipping provided, or a course taken for it. Neither do I think is there a man here would pay anything, if he had again his money in his purse. You know right well we depended on Mr. Weston alone, and upon such means as he would procure for this one bussiness. And when we had in hand another course with ye Dutchman, broke it of at his motion, and upon ye conditions by him shortly after propounded. He did this in his love I know, but things appear not answerable from him hitherto. That he should have first have put in his moneys, is thought by many to have been but fit, but I can well excuse, he being a marchantee and having use of it to his benefit, whereas others, if it had been in their hands, would have consumed it. But he should not but have had either shipping ready before this time, or at least certain means, and course, and ye same known to us for it, or have taken other order otherwise, cannot in my conscience be excused. I have heard when he hath been moved in the bussiness, he hath put it of from himself, and referred it to ye others, and would come to George Morton, and inquire news of him about things, as if he had scarce been some accessary unto it. Whether he hath failed of some helps from others which he expected, and so be not well able to go through with things, or whether he hath feared lest ye should be ready too soon and so increase ye charge of shiping above yt is meet. Or whether he have thought by withholding to put us upon straits, thinking yt there be Mr. Brewer and Mr. Pickering would be drawn by importunity to do more, or what other mystery is in it, we know not, but sure we are yt things are not answerable to such an occasion. Mr. Weston makes himself merry with our endeavours about buying a ship, but we have done nothing in this but with good reason, as I am persuaded, nor yet that I know in anything else, save in those ye one, that we employed Robert Cushman, who is known, though a good man, and of special abilities in his kind, yet, most unfit to deal for other men, by reason of his singularity, and too great indifferency for any conditions. And for, to speak truly, that we have had nothing from him but terms and presumptions. The other, yt we have so much relied, by implicit faith as it were, upon generalities, without seeing ye particular course and means for so waddy an affair set down unto us. For shiping, Mr. Weston, it should see me, is set upon hiring, which yet I wish he may presently effect, but I see little hope of help from hence if so it be. Of Mr. Brewer you know what to expect. I do not think Mr. Pickering will engage, except in ye course of buying, in former letters specified. About ye conditions, you have our reasons for our judgments of what is agreed. And let this specially be borne in mind, yt the greatest part of ye colony is like to be employed constantly, not upon dressing their particular land and building houses, but upon fishing, trading, and so as ye land and house will be but a trifle for advantage to ye adventurers, and yet the division of it a great discouragement to ye planters, who would with singular care make it comfortable with borrowed hours from their sleep. The same consideration of common employment constantly by the most is a good reason not to have ye 2 days in a week denied ye few planters for private use, which yet is subordinate to common good. Consider also how much unfight that you and your licks must serve a new prenticeship of 7 years, and not a day's freedom from tasky. Send me word what persons are to go, who have useful faculties, and how many, and particularly of everything. I know you want not a mind. I am sorry you have not been at London all this while, but ye provisions could not want you. Time will suffer me to write no more. Fare you and yours well always in ye Lord, in whom I rest. Yours to use. John Robinson. Another letter from sundry of them at ye same time. To their loving friends John Carver and Robert Cushman, these, and good brethren, after salutations, and we received diverse letters at ye coming of Mr. Nash and our pilot, which is a great encouragement unto us, and for whom we hope after times will minister occasion of praising God, and indeed had you not sent to him, many would have been ready to faint and go back. Partly in respect of ye new conditions which have been taken up by you, which all men are against, and partly in regard of our own inability to do any one of those many weighty bussinesses you refer to us here. For ye former whereof, whereas Robert Cushman Desser's reasons for our dislike, promising thereupon to alter ye same, or else saying we should think he hath no brains, we desire him to exercise them therein, referring him to our pastor's former reasons. And them to ye censure of ye godly wise. But our desires are that you will not entangle yourselves and us in any such unreasonable courses as those are, viz. Yt the merchants should have ye half of men's houses and lands at ye dividend, and that persons should be deprived of ye 2 days in a week agreed upon, yet every momenti of time for their own particular, by reason whereof we cannot conceive why any should carry servants for their own help and comfort, for that we can require no more of them than all men one of another. This we have only by relation from Mr. Nash, and not from any writing of your own, and therefore hope you have not proceeded far in so great a thing without us. But requiring you not to exceed the bounds of your commission, which was to proceed upon ye things or conditions agreed upon and expressed in writing, at your going over about it, we leave it, not without marvelling, that yourself, as you write, knowing how small a thing troubleth our consultations, and how few, as you fear, understands the bussons aright, should trouble us with such matters as these are, and salute Mr. Weston from us, in whom we hope we are not deceived. We pray you make known our estate unto him, and if you think good shew him our letters, at least tell him, Whitey under God, we much rely upon him and put our confidence in him. And, as yourselves well know, that if he had not been an adventurer with us, we had not taken it in hand, presuming that if he had not seen means to accomplish it, he would not have begun it. So we hope in our extremity he will so far help us as our expectation be no way made frustrate concerning him. Since therefore, good brethren, we have plainly opened ye state of things with us in this matter, you will, and thus beseeching ye Almighty, who is all sufficient to raise us out of this depth of difficulties, to assist us herein. Raising such means by his providence and fatherly care for us, his poor children and servants, as we may with comforte behold ye hand of our God for good towards us in this our bussiness, which we undertake in his name and fear. We take leave and remain. June 10th. New Still. Anno, 1620. Your perplexed, yet hopeful brethren. S. F. E. W. W. B. J. A. A letter of Robert Cushman's to them. Brethren, I understand by letters and passages YT have come to me, that there are great discontents, and dislike of my proceedings amongst you. Sorry I am to hear it, yet contente to bear it, as not doubting but YT partly by writing, and more principally by word when we shall come together, I shall satisfy any reasonable man. I have been persuaded by some, especially this bearer, to come and clear things unto you, but as things now stand I cannot be absenti one day, except I should hazard all ye voyage. Neither conceive I any great good would come of it. Take then, brethren, this as a step to give you contente. First, for your dislike of ye alteration of one clause in ye conditions, if you conceive it right, there can be no blame lie on me at all. For ye articles first brought over by John Carver were never seen of any of ye adventurers here, except Mr. Weston, neither did any of them like them because of that clause, nor Mr. Weston himself, after he had well considered it. But as at ye first there was 500 li, withdrawn by Senior George Farrer and his brother upon that dislike, so all ye rest would have withdrawn, Mr. Weston excepted, if we had not altered Whitey clause. Now whilst we at Leyden conclude upon points, as we did, we reckoned without our host, which was not my fault. Besides, I shewed you by a letter ye equity of Whitey condition, and our inconveniences, which might be set against all Mr. Rob, inconveniences, that without ye alteration of Whitey clause, we could neither have means to get thither, nor supply werby to subsist when we were there. Yet notwithstanding all those reasons, which were not mine, but other men's wiser than myself, without answer to any one of them, here cometh over many querimonies, and complaints against me, of lording it over my brethren, and making conditions fitter for thieves and bond-slaves than honest men, and that of my own head I did what I list. And at last a paper of reasons, framed against Whitey clause in ye conditions, which as ye were delivered me open, so my answer is open to you all. And first, as they are no other but inconveniences, such as a man might frame 20. As great on ye other side, and yet prove nor disprove nothing by them, so they miss and mistake both ye very ground of ye article and nature of ye project. For, first, it is said, that if there had been no division of houses and lands, it had been better for ye poor. True, and Whitey showeth ye inequality of ye condition. We should more respect him Whitey ventureth both his money in his person, than him Whitey ventureth but his person only. 2. Consider whereabout we are, not giving alms, but furnishing a storehouse, no one shall be poorer than another for 7 years, and if any be rich, none can be poor. At ye least, we must not in such bussiness cry, poor, poor, mercy, mercy. Charity hath it life in racks, not inventors. You are by this most in a hopeful pity of making, therefore complain not before you have need. 3. This will hinder ye building of good and fair houses, contrary to ye advise of politics. So we would have it. Our purpose is to build for ye present such houses as, if need be, we may with little grief set afire, and ruin away by the light, our riches shall not be in pompa, but in strength. If God send us riches, we will employ them to provide more men, ships, munition, and you may see it amongst the best politics, that a commonweal is readier to ebbe than to flow, when once fine houses and gay clothes come up. 4. The government may prevent excess in building. But if it be on all men beforehand resolved on, to build mean houses, ye gover labour is spared. 5. All men are not of one condition. If by condition you mean wealth, you are mistaken. If you mean by condition, qualities, then I say he that is not content his neighbor shall have as good a house, fair, means, and as himself, is not of a good quality. 2 Ly. Such retired persons, as have an eye only to themselves, are fitter to come where catching is, than closing, and are fitter to live alone, than in any society, either civil or religious. 6. It will be of little value, scarce worth 5 li. True, it may be not worth half 5 li. If then so small a thing will content them, why strive we thus about it, and give them occasion to suspect us to be worldly and covetous? I will not say what I have heard since these complaints came first over. 7. Our friends with us whitey adventure mind not their own profit, as did ye old adventurers. Then they are better than we, who for a little matter of profit are ready to draw back, and it is more operenti brethren Luke to it, that make profit your main end. Repent of this, else go not lest you be like Jonas to Tarshish. 2 Ly. Though some of them mind not their profit, yet others do mind it, and why not as well as we? Ventures are made by all sorts of men, and we must labor to give them all contente, if we can. 8. It will break ye course of community, as may be showed by many reasons. That is but said, and I say again, it will best foster communion, as may be showed by many reasons. 9. Great profit is like to be made by trucking, fishing, and as it is better for them, so for us, for half is ours, besides our living still upon it, and if such profit in whitey way come, our labor shall be ye less on ye land, and our houses and lands must and will be of less value. 10. Our hazard is greater than theirs. True, but do they put us upon it? Do they urge or egg us? Hath not ye motion and resolution been always in ourselves? Do they any more than in seeing us resolute if we had means, help us to means upon equal terms and conditions? If we will not go, they are content to keep their moneys. Thus I have pointed at a way to loose those knots, which I hope you will consider seriously, and let me have no more stir about them. Now further, I hear a noise of slavish conditions by me made. But surely this is all that I have altered, and reasons I have sent you. If you mean it of ye 2 days in a week for particular, as some insinuate, you are deceived, you may have 3 days in a week for me if you will. And when I have spoken to ye adventurers of times of working, they have said they hope we are men of discretion and conscience, and so fit to be trusted ourselves with that. But indeed ye ground of our proceedings at Leyden was mistaken, and so here is nothing but tottering every day, and as for them of Amsterdam I had thought they would as soon have gone to Rome as with us. For our liberty is to them as rat's bane, and their rigour as bad to us as ye Spanish Inquisition. If any practice of mine discourage them, let them yet draw back, I will undertake they shall have their money again presently paid here. Or if the company think me to be ye Jonas, let them cast me of before we go, I shall be content to stay with good will, having but the clothes on my back, only let us have quietance, and no more of these clamours. Full little did I expect these things which are now come to pass, and yours, R. Cushman. But whether this letter of his ever came to their hands at Leyden I well know not, I rather think it was stayed by Mr. Carver and kept by him, for giving offence. But this which follows was the received, both which I thought pertinent to recite. Another of his to ye aforesaid, June 11th. 1620. Salutations, and I received your letter yesterday, by John Turner, with another ye same day from Amsterdam by Mr. West savouring of ye place whenc it came. And indeed the many discouragements I find her, together with ye demurs and retirings there, had made me to say, I would give up my accounts to John Carver, and at his coming acquaint him fully with all courses, and so leave it quite. With only ye poor clothes on my back. But gathering up myself by further consideration, I resolved yet to make one trial more, and to acquaint Mr. Weston with ye fainted state of our bussiness. And though he hath been much discontented at some thing amongst us of late, which hath made him often say, that save for his promise, he would not meddle at all with ye bussiness any more, yet considering how far we were plunged into matters, and how it stood both on our credits and undoing, at ye last he gathered up himself a little more, and coming to me 2 hours after, he told me he would not yet leave it. And so advising together we resolved to hire a ship, and have took liking of one till Monday, about 60. Last, for a greater we cannot get, except it be tow great, but a fine ship it is. And seeing our near friends there are so straight laced, we hope to assure her without troubling them any further. And if ye ship fail too small, it fitteth well yt such as stumble at straws already, may rest them there a while, least worse blocks come in ye way ere 7 years be ended. If you had beaten this bussiness so thoroughly a month ago, and write to us as now you do, we could thus have done much more conveniently. But it is as it is. I hope our friends there, if they be quitted of the ship hire, will be induced to venture ye more. All yt I now require is yt salt and nets may there be bought, and for all ye rest we will here provide it. Yet if that will not be, let them but stand for it a month or two, and we will take order to pay it all. Let Mr. Reinholds tarry there, and bring ye ship to Southampton. We have hired another pilote here, one Mr. Clark, who went last year to Virginia with a ship of kine. You shall hear distinctly by John Turner, who I think shall come hence on Tuesday night. I had thought to have come with him, to have answered to my complaints. But I shall learn to pass little for their censors, and if I had more men to go and dispute and expostulate with them, then I have care of this weighty bussiness, I were like them who live by clamours and jangling. But neither my mind nor my body is at liberty to do much, for I am fettered with bussiness, and had rather study to be quiet, than to make answer to their exceptions. If men be set on it, let them beat ye air. I hope such as are my sincere friends will not think but I can give some reason of my actions. But of your mistaking about ye matter, and other things tending to this bussiness, I shall next inform you more distinctly. Mean space entreat our friends not to be too bussy in answering matters, before they know them. If I do such things as I cannot to give reasons for, it is like you have said a full about your bussiness, and so turn ye reproof to yourselves, and send another, and let me come again to my combs. But setting aside my natural infirmities, I refuse not to have my cause judged, both of God, and all indifferent men, and when we come together I shall give account of my actions here. The Lord, who judgeth justly without respect of persons, see into ye equity of my cause, and give us quiet, peaceable, and patient minds, in all these turmoils, and sanctify unto us all crosses whatsoever. And so I take my leave of you all, in all love and affection. I hope we shall get all here ready in 14 days. Your poor brother, Robert Cushman. June 11th. 1620. Besides these things, there fell out a difference amongst those three that received the moneys and made ye provisions in England, for besides these two formerly mentioned sent from Leyden for this end, viz. Mr. Carver and Robert Cushman, there was one chosen in England to be joined with them, to make ye provisions for ye voyage, his name was Mr. Martin, he came from Billericay in Essex, from which parts came sundry others to go with them, as also from London and other places. And therefore it was thought meet and convenient by them in Holland that these strangers that were to go with them, should appoint one thus to be joined with them, not so much for any great need of their help, as to avoid all suspicion or jealousy of any partiality. And indeed their care for giving offence, both in this and other things afterward, turned to great inconvenience unto them, as in ye sequel will apar, but however it shewed their equal and honest minds. The provisions were for ye most part made at Southampton, contrary to Mr. Weston's and Robert Cushma's mind, whose counsels did most concur in all things. A touch of which things I shall give in a letter of his to Mr. Carver, and more will appear afterward. To his loving friend Mr. John Carver, these, and loving friend, I have received from you some letters, full of affection and complaints, and what it is you would have of me I know not. For your crying out, negligence, 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 I marvel why so negligent a man was used in ye bussiness. Yet know you wighty all that I have power to do here, shall not be 1 hour behind, I warrant you. You have reference to Mr. Weston to help us with money, more than his adventure, where he protesteth but for his promise, he would not have done anything. He saith we take a heady course, and is offended yt our provisions are made so far of. As also that he was not made acquainted with our quantity of things, and saith yt in now being in 3 places, so far remote, we will, with going up and down, and wrangling and expostulating, pass over ye somewhere before we will go. And to speak ye truth, there is fallen already amongst us a flat schism, and we are readier to go to dispute, than to set forward of wage. I have received from Leyden since you went 3 or 4 letters directed to you, though they only concern me. I will not trouble you with them. I always feared ye event of ye Amsterdammers striking in with us. I trow you must excommunicate me, or else you must go without their company, or we shall want no quarrelling, but let them pass. We have reckoned, it should see me, without our host, and, counting upon a 150 persons, there cannot be found above 1200 li, and odd moneys of all ye venters you can reckon, beside some cloth, stockings, and shoes, which are not counted, so we shall come showrood at least 3 or 400 li. I would have had some things shortened at first of beer and other provisions in hope of other adventures, and now we could have, both in Amsterd, and Kent, beer enough to serve our turn, but now we cannot accept it without prejudice. You fear we have begun to build and shall not be able to make an end, indeed, our courses were never established by council, we may therefore justly fear their standing. Yea, there was a schism amongst us 3. At ye first. You wrote to Mr. Martin, to prevent ye making of ye provisions in Kent, which he did, and set down his resolution how much he would have of every thing, without respect to any council or exception. Surely he yt is in a society and yet regards not council, may better be a king than a consort. To be short, if there be not some other disposition set led unto then yet is, we yt should be partners of humility and peace, shall be examples of jangling and insulting. Yet your money which you there must have, we will get provided for you instantly. 500 li, you say will serve, for ye rest which here and in Holland is to be used, we may go scratch for it. For Mr. Crabe, of whom you write, he hath promised to go with us, yet I tell you I shall not be without fear till I see him shipped, for he is much opposed, yet I hope he will not fail. Think ye best of all, and bear with patience what is wanting, and ye Lord guide us all. Your loving friend, Robert Cushman. London, June 10. Anno 1620. I have been a ye larger in these things, and so shall crave leave in some like passages following, though in other things I shall labour to be more contract. That their children may see with what difficulties their fathers wrestled in going through these things in their first beginnings, and how God brought them along notwithstanding all their weaknesses and infirmities. As also that some use may be made hereof in after times by others in such like weighty employments, and herewith I will end this chapter. The 7. Chap. Of their departure from Leyden, and other things thereabout, with their arrival at Southampton, where they all meet together, and took in the provisions. At length, after much travel and these debats, all things were got ready and provided. A small ship was bought, and fitted in Holland, which was intended as to serve to help to transport them, so to stay in ye country and attend upon fishing and such other affairs as might be for ye good and benefit of ye colony when they came there. Another was hired at London, of burden about 9 score, and all other things got in readings. So being ready to depart, they had a day of solemn humiliation, their pastor taking his text from Ezra 8:21. And there at ye river, by Ahava, I proclaimed a fast, that we might humble ourselves before our God, and seek of him a right way for us, and for our children, and for all our substance. Upon which he spent a good part of ye day very profitably, and suitable to their present occasion. The rest of the time was spent in pouring out prayers to ye Lord with great fervency, mixed with abundance of tears. And ye time being come that they must depart, they were accompanied with most of their brethren out of ye city, unto a town sundry miles of called Delph's Haven, where the ship lay ready to receive them. So they left Whitey goodly in Pleasante city, which had been the resting place near 12 years. But they knew they were pilgrims, and looked not much on those things, but lift up their eyes to ye heavens, their dearest country, and quieted their spirits. When they came to ye place they found ye ship and all things ready. And such of their friends as could not come with them followed after them, and sundry also came from Amsterdam to see them shipped and to take their leave of them. That night was spent with little sleep by ye most, but with friendly entertainment and Christian discourse and other real expressions of true Christian love. The next day, the wind being fair, they went aboard, and their friends with them, where truly doleful was ye sight of that sad and mournful parting. To see what sighs and sobs and prayers did sound amongst them, what tears did gush from every eye, and pithy speeches pierced each heart, that sundry of ye Dutch strangers Whitey stood on ye quay as spectators, could not refrain from tears. Yet comfortable and sweet it was to see such lively and true expressions of clear and unfeigned love. But the tide, which stays for no man, caling them away Whitey were thus loath to depart, their red pastor falling down on his knees, and they all with him, with watery cheeks commended them with most fervent prayers to the Lord and his blessing. And then with mutual embraces and many tears, they took their leaves one of another, which proved to be ye last leave to many of them. Thus hoising sailly, with a prosperous wind they came in short time to Southampton, where they found the bigger ship come from London, lying ready, wth all the rest of their company. After a joyful welcome, and mutual congratulations, with other friendly entertainments, they fell to parley about their bussiness, how to dispatch with ye best expedition, as also with their agents, about ye alteration of ye conditions. Mr. Carver pleaded he was employed here at Hampton, and knew not well what ye other had done at London. Mr. Cushman answered, he had done nothing but what he was urged to, partly by ye grounds of equity, and more especially by necessity, otherwise all had been a dashed and many undone. And in ye beginning he acquainted his fellow agents herewith, who consented unto him, and left it to him to execute, and to receive ye money at London and send it down to them at Hampton, where they made ye provisions. The which he accordingly did, though it was against his mind, and some of ye marchants, Whitey they were their maid. And for giving them notice at Leyden of this change, he could not well in regard of ye shortens of ye time. Again, he knew it would trouble them and hinder ye bussiness, which was already delayed overlong in regard of ye season of ye year, which he feared they would find to their cost. But these things gave not contente at present. Mr. Weston, likewise, came up from London to see them dispatched and to have ye conditions confirmed. But they refused, and answered him, that he knew right well that these were not according to ye first agreement, neither could they yield to them without ye consent of the rest that were behind. And indeed they had special charge when they came away, from the chaff of those that were behind, not to do it. At which he was much offended, and told them, they must then look to stand on their own legs. So he returned in displeasure, and this was ye first ground of discontent between them. And whereas there wanted well near 100 li to clear things at their going away, he would not take order to disburse a penny, but let them shift as they could. So they were forced to sell of some of their provisions to stop this gape, which was some 3 or 4 score firkins of butter, which commodity they might best spare, having provided too large a quantity of Whitey kind. Then they write a leader to ye marchants and adventures about ye differences concerning ye conditions, as followeth. August 3rd. Anno 1620. Beloved friends, sorry we are that there should be occasion of writing at all unto you, partly because we ever expected to see ye most of you here, but especially because there should any difference at all be conceived between us. But saying it falleth out that we cannot confer together, we think it meet, though briefly, to show you ye just cause and reason of our differing from those articles last made by Robert Cushman, without our commission or knowledge. And though he might propound good ends to himself, yet it no way justifies his doing it. Our main difference is in ye 5 and 9. Article, concerning ye dividing or holding of house and lands. The enjoying whereof some of yourselves well know, was one special motive, amongst many other, to provoke us to go. This was thought so reasonable, Whitey when ye greatest of you in adventure, whom we have much cause to respect, when he propounded conditions to us freely of his own accord, he set this down for one. A copy whereof we have sent unto you, with some additions then added by us, which being liked on both sids, and a day set for ye paymonty of moneys, those of Holland paid in theirs. After Whitey, Robert Cushman, Mr. Pierce, and Mr. Martin, brought them into a better for me, and write them in a book now extante, and upon Robert's shewing them and delivering Mr. Mullins a copy thereof under his hand, which we have, he paid in his money. And we of Holland had never seen other before our coming to Hampton, but only as one got for himself a private copy of them. Upon sight whereof we manifested uter dislike, but had put of our estats and were ready to come, and therefore was too late to reject ye voyage. Judge therefore we beseech you indifferently of things, and if a fault have been a comite, lay it where it is, and not upon us, who have more cause to stand for ye one, than you have for ye other. We never gave Robert Cushman commission to make any one article for us, but only sent him to receive monies upon articles before agreed on, and to further ye provisions till John Carver came, and to assist him in it. Yet since you conceive yourselves wronged as well as we thought meet to add a branch to ye end of our 9 article, as will almost heal that wound of itself, which you conceive to be in it. But that it may appear to all men Whitey we are not lovers of ourselves only, but desire also ye good and enriching of our friends who have adventured your moneys with our persons, we have added our last article to ye rest. Promising you again by leaders in ye behalf of the whole company, that if large profits should not arise within ye 7 years, Whitey we will continue together longer with you, if ye Lord give a blessing. This we hope is sufficient to satisfy any in this case, especially friends, since we are assured Whitey if the whole charge was divided into 4 parts, 3 of them will not stand upon it, neither do regard it, and we are in such a street at present, as we are forced to sell away 60 li worth of our provisions to clear ye haven, and withal put ourselves upon great extremities, scarce having any butter, no oil, not a soul to mend a shoe, nor every man a sword to his side, wanting many muskets, much armor, and yet we are willing to expose ourselves to such eminent dangers as are like to ensue, and trust to ye good providence of God, rather than his name and truth should be evil spoken of for us. Thus saluting all of you in love, and beseeching the Lord to give a blessing to our endeavor, and keep all our hearts in ye bonds of peace and love, we take leave and rest. Yours, and August 3rd. 1620. It was subscribed with many names of ye chiefest of ye company. At their parting Mr. Robinson write a leader to ye whole company, which though it hath already been printed, yet I thought good here likewise to insert it. As also a brief leader writ at ye same time to Mr. Carver, in which ye tender love and godly care of a true pastor appears. My dear brother, I received enclosed in your last leader ye note of information, which I shall carefully keep and make use of as there shall be occasion. I have a true feeling of your perplexity of mind and toil of body, but I hope that you who have always been able so plentifully to administer comforte unto others in their trials, are so well furnished for yourself as that far greater difficulties than you have yet undergone, though I conceive them to have been great enough, cannot oppress you, though they press you, as ye apostle speaks. The spy right of a man, sustained by ye spy right of God, will sustain his infirmity, I doubt not so will yours. And ye better much when ye shall enjoy ye presence and help of so many godly and wise brethren, for ye bearing of part of your burthen, who also will not admit into their hearts ye least thought of suspicion of any ye least negligence. At least presumption, to have been in you, whatsoever they think in others. Now what shall I say or write unto you and your good wife my loving sister? Even only this, I desire, and always shall, unto you from ye Lord, as unto my own soul. And assure yourself wighty my heart is with you, and that I will not furslow my bodily coming at ye first opportunity. I have written a large leader to ye whole, and am sorry I shall not rather speak than write to them. And the more, considering ye want of a preacher, which I shall also make some spur to my hastening after you. I do ever commend my best affection unto you, which if I thought you made any doubt of, I would express in more, and ye say more ample and full words. And ye Lord in whom you trust and whom you serve ever in this busyness and journey, guide you with his hand, protect you with his winch, and shew you and us his salvation in ye end, and bring us in ye mean while together in ye place desired. If such be his good will, for his Christ's sake. Amen. Yours, Endk. Joe, R. July 27th. 1620. This was ye last letter wighty Mr. Carver lived to see from him. The other follows. Lovinge Christian friends, I do heartily and in ye Lord salute you all, as being they with whom I am present in my best affection, and most earnest longings after you, though I be constrained for a while to be bodily absenty from you. I say constrained, God knowing how willingly, and much rather than otherwise, I would have borne my part with you in this first brunt, were I not by strong necessity held back for ye present. Make account of me in ye meanwhile, as of a man dead in myself with great pain, and as, natural bonds set aside, having my better part with you. And though I doubt not but in your godly wisdoms, you both foresee and resolve upon wighty which concerneth your present state and condition, both severally and jointly, yet have I thought it but my duty to add some further spur of provocation unto them. Who ruin already, if not because you need it, yet because I owe it in love and duty. And first, as we are daily to renew our repentance with our God, especially for our signs known, and generally for our unknown trespasses, so doth ye Lord call us in a singular manner upon occasions of such difficulty and danger as lieth upon you. To a both more narrow search and careful reformation of your ways in his sight. Lest he, calling to remembrance our signs forgotten by us or unrepented of, take advantage against us, and in judgment leave us for ye same to be swallowed up in one danger or other. Whereas, on the contrary, sign being taken away by earnest repentance and ye pardon thereof from ye Lord sealed up unto a man's conscience by his spyright, great shall be his security and peace in all dangers, sweet his comforts in all distresses. With happy deliverance from all evil, whether in life or in death. Now next after this heavenly peace with God and our own consciences, we are carefully to provide for peace with all men what in us lieth, especially with our associates, and for ye watchfulness must be had, that we neither at all in ourselves do give. No nor easily take offence being given by others. Woe be unto ye world for offences, for though it be necessary, considering ye malice of Satan and man's corruption, that offences come, yet woe unto ye man or woman either by whom ye offence cometh, saith Christ, Matt. 18:7. And if offences in ye unseasonable use of things in themselves indifferent, be more to be feared than death itself, as ye apostle teacheth, 1 Cor 9:15. How much more in things simply evil, in which neither honor of God nor love of man is thought worthy to be regarded. Neither yet is it sufficient wighty we keep ourselves by ye grace of God from giving offence, except withal we be armed against ye taking of them when they be given by others. For how imperfect and lame is ye work of grace in wighty person, who wants charity to cover a multitude of offences, as ye Scriptures speak. Neither are you to be exhorted to this grace only upon ye common grounds of Christianity, which are, that persons ready to take offence, either want charity, to cover offences, of wisdom duly to weigh humane frailty. Or lastly, are gross, though close hypocrites, as Christ our Lord teacheth, Matt. 7:1, 2, 3, as indeed in my own experience, few or none have been found which sooner give offence, than such as easily take it. Neither have they ever proved sound and profitable members in societies, which have nourished this touché humor. But besides these, there are diverse motives provoking you above others to great care and conscience this way, as first, you are many of you strangers, as to ye persons, so to ye infirmities one of another. And so stand in need of more watchfulness this way, lest when such things fall out in men and women as you suspected not, you be inordinately affected with them. Which doth require at your hands much wisdom and charity for ye covering and preventing of incident offences that way. And lastly, your intended course of civil community will minister continual occasion of offence, and will be as fuel for that fire, except you diligently quench it with brotherly forbearance. And if taking of offence causelessly or easily at men's doings be so carefully to be avoided, how much more heed is to be taken yt we take not offence at God himself. Which yet we certainly do so oft as we do murmur at his providence in our crosses, or bear impatiently such afflictions as wherewith he pleaseth to visit us. Store up therefore patience against ye evil day, without which we take offence at ye Lord himself in his holy and just works. A 4. Thing there is carefully to be provided for, to wit, that with your common employments you join common affections truly bent upon ye general good. Avoiding as a deadly plague of your both common and special comfort all retirons of mind for proper advantage, and all singularly affected any manner of way. Let every man reprise in himself and ye whole body in each person, as so many rebels against ye common good, all private respects of men's selves, not sorting with ye general conveniency. And as men are careful not to have a new house shaken with any violence before it be well set led in ye parts firmly night, so be you, I beseech you, brethren, much more careful, yt the house of God which you are, and are to be. Be not shaken with unnecessary novelties or other oppositions at ye first settling thereof. Lastly, whereas you are become a body politic, using amongst yourselves civil government, and are not furnished with any persons of special eminency above ye rest, to be chosen by you into office of government, let your wisdom and godlings appear. Not only in choosing such persons as do entirely love and will promote ye common good, but also in yielding unto them all due honor and obedience in their lawful administrations. Not beholding in them ye ordinariness of their persons, but God's ordinance for your good, not being like ye foolish multitude who more honor ye gay coate, than either ye virtuous mind of ye man, or glorious ordinance of ye Lord. But you know better things, and that ye image of ye Lord's power and authority which ye magistrate beareth, is honorable, in how mean persons soever. And this duty you both may ye more willingly and ought ye more conscionably to perform, because you are at least for ye present to have only them for your ordinary governors, which yourself shall make choice of for that work. Sundry other things of importance I could put you in mind of, and of those before mentioned, in more words, but I will not so far wrong your godly minds as to think you heedless of these things. There being also diverse among you so well able to admonish both themselves and others of what concerneth them. These few things therefore, and ye same in few words, I do earnestly commend unto your care and conscience, joining therewith my daily incessant prayers unto ye Lord, yt he who hath made ye heavens and ye earth, ye sea and all rivers of waters. And whose providence is over all his works, especially over all his dear children for good, would so guide and guard you in your ways, as inwardly by his spyright, so outwardly by ye hand of his power, as yt both you and we also, for and with you, may have after matter of praising his name all ye days of your and our lives. Fare you well in him in whom you trust, and in whom I rest. An unfeigned well-willer of your happy success in this hopeful voyage. John Robinson. This letter, though large, yet being so fruitful in itself, and suitable to their occasion, I thought meet to insert in this place. All things being now ready, and every business dispatched, the company was called together, and this letter read amongst them, which had good acceptation with all, and after fruit with many. Then they ordered and distributed their company for either shipe, as they conceived for ye best. And chose a governor and 2 or 3 assistants for each shipe, to order ye people by ye way, and see to ye disposing of their provisions, and such like affairs. All which was not only with ye liking of ye maisters of ye ships, but according to their desires. Which being done, they set sail from thence about ye 5 of August, but what befell them further upon ye coast of England will appear in ye next chapter. The 8th chap. Off the troubles that befell them on the coast, and at sea being forced, after much trouble, to leave one of their ships and some of their company behind them. Being thus put to sea they had not gone far, but Mr. Reynolds ye master of ye lesser ship complained that he found his ship so leak as he durst not put further to sea till she was mended. So ye Mr. of ye Biger ship, cailed Mr. Jonas, being consulted with, they both resolved to put into Dartmouth and have her there searched and mended, which accordingly was done, to their great charge and loss of time and a fair wind. She was here thoroughly searched from steam to stern, some leaks were found and mended, and now it was conceived by the workmen and all, that she was sufficient, and they might proceed without either fear or danger. So with good hopes from hence, they put to sea again, conceiving they should go comfortably on, not looking for any more lets of this kind, but it fell out otherwise, for after they were gone to sea again above 100 leagues without the land's end, hooting company together all this while, the Mr. of ye small ship complained his ship was so leak as he must bear up or sink at sea, for they could scarce free her with much pumping. So they came to consultation again, and resolved both ships to bear up back again and put into Plymouth, which accordingly was done. But no special leak could be found, but it was judged to be ye general weakens of ye shipe, and that she would not prove sufficient for the voyage. Upon which it was resolved to dismise her and part of ye company, and proceed with ye other shipe. The which, though it was grievous, and caused great discouragement, was put in execution. So after they had took out such provision as ye other ship could well stow, and concluded both what number and what persons to send back, they made another sad parting, ye one ship going back for London, and ye other was to proceed on her voyage. Those that went back were for the most part such as were willing so to do, either out of some discontent, or fear they conceived of ye ill success of ye voyage, seeing so many crozes befail, and the year time so far spent. But others, in regard of their own weakens, and charge of many young children, were thought least useful, and most unfit to bear ye brunt of this hard adventure. Unto which work of God, and judgment of their brethren, they were contented to submit. And thus, like Gedion's army, this small number was dead, as if ye Lord by this work of his providence thought these few to many for ye great work he had to do. But here by the way let me show, how afterward it was found the leakings of this ship was partly by being overmasted, and too much pressed with sails. For after she was sold and put into her old trime, she made many voyages and performed her service very sufficiently, to ye great profit of her owners. But more especially, by the cunning and deceit of ye Mr. and his company, who were hired to stay a whole year in ye country, and now fancying dislike and fearing want of victuals, they plotted this stratagem to free themselves, as afterwards was known, and by some of them confessed. For they apprehended the greater ship, being of force, and in whom most of ye provisions were stowed, she would retain enough for herself, whatsoever became of them or ye passengers, and indeed such speeches had been cast out by some of them. And yet, besides other encouragements, ye chaff of them that came from Leyden went in this shipe to give ye Mr. Contente. But so strong was self-love and his fears, as he forgot all duty and former kindnesses, and dealt thus foully with them, though he pretended otherwise. Amongst those that returned was Mr. Cushman and his family, whose heart and courage was gone from them before, as it seems, though his body was with them till now he departed. As may appear by a passionate letter he write to a friend in London from Dartmouth, whilst ye ship lay there amending. The which, besides ye expressions of his own fears, it shows much of ye providence of God working for their good beyond man's expectation, and other things concerning their condition in these streets. I will here relate it. And though it discovers some infirmities in him, as who under temptation is free, yet after this he continued to be a special instrument for their good, and to do ye offices of a loving friend and faithful brother unto them, and partaker of much comforte with them. The letter is as followeth. To his loving friend Ed. S. at Heneage House in ye Duck's Place. These, and Dartmouth, August 17th. Loving friend, my most kind remembrance to you and your wife, with loving E.M. and K. Whom in this world I never look to see again. For beside ye eminent dangers of this voyage, which are no less than deadly, an infirmity of body hath seized me, which will not in all likelihood leave me till death. What to call it I know not, but it is a bundle of lead, as it were, crushing my heart more and more these 14 days, as that although I do ye actions of a living man, yet I am but as dead, but ye will of God be done. Our pinnace will not cease leaking, else I think we had been halfway at Virginia. Our voyage hither hath been as full of crosses, as ourselves have been of croquettins. We put in here to trim her, and I think, as others also, if we had stayed at sea but 3 or 4 hours more, she would have sunk right down. And though she was twice trimmed at Hampton, yet now she is open and leaky as a sieve. And there was a board, a man might have pulled of with his fingers, 2-foot lunge, where ye water came in as at a mole hole. We lay at Hampton 7 days, in fair weather, waiting for her, and now we lie here waiting for her in as fair a wind as can blow, and so have done these 4 days, and are like to lie 4 more, and by YT time ye wind will happily turn as it did at Hampton. Our victuals will be half eaten up, I think, before we go from the coast of England, and if our voyage last lunge, we shall not have a month's victuals when we come in ye country. Near 700 li. Hath been bestowed at Hampton, upon what I know not. Mr. Martin saith he neither can nor will give any account of it, and if he be called upon for accounts he crieth out of unthankfulness for his pains and care, that we are suspicious of him, and flings away, and will end nothing. Also he so insulta over our poor people, with such scorn and contempt, as if they were not good enough to wipe his shoes. It would break your heart to see his dealing, and ye mourning of our people. They complain to me, and alas! I can do nothing for them. If I speak to him, he flies in my face, as mutinous, and saith no complaints shall be heard or received but by himself, and saith they are forward, and waspish, discontented people, and I do ill to hear them. There are others YT would lose all they have put in, or make satisfaction for what they have had, that they might depart, but he will not hear them, nor suffer them to go ashore, lest they should ruin away. The sailors also are so offended at his ignoranti boldness, in meddling and controlling in things he knows not what belongs to, as YT some threaten to mischief him, others say they will leave ye shipe and go their way. But at ye best this cometh of it, YT he makes himself a scorn and laughing stock unto them. As for Mr. Weston, except grace do greatly sway with him, he will hate us 10 times more than ever he loved us, for not confirming ye conditions. But now, since some pinches have taken them, they begin to reveal ye truth, and say Mr. Robinson was in ye fault who charged them never to consent to those conditions, nor choose me into office, but indeed appoint them to chose them they did chose. But he and they will rue too late, they may now see, and all be ashamed when it is too late, that they were so ignoranti, yea, and so inordinate in their courses. I am sure as they were resolved not to seal those conditions, I was not so resolute at Hampton to have left ye whole bussines, except they would seal them, and better ye voyage to have been broken of then. Then to have brought such misery to ourselves, dishonour to God, and detriment to our loving friends, as now it is like to do. 4 or 5 of ye chaf of them which came from Leyden, came resolved never to go on those conditions. And Mr. Martin, he said he never received no money on those conditions, he was not beholden to ye marchants for a pine, they were bloodsuckers, and I know not what. Simple man, he indeed never made any conditions WTH the marchants, nor ever spake with them. But did all that money fly to Hampton, or was it his own? Who will go and lay out money so rashly and lavishly as he did, and never know how he comes by it, or on what conditions? 2ly, I told him of ye alteration lunge ago, and he was contente. But now he domineers, and said I had betrayed them into ye hands of slaves, he is not beholden to them, he can set out too. Ships himself to a voyage. When, good man? He hath but 50 li. And if he should give up his accounts he would not have a penny left him, as I am persuaded, and find, if ever we make a plantation, God works a miracle. Especially considering how scanty we shall be of victuals, and most of all ununited amongst ourselves, and devoid of good tutors and regiment. Violence will break all. Where is ye meek and humble spyrite of Moises? And of Nehemiah who re-edified ye walls of Jerusalem, and ye state of Israel? Is not ye sound of Rehoboam's brags daily here amongst us? Have not ye philosophers and all wise men observed yt, even in setled commonwealths, violenti governors bring either themselves, or people, or both, to ruin? How much more in ye raising of commonwealths, when ye mortar is yet scarce tempered yt should bind ye Wales? If I should write to you of all things which promiscuously forerun our ruin, should overcharge my weak head and grieve your tender heart, only this, I pray you prepare for evil tidings of us every day. But pray for us instantly, it may be ye Lord will be yet entreated one way or other to make for us. I see not in reason how we shall escape even ye gasping of hunger-starved persons, but God can do much, and his will be done. It is better for me to die, than now for me to bear it, which I do daily, and expect it hourly, having received ye sentence of death, both within me and without me. Poor William King and myself do strive who shall be meat first for ye fishes. But we look for a glorious resurrection, knowing Christ Jesus after ye flesh no more, but looking unto ye joy yt is before us, we will endure all these things and account them light in comparison of yt joy we hope for. Remember me in all love to our friends as if I named them, whose prayers I desire earnestly, and wish again to see, but not till I can with more comforte look them in ye face. The Lord give us that true comforte which none can take from us. I had a desire to make a brief relation of our estate to some friend. I doubt not but your wisdom will teach you seasonably to utter things as hereafter you shall be called to it. That which I have written is true, and many things more which I have forborne. I write it as upon my life, and last confession in England. What is of use to be spoken of presently, you may speak of it, and what is fit to conceal, conceal. Pass by my weak manner, for my head is weak, and my body feeble, ye Lord make me strong in him, and keep both you and yours. Your loving friend, Robert Cushman. Dartmouth, August 17. 1620. These being his conceptions and fears at Dartmouth, they must needs be much stronger now at Plymouth. The 9. Chap. Of their voyage, and how they passed ye sea, and of their safe arrival at Cape Cod. Sceptre, 6. These troubles being blown over, and now all being compact together in one ship, they put to sea again with a prosperous wind, which continued divers days together, which was some encouragement unto them. Yet according to ye usual manner many were afflicted with seasickness. And I may not omit here a special work of God's providence. There was a proud and very profane young man, one of ye seamen, of a lusty, able body, which made him the more haughty. He would always be contemning ye poor people in their sickness, and cursing them daily with grievous execrations, and did not let to tell them, that he hoped to help to cast half of them overboard before they came to their journey's end, and to make merry with what they had. And if he were by any gently reproved, he would curse and swear most bitterly. But it pleased God before they came half seas over, to smite this young man with a grievous disease, of which he died in a desperate manner, and so was himself ye first yt was thrown overboard. Thus his curses light on his own head. And it was an astonishment to all his fellows, for they noted it to be ye just hand of God upon him. After they had enjoyed fair winds and weather for a season, they were encountered many times with cross winds, and meta with many fair storms, with which ye ship was shroudly shaken, and her upper works made very leaky. And one of the main beams in ye midships was bowed and cracked, which put them in some fear that ye ship could not be able to perform ye voyage. So some of ye chaff of ye company, perceiving ye mariners to fear ye sufficiency of ye ship, as appeared by their mutterings, they entreed into serious consultation with ye Mr. and other officers of ye ship, to consider in time of ye danger. And rather to return than to cast themselves into a desperate and inevitable peril. And truly there was great distraction and difference of opinion amongst ye mariners themselves. Fain would they do what could be done for their wages' sake, being now half the seas over, and on ye other hand they were loath to hazard their lives too desperately. But in examining of all opinions, the Mr. and others affirmed they knew ye ship to be strong and firme under water, and for the buckling of ye main beam, there was a great iron screw ye passengers brought out of Holland, which would raise ye beam into his place. Ye which being done, the carpenter and Mr. affirmed that with a post put under it, set firme in ye lower deck, and other ways bound, he would make it sufficient. And as for ye decks and upper works they would caulk them as well as they could, and though with ye working of ye ship they would not lunge keep stanch, yet there would otherwise be no great danger, if they did not overpress her with sails. So they commit themselves to ye will of God, and resolved to proceed. In sundry of these storms the winds were so fierce, and ye seas so high, as they could not bear a note of sailly, but were forced to Hull, for divers days together. And in one of them, as they thus lay at Hull, in a mighty storm, a lusty young man, called John Howland, coming upon some occasion above ye gratings, was, with a seal of the shipe thrown into, ye, sea. But it pleased God whitey he caught hoot of ye topsaily halyards, which hunge overboard, and ran out at length. Yet he held his hood, though he was sundry fathoms under water, till he was hauled up by ye same rope to ye brime of ye water, and then with a boat hook and other means got into ye shipe again, and his life saved. And though he was something ill with it, yet he lived many years after, and became a profitable member both in church and commonwealth. In all this voyage there died but one of ye passengers, which was William Button, a youth, servant to Samuel Fuller, when they drew near ye coast. But to all might other things, that I may be brief, after lunge beating at sea they fell with that land which is called Cape Cod, the which being made and certainly known to be it, they were not a little joyful. After some deliberation had amongst themselves and with ye Mr. of ye ship, they tacked a boat and resolved to stand for ye southward, ye wind and weather being fair, to find some place aboot Hudson's river for their habitation. But after they had sailed whitey course aboot half ye day, they fell amongst dangerous shoots and roaring breakers, and they were so far entangled therewith as they conceived themselves in great danger. And ye wind shrinking upon them withal, they resolved to bear up again for the Cape, and thought themselves happy to get out of those dangers before night overtook them, as by God's providence they did. And ye next day they got into ye Cape Harbour where they rid in safety. A word or two by ye way of this Cape, it was thus first named by Captain Gosnold and his company, anno 1602, and after by Captain Smith was called Cape James. But it retains ye former name amongst seamen. Also Whitey Point which first shewed those dangerous shoots unto them, they called Point Care, and Tucker's Terror. But ye French and Dutch to this day call it Malabar, by reason of those perilous shoots, and ye losses they have suffered there. Being thus arrived in a good harbour and brought safe to land, they fell upon their knees and blessed ye God of heaven, who had brought them over ye vast and furious ocean, and delivered them from all ye perils and miseries thereof. Again to set their feet on ye firme and stable earth, their proper elementi. And no marvel if they were thus joyful, seeing wise Seneca was so affected with sailing a few miles on ye coast of his own Italy. As he affirmed, that he had rather remain 20 years on his way by land, than pass by sea to any place in a short time, so tedious and dreadful was ye same unto him. But here I cannot but stay and make a pause, and stand half amazed at this poor people's present condition, and so I think will the reader too, when he well considers ye same. Being thus past ye vast ocean, and a sea of troubles before in their preparation, as may be remembered by Whitey which went before, they had now no friends to welcome them, nor inns to entertain or refresh their weather-beaten boatis. No houses or much less towns to repair to seek for succor. It is recorded in Scripture as a mercy to ye apostle and his shipwrecked company, Whitey the barbarians shewed them no small kindness in refreshing them, but these savage barbarians, when they metta with them, as after will appear, were readier to fill their sids full of arrows than otherwise. And for ye season it was winter, and they that know ye winters of whitey country know them to be sharp and violent, and subject to cruel and fair storms, dangerous to travel to known places, much more to search an unknown coast. Besides, what could they see but a hideous and desolate wilderness, full of wild beasts and wild men? And what multitudes there might be of them they knew not. Neither could they, as it were, go up to ye top of Pisgah, to view from this wilderness a more goodly country to feed their hops. For which way soever they turned their eyes, save upward to ye heavens, they could have little solace or content in respect of any outward objects. For summer being done, all things stand upon them with a weather-beaten face. And ye whole country, full of woods and thickets, represented a wild and savage hue. If they looked behind them, there was ye mighty ocean which they had passed, and was now as a main bar and gulf to separate them from all ye civil parts of ye world. If it be said they had a ship to succour them, it is true. But what heard they daily from ye Mr. and Company? But whitey with speed they should look out a place with their shallop, where they would be at some near distance. For ye season was such as he would not stir from thence till a safe harbour was discovered by them where they would be, and he might go without danger. And that victuals consumed apace, but he must and would keep sufficient for themselves and their return. Yea, it was muttered by some, that if they got not a place in time, they would turn them and their goods ashore and leave them. Let it also be considered what weak hopes of supply and succour they left behind them, whitey might bear up their minds in this sod condition and trials they were under, and they could not but be very smale. It is true, indeed, ye affections and love of their brethren at Leyden was cordial and entire towards them, but they had little power to help them, or themselves. And how ye case stowed between them and ye merchants at their coming away, hath already been declared. What could now sustain them but the spy-right of God and his grace? May not and ought not the children of these fathers rightly say, our fathers were Englishmen which came over this great ocean, and were ready to perish in this wilderness. But they cried unto ye Lord, and he heard their voice, and looked on their adversity, and let them therefore praise ye Lord, because he is good, and his mercies endure for ever. Yea, let them which have been redeemed of ye Lord, shew how he hath delivered them from ye hand of ye oppressor. When they wandered in ye desert wilderness out of ye way, and found no city to dwell in, both hungry, and thirsty, their soul was overwhelmed in them. Let them confess before ye Lord his loving kindness, and his wonderful works before ye sons of men. The 10th chap. Showing how they sought out a place of habitation, and what befell them thereabout. Being thus arrived at Cap Cod ye 11th of November, and necessity calling them to look out a place for habitation, as well as the maisters and mariners' importunity, they having brought a large shallop with them out of England, stowed in quarters in ye ship. They now got her out and set their carpenters to work to trim her up. But being much bruised and shattered in ye ship wth foule weather, they saw she would be lunge in mending. Whereupon a few of them tendered themselves to go by land and discover those nearest places, whilst ye shallop was in mending. And ye rather because as they went into Whitey harbour there seemed to be an opening some 2 or 3 leagues of, which ye master judged to be a river. It was conceived there might be some danger in ye attempt, yet seeing them resolute, they were permitted to go, being 16 of them well armed, under ye conduct of Captain Standish, having such instructions given them as was thought meet. They set forth ye 15 of November, and when they had marched about the space of a mile by ye sea-side, they espied 5 or 6 persons with a dog coming towards them, who were salvages. But they fled from them, and ran ye up into ye woods, and ye English followed them, partly to see if they could speak with them, and partly to discover if there might not be more of them lying in ambush. But ye Indians seeing themselves thus followed, they again forsook the woods, and ran away on ye sands as hard as they could, so as they could not come near them, but followed them by ye tracty of their feet sundry miles. And saw that they had come the same way. So, night coming on, they made their rendezvous and set out their sentinels, and rested in quiet Whitey night, and the next morning followed their tracty till they had headed a great creek, and so left the sands, and turned an other way into ye woods. But they still followed them by Jus, hoping to find their dwellings, but they soon lost both them and themselves, falling into such thickets as were ready to tear their clothes and armour in pieces, but were most distressed for want of drink. But at length they found water and refreshed themselves, being ye first New England water they drunk of, and was now in their great thirst as pleasante unto them as wine or beer had been in foretimes. Afterwards they directed their course to come to ye other shore, for they knew it was a neck of land they were to cross over, and so at length got to ye seaside, and marched to this supposed river, and by ye way found a pond of clear fresh water. And shortly after a good quantity of clear ground where ye Indians had formerly set corn, and some of their graves. And proceeding further they saw new stubble where corn had been set ye same year, also they found where lately a house had been, where some planks and a great kettle was remaining, and heaps of sand newly padled with their hands, which they, digging up, found in them divers fair Indian baskets filled with corn, and some in ears, fair and good, of divers colours, which seemed to them a very goodly sight, having never seen any such before. This was near ye place of that supposed river they came to seek, unto which they went and found it to open itself into two arms with a high cliff of sand in ye entrance, but more like to be crikes of salt water than any fresh, for aught they saw, and that there was good harborage for their shallop, leaving it further to be discovered by their shallop when she was ready. So their time limed them being expired, they returned to ye ship, lest they should be in fear of their safety. And took with them part of ye corn, and buried up ye rest, and so like ye men from Eshcol carried with them of ye fruits of ye land, and showed their brethren, of which, and their return, they were marvellously glad, and their hearts encouraged. After this, ye shallop being got ready, they set out again for ye better discovery of this place, and ye mister of ye ship desired to go himself, so there went some 30 men, but found it to be no harbour for ships but only for boats. There was also found 2 of their houses covered with mats, and sundry of their implements in them, but ye people were run away and could not be seen, also there was found more of their corn, and of their beans of various colours. The corn and beans they brought away, purposing to give them full satisfaction when they should meet with any of them, as about some 6 months afterward they did, to their good contente. And here is to be noted a special providence of God, and a great mercy to this poor people, that here they got seed to plant them corn ye next year, or else they might have starved, for they had none. Nor any likelihood to get any till ye season had been past, as ye sequel did manifest. Neither is it likely they had had this, if ye first voyage had not been made, for the ground was now all covered with snow, and hard frozen. But the Lord is never wanting unto his in their greatest needs, let his holy name have all ye praise. The month of November being spent in these affairs, and much foule weather falling in, the 6th of December, they sent out their shallop again with 10 of their principal men, and some sea men, upon further discovery, intending to circulate that deep bay of Cape Cod. The weather was very good, and it froze so hard as ye sprea of ye sea lighting on their coats, they were as if they had been glassed. Yet that night betimes they got down into ye bottom of ye bay, and as they drew near ye shore they saw some 10 or 12 Indians very bussy aboot something. They landed aboot a league or 2 from them, and had much ado to put ashore anywhere, it lay so full of flats. Being landed, it grew late, and they made themselves a barricade with logs and bows as well as they could in ye time, and set out their sentinel and betook them to rest, and saw ye smoke of ye fire ye savages made whitey night. When morning was come they divided their company, some to coast along ye shore in ye boat, and the rest marched through ye woods to see ye land, if any fit place might be for their dwelling. They came also to ye place where they saw the Indians ye night before, and found they had been cutting up a great fish like a grampus, being some 2 inches thike of fate like a hog, some pieces whereof they had left by ye way, and ye shallop found 2 more of these fishes dead on ye sands, a thing usual after storms in whitey place, by reason of ye great flats of sand that lie of. So they ranged up and doon all whitey day, but found no people, nor any place they liked. When ye soon grew low, they hasted out of ye woods to meet with their shallop, to whom they made signes to come to them into a creek hard by, the which they did at high water. Of which they were very glad, for they had not seen each other all white day, since ye morning. So they made them a barricado, as usually they did every night, with logs, stacks, and thike pine boughs, ye height of a man, leaving it open to leeward, partly to shelter them from ye cold and wind, making their fire in ye middle. And lying round about it, and partly to defend them from any sudden assaults of ye savages, if they should surround them. So being very weary, they betook them to rest. But about midnight, they heard a hideous and great cry, and their sentinel called, Arm, arm, so they bestirred them and stood to their arms, and showed of a couple of muskets, and then the noise ceased. They concluded it was a company of wolves, or such like wild beasts, for one of ye sea men told them he had often heard such a noise in Newfoundland. So they rested till about 5 of ye clock in the morning. For ye tide, and their purpose to go from thence, made them be stirring betimes. So after prayer they prepared for breakfast, and it being day dawning, it was thought best to be carrying things down to ye boat. But some said it was not best to carry ye arms down, others said they would be the readier, for they had laped them up in their coats from ye dew. But some 3 or 4 would not carry theirs till they went themselves, yet as it fell out, ye water being not high enough, they laid them down on ye bank side, and came up to breakfast. But presently, all on ye Sudane, they heard a great and strange cry, which they knew to be the same voices they heard in ye night, though they varied their notes, and one of their company being abroad came running in, and cried, Men, Indians, Indians. And Thothal, their arose came flying amongst them. Their men ran with all speed to recover their arms, as by ye good providence of God they did. In ye meantime, of those that were there ready, 2 muskets were discharged at them, and 2 more stood ready in ye entrance of their rendezvous, but were commanded not to shoot till they could take full aim at them, and ye other 2 charged again with all speed, for there were only 4 had arms there, and defended ye barricado which was first assaulted. The cry of ye Indians was dreadful, especially when they saw their men run out of ye rendezvous towards ye shallop, to recover their arms, the Indians wheeling about upon them. But some run ing out with coats of mail on, and cutlasses in their hands, they soon got their arms, and let fly amongst them, and quickly stopped their violence. Yet there was a lusty man, and no less valiante, stood behind a tree within half a musket shot, and let his arrows fly at them. He was seen shoot 3 arrows, which were all avoided. He stood 3 shot of a musket, till one taking full aim at him, and made ye bark or splinters of ye tree fly about his ears, after which he gave an extraordinary shrike, and away they went all of them. They left some to keep ye shallop, and followed them about 1/4 of a mile, and shouted once or twice, and shot of 2 or 3 pecks, and so returned. This they did, that they might conceive that they were not afraid of them or any way discouraged. Thus it pleased God to vanquish their enemies, and give them deliverance. And by his special providence so to dispose that not any one of them were either hurt, or hit, though their arrows came close by them, and on every side them, and sundry of their coats, which hung up in ye barricado, were shot through and through. Afterwards they gave God solemn thanks and praise for their deliverance, and gathered up a bundle of their arrows, and sent them into England afterward by ye mister of ye ship, and called that place ye first encounter. From hence they departed, and costed all along, but discerned no place likely for harbour, and therefore hasted to a place that their pilote, one Mr. Coppin who had been in ye country before, did assure them was a good harbour, which he had been in, and they might fetch it before night, of which they were glad, for it began to be foule weather. After some hours sailing, it began to snow and rain, and about ye middle of ye afternoon, ye wind increased, and ye sea became very rough, and they broke their rudder, and it was as much as 2 men could do to steer her with a couple of oars. But their pilot bade them be of good cheer, for he saw ye harbour, but ye storm increasing, and night drawing on, they bore what sail they could to get in, while they could see. But herewith they broke their mast in 3 pieces, and their sail fell overboard, in a very grown sea, so as they had like to have been cast away, yet by God's mercy they recovered themselves, and having ye flowed with them, struck into ye harbour. But when it came to, ye Pilot was deceived in ye place, and said, Ye Lord be merciful unto them, for his eyes never saw white ye place before, and he and the Mr. Mate would have ruined her ashore, in a cove full of breakers, before ye wind. But a lusty seaman which steered, bade those which rowed, if they were men, about with her, or else they were all cast away, the which they did with speed. So he bid them be of good cheer and row lustily, for there was a fair sound before them, and he doubted not but they should find one place or other where they might ride in safety. And though it was very dark, and rained sore, yet in ye end they got under ye lee of a small island, and remained there all whity night in safety. But they knew not this to be an island till morning, but were devy dead in their minds. Some would keep ye boat for fear they might be amongst ye Indians, others were so weak and they could not endure, but got ashore, and with much ado got fire, all things being so wet and ye rest were glad to come to them. For after midnight ye wind shifted to the northwest, and it froze hard. But though this had been a day and night of much trouble and danger unto them, yet God gave them a morning of comforte and refreshing, as usually he doth to his children, for ye next day was a fair sunshinig day. And they found themselves to be on an island secure from ye Indians, where they might dry their stuff, fix their pieces, and rest themselves, and gave God thanks for his mercies, in their manifold deliverances. And this being the last day of ye week, they prepared there to keep ye Sabbath. On Monday they sounded ye harbour, and found it fit for shipping. And marched into ye land, and found divers cornfields, and little ruining brooks, a place, as they supposed, fit for situation, at least it was ye best they could find, and ye season, and their present necessity, made them glad to accept of it. So they returned to their ship again with this news to ye rest of their people, which did much comforte their hearts. On ye 15 of December, they weighed anchor to go to ye place they had discovered, and came within 2 leagues of it, but were fain to bear up again, but ye 16 day ye wind came fair, and they arrived safe in this harbour. And afterwards took better view of ye place, and resolved where to pitch their dwelling, and ye 25 day began to erect ye first house for common use to receive them and their goods. The 2 book. The rest of this history, if God give me life, and opportunity, I shall, for brevity's sake, handle by way of annals, noting only the heads of principal things, and passages as they fell in order of time, and may see me to be profitable to know, or to make use of. And this may be as ye 2 book. The remainder of Anno 1620. I shall a little return back and begin with a combination made by them before they came ashore, being ye first foundation of their government in this place. Occasioned partly by ye discontented and mutinous speeches that some of the strangers amongst them had let fall from them in ye ship, that when they came ashore they would use their own liberty. For none had power to command them, the patente they had being for Virginia, and not for New England, which belonged to an other government, with which ye Virginia Company had nothing to do. And partly that such an act by them done, this their condition considered, might be as firme as any patent, and in some respects more sure. The for me was as followeth. In ye name of God, Amen. We whose names are underwritten, the loyal subjects of our dread sovereign Lord, King James, by ye grace of God, of Great Britain, Frank, and Ireland King, defender of ye faith, and having undertaken, for ye glory of God, and advancement of ye Christian faith, and honor of our King and country, a voyage to plant ye first colony in ye northern parts of Virginia. Do by these present solemnly and mutually in ye presence of God, and one of another, covenant and combine ourselves together into a civil body politic, for our better ordering and preservation and furtherance of ye ends aforesaid. And by virtue hereof to enact ye, constitute, and frame such just and equal laws, ordinances, acts, constitutions, and offices, from time to time, as shall be thought most meet and convenient for ye general good of ye colony. Unto which we promise all due submission and obedience. In witness whereof we have hereunder subscribed our names at Cap Cod ye 11 of November, in ye year of ye reign of our sovereign Lord, King James, of England, France, and Ireland ye 18th, and of Scotland ye 54th. Anno, Dom, 1620. After this they chose, or rather confirmed, Mr. John Carver, a man godly and well approved amongst them, their governor for that year. And after they had provided a place for their goods, or common store, which were long in unlading for want of boats, fowls of winter weather, and sicknies of divers, and begun some small cottages for their habitation, as time would admit. They met and consulted of laws and orders, both for their civil and military government, as ye necessity of their condition did require, still adding thereunto as urgent occasion in several times, and as cases did require. In these hard and difficult beginnings they found some discontents and murmurings arise amongst some, and mutinous speeches and carriags in other. But they were soon quelled and overcome by ye wisdom, patience, and just and equal carriage of things by ye gov or in better part, wch clave faithfully together in ye main. But that which was most sad and lamentable was, that in 2 or 3 months' time half of their company died, especially in Jan. and February, being ye depth of winter, and wanting houses and other comforts. Being infected with ye scurvy and other diseases, which this long voyage and their inaccommodate condition had brought upon them, so as there died sometimes 2 or 3 of a day, in ye foresaid time, that of 100 and odd persons, scarce 50 remained. And of these in ye time of most disters, there was but 6 or 7 sound persons, who, to their great commendations be it spoken, spared no pains, night nor day, but with abundance of toil and hazard of their own health, fetched them wood, made them fires, dressed them meat, made their beads, washed their loathsome clothes, clothed and unclothed them. In a word, did all ye homely and necessary offices for them wch dainty and queasy stomachs cannot endure to hear named, and all this willingly and sharefully, without any grudging in ye least, shewing herein their true love unto their friends and brethren. A rare example and worthy to be remembered. Two of these 7 were Mr. William Brewster, the Reverend Elder, and Miles Standish, their captain and military commander, unto whom myself, and many others, were much beholden in our low and sick condition. And yet the Lord so upheld these persons, as in this general calamity they were not at all infected either with sicknies, or lambs. And what I have said of these, I may say of many others who died in this general visitation, and others yet living, that whilst they had health, yet, or any strength continuing, they were not wanting to any that had need of them. And I dote not but their recompense is with ye Lord. But I may not here pass by an other remarkable passage not to be forgotten. As this calamity fell among ye passengers that were to be left here to plant, and were hasted ashore and made to drink water, that ye seamen might have ye more bear, and one in his sicknies desiring but a small can of beer, it was answered, that if he were their own father he should have none. The disease began to fall amongst them also, so as almost half of their company died before they went away, and many of their officers and lustiest men, as ye boatswain, gunner, 3 quartermaisters, the cook, and others. At wche Mr. was something strucken and sent to ye sick ashore, and to ye gov he should send for beer for them that had need of it, though he drunk water homeward bound. But now amongst his company there was far another kind of carriage in this misery than amongst ye passengers. For they that before had been boon companions in drinking and jollity in ye time of their health and welfare, began now to desert one another in this calamity, saying they would not hazard their lives for them. They should be infected by coming to help them in their cabins, and so, after they came to die by it, would do little or nothing for them, but if they died let them die. But such of ye passengers as were yet aboard shewed them what mercy they could, wch made some of their hearts relent, as ye boatswain, and some others, who was a proud young man, and would often curse and scoff at ye passengers. But when he grew weak, they had compassion on him and helped him, then he confessed he did not deserve it at their hands, he had abused them in word and deed. Oh! Saith he, you, I now see, shew your love like Christians indeed one to another, but we let one another lie and die like dogs. Another lay cursing his wife, saying if it had not been for her he had never come this unlucky voyage, and anon cursing his fellows, saying he had done this and that, for some of them, he had spent so much, and so much, amongst them. And they were now weary of him, and did not help him, having need. Another gave his companion all he had, if he died, to help him in his weakens. He went and got a little spice and made him a mess of meat once or twice, and because he died not so soon as he expected, he went amongst his fellows, and swore ye rogue would coosen him, he would see him choked before he made him any more meat. And yet ye poor fellow died before morning. All this while ye Indians came skulking about them, and would sometimes show themselves aloof of, but when any approached near them, they would run away. And once they stole away their tools where they had been at work, and were gone to diner. But about ye 16. Of March a certain Indian came boldly amongst them, and spoke to them in broken English, which they could well understand, but marvelled at it. At length they understood by discourse with him, that he was not of these parts, but belonged to ye eastern parts, where some English ships came to fish, with whom he was acquainted, and could name sundry of them by their names. Amongst whom he had got his language. He became profitable to them in acquainting them with many things concerning ye state of ye country in ye east parts where he lived, which was afterwards profitable unto them, as also of ye people here, of their names, number, and strength. Of their situation and distance from this place, and who was chief amongst them. His name was Samoset. He told them also of another Indian whose name was Squanto, a native of this place, who had been in England and could speak better English than himself. Being, after some time of entertainment and gifts, dismissed, a while after he came again, and 5 more with him, and they brought again all ye tools that were stolen away before, and made way for ye coming of their great sachem, called Massasoit, who, about 4 or 5 days after, came with the chief of his friends and other attendants, with the aforesaid Squanto. With whom, after friendly entertainment, and some gifts given him, they made a peace with him, which hath now continued this 24 years, in these terms. 1. That neither he nor any of his, should injury or do hurt to any of their people. 2. That if any of his did any hurt to any of theirs, he should send ye offender, that they might punish him. 3. That if anything were taken away from any of theirs, he should cause it to be restored, and they should do ye like to his. 4. If any did unjustly war against him, they would aid him, if any did war against them, he should aid them. 5. He should send to his neighbors confederates, to certify them of this, that they might not wrong them, but might be likewise comprised in ye conditions of peace. 6. That when the men came to them, they should leave their bows and arrows behind them. After these things he returned to his place called Soams, some 40 miles from this place, but Squanto continued with them, and was their interpreter, and was a special instrument sent of God for their good beyond their expectation. He directed them how to set their corn, where to take fish, and to procure other commodities, and was also their pilot to bring them to unknown places for their profit, and never left them till he died. He was a native of this place, and scarce any left alive besides himself. He was carried away with divers others by one Hunt, a mister of a ship, who thought to sell them for slaves in Spain. But he got away for England, and was entertained by a marchantee in London, and employed to Newfoundland and other parts, and lastly brought hither into these parts by one Mr. Dermer, a gentleman employed by Senior Ferdinando Gorges and others, for discovery, and other designs in these parts. Of whom I shall say something, because it is mentioned in a book set forth anno 1622. By the Presidente and Council for New England, that he made ye peace between ye salvages of these parts and ye English, of which this plantation, as it is intimated, had ye benefit. But what a peace it was, may apar by what befell him and his men. This Mr. Dermer was here the same year that these people came, as apars by a relation written by him, and given me by a friend, bearing date June 30th. Anno 1620. And they came in November following, so there was but 4 months difference. In which relation to his honored friend, he hath these passages of this very place. I will first begine, saith he, wth that place from whence Squanto, or Tisquantum, was taken away. Wch in cap, Smith's Mape is called Plymouth, and I would that Plymouth had ye like commodities. I would that the first plantation might here be seated, if there come to the number of 50 persons, or upward. Otherwise at Charlton, because the ye savages are laced to be feared. The Pockanockets, which live to ye west of Plymouth, bear an inveterate malice to ye English, and are of more strength than all ye Savags from thence to Penobscot. Their desire of revenge was occasioned by an English man, who having many of them on board, made a great slaughter with their murderers and smale shot, when as, they say, they offered no injury on their parts. Whether they were English or no, it may be doubted, yet they believe they were, for ye French have so posseous them, for which cause Squanto cannot any but they would have killed me when I was at Namasket, had he not entreated hard for me. The soil of ye borders of this great bay, may be compared to most of ye plantations which I have seen in Virginia. The land is of divers sorts. For Patuxite is a hardy but strong soil, nozzle and sawtuftet are for ye most part a blakish and deep mold, much like that where groweth ye best tobacco in Virginia. In ye bottom of Whitey Great Bay is store of cod and bass, or mullet, and but above all he commends Packanockite for ye richest soil, and much open ground fit for English grain, and Massachusetts is about 9 leagues from Plymouth, and situate in ye mids between both, is full of islands and peninsulas very fertile for ye most part. With sundry such relations which I forbear to transcribe, being now better known than they were to him. He was taken prisoner by ye Indians at Manamoyac, a place not far from hence, now well known. He gave them what they demanded for his liberty, but when they had got what they desired, they kept him still and endeavored to kill his men. But he was freed by ceasing on some of them, and kept them bound till they gave him a canoe's load of corn. Of which, see Perch, Lib 9. Folios 1778. But this was anno 1619. After ye writing of ye former relation he came to ye Isle of Capuac, which lies south of this place in ye way to Virginia, and ye foresaid Squanto wth him, where he going ashore amongst ye Indians to trad, as he used to do. Was betrayed and assaulted by them, and all his men slain, but one that kept the boat. But himself got aboard very sore wounded, and they had cut of his head upon ye cutie of his boat, had not ye man rescued him with a sword. And so they got away, and made shift to get into Virginia, where he died. Whether of his wounds or ye diseases of ye country, or both together, is uncertain. By all which it may appear how far these people were from peace, and with what danger this plantation was begun, save as ye powerful hand of the Lord did protect them. These things were partly the reason why they kept aloof and were so long before they came to the English. Another reason, as after themselves made know, was how about 3 years before, a French ship was cast away at Cape Cod, but ye men got ashore, and saved their lives, and much of their victuals, and other goods. But after ye Indians heard of it, they gathered together from these parts, and never left watching and dogging them till they got advantage, and killed them all but 3 or 4. Which they kept, and sent from one sachem to another, to make sport with, and used them worse than slaves, of which ye foresaid Mr. Dermer redeemed 2 of them Winky Face, and they conceived this ship was now come to revenge it. Also, as after was made known, before they came to ye English to make friendship, they got all the pouches of ye country, for 3 days together, in a horrid and devilish manner to curse and execrate them with their conjurations, which assembly and service they held in a dark and dismal swamp. But to return. The spring now approaching, it pleased God the mortality began to cease amongst them, and ye sick and lame recovered apace, which put as it were new life into them. Though they had borne their sad affliction with much patience and contentedness, as I think any people could do. But it was ye Lord which upheld them, and had beforehand prepared them, many having long borne ye yoke, yea from their youth. Many other smaller matters I might, sundry of them having been already published in a journal made by one of the company. And some other passages of journeys and relations already published, to which I refer those that are willing to know them more particularly. And being now come to ye 25, of March I shall begin ye year 1621. Anno 1621. They now began to dispatch ye ship away which brought them over, which lay till ye about this time, or ye beginning of April. The reason on their parts why she stayed so long, was ye necessity and danger that lay upon them, for it was well towards ye end of December before she could land anything here, or they able to receive anything ashore. Afterwards, ye 14. Of Jan, the house which they had made for a general rendezvous by casualty fell afire, and some were fain to retire aboard for shelter. Then the sickness began to fall sore amongst them, and ye weather so bad as they could not make much sooner any dispatch. Again, the Gavre and Chef of them, seeing so many die, and fall down sick daily, thought it no wisdom to send away the ship, their condition considered, and ye danger they stood in from ye Indians, till they could procure some shelter. And therefore thought it better to draw some more charge upon themselves and friends, than hazard all. The Mr. and seamen likewise, though before they hasted ye passengers ashore to be gone, now many of their men being dead, and of ye ablest of them, as is before noted, and of ye rest many lay sick and weak, ye Mr. durst not put to sea, till he saw his men begin to recover, and ye heart of winter over. Afterwards they, as many as were able, began to plant their corn, in which Service Squanto stood them in great stead, showing them both ye manner how to set it, and after how to dress and tend it. Also he tooed them except they got fish and set with it, in these old grounds, it would come to nothing, and he showed them whitey in ye middle of April they should have store enough come up ye brook, by which they began to build. And taught them how to take it, and where to get other provisions necessary for them. All which they found true by trial and experience. Some English seed they sow, as wheat and peas, but it came not to good, either by ye baddens of ye seed, or latens of ye season, or both, or some other defect. In this month of April whilst they were bussy about their seed, their Gavre, Mr. John Carver, came out of ye field very sick, it being a hot day. He complained greatly of his head, and lay down, and within a few hours his senses failed, so as he never spake more till he died, which was within a few days after. Whose death was much lamented, and caused great heavens amongst them, as there was cause. He was buried in ye best manner they could, with some volleys of shot by all that bore arms, and his wife, being a weak woman, died within 5 or 6 weeks after him. Shortly after William Bradford was chosen Governor in his stead, and being not yet recovered of his illness, in which he had been near ye point of death, Isaac Allerton was chosen to be an assistant unto him, who, by renewed election every year, continued sundry years together, which I here note once for all. May 12th. Was ye first mariage in this place, which, according to ye laudable custom of the Low Countries, in which they had lived, was thought most requisite to be performed by the magistrate, as being a civil thing. Upon which many questions about inheritances do depende, with other things most proper to their cognizance, and most consonant to ye scriptures, Ruth 4. And nowhere found in ye gospel to be laid on ye ministers as a part of their office. This decree or law about mariage was published by ye Stats of ye Low Countries anno 1590. That those of any religion, after lawful and open publication, coming before ye magistrates, in ye town or stat house, were to be orderly, by them, married one to another. Pedit's Hist. Fall, 1029. And this practice hath continued amongst, not only them, but hath been followed by all ye famous churches of Christ in these parts to this time, anno 1646. Having in some sort ordered their bussiness at home, it was thought meet to send some abroad to see their new friend Massasoit, and to bestow upon him some gratuity to bind him ye faster unto them. As also that Harby they might vie ye country, and see in what manner he lived, what strength he had about him, and how ye ways were to his place, if at any time they should have occasion. So ye 2, of July they sent a Mr. Edward Winslow and Mr. Hopkins, with ye foresaid Squanto for their guid, who gave him a suite of clothes, and a horseman's coat, with some other small things, which were kindly accepted, but they found but short commons, and came both weary and hungry home. For ye Indians used then to have nothing so much corn as they have since ye English have stored them with their house, and seen their industry in breaking up new grounds therewith. They found his place to be 40 miles from hence, ye soil good, and ye people not many, being dead and abundantly wasted in ye late great mortality which fell in all these parts about 3 years before ye coming of ye English, wherein thousands of them died. They not being able to bury one another. Their skulls and bones were found in many places lying still above ground, where their houses and dwellings had been, a very sad spectacle to behold. But they brought word that ye Narragansetts lived but on ye other side of that great bay, and were a strong people, and many in number, living compact together, and had not been at all touched with this wasting plague. About ye later end of this month, one John Billington lost himself in ye woods, and wandered up and down some 5 days, living on berries and what he could find. At length he light on an Indian plantation, 20 mills south of this place, called Manamet. They conveyed him further of, to Nauset, among those people that had before set upon ye English when they were costing, whilst ye ship lay at ye Cape, as is before noted. But ye Gover caused him to be inquired for among ye Indians, and at length Massasoit sent word where he was, and ye Gover sent a shallop for him, and had him delivered. Those people also came and made their peace. And they gave full satisfaction to those whose come they had found and taken when they were at Cap Cod. Thus their peace and acquaintance was pretty well established wth the natives about them. And there was an other Indian called Hobbamack come to live amongst them, a proper lusty man, and a man of account for his valor and parts amongst ye Indians, and continued very faithful and constant to ye English till he died. He and Squanto being gone upon business among ye Indians, at their return, whether it was out of envy to them or malice to the English, there was a sachem called Corbitant, allied to Massasoit, but never any good friend to ye English to this day. Met with them at an Indian town called Namasaket 14 miles to ye west of this place, and began to quarrel wth them, and offered to stave Hobbamack. But being a lusty man, he cleared himself of him, and came running away all sweating into ye Gover what had befallen him, and he feared they had killed Squanto, for they threatened them both. And for no other cause but because they were friends to ye English, and serviceable unto them. Upon this ye Gover taking counsel, it was conceived not fit to be borne. For if they should suffer their friends and messengers thus to be wronged, they should have none would cleave unto them, or give them any intelligence, or do them service afterwards, but next they would fall upon themselves. Whereupon it was resolved to send ye Captain and 14 men well armed, and to go and fall upon them in ye night, and if they found that Squanto was killed, to cut off Corbitant's head, but not to hurt any but those that had a hand in it. Hobbamack was asked if he would go and be their guide, and bring them there before day. He said he would, and bring them to ye house where the man lay, and show them which was he. So they set forth ye 14 of August, and beset ye house round. The captain giving charge to let none pass out, entreed ye house to search for him. But he was gone away that day, so they missed him. But understood Whitey Squanto was alive, and that he had only threatened to kill him, and made an offer to stave him but did not. So they withheld and did no more hurt, and ye people came trembling, and brought them the best provisions they had, after they were acquainted by Hobbamack what was only intended. There was 3 sore wounded which broke out of ye house, and essayed to pass through ye guard. These they brought home with them, and they had their wounds dressed and cured, and sent home. After this they had many gratulations from divers sachems, and much firmer peace, yea, those of ye Isles of Capuac sent to make friendship. And this Corbitant himself used ye mediation of Massasoit to make his peace, but was shy to come near them a lunge while after. After this, ye 18 of September, they sent out their shallop to the Massachusetts, with 10 men, and Squanto for their guide and interpreter, to discover and vie that bay, and trade with ye natives, the which they performed, and found kind entertainment. The people were much afraid of ye Tarentines, a people to ye eastward which used to come in harvest time and take away their corn, and many times kill their persons. They returned in safety, and brought home a good quantity of beaver, and made reporute of ye place, wishing they had been there seated, but it seems ye Lord, who assigns to all men ye bounds of their habitations, had appointed it for another use. And thus they found the Lord to be with them in all their ways, and to bless their outgoings and incomings, for which let his holy name have ye praise for ever, to all posterity. They began now to gather in ye small harvest they had, and to fit up their houses and dwellings against winter, being all well recovered in health and strength, and had all things in good plenty. For as some were thus employed in affairs abroad, others were exercised in fishing, about cod, and bass, and other fish, of which ye took good store, of which every family had their portion. All ye summer there was no want. And now began to come in store of foulée, as winter approached, of which this place did abound when they came first, but afterward decreased by degrees. And besides water foulée, there was great store of wild turkeys, of which they took many, besides venison, and besides they had about a peck a meal a week to a person, or now since harvest, Indian corn to YT proportion. Which made many afterwards write so largely of their plenty here to their friends in England, which were not feigned, but true reports. In November, about ye time 12th that themselves came, there came in a small ship to them unexpected relooked for, in which came Mr. Cushman, so much spoken of before, and with him 35 persons to remain and live in ye plantation. Which did not a little rejoice them. And they when they came ashore and found all well, and saw plenty of vitals in every house, were no less glad. For most of them were lusty young men, and many of them wild enough, who little considered whither or about what they went, till they came into ye harbour at Cape Cod, and there saw nothing but a naked and barren place. They then began to think what should become of them, if the people here were dead or cut off by ye Indians. They began to consult, upon some speeches that some of ye seamen had cast out, to take ye sails from ye yeard lest ye ship should get away and leave them there. But ye Mr. hearing of it, gave them good words, and told them if any thing but well should have befallen ye people here, he hoped he had vitals enough to carry them to Virginia, and whilst he had a bit they should have their part. Which gave them good satisfaction. So they were all landed, but there was not so much as biscuit cake or any other victuals for them, neither had they any beating, but some sorry things they had in their cabins, nor pot, nor pan, to drease any meat in. Nor over many clothes, for many of them had brushed away their coats and cloaks at Plymouth as they came. But there was sent over some birchen lane suits in ye ship, out of which they were supplied. The plantation was glad of this addition of strength, but could have wished that many of them had been of better condition, and all of them better furnished with provisions, but YT could not now be helped. In this ship Mr. Weston sent a large leader to Mr. Carver, ye late Gover, now deceased, full of complaints and expostulations about former passages at Hampton, and ye keeping ye ship so long in ye country, and returning her without lading, and which for brevity I omit. The rest is as followeth. Part of Mr. Weston's letter. I durst never acquaint ye adventurers with ye alteration of ye conditions first agreed on between us, which I have since been very glad of, for I am well assured had they known as much as I do, they would not have adventured a halfpenny of what was necessary for this ship. That you sent no lading in the ship is wonderful, and worthily distasted. I know your weakens was the cause of it, and I believe more weakens of judgment, than weakens of hands. A quarter of ye time you spent in discoursing, arguing, and consulting, would have done much more, but that is past, and if you mean, bona fide, to perform the conditions agreed upon, do us ye favour to copy them out fair, and subscribe them with ye principal of your names. And likewise give us account as particularly as you can how our monies were laid out. And then I shall be able to give them some satisfaction, whom I am now forced with good words to shift of. And consider that ye life of the Bussines depends on ye lading of this ship, which, if you do to any good purpose, that I may be freed from ye great sums I have disbursed for ye former, and must do for the later. I promise you I will never quit ye Bussines, though all the other adventurers should. We have procured you a charter, the best we could, which is better than your former, and with less limitation. For anything YT is else worth writing, Mr. Cushman can inform you. I pray write instantly for Mr. Robinson to come to you. And so praying God to bless you with all graces necessary both for this life and that to come, I rest. Your very loving friend. Though. Weston. London, July 6. 1621. This ship, Called Ye Fortune, was speedily dispatched away, being laden with good clabbered as full as she could stow, and 2 hogsheads of beaver and otter skins, which they got with a few trifling commodities brought with them at first, being altogether unprovided for trade. Neither was there any amongst them that ever saw a beaver skin till they came here, and were informed by Squanto. The freight was estimated to be worth near 500 li. Mr. Cushman returned back also with this ship, for so Mr. Weston and ye rest had appointed him, for their better information. And he doubted not, nor themselves neither, but they should have a speedy supply, considering also how by Mr. Cushman's persuasion, and letters received from Leyden, wherein they willed them so to do, they yielded to ye aforesaid conditions, and subscribed them with their hands. But it proved otherwise, for Mr. Weston, who had made ye large promise in his leader, as is before noted, that if all ye rest should fall of, yet he would never quit ye business, but stick to them, if they yielded to ye conditions, and sent a sum lading in ye ship, and of this Mr. Cushman was confident, and confirmed ye same from his mouth, and serious protestations to himself before he came. But all proved but wind, for he was ye first and only man that forsook them, and that before he so much as heard of ye return of this ship, or knew what was done, so vain is the confidence in man. But of this more in its place. A letter in answer to his right to Mr. Carver, was sent to him from ye Gavre, of which so much as is pertinent to ye thing in hand I shall here insert. Senior, your large letter written to Mr. Carver, and dated ye 6 of July, 1621, I have received ye 10 of November, wherein, after ye apology made for yourself, you lay many heavy imputations upon him and us all. Touching him, he is departed this life, and now is at rest in ye Lord from all those troubles and encumbrances with which we are yet to strive. He needs not my apology. For his care and pains was so great for ye common good, both ours and yours, as that therewith, it is thought, he oppressed himself and shortened his days, of whose loss we cannot sufficiently complain. At great charges in this adventure, I confess you have been, and many losses may sustain, but ye loss of his and many other honest and industrious men's lives, cannot be valued at any price. Of ye one, there may be hope of recovery, but ye other no recompense can make good. But I will not insist in generals, but come more particularly to ye things themselves. You greatly blame us for keeping ye ship so long in ye country, and then to send her away empty. She lay 5 weeks at Cap Cod, whilst with many a weary step, after a long journey, and the endurance of many a hard brunt, we sought out in the foule winter a place of habitation. Then we went in so tedious a time to make provision to shelter us and our goods, about wch labor, many of our arms and legs can tell us to this day we were not negligent. But it pleased God to visite us then, with death daily, and with so general a disease, that the living were scarce able to bury the dead, and ye well not in any measure sufficient to tend ye sick. And now to be so greatly blamed, for not freighting ye ship, doth indeed go near us, and much discourage us. But you say you know we will pretend weakens, and do you think we had not cause? Yes, you tell us you believe it, but it was more weakens of judgment, than of hands. Our weakens herein is great we confess, therefore we will bear this check patiently amongst ye rest, till God send us wiser men. But they which tood you we spent so much time in discoursing and consulting, and, their hearts can tell their tongues, they lie. They cared not, so they might salve their own sores, how they wounded others. Indeed, it is our calamity that we are, beyond expectation, yoked with some ill-conditioned people, who will never do good, but corrupt and abuse others, and The rest of ye letter declared how they had subscribed those conditions according to his desire, and sent to him ye former accounts very particularly, also how ye ship was laden, and in what condition their affairs stood. That ye coming of these people would bring famine upon them unavoidably, if they had not supply in time, as Mr. Cushman could more fully inform him and ye rest of ye adventurers. Also that seeing he was now satisfied in all his demands, that offences would be forego 10, and he remember his promise, and after ye departure of this ship, which stayed not above 14 days, the Gover and his assistante having disposed these late commerce into several families, as ye best could, took an exact account of all their provisions in store, and proportioned ye same to ye number of persons. And found that it would not hoot out above 6 months at half allowance, and hardly that. And they could not well give less this winter time till fish came in again. So they were presently put to half allowance, one as well as another, which began to be hard, but they bore it patiently under hope of supply. Soon after this ship's departure, ye great people of ye Narragansetts, in a braving manner, sent a messenger unto them with a bundle of arrows tied about with a great sneakskine, which their interpreters told them was a threatening and a chailing. Upon which ye Gov, with ye advice of others, sent them around answer, that if they had rather have war than peace, they might begine when they would, they had done them no wrong, neither did ye fear them, or should they find them unprovided. And by another messenger sent ye sneakskine back with bullets in it, but they would not receive it, but send it back again. But these things I do but mention, because they are more at large already put forth in print, by Mr. Winslow, at ye request of some friends. And it is like ye reason was their own ambition, who, since ye death of so many of ye Indians, thought to domineer and lord it over ye rest, and conceived ye English would be a bar in their way. And saw that Massasoit took shelter already under their wings. But this made them ye more carefully to look to themselves, so as they agreed to enclose their dwellings with a good strong pale, and make flankers in convenient places, with gates to shoot, which were every night locked, and a watch kept. And when need required there was also warding in ye daytime. And ye company was by ye captain and ye Gover advise, divided into 4 squadrons, and every one had their quarter appointed them, unto which they were to repair upon any sudden alarm. And if there should be any cry of fire, a company were appointed for a guard, with muskets, whilst others quenched ye same, to prevent Indian treachery. This was accomplished very sharefully, and ye town impaled round by ye beginning of March, in which every family had a pretty garden plot secured. And herewith I shall end this year. Only I shall remember one passage more, rather of mirth than of weight. One ye day called Christmas Day, ye Gover caled them out to work, as was used, but ye most of this new company excused themselves and said it went against their consciences to work on Whitey Day. So ye Gover told them that if they made it matter of conscience, he would spare them till they were better informed. So he led away ye rest and left them, but when they came home at noon from their work, he found them in ye street at play, openly. Some pitching ye bar, and some at stowball, and such like sports. So he went to them, and took away their implements, and told them that was against his conscience, that they should play in others' work. If they made ye keeping of it matter of devotion, let them keep their houses, but there should be no gaming or revelling in ye streets. Since which time nothing hath been attempted that way, at least openly. Anno 1622. At ye spring of ye year they had appoint ye Massachusetts to come again and trade with them, and began now to prepare for that voyage about ye later end of March. But upon some rumours heard, Hobbamack, their Indian, told them upon some jealousies he had, he feared they were joined WTHE Narragansetts and might betray them if they were not careful. He intimated also some jealousy of Squanto, by what he gathered from some private whisperings between him and other Indians. But they resolved to proceed, and sent out their shallop with 10 of their chaf men about ye beginning of April, and both Squanto and Hobbamack with them, in regard of ye jealousy between them. But they had not been gone lunge, but an Indian belonging to Squanto's family came ruining in seeming great fear, and told them that many of ye Narragansetts, with Corbitant, and he thought also Massasoit, were coming against them. And he got away to tell them, not without danger. And being examined by ye Gavre, he made as if they were at hand, and would still be looking back, as if they were at his heels. At which the governor caused them to take arms and stand on their guard, and supposing ye boat to be still within hearing, by reason it was calm, caused a warning piece or two to be showed of, the which ye heard and came in. But no Indians appeared. Watch was kept all night, but nothing was seen. Hobbemac was confident for Massasoit, and thought all was false. Yet ye Gavre caused him to send his wife privately, to see what she could observe, pretending other occasions, but there was nothing found, but all was quiet. After this they prosed on their voyage to ye Massachusetts, and had good trade, and returned in safety, blessed be God. But by the former passages, and other things of like nature, they began to see Whitey Squanto sought his own ends, and planned his own game, by putting ye Indians in fear, and drawing gifts from them to enrich himself. Making them believe he could stir up war against whom he would, and make peace for whom he would. Yea, he made them believe they kept ye plague buried in ye ground, and could send it amongst whom they would, which did much terrify the Indians, and made them depend more on him, and seek more to him than to Massasoit, which procured him envy. And had like to have cost him his life. For after ye discovery of his practices, Massasoit sought it both privately and openly, which caused him to stick close to ye English, and never durst go from them till he died. They also made good use of ye emulation Whitey grew between Hobbemac and him, which made them carry more squarely. And ye Gavre seemed to countenance ye one, and ye captain ye other, by which they had better intelligence, and made them both more diligenti. Now in a manner their provisions were wholly spent, and they looked hard for supply, but none came. But about ye later end of May, they spied a boat at sea, which at first they thought had been some Frenchman, but it proved a shallop which came from a ship which Mr. Weston and an other had set out a fishing, at a place called Dameron's Cove, 40 leagues to ye eastward of them, where were Whitey year many more ships come a-fishing. This boat brought 7 passengers and some letters, but no vitals, nor any hope of any. Some part of which I shall set down. Mr. Carver, in my last leaders by ye fortune, in whom Mr. Cushman went, and who I hope is with you, for we daily expect ye shite back again. She departed hence, ye beginning of July, with 35 persons, though not over well provided with necessaries, by reason of ye parsimony of ye adventurers. I have solicited them to send you a supply of men and provisions before she come. They all answer they will do great matters, when they hear good news. Nothing before, so faithful, constant, and careful of your good, are your old and honest friends, that if they hear not from you, they are like to send you no supply, and I am now to relate ye occasion of sending this ship, hoping if you give credite to my words, you will have a more favorable opinion of it, than some here, whereof Pickering is one, who taxed me to mind my own ends, which is in part true, and Mr. Beauchamp and myself bought this little ship, and have set her out, partly, if it may be, to uphold ye plantation, as well to do others good as ourselves, and partly to get up what we are formerly out, though we are otherwise censured, and this is ye occasion we have sent this ship and these passengers, on our own account, whom we desire you will friendly entertain and supply with such necessaries as you can spare, and they want, and among other things we pray you lend or sell them some seed corn, and if you have ye salt remaining of ye last year, that you will let them have it for their present use, and we will either pay you for it, or give you more when we have set our salt pan to work, which we desire may be set up in one of ye little islands in your bay, and because we intend, if God plays, and ye generality do it not, to send within a month another ship, who, having discharged her passengers, shall go to Virginia, and it may be we shall send a small ship to abide with you on ye coast, which I conceive may be a great help to ye plantation. To ye end our desire may be effected, which, I assure myself, will be also for your good, we pray you give them entertainment in your houses ye time they shall be with you, that they may lose no time, but may presently go in hand to fell trees and cleave them, to ye end lading may be ready and our ship stay not. Some of ye adventurers have sent you here with all some directions for your furtherance in ye come one bussiness, who are like those St. James speaks of, whitey bid their brother eat, and warm him, but give him nothing. So they bid you make salt, and uphold ye plantation, but send you no means wherewithal to doe it, and by ye next we purpose to send more people on our own account, and to take a patente. That if your people should be as unhumane as some of ye adventurers, not to admit us to dwell with them, which were extreme barbarism, and which will never enter into my head to think you have any such pickerings amongst you. Yet to satisfy our passengers I must of force doe it, and for some other reasons not necessary to be writen, and I find ye general so backward, and your friends at Leyden so could, that I fear you must stand on your legs, and trust, as they say, to God and yourselves. Subscribed. Your loving friend. Though, Weston. Jan. 12. 1621. Sundry other things I pass over, being tedious and impertinent. All this was but could comfort to fill their hungry bellies, and a slender performance of his former late promise. And as little did it either fill or warm them, as those ye Apostle James spake of, by him before mentioned. And well might it make them remember what ye Psalmist saith, PSA 1:18. 8. It is better to trust in the Lord, than to have confidence in man. And PSA 1:46. Put not you trust in princes, much less in ye merchants, nor in ye son of man, for there is no help in them. V. 5. Blessed is he that hath ye God of Jacob for his help, whose hope is in ye Lord his God. And as they were now failed of supply by him and others in this their greatest need and wants, which was caused by him and ye rest, who put so great a company of men upon them, as ye former company were, without any food. And came at such a time as they must live almost a whole year before any could be raised, except they had sent a some. So, upon ye point they never had any supply of vitalis more afterwards, but what the Lord gave them otherwise, for all ye company sent at any time was always too short for those people whitey came with it. There came also by ye same ship other leaders, but of later date, one from Mr. Weston, and other from a part of ye adventurers, as followeth. Mr. Carver, since my last, to ye end we might ye more readily proceed to help ye general, at a meeting of some of ye principal adventurers, a proposition was put forth, and allowed by all present, save Pickering. To adventure each man ye third part of what he formerly had done. And there are some other whitey follow his example, and will adventure no further. In regard whereof ye greater part of ye adventurers being willing to uphold ye bussiness, finding it no reason that those whitey are willing should uphold ye bussiness of those that are unwilling, whose backwardness doth discourage those that are forward, and hinder other new adventurers from coming in, we having well considered thereof, have resolved, according to an article in ye agreement, that it may be lawful by a general consent of ye adventurers and planters, upon just occasion, to break of their joint stock, to break it of. And do pray you to ratify, and confirm ye same on your parts. Which being done, we shall ye more willingly go forward for ye upholding of you with all things necessary. But in any case you must agree to ye articles, and send it by ye first under your hands and seals. So I end. Your loving friend. Though, Weston. Jan. 17. 1621. Another leader was write from part of ye company of ye adventurers to the same purpose, and subscribed with 9. Of their names, whereof Mr. Weston's and Mr. Beauchamp's were toe. This thing seemed strang unto them, seeing this unconstancy and shoe-fling. It made them to think there was some mystery in ye matter. And therefore ye gover concealed these letters from ye public, only imparted them to some trusty friends for advice, who concluded with him, that this tended to disband and scatter them, in regard of their straits, and if Mr. Weston and others, who seemed to ruin in a particular way, should come over with shipping so provided as his letters did intimate, they most would fall to him, to ye prejudice of themselves and ye rest of the adventurers, their friends, from whom as yet they heard nothing. And it was doubted whether he had not sent over such a company in ye former ship, for such an end. Yet they took compassion of those 7. Men which this ship, which fished to ye eastward, had kept till planting time was over, and so could set no corn. And also wanting vitals, for ye turned them off without any, and indeed wanted for themselves, neither was their saltpan come, so as ye could not perform any of those things which Mr. Weston had appointed, and might have starved if ye plantation had not succoured them, who, in their wants, gave them as good as any of their own. The ship went to Virginia, where they sold both ship and fish, of which, it was conceived, Mr. Weston had a very slender account. After this came another of his ships, and brought letters dated ye 10 of April, from Mr. Weston, as followeth. Mr. Bradford, these, and the fortune is arrived, of whose good news touching your estate and proceedings, I am very glad to hear. And howsoever he was robed on ye way by ye Frenchmen, yet I hope your loss will not be great, for ye conceit of so great a return doth much animate ye adventurers, so Whitey I hope some matter of importance will be done by them, and as for myself, I have sold my adventure and debts unto them, so as I am quit of you, and you of me, for that matter, and now though I have nothing to pretend as an adventurer amongst you, yet I will advise you a little for your good, if you can apprehend it. I perceive and know as well as another, ye dispositions of your adventurers, whom ye hope of gain hath drawn on to this they have done, and yet I fear Whitey hope will not draw them much further. Besides, most of them are against the sending of them of Leyden, for whose cause this bussiness was first begun, and some of ye most religious, as Mr. Green by name, accepts against them. So Whitey my advice is, you may follow it if you please, that you forthwith break of your joint stock, which you have wherein to do, both in law and conscience, for ye most part of ye adventurers have given way unto it by a former letter. And ye means you have there, which I hope will be to some purpose by ye trade of this spring, may, with ye help of some friends here, bear ye charge of transporting those of Leyden. And when they are with you I make no question but by God's help you will be able to subsist of yourselves. But I shall leave you to your discretion. I desired divers of ye adventurers, as Mr. Pierce, Mr. Green, and others, if they had anything to send you, either vitals or leaders, to send them by these ships. And marvelling they sent not so much as a letter, I asked our passengers what leaders they had, and with some difficulty one of them told me he had one, which was delivered him with great charge of secrecy. And for more security, to buy a pair of new shoes, and sew it between ye soles for fear of intercepting. I, taking ye leader, wondering what mystery might be in it, broke it open, and found this treacherous letter subscribed by ye hands of Mr. Pickering and Mr. Green. Which leader had it come to your hands without answer, might have caused ye hurt, if not ye ruin, of us all. For assuredly if you had followed their instructions, and shewed us that unkindness which they advise you unto, to hold us in distrust as enemies, and it might have been an occasion to have set us together by ye ears, to ye destruction of us all. For I do believe that in such a case, they knowing what bussiness hath been between us, not only my brother, but others also, would have been violent, and heady against you, and I meant to have set led ye people I before and now send, with or near you, as well for there as your more security in defence, as help on all occasions. But I find ye adventurers so jealous and suspicious, that I have altered my resolution, and given order to my brother and those with him, to do as they and himself shall find fit. Thus, and your loving friend, Tho. Weston. April 10. 1621. Some part of Mr. Pickering's letter before mentioned. To Mr. Bradford and Mr. Brewster, and my dear love remembered unto you all, and the company hath bought out Mr. Weston, and are very glad they are freed of him, he being judged a man Whitey thought himself above ye general. And not expressing so much ye fear of God as was meet in a man to whom such trust should have been reposed in a matter of so great importance. I am sparing to be so plain as indeed is clear against him, but a few words to ye wise. Mr. Weston will not permit leaders to be sent in his ships, nor anything for your good or ours, of which there is some reason in respect of himself, and his brother Andrew, whom he doth send as principal in one of these ships, is a heady young man, and violenti, and set against you there, and ye company here, plotting with Mr. Weston their own ends, which tend to your and our undoing in respect of our estates there, and prevention of our good ends. For by credible testimony we are informed his purpose is to come to your colony, pretending he comes for and from ye adventurers, and will seek to get what you have in redines into his ships, as if they came from ye company, and possessing all, will be so much profit to himself. And further to inform themselves what special places or things you have discovered, to ye end that they may suppress and deprive you, and the Lord, who is ye watchman of Israel and sleepeth not, preserve you and deliver you from unreasonable men. I am sorry that there is cause to admonish you of these things concerning this man, so I leave you to God, who bless and multiply you into thousands, to the advancement of ye glorious gospel of our Lord Jesus. Amen. Farewell. Your loving friends. Edward Pickering. William Green. I pray conceal both ye writing and delivery of this letter, but make the best use of it. We hope to seat forth a ship ourselves within this month. The heads of his answer. Mr. Bradford, this is ye letter yt I wrote unto you of, which to answer in every particular is needles and tedious. My own conscience and all our people can and I think will testify, yt my end in sending ye ship Sparrow was your good, and now I will not deny but there are many of our people rude fellows, as these men term them, yet I presume they will be governed by such as I set over them. And I hope not only to be able to reclaim them from yt profanings that may scandalize ye voyage, but by degrees to draw them to God, and I am so far from sending rude fellows to deprive you either by fraude or violence of what is yours, as I have charged ye Mr. of ye ship Sparrow, not only to leave with you 2,000 of bread, but also a good quantity of fish, and but I will leave it to you to consider what evil this leader would or might have done, had it come to your hands and taken ye effect ye other desired. Now if you be of ye mind yt these men are, deal plainly with us, and we will seek our residence elsewhere. If you are as friendly as we have thought you to be, give us ye entertainment of friends, and we will take nothing from you, neither meat, drink, nor lodging, but what we will, in one kind or other, pay you for, and I shall leave in ye country a little ship, if God send her safe thither, with mariners and fishermen to stay there, who shall coast, and trad with ye savages, and ye old plantation. It may be we shall be as helpful to you, as you will be to us. I think I shall see you ye next spring, and so I commend you to ye protection of God, who ever keep you. Your loving friend. Though, Weston. Thus all their hops in regard of Mr. Weston were laid in ye dust, and all his promised help turned into an empty advice, which they apprehended was neither lawful nor profitable for them to follow. And they were not only thus left destitute of help in their extreme wants, having neither vitals, nor any thing to trade with, but others prepared and ready to glean up what ye country might have afforded for their relief. As for those harsh censures and suspicions intimated in ye former and following leaders, they desired to judge as charitably and wisely of them as they could, weighing them in ye balance of love and reason. And though they, in part, came from godly and loving friends, yet they conceived many things might arise from over deep jealousy and fear, together with unmeet provocations, though they well saw Mr. Weston pursued his own ends, and was embittered in spy-right. For after the receipt of ye former leaders, the Gov received one from Mr. Cushman, who went home in ye ship, and was alway intimate with Mr. Weston, as former passages declare, and it was much marvelled that nothing was heard from him, all this while. But it should see me it was ye difficulty of sending, for this leader was directed as ye leader of a wife to her husband, who was here, and brought by him to ye Gov. It was as followeth. Beloved Senior, I heartily salute you, with trust of your health, and many thanks for your love. By God's providence we got well home ye 17 of February. Being robbed by ye Frenchmen by ye way, and carried by them into France, and were kept there 15 days, and lost all yt we had that was worth taking, but thanks be to God, we escaped with our lives and ship. I see not yt it worketh any discouragement here. I purpose by God's grace to see you shortly, I hope in June next, or before. In ye mean space know these things, and I pray you be advertised a little. Mr. Weston hath quite broken up from our company, through some discontents Whitey arose betwixt him and some of our adventurers, and hath sold all his adventures, and hath now sent 3 small ships for his particular plantation. The greatest whereof, being 100. Tune, Mr. Reynolds goeth Mr. and he with ye rest purposeth to come himself, for what end I know not. The people which they carry are no men for us, wherefore I pray you entertain them not, neither exchange man for man with them, except it be some of your worst. He hath taken a patente for himself. If they offer to buy anything of you, let it be such as you can spare, and let them give ye worth of it. If they borrow anything of you, let them leave a good pawn, and it is like he will plant to ye southward of ye Cape, for William Trevor hath lavishly tooed but what he knew or imagined of Capewack, Mohigan, and ye Narragansetts. I fear these people will hardly deal so well with ye savages as they should. I pray you therefore signify to Squanto, that they are a distinct body from us, and we have nothing to do with them, neither must be blamed for their faults, much less can warrant their fidelity. We are about to recover our losses in France. Our friends at Leyden are well, and will come to you as many as can this time. I hope all will turn to ye best, wherefore I pray you be not discouraged, but gather up yourself to go thorough these difficulties sharefully and with courage in Whitey place wherein God hath set you, until ye day of refreshing come. And ye Lord God of sea and land bring us comfortably together again, if it may stand with his glory. Yours, Robart Cushman. On ye other side of ye leaf, in ye same leader, came these few lines from Mr. John Pierce, in whose name the patente was taken, and of whom more will follow, to be spoken in its place. Worthy Senior, I desire you to take into consideration that which is written on ye other side, and not any way to damnify your own colony, whose strength is but weakens, and may Thurby be more enfeebled. And for ye leaders of association, by ye next ship we send, I hope you shall receive satisfaction, in ye meantime whom you admit I will approve. But as for Mr. Weston's company, I think them so base in condition, for ye most part, as in all appearance not fit for an honest man's company. I wish they prove otherwise. My purpose is not to enlarge myself, but cease in these few lines, and so rest. Your loving friend, John Pierce. All these things they pondered and well considered, yet concluded to give his men friendly entertainment. Partly in regard of Mr. Weston himself, considering what he had been unto them, and done for them, and to some, more especially. And partly in compassion to ye people, who were now come into a wilderness, as themselves were, and were by ye ship to be presently put ashore, for she was to carry other passengers to Virginia, who lay at great charge. And they were altogether unacquainted and knew not what to do. So as they had received his former company of 7 men, and vitailed them as their own hitherto, so they also received these, being about 60, lusty men, and gave housing for themselves and their goods. And many being sick, they had ye best means ye place could afford them. They stayed here ye most part of ye summer till ye ship came back again from Virginia. Then, by his direction, or those whom he set over them, they removed into ye Massachusetts Bay, he having got a patente for some part there, by light of their former discovery in leader sent home. Yet they left all their sick folky here till they were set led and housed. But of the victuals they had not any, though they were in great want, nor anything else in recompense of any courtesy done them. Neither did they desire it, for they saw they were an unruly company, and had no good government over them, and by disorder would soon fall into wants if Mr. Weston came not ye sooner amongst them. And therefore, to prevent all after occasion, would have nothing of them. Amidst these straits, and ye desertion of those from whom they had hoped for supply, and when famine began now to pinch them sore, they not knowing what to do, the Lord, who never fails presents them with an occasion beyond all expectation. This boat which came from ye eastward brought them a letter from a stranger, of whose name they had never heard before, being a captain of a ship come there a fishing. This letter was as followeth. being thus inscribed. To all his good friends at Plymouth, these, and friends, countrymen, and neighbors, I salute you, and wish you all health and happiness in ye Lord. I make bold with these few lines to trouble you, because unless I were unhumane, I condone no less. Bad news doth spread itself too far, yet I will so far inform you that myself, with many good friends in ye South Colony of Virginia, have received such a blow, that 400 persons large will not make good our losses. Therefore I do entreat you, although not knowing you, that ye old rule which I learned when I went to school, may be sufficient. That is, happy is he whom other men's harms doth make to beware. And now again and again, wishing all those whitey willingly would serve ye Lord, all health and happines in this world, and everlasting peace in ye world to come. And so I rest. Yours, John Huddleston. By this boat ye gave returned a thankful answer, as was meet, and sent a boat of their own with them, which was piloted by them, in which Mr. Winslow was sent to procure what provisions he could of ye ships, who was kindly received by ye foresaid gentleman, who not only spared what he could, but writ to others to do ye like. By which means he got some good quantity and returned in safety, by which ye plantation had a doubly benefit, first, a present refreshing by ye food brought, and secondly, they knew ye way to those parts for their benefit hereafter. But what was got, and this small boat brought, being dead among so many, came but to a little, yet by God's blessing it upheld them till harvest. It arose but to 1/4 pound of bread a day to each person. And ye Gover caused it to be daily given them, otherwise, had it been in their own custody, they would have eat it up and then starved. But thus, with what else they could get, they made pretty shift till corn was ripe. This summer they built a fort with good timber, both strong and comely, which was of good defence, made with a flate roof and battlements, on which their ordnance were mounted, and where they kept constant watch, especially in time of danger. It served them also for a meeting house, and was fitted accordingly for that use. It was a great work for them in this weekends and time of wants. But ye deanger of ye time required it, and both ye continual rumours of ye fears from ye Indians here, especially ye Narragansetts, and also ye hearing of that great massacre in Virginia, made all hands willing to dispatch ye same. Now ye welcome time of harvest approached, in which all had their hungry bellies filled. But it arose but to a little, in comparison of a full year's supply. Partly by reason they were not yet well acquainted with ye manner of Indian corn, and they had no other, also their many other employments, but chiefly their weekends for want of food, to tend it as they should have done. Also much was stolen both by night and day, before it became scarce eatable, and much more afterward. And though many were well whipped, when they were taken, for a few ears of corn, yet hunger made others, whom conscience did not restrain, to venture. So as it well appeared ye famine must still ensue ye next year also, if not some way prevented, or supply should fail, to which they durst not trust. Markets there was none to go to, but only ye Indians, and they had no trading commodities. Behold now another providence of God, a ship comes into ye harbour, one Captain Johns being chaf therein. They were set out by some merchants to discover all ye harbours between this and Virginia, and ye shoots of Cape Cod, and to trade along ye coast where they could. This ship had store of English beads, which were then good trade, and some knives, but would sell none but at dear rates, and also a good quantity together. Yet they were glad of ye occasion, and fain to buy at any rate. They were fain to give after ye rate of cento per cento, if not more, and yet pay away coat beaver at 3s. Pearly, which in a few years after yielded 20s. By this means they were fitted again to trade for beaver and other things, and intended to buy what corn they could. But I will here take liberty to make a little digression. There was in this ship a gentleman by name Mr. John Porry. He had been secretary in Virginia, and was now going home passenger in this ship. After his departure he write a leader to ye Govern the postscript whereof he hath these lines. To yourself and Mr. Brewster, I must acknowledge myself many ways indebted, whose books I would have you think very well bestowed on him, who estimeth them such jewels. My hast would not suffer me to remember, much less to beg, Mr. Ainsworth's elaborate work upon ye 5 books of Moises. Both his and Mr. Robinson's do highly commend the authors, as being most conversant in ye scriptures of all others. And what good, who knows, it may please God to work by them, through my hands, though most unworthy, who finds such high contente in them. God have you all in his keeping. Your unfeigned and fear-may friend, John Poree. August 28. 1622. These things I here insert for honour's sake of ye author's memory, which this gentleman doth thus ingeniously acknowledge, and himself after his return did this poor plantation much credite amongst those of no mean rank. But to return. Shortly after harvest Mr. Weston's people who were now seated at ye Massachusetts, and by disorder, as it seems, had made havoc of their provisions, began now to perceive that want would come upon them. And hearing that they here had bought trading commodities and intended to trade for corn, they write to ye Gavre and desired they might join with them, and they would employ their small ship in ye service. And further requested either to lend or sell them so much of their trading commodities as their part might come to, and they would undertake to make payment when Mr. Weston, or their supply, should come. The Gavre condescended upon equal terms of agreement, thinking to go about ye Cap to ye southward with ye ship, where some store of corn might be got. All things being provided, Captain Standish was appointed to go with them, and Squanto for a guide and interpreter, about ye latter end of September, but ye winds put them in again, and putting out ye 2 time, he fell sick of a fever, so ye Gavre went himself. But they could not get about ye should of Cap Cod, for flats and breakers, neither could Squanto direct them better, nor ye Mr. durst venture any further, so they put into Manamoick Bay and got what they could there. In this place Squanto fell sick of an Indian fever, bleeding much at ye nose, which ye Indians take for a symptom of death, and within a few days died there. Desiring ye Gavre to pray for him, that he might go to ye Englishmen's God in heaven, and bequeathed sundry of his things to sundry of his English friends, as remembrances of his love, of whom they had a great loss. They got in this voyage, in one place and other, about 26 or 28 hogsheads of corn and beans, which was more than the Indians could well spare in these parts, for ye set but a little till they got English house. And so were fain to return, being sorry they could not get about the Cap, to have been better laden. Afterward ye Gavre took a few men and went to ye inland places, to get what he could, and to fetch it home at ye Spring, which did help them something. After these things, in February, a messenger came from John Sanders, who was left chef over Mr. Weston's men in ye Bay of Massachusetts, who brought a letter shewing the great wants they were fallen into, and he would have borrowed a hh of corn of ye Indians, but they would lend him none. He desired advice whether he might not take it from them by force to succour his men till he came from ye eastward, whither he was going. The Gavre and rest awaited him by all means from it, for it might so exasperate the Indians as might endanger their safety, and all of us might smart for it, for they had already heard how they had so wronged ye Indians by stealing their corn, and as they were much incensed against them. Yea, so base were some of their own company, as they went and to ye Indians whitey their Gavre was purposed to come and take their corn by force. The which with other things made them enter into a conspiracy against ye English, of which more in ye next. Herewith I end this year. Anno Dom, 1623. It may be thought strange that these people should fall to these extremities in so short a time, being left competently provided when ye ship left them, and had an addition by that moiety of corn that was got by trade. Besides much they got of ye Indians where they lived, by one means and other. It must needs be their great disorder, for they spent excessively whilst they had, or could get it. And, it may be, wasted part away among ye Indians, for he whitey was their chief was taxed by some amongst them for keeping Indian women, how truly I know not. And after they began to come into wants, many sold away their clothes and bed coverings. Others, so base were they, became servants to ye Indians, and would cut them wood and fetch them water, for a cap full of corn. Others fell to plain stealing, both night and day, from ye Indians, of which they grievously complained. In ye end, they came to that misery, that some starved and died with cold and hunger. One in gathering shellfish was so weak as he stuck fast in ye mud, and was found dead in ye place. At last most of them left their dwellings and scattered up and down in ye woods, and by ye water-sids, where they could find ground nuts and claims, here 6. And there 10. By which their carriages they became contemned and scorned of ye Indians, and they began greatly to insult over them in a most insolent manner. Insomuch, many times as they lay thus scattered abroad, and had set on a pot with ground nuts or shellfish, when it was ready the Indians would come and eat it up. And when night came, whereas some of them had a sorry blanket, or such like, to lap themselves in, the Indians would take it and let ye other lie all night in the cood, so as their condition was very lamentable. Yea, in ye end they were fain to hang one of their men, whom they could not reclaim from stealing, to give ye Indians contente. Whilst things went in this manner with them, ye Gavre and people here had notice Whitey Massasoit the friend was sick and near unto death. They sent to visit him, and withal sent to him such comfortable things as gave him great contente, and was a means of his recovery, upon which occasion he discovers ye conspiracy of these Indians, how they were resolved to cut of Mr. Weston's people, for the continual injuries they did them, and would now take opportunity of their weakness to do it, and for that end had conspired with other Indians their neighbors thereabout. And thinking the people here would revenge their death, they therefore thought to do ye like by them, and had solicited him to join with them. He advised them therefore to prevent it, and that speedily by taking of some of ye chaff of them, before it was too late, for he assured them of ye truth hereof. This did much trouble them, and they took it into serious deliberation, and found upon examination other evidence to give light hereunto, to lunge here to relate. In ye meantime, came one of them from ye Massachusetts, with a small pack at his back, and though he knew not a foot of ye way, yet he got safe hither, but lost his way, which was well for him, for he was pursued, and so was missed. He told them here how all things stood amongst them, and that he durst stay no longer, he apprehended they, by what he observed, would be all knocked in ye head shortly. This made them make ye more haste, and dispatched a boat away wth Captain Standish and some men, who found them in a miserable condition, out of which he rescued them, and helped them to some relief, cut of some few of ye chaff conspirators, and, according to his order, offered to bring them all hither if they thought good. And they should fare no worse than themselves, till Mr. Weston or some supply came to them. Or, if any other course liked them better, he was to do them any helpfulness he could. They thanked him and ye rest. But most of them desired he would help them with some corn, and they would go with their small ship to ye eastward, where happily they might hear of Mr. Weston, or some supply from him, saying ye time of ye year was for fishing ships to be in ye land. If not, they would work among ye fishermen for their living, and get their passage into England, if they heard nothing from Mr. Weston in time. So they shipped what they had of any worth, and he got them all ye corn he could, scarce leaving to bring him home, and saw them well out of the bay, under sail at sea, and so came home. Not taking ye worth of a penny of anything that was theirs. I have but touched these things briefly, because they have already been published in print more at large. This was ye end of these that some time boast of their strength, being all able lusty men, and what they would do and bring to pass, in comparison of ye people here, who had many women and children and weak ons amongst them. And said at their first arrival, when they saw the wants here, that they would take another course, and not to fall into such a condition, as this simple people were come to. But a man's way is not in his own power. God can make ye weak to stand, let him also that standeth take heed lest he fall. Shortly after, Mr. Weston came over with some of ye fishermen, under another name, and ye disguise of a blacksmith, where he heard of ye ruin and dissolution of his colony. He got a boat and with a man or two came to see how things were. But by ye way, for want of skill, in a storm, he cast away his shallop in ye bottom of ye bay between Merrimack River and Pascataquack, and hardly escaped with life, and afterwards fell into the hands of ye Indians, who pillaged him of all he saved from the sea, and striped him out of all his clothes to his cheroot. At last he got to Pascataquack, and borrowed a suite of clothes, and got means to come to Plymouth. A strong alteration there was in him to such as had seen and known him in his former flourishing condition. So uncertain are ye mutable things of this unstable world. And yet men set their hearts upon them, though they daily see ye vanity thereof. After many passages, and much discourse, former things boiling in his mind, but bit in as was discerned, he desired to borrow some beaver of them. And to'd them he had hope of a ship and good supply to come to him, and then they should have anything for it they stood in need of. They gave little credite to his supply, but pitied his case, and remembered former courtesies. They to'd him he saw their wants, and they knew not when they should have any supply, also how ye case stood between them and their adventurers, he well knew. They had not much bever, and if they should let him have it, it were enough to make a mutiny among ye people, seeing there was no other means to procure them food which they so much wanted, and clothes also. Yet they to'd him they would help him, considering his necessity, but must do it secretly for ye former reasons. So they let him have 100 beaver skins, which weighed 170 odd pounds. Thus they helped him when all ye world failed him, and with this means he went again to ye ships, and stayed his small ship and some of his men, and bought provisions and fight himself, and it was ye only foundation of his aftercourse. But he requited them ill, for he proved after a bitter enemy unto them upon all occasions, and never repaid them any thing for it, to this day, but reproaches and evil words. Yea, he divulged it to some that were none of their best friends, whilst he yet had ye beaver in his boat. That he could now set them all together by ye ears, because they had done more than they could answer, in letting him have this beaver, and he did not spare to do what he could. But his malice could not prevail. All this while no supply was heard of, neither knew they when they might expect any. So they began to think how they might raise as much corn as they could, and obtain a better crop than they had done, that they might not still thus languish in misery. At length, after much debate of things, the Gov, with ye advise of ye chiefest amongst them, gave way that they should set corn every man for his own particular, and in that regard trust to themselves. In all other things to go on in ye general way as before. And so assigned to every family a parcel of land, according to the proportion of their number for that end, only for present use, but made no division for inheritance, and ranged all boys and youth under some family. This had very good success. For it made all hands very industrious, so as much more corn was planted than other ways would have been by any means ye Gov or any other could use, and saved him a great deal of trouble, and gave far better contente. The women now went willingly into ye field, and took their little ons with them to set corn, which before would allege weakens, and inability, whom to have compelled would have been thought great tyranny and oppression. The experience that was had in this common course and condition, tried sundry years, and that amongst godly and sober men, may well evince the vanity of that conceit of Plato's and other ancients, applauded by some of later times. That ye taking away of property, and bringing in community into a common wealth, would make them happy and flourishing, as if they were wiser than God. For this community, so far as it was found to breed much confusion and discontent, and retard much employment that would have been to their benefit and comforte. For ye young men that were most able and fit for labor and service did repine that they should spend their time and strength to work for other men's wives and children, without any recompense. The strong, or man of parts, had no more in division of victuals and clothes, than he that was weak and not able to do a quarter ye other could. This was thought injustice. The aged and graver men to be ranked and equalized in labors, and victuals, clothes, and, with ye meaner and younger sort, thought it some indignite and disrespect unto them. And for men's wives to be commanded to do service for other men, as dressing their meat, washing their clothes, and, they deemed it a kind of slavery, neither could many husbands well brook it. Upon ye point all being to have alike, and all to do alike, they thought themselves in ye like condition, and one as good as another. And so, if it did not cut of those relations that God hath set amongst men, yet it did at least much diminish and take of ye mutual respects that should be preserved amongst them. And would have been worse if they had been men of another condition. Let none object, this is men's corruption, and nothing to ye course itself. I answer, seeing all men have this corruption in them, God in his wisdom saw another course fighter for them. But to return. After this course set led, and by that their surrey was planted, all the victuals were spent, and they were only to rest on God's providence, at night not many times knowing where to have a bit of anything ye next day. And so, as one well observed, had need to pray that God would give them their daily bread, above all people in ye world. Yet they bore these wants with great patience and alacrity of spyrite, and that for so long a time as for ye most part of 2 years, which makes me remember what Peter Martyri writs, in magnifying ye Spaniards, in his 5 decade, Pag. 208, they, saith he, led a miserable life for 5 days together, with ye parched grain of maize only, and that not to saturity. And then concludes, that such pains, such labours, and such hunger, he thought none living which is not a Spaniard could have endured. But alas! These, when they had maize, Indian corn, they thought it as good as a feast, and wanted not only for 5 days together, but sometime 2 or 3 months together, and neither had bread nor any kind of corn. Indeed, in an other place, in his 2 decade, page 94. He mentions how others of them were worse put to it, where they were fain to eat dogs, toads, and dead men, and so died almost all. From these extremities the Lord in his goodness kept these his people, and in their great wants preserved both their lives and healths, let his name have ye praise. Yet let me here make use of his conclusion, which in some sort may be applied to this people, that with their miseries they opened a way to these new lands. And after these storms, with what ease other men came to inhabit in them, in respect of ye calamities these men suffered, so as they see me to go to a bride feast where all things are provided for them. They having but one boat left and she not over well fitted, they were divided into several companies, 6 or 7. To a gang or company, and so went out with a net they had bought, to take bass and such like fish, by course, every company knowing their turn. No sooner was ye boat discharged of what she brought, but ye next company took her and went out with her. Neither did they return till they had caught something, though it were 5 or 6 days before, for they knew there was nothing at home, and to go home empty would be a great discouragement to ye rest. Yea, they strive who should do best. If she stayed lunge or got little, then all went a seeking of shellfish, which at low water they digged out of ye sands. And this was their living in ye summer time, till God sent a whim better, and in winter they were helped with ground nuts and foule. Also in ye summer they got now and then a deer, for 1 or 2 of ye fightest was appointed to range ye woods for yt end, and what was got that way was divided amongst them. At length they received some leaders from ye adventurers, too long and tedious here to record, by which they heard of their further crosses and frustrations, beginning in this manner. Loving friends, as your sorrows and afflictions have been great, so our crosses and interceptions in our proceedings here, have not been small. For after we had with much trouble and charge sent ye Paragon away to sea, and thought all ye pain past, within 14 days after she came again hither, being dangerously leaked, and bruised with tempestuous storms, so as she was fain to be had into ye dock, and in 100 li bestowed upon her. All ye passengers lying upon our chart for 6 or 7 weeks, and much discontent and distemper was occasioned hereby, so as some dangerous event had like to ensode. But we trust all shall be well and work for ye best and your benefit, if yet with patience you can wait, and but have strength to hold in life. Whilst these things were doing, Mr. Weston's ship came and brought divers leaders from you, and it rejoiceth us much to hear of those good reports yt divers have brought home from you, and these letters were dated Des. 21, 1622. So far of this leader. This ship was brought by Mr. John Pierce, and set out at his own charge, upon hope of great matters. These passengers, and ye goods the company sent in her, he took in for fraught, for which they agreed with him to be delivered here. This was he in whose name their first patente was taken, by reason of acquaintance, and some alliance that some of their friends had with him. But his name was only used in trust. But when he saw they were here hopefully thus seated, and by ye success God gave them had obtained ye favour of ye Council of New England, he goes and sues to them for another patent of much larger extent, in their names. Which was easily obtained. But he meant to keep it to himself and allow them what he pleased, to hold of him as tenants, and sue to his courts as chef lord, as will appear by that which follows. But ye Lord marvellously crossed him. For after this first return, and ye charge above mentioned, when she was again fitted, he pesters himself and tacks in more passengers, and those not very good to help to bear his losses, and sets out ye too. Time. But what ye event was will appear from another leader from one of ye chef of ye company, dated ye 9. of April, 1623. Writ to ye Governor here, as followeth. Loving friend, when I write my last leader, I hope to have received one from you well nigh by this time. But when I write in des, I little thought to have seen Mr. John Pierce till he had brought some good tidings from you. But it pleased God, he brought us ye woeful tidings of his return when he was halfway over, by extreme tempest, wherein ye goodness and mercy of God appeared in sparing their lives, being 109 souls. The loss is so great to Mr. Pierce, and ye company put upon so great charge, as verily, and now with great trouble and loss, we have got Mr. John Pierce to assign over ye grand patente to ye company, which he had taken in his own name, and made quite void our former grante. I am sorry to writ how many here think whitey the hand of God was justly against him, both ye first and two time of his return. In regard he, whom you and we so confidently trusted, but only to use his name for ye company, should aspire to be lord over us all, and so make you and us tenants at his will and pleasure. Our assurance or patente being quite void and disannulled by his means. I desire to judge charitably of him. But his unwillingness to part with his royal lordship, and ye high rate he set it at, which was 500 li which cost him but 50 li, makes many speak and judge hardly of him. The company are out for goods in his ship, with charge about ye passengers, 640 li, and we have agreed with 2 marchants for a ship of 140 tunes, caled ye an, which is to be ready ye last of this month, to bring 60 passengers and 60 tune of goods, and this was dated April 9. 1623. These were their own words and judgment of this man's dealing and proceedings, for I thought it more meet to render them in theirs than my own words. And yet though there was never got other recompense than the resignation of this patente, and ye shares he had in adventure, for all ye former great sums, he was never quiet, but sued them in most of ye chef courts in England. And when he was still cast, brought it to ye Parliament. But he is now dead, and I will leave him to ye Lord. This ship suffered ye greatest extremity at sea at her too. Return, that one shall lightly hear of, to be saved, as I have been informed by Mr. William Pierce who was then Mr. of her, and many others that were passengers in her. It was about ye middle of February, the storm was for ye most part of 14 days, but for 2 or 3 days and nights together in most violent extremity. After they had cut down their mast, ye storm beat of their round house and all their upper works. 3 men had work enough at ye helm, and he that cunned ye ship before ye sea, was fain to be bound fast for washing away. The seas did so overrake them, as many times those upon ye deck knew not whether they were within board or without, and once she was so foundered in ye sea as they all thought she would never rise again. But yet ye Lord preserved them, and brought them at last safe to Portsmouth, to ye wonder of all men whitey saw in what a case she was in, and heard what they had endured. About ye later end of June came in a ship, with Captain Francis West, who had a commission to be Admiral of New England, to restrain interlopers, and such fishing ships as came to fish and trade without a license from ye Council of New England. For which they should pay a round sum of money. But he could do no good of them, for they were too strong for him, and he found ye fishermen to be stubborn fellows. And their owners, upon complaint made to ye Parliament, procured an order Whitey fishing should be free. He tood ye gave they spoke with a ship at sea, and were aboard her. Whitey was coming for this plantation, in which were sundry passengers, and they marvelled she was not arrived, fearing some miscarriage. For they lost her in a storm that fell shortly after they had been aboard. Which relation filled them full of fear, yet mixed with hope. The mister of this ship had some 2 of peas to sell, but seeing their wants, held them at 9 lee sterling a hogshead, and under 8 lee, he would not take, and yet would have beaver at an under rate. But they told him they had lived so long without, and would do still, rather than give so unreasonably. So they went from hence to Virginia. About 14 days after came in this ship, cailed ye Anne, whereof Mr. William Pierce was Mr., and about a week or 10 days after came in ye Pinnace which in foule weather they lost at sea, a fine new vessel of about 44 tune, which ye company had built to stay in the country. They brought about 60 persons for ye general, some of them being very useful persons, and became good members to ye body, and some were ye wives and children of such as were here already. And some were so bad, as they were fain to be at charge to send them home again ye next year. Also, besides these there came a company, that did not belong to ye general body, but came one there particular, and were to have lands assigned them, and be for themselves, yet to be subject to ye general government. Which caused some difference and disturbance amongst them, as will after appear. I shall here again take liberty to insert a few things out of such leaders as came in this shipe, desiring rather to manifest things in their words and apprehensions, than in my own, as much as may be, without tediousness. Beloved friends, I kindly salute you all, with trust of your healths and welfare, being right sorry Whitey no supply hath been made to you all this while, for defence whereof, I must refer you to our general leaders. Neither indeed have we now sent you many things, which we should and would, for want of money. But persons, more than enough, though not all we should, for people come flying in upon us, but monies come creeping into us. Some few of your old friends are come, as, and so they come droping to you, and by degrees, I hope ere long you shall enjoy them all. And because people press so hard upon us to go, and often such as are none of ye fightest, I pray you right earnestly to ye treasurer and direct what persons should be sent. It grieveth me to see so weak a company sent you, and yet had I not been here they had been weaker. You must still call upon the company here to see Whitey honest men be sent to you, and threaten to send them back if any other come, and we are not any way so much in danger, as by corrupt and naughty persons. Such, and such, came without my consent, but ye importunity of their friends got promise of our treasurer in my absence. Neither is there need we should take any lewd men, for we may have honest men enow, and your assured friend. R.C. The following was from ye general. Loving friends, we most heartily salute you in all love and hearty affection. Being yet in hope Whitey the same God which hath hitherto preserved you in a marvellous manner, doth yet continue your lives and health, to his own praise and all our comforts. Being right sorry that you have not been sent unto all this time, and we have in this ship sent such women, as were willing and ready to go to their husbands and friends, with their children, and we would not have you discontent, because we have not sent you more of your old friends, and in special, him on whom you most depend. Far be it from us to neglect you, or contemn him. But as ye intent was at first, so ye avant at last shall shew it, that we will deal fairly, and squarely answer your expectations to the full. There are also come unto you, some honest men to plant upon their particulars besides you. A thing which if we should not give way unto, we should wrong both them and you. Them, by puting them on things more inconvenient, and you, for that being honest men, they will be a strengthening to ye place, and good neighbours unto you. Two things we would advise you of, which we have likewise signified them here. First, ye trade for skins to be retained for the general till ye devidente, 2 ly. Whitey their settling by you, be with such distance of place as is neither inconvenient for ye lying of your lands, nor hurtful to your speedy and easy assembling together. We have sent to you diverse fishermen, with salt, and diverse other provisions we have sent to you, as will appear in your bill of lading, and though we have not sent all we would, because our cash is small, yet it is whitey we could, and although it seemeth you have discovered many more rivers and fertile grounds than whitey where you are, yet seeing by God's providence whitey place fell to your lot, let it be accounted as your portion. And rather fix your eyes upon that which may be done there, than languish in hops after things elsewhere. If your place be not ye best, it is better, ye shall be ye less envied and encroached upon. And such as are earthly minded, will not settle too near your border. If ye land afford you bread, and ye sea yield you fish, rest you a while contented, God will one day afford you better fare. And all men shall know you are neither fugitives nor discontents. But can, if God so order it, take ye worse to yourselves, with content, and leave ye best to your neighbors, with cheerfulness. Let it not be grievous unto you whitey you have been instruments to break ye ise for others who come after with less difficulty, the honor shall be yours to ye world's end, and we bear you always in our breasts, and our hearty affection is towards you all, as are ye hearts of hundreds more which never saw your faces, who doubtless pray for your safety as their own, as we ourselves both do and ever shall. That ye same God which hath so marvellously preserved you from seas, foes, and famine, will still preserve you from all future dangers, and make you honorable amongst men, and glorious in blighs at ye last day. And so ye Lord be with you all and send us joyful news from you, and enable us with one shoulder so to accomplish and perfect this work, as much glory may come to him whitey confoundeth ye mighty by the weak, and mocketh small things great. To whose greatness be all glory for ever and ever. This leader was subscribed with 13 of their names. These passengers, when they saw their low and poor condition ashore, were much daunted and dismayed, and according to their diverse humors were diversely affected. Some wished themselves in England again. Others fell a-weeping, fancying their own misery in what ye saw now in others, others some pitying the distress they saw their friends had been long in, and still were under, in a word, all were full of saddens. Only some of their old friends rejoiced to see them, and whitey it was no worse with them, for they could not expect it should be better, and now hoped they should enjoy better days together. And truly it was no marvel they should be thus affected, for they were in a very low condition, many were ragged in apparel, and some little better than half naked, though some whitey were well stored before, were well enough in this regard. But for food they were all alike, save some whitey had got a few peas of ye ship whitey was last here. The best dish they could present their friends with was a lobster, or a piece of fish, without bread or anything else but a cup of fair spring water. And ye long continuance of this diet, and their labours abroad, had something abated ye freshens of their former complexion. But God gave them health and strength in a good measure, and shewed them by experience ye truth of whitey word, Deuteronomy 8. 3. Whitey man liveth not by bread only, but by every word whitey proceedeth out of ye mouth of ye Lord doth a man live. When I think how sadly ye Scripture speaks of the famine in Jacob's time, when he said to his sons, Go buy us food, that we may live and not die. Gen 42. 2, and 43. 1. That the famine was great, or heavy in the land. And yet they had such great herds, and store of cattle of sundry kinds, which, besides flesh, must needs produce other food, as milk, butter and cheese, and yet it was counted a sore affliction. Theirs here must needs be very great, therefore, who not only wanted the staff of bread, but all these things, and had no Egypt to go to. But God fed them out of ye sea for ye most part, so wonderful is his providence over his in all ages. For his mercy endureth for ever. On ye other hand the old planters were afraid that their corn, when it was ripe, should be imparted to ye new comers, whose provisions they brought with them they feared would fall short before ye year went about, as indeed it did. They came to ye Gavr and besought him that as it was before agreed that they should set corn for their particular, and accordingly they had taken extraordinary pains thereabout, that they might freely enjoy the same. And they would not have a bit of ye victuals now come, but wait till harvest for their own, and let ye new comers enjoy what they had brought. They would have none of it, except they could purchase any of it of them by bargain or exchange. Their request was granted them, for it gave both sides good contente. For ye new comers were as much afraid that ye hungry planters would have eat up ye provisions brought, and they should have fallen into ye like condition. This ship was in a showroot time laden with clabbered, by ye help of many hands. Also they sente in her all ye beaver and other fuzz they had, and Mr. Winslow was sent over with her, to inform of all things, and procure such things as were thought needful for their present condition. By this time harvest was come, and instead of famine, now God gave them plenty, and ye face of things was changed, to ye rejoicing of ye hearts of many, for which they blessed God. And ye effect of their particular planting was well seen, for all had, one way and other, pretty well to bring ye year about, and some of ye abler sort and more industrious had to spare, and sell to others. So as any general want or famine hath not been amongst them since to this day. Those that come on their particular looked for greater matters than they found or could attain unto, about building great houses, and such pleasant situations for them, as themselves had fancied. As if they would be great men and rich, all of a suddain, but they proved castles in ye air. These were ye conditions agreed on between ye colony and them. First, that ye governor, in ye name and with ye consent of ye company, doth in all love and friendship receive and embrace them, and is to allot them competent places for habitations within ye town. And promiseth to shew them all such other courtesies as shall be reasonable for them to desire, or us to perform. 2. That they, on their parts, be subject to all such laws and orders as are already made, or hereafter shall be, for ye public good. 3. That they be freed and exempt from ye general employments of the said company, which their present condition of community requireth, except commune defence, and such other employments as tend to ye perpetual good of ye colony. For ly. Towards ye maintenance of gort, and public officers of ye said colony, every male above ye age of 16 years shall pay a bushel of Indian wheat, or ye worth of it, into ye common store. 5 ly. That, according to ye agreement ye merchants made with ym before they came, they are to be wholly debarred from all trade with the Indians for all sorts of fuzz, and such like commodities, till ye time of ye communality be ended. About ye middle of September arrived Captain Robert Gorges in ye bay of ye Massachusetts, with sundry passengers and families, intending there to begin a plantation, and pitched upon ye place Mr. Weston's people had forsaken. He had a commission from ye Council of New England, to be general gover of ye country, and they appointed for his counsel and assistants, Captain Francis West, ye aforesaid Admiral, Christopher Levite, Esquire. And ye Governor of Plymouth for ye time being, etc. Also, they gave him authority to choose such other as he should find fit. Also, they gave, by their commission, full power to him and his assistants, or any 3 of them, whereof himself was alway to be one, to do and execute what to them should seem good, in all cases, capital, criminal, and civil, etc., with divers other instructions. Of which, and his commission, it pleased him to suffer ye governor here to take a copy. He gave them notice of his arrival by letter, but before they could visit him he went to ye eastward with ye ship he came in. But a storm arising, and they wanting a good pilot to harbour them in those parts, they bore up for this harbour. He and his men were here kindly entertained, he stayed here 14 days. In ye meantime came in Mr. Weston with his small ship, which he had now recovered. Captain Gorges took hold of ye opportunity, and acquainted ye governor here, that one occasion of his going to ye eastward was to meet with Mr. Weston, and called him to account for some abuses he had to lay to his charge. Whereupon he called him before him, and some other of his assistants, with ye governor of this place. And charged him, first, with ye carriage of his men at ye Massachusetts, by which means the peace of ye country was disturbed, and himself and the people which he had brought over to plant in that bay were thurby much prejudiced. To this Mr. Weston easily answered, that what was that way done, was in his absence, and might have befallen any man, he left them sufficiently provided, and conceived they would have been well governed, and for any error comet he had sufficiently smarted. This particular was passed by. A 2d. was, for an abuse done to his father, Senior Ferdinando Gorges, and to ye state. The thing was this. He used him and others of ye council of New England, to procure him a license for ye transporting of many pieces of great ordnance for New England, pretending great fortification here in ye country, and I know not what shipping. The which when he had obtained, he went and sold them beyond seas for his private profit, for which, he said, ye state was much offended, and his father suffered a shrewd check, and he had order to apprehend him for it. Mr. Weston excused it as well as he could, but could not deny it, it being one main thing, as was said, for which he withdrew himself. But after many passages, by ye mediation of ye Gavre and some other friends here, he was inclined to gentleness, though he apprehended ye abuse of his father deeply, which, when Mr. Weston saw, he grew more presumptuous, and gave such provoking and cutting speeches, as made him rise up in great indignation and distemper, and vowed he would either curb him, or send him home for England. At which Mr. Weston was something daunted, and came privately to ye Gavre here, to know whether they would suffer Captain Gorges to apprehend him. He was told they could not hinder him, but much blamed him, after they had pacified things, he should thus break out, by his own folly and rashness, to bring trouble upon himself and them too. He confessed it was his passion, and prayed ye Gavre to entreat for him, and pacify him if he could. The which at last he did, with much ado. So he was called again, and ye Gavre was contented to take his own bond to be ready to make further answer, when either he or ye lord should send for him. And at last he took only his word, and there was a friendly parting on all hands. But after he was gone, Mr. Weston in lieu of thanks to ye Gavre and his friends here, gave them this quib, behind their box, for all their pains. That though they were but young justices, yet they were good beggars. Thus they parted at this time, and shortly after ye Gavre took his leave and went to ye Massachusetts by land, being very thankful for his kind entertainment. The ship stayed here, and fitted herself to go for Virginia, having some passengers there to deliver, and with her returned sundry of those from hence which came over on their particular, some out of discontent and dislike of ye country. Others by reason of a fire that broke out, and burnt ye houses they lived in, and all their provisions so as they were necessitated thereunto. This fire was occasioned by some of ye seamen that were roystering in a house where it first began, making a great fire in very good weather, which broke out of ye chimney into ye thatch, and burnt down 3 or 4 houses, and consumed all ye goods and provisions in Ym. The house in which it began was right against their storehouse, which they had much ado to save, in which were their common store and all their provisions. Ye which if it had been lost, ye plantation had been overthrown. But through God's mercy it was saved by ye great diligence of ye people, and care of the Gavre and some about him. Some would have had ye goods thrown out. But if they had, there would much have been stolen by the rude company white belonged to these 2 ships, which were almost all ashore. But a trusty company was placed within, as well as those that with wet clothes and other means kept of ye fire without, that if necessity required they might have them out with all speed. For ye suspected some malicious dealing, if not plain treachery, and whether it was only suspicion or no, God knows. But this is certain, that when ye tumult was greatest, there was a voice heard, but from whom it was not known, that bid them look well about them, for all were not friends white were near them. And shortly after, when the vehemency of ye fire was over, smoke was seen to arise within a shed white was joined to ye end of ye storehouse, which was what let up with boughs, in ye withered leaves whereof ye fire was kindled, which some, run ing to quench. Found a lunge firebrand of an lunge, lying under ye whale on ye inside, which could not possibly come there by casualty, but must be laid there by some hand, in ye judgment of all that saw it. But God kept them from this danger, whatever was intended. Shortly after Captain Gorges, ye General Gavre, was come home to ye Massachusetts, he sends a warrant to arrest Mr. Weston and his ship, and sends a Mr. to bring her away thither, and one Captain Hanson, that belonged to him, to conduct him along. The Gavre and others here were very sorry to see him take this course, and took exception at ye warrant, as not legal nor sufficient. And with all right to him to dissuade him from this course, shewing him he would but entangle and burthen himself in doing this, for he could not do Mr. Weston a better turn, as things stood with him. For he had a great many men that belonged to him in this bark, and was deeply engaged to them for wages, and was in a manner out of victuals, and now winter, all which would light upon him, if he did arrest his bark. In ye meantime Mr. Weston had notice to shift for himself, but it was conceived he either knew not whither to go, or how to mend himself, but was rather glad of ye occasion, and so stirred not. But ye Gavre would not be persuaded, but sent a very formal warrant under his hand and seal, with strict charge as they would answer it to ye state. He also write that he had better considered of things since he was here, and he could not answer it to let him go so, besides other things that were come to his knowledge since, which he must answer to. So he was suffered to proceed, but he found in the end that to be true that was told him, for when an inventory was taken of what was in ye ship, there was not victuals found for above 14 days, at a pair allowance, and not much else of any great worth, and the men did so cree out of him for wages and diet, in ye meantime, as made him soon weary. So as in conclusion it turned to his loss, and ye expense of his own provisions. And towards the spring they came to agreement, after they had been to ye eastward, and ye Gavre restored him his vessel again, and made him satisfaction, in biscuit, meal, and such like provisions, for what he had made use of that was his. Or what his men had any way wasted or consumed. So Mr. Weston came hither again, and afterward shaped his course for Virginia, and so for present I shall leave him. The Gavre and some wighty depended upon him returned for England, having scarcely saluted ye country in his government, not finding the state of things here to answer his quality and condition. The people dispersed themselves, some went for England, others for Virginia, some few remained, and were helped with supplies from hence. The Gavre brought over a minister with him, one Mr. Morel, who, about a year after ye Gavre returned, took shipping from hence. He had I know not what power and authority of superintendency over other churches granted him, and sundry instructions for that end. But he never shewed it, or made any use of it, it should see me he saw it was in vain winky face he only speak of it to some here at his going away. This was in effect ye end of a plantation in that place. There were also this year some scattering beginnings made in other places, as at Pascotaway, by Mr. David Thompson, at Monhegan, and some other places by sundry others. It rests now I speak a word about ye Pinas spoken of before, which was sent by ye adventurers to be employed in ye country. She was a fine vessel, and bravely set out, and I fear ye adventurers did overpride themselves in her, for she had ill success. However, they erred growly in two things about her. First, though she had a sufficient master, yet she was rudely man-ed, and all her men were upon shars, and none was to have any wages but ye Mr. 2ly, whereas they mainly looked at trade, they had sent nothing of any value to trade with. When the men came here, and met with ill counsel from Mr. Weston and his crew, with others of ye same stamp, neither Mr. nor Gavre could scarce rule them, for they exclaimed that they were abused and deceived, for they were told they should go for a man of war, and take I know not whom, French and Spaniards, and they would neither trade nor fish, except they had wages. In fine, they would obey no command of ye maisters, so it was apprehended they would either run away with ye vessel, or get away ye ships, and leave her, so as Mr. Pierce and others of their friends persuaded the Gavre to change their condition, and give them wages, which was accordingly done. And she was sent about ye Cape to ye Narragansetts to trade, but they made but a poor voyage of it. Some corn and beaver they got, but ye Dutch used to furnish them with cloth and better commodities, they having only a few beads and knives, which were not there much esteemed. Also, in her return home, at ye very entrance into their own harbour, she had like to have been cast away in a storm, and was forced to cut her main mast by ye board, to save herself from driving on ye flats that lie without Caled Brown's Islands, the force of ye wind being so great as made her anchors give way and she drive right upon them. But her mast and tackling being gone, they held her till ye wind shifted. Anno Dom, 1624. The time of new election of their officers for this year being come, and ye number of their people increased, and their troubles and occasions therewith, the Governor desired them to change ye persons, as well as renew ye election. And also to add a more assistance to ye Governor for help and counsel, and ye better carrying on of affairs. Showing that it was necessary it should be so. If it was any honor or benefit, it was fit others should be made partakers of it. If it was a burthen, as doubtless it was but equal others should help to bear it, and yt this was ye end of annual elections. The issue was, that as before there was but one assist ante, they now chose 5, giving the Governor a doubly voice. And afterwards they increased them to 7, which course hath continued to this day. They having with some trouble and charge new masted and rigged their pinnace, in ye beginning of March they sent her well the Tolly to the eastward on fishing. She arrived safely at a place near Dameron's Cove, and was there well harboured in a place where ships used to ride, there being also some ships already arrived out of England. But shortly after there arose such a violent and extraordinary storm, as ye seas broke over such places in ye harbour as was never seen before, and drive her against great rocks, which beat such a hole in her bulk, as a horse and cart might have gone in, and after drive her into deep water, where she lay suinca. The mister was drowned, the rest of ye men, all save one, saved their lives, with much ado, all her provision, salt, and what else was in her, was lost. And here I must leave her to lie till afterward. Some of those that still remained here on their particular, began privately to nourish a faction, and being privy to a strong faction that was among ye adventurers in England, on whom sundry of them did depend. By their private whispering they drew some of the weaker sort of ye company to their side, and so filled them with discontent, as nothing would satisfy them except they might be suffered to be in their particular also. And made great offers, so they might be freed from ye general. The Governor consulting with ye ablest of ye general body what was best to be done herein, it was resolved to permit them so to do, upon equal conditions. The conditions were the same in effect with ye former before related. Only some more added, as that they should be bound here to remain till ye general partnership was ended. And also that they should pay into ye store, ye on half of all such goods and commodities as they should any ways raise above their food, in consideration of what charge had been laid out for them, with some such like things. This liberty granted, soon stopped this gape, for there was but a few that undertook this course when it came to, and they were as soon weary of it. For the other had persuaded them, and Mr. Weston together, that there would never come more supply to ye general body, but ye particulars had such frines as would carry all, and do for them I know not what. Shortly after, Mr. Winslow came over, and brought a pretty good supply, and the ship came on fishing, a thing fat all to this plantation. He brought 3 heifers and a bull, the first beginning of any cattle of that kind in ye land, with some clothing and other necessaries, as will further appear. But with all ye repo root of a strong faction amongst ye adventurers, B.J., against them, and especially against ye coming of ye rest from Leyden, and with what difficulty this supply was procured, and how, by their strong and long opposition. Bussines was so retarded as not only they were now fallen too late for ye fishing season, but the best men were taken up of ye fishermen in the west country, and he was forked to take such a Mr. and company for that employment as he could procure upon ye present. Some letters from them shall better declare these things, being as followeth. Most worthy and loving friends, your kind and loving leaders I have received, and render you many thanks, and it hath pleased God to stir up ye hearts of our adventurers to raise a new stock for the setting forth of this shipe, called the Charity, with men and necessaries, both for the plantation and the fishing, though accomplished with very great difficulty. In regard we have some amongst us which undoubtedly aim more at their own private ends, and the thwarting and opposing of some here, and other worthy instruments, of God's glory elsewhere, than at the general good and furtherance of this noble and laudable action. Yet again we have many other, and I hope the greatest part, very honest Christian men, which I am persuaded their ends and intents are wholly for the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ, in the propagation of his gospel, and hope of gaining those poor salvages to the knowledge of God. But, as we have a proverb, one scabbed sheep may mar a whole flock, so these malcontented persons, and turbulent spirits, do what in them lieth to withdraw men's hearts from you and your friends, yea, even from the general busyness. And yet under show and pretence of guidelines and furtherance of the plantation. Whereas the quite contrary doth plainly appear, as some of the honester heart men, though of late of their faction, did make manifest at our late meeting. But what should I trouble you or myself with these restless opposers of all goods, and I doubt will be continual disturbers of our friendly meetings and love. On Thursday day the 8th of Jan, we had a meeting about the articles between you and us, where they would reject that, which we in our late leaders pressed you to grant, an addition to the time of our joint stock. And their reason which they would make known to us was, it troubled their conscience to exact longer time of you than was agreed upon at the first. But that night they were so followed and crossed of their perverse courses, as they were even wearied, and offered to sell their inventors, and some were willing to buy. But I, doubting they would raise more scandale and false reports, and so diverse ways do us more hurt, by going of in such a fury, than they could or can by continuing adventurers amongst us, would not suffer them. But on ye 12th of Jan, we had another meeting, but in the interim divers of us had talked with most of them privately, and had great combats and reasoning, pro and con. But at night when we meet to read ye general letter, we had ye lovingest and friendliest meeting that ever I knew, and our greatest enemies offered to lend us 50 li. So I sent for a pottle of wine, I would you could do ye like, which we drank friendly together. Thus God can turn ye hearts of men when it pleaseth him, and thus loving friends, I heartily salute you all in ye Lord, hoping ever to rest. Yours to my power. James Shirley. Jan. 25. 1623. Another leader. Beloved Senior, and we have now sent you, we hope, men and means, to settle these 3 things, viz. Fishing, salt-making, and boat-making. If you can bring them to pass to some perfection, your wants may be supplied. I pray you bend yourself what you can to settle these businesses. Let ye ship be fraud away as soon as you can, and sent to Bilbao. You must send some discreet man for factor, whom, once more, you must also authorize to confirm ye conditions. If Mr. Winslow could be spared, I could wish he came again. This ship carpenter is thought to be the fittest man for you in the land, and will no doubt do you much good. Let him have an absolute command over his servants and such as you put to him. Let him build you 2 catches, a lighter, and some 6 or 7 shallops, as soon as you can. The salt man is a skilful and industrious man, put some to him, that may quickly apprehend ye mystery of it. The preacher we have sent is, we hope, an honest plain man, though none of ye most eminenty and rare. About choosing him into office use your own liberty and discretion, he knows he is no officer amongst you, though perhaps custom and universality may make him forget himself. Mr. Winslow and myself gave way to his going, to give contente to some here, and we see no hurt in it, but only his great charge of children. We have took a patente for Cap and I am sorry there is no more discretion used by some in their leaders hither. Some say you are starved in body and soul, others, why do you eat pigs and dogs, that die alone? Others, that ye things here spoken of, ye goons of ye country, are gross and palpable lies, that there is scarce a foulée to be seen, or a fish to be taken, and many such like. I would such discontented men were here again, for it is a misery when ye whole state of a plantation shall be thus exposed to ye passionate humours of some discontented men. And for myself I shall hinder for hereafter some white ye would go, and have not better composed their affections, mean space it is all our crosses, and we must bear them. I am sorry we have not sent you more and other things, but in truth we have run into so much charge, to victual ye ship, provide salt and other fishing implements, and as we could not provide other comfortable things, as butter, Sugar, and c. I hope the return of this ship, and the James, will put us in cash again. The Lord make you full of courage in this troublesome bussiness, which now must be stuck unto, till God give us rest from our labors. Farewell in all hearty affection. Your assured friend. R. C. Jan. 24. 1623. With ye former letter write by Mr. Shirley, there were sent sundry objections concerning which he thus writeth. These are the chaff objections which they that are now returned make against you and the country. I pray you consider them, and answer them by the first conveniency. These objections were made by some of those that came over on their particular and were returned home, as is before mentioned, and were of ye same suite with those white this other letter mentions. I shall here set them down, with ye answers then made unto them, and sent over at ye return of this ship. Which did so confound ye objectors, as some confessed their fault, and others denied what they had said, and eat their words, and some others of them have since come over again and here live to convince themselves sufficiently, both in their own and other men's judgments. 1. Obj. Was diversity about religion? Answer. We know no such matter, for here was never any controversy or opposition, either public or private, to our knowledge, since we came. 2. Ob. Neglect of family duties, 1 Ye Lord's Day. Ans. We allow no such thing, but blame it in ourselves and others, and they that thus reap or root it, should have shewed their Christian love the more if they had in love too ye offenders of it, rather than thus to reproach them behind their backs. But, to say no more, we wish themselves had given better example. 3. Ob. Want of both the sacraments. Ans. The more is our grief, that our pastor is kept from us, by whom we might enjoy them. For we used to have the Lord's Supper every Sabbath, and baptism as often as there was occasion of children to baptize. 4. Ob. Children not catechized nor taught to read. Answer. Neither is true, for divers take pains with their own as they can. Indeed, we have no common school for want of a fit person, or hitherto means to maintain one, though we desire now to begin. 5. Ob. Many of ye particular members of ye plantation will not work for ye general. Answer. This also is not wholly true, for though some do it not willingly, and other not honestly, yet all do it, and he that doth worst gets his own food and something besides. But we will not excuse them, but labor to reform them ye best we can, or else to quit ye plantation of them. 6. Ob. The water is not wholesome. Answer. If they mean, not so wholesome as ye good beer and wine in London, which they so dearly love, we will not dispute with them. But else, for water, it is as good as any in the world, for aught we know, and it is wholesome enough to us that can be contented therewith. 7. Ob. The ground is barren and doth bear no grass. Answer. It is here, as in all places, some better and some worse, and if they well consider their words, in England they shall not find such grass in them, as in their fields and meadows. The cattle find grass, for they are as fat as need be. We wish we had but one for every 100 that here is grace to keep. Indeed, this objection, as some other, are ridiculous to all here which see and know ye contrary. 8. Ob. The fish will not take salt to keep sweet. Answer. This is as true as that which was written, that there is scarce a foulée to be seen or a fish to be taken. Things likely to be true in a country where so many sail of ships come yearly a fishing. They might as well say, there can no ale or beer in London be kept from soaring. 9. Ob. Many of them are thievish and steal on from another. Answer. Would London had been free from that crime, then we should not have been troubled with these here. It is well known sundry have smarted well for it, and so are ye rest like to do, if they be taken. 10. Ob. The country is ennuied with foxes and owls. Answer. So are many other good countries too. But poison, traps, and other such means will help to destroy them. 11. Ob. The Dutch are planted near Hudson's Bay, and are likely to overthrow the trade. Answer. They will come and plant in these parts, also, if we and others do not, but go home and leave it to them. We rather commend them, than condemn them for it. 12. Ob. The people are much annoyed with mosquitoes. Answer. They are too delicate and unfit to beguile new plantations and colonies, that cannot endure the biting of a mosquito. We would wish such to keep at home till at least they be mosquito-proof. Yet this place is as free as any, and experience teacheth that ye more ye land is tilled, and ye woods cut down, the fewer there will be, and in the end scarce any at all. Having thus dispatched these things, that I may handle things together, I shall here insert 2 other letters from Mr. Robinson their pastor, the one to ye Gov, ye other to Mr. Brewster their elder, which will give much light to ye former things, and express the tender love and care of a true pastor over them. His leader to ye Gov. My loving and much beloved friend, whom God hath hitherto preserved, preserve and keep you still to his glory, and ye good of many. That his blessing may make your godly and wise endeavors answerable to ye valuation which they there have, and set upon ye same. Of your love too and care for us here, we never doubted, so are we glad to take knowledge of it in that fools we do. Our love and care to and for you, is mutual, though our hopes of coming unto you be small, and weaker than ever. But of this at large in Mr. Brewster's letter, with whom you, and he with you, mutually, I know, communicate your letters, as I desire you may do these, and concerning ye killing of those poor Indians, of which we heard at first by report, and since by more certain relation, oh! How happy a thing had it been, if you had converted some, before you had killed any. Besides, where blood is one begun to be shed, it is seldom stanched of a long time after. You will say they deserved it. I grant it, but upon what provocations and invitments by those heathenish Christians? Besides, you, being no magistrates over them, were to consider, not what they deserved, but what you were by necessity constrained to inflict. Necessity of this, especially of killing so many, and many more, it seems, they would, if they could, I see not. Methinks on or toe principles should have been full enough, according to that approved rule, the punishment to a few, and ye fear to many. Upon this occasion let me be bold to exhort you serially to consider of ye disposition of your captain, whom I love, and am persuaded ye Lord in great mercy and for much good hath sent you him, if you use him aright. He is a man humble and meek amongst you, and towards all in ordinary course. But now if this be merely from an humane spyrite, there is cause to fear that by occasion, especially of provocation, there may be wanting whitey tendons of ye life of man, made after God's image, which is meet. It is also a thing more glorious in men's eyes, than pleasing in God's, or convenient for Christians, to be a terror to poor barbarous people. And indeed I am afraid lest, by these occasions, others should be drawn to affect a kind of ruffling course in the world. I doubt not but you will take in good part these things which I write, and as there is cause make use of them. It were to us more comfortable and convenient, that we communicated our mutual helps in presence, but seeing that cannot be done, we shall always long after you, and love you, and wait God's appointed time. The adventurers it seems have neither money nor any great mind of us, for ye most part. They deny it to be any part of ye covenants betwixt us, that they should transport us, neither do I look for any further help from them, till means come from you. We here are strangers in effect to ye whole course, and so both we and you, save as your own wisdoms and worths have entrust you further, of principles intended in this bussiness, are scarce accessories, and my wife, with me, resalute you and yours. Unto him who is ye same to his in all places, and near to them which are far from one another, I commend you and all with you, resting. Yours truly loving. John Robinson. Leiden, Des, 19. 1623. His to Mr. Brewster. Loving and dear friend and brother, that which I most desired of God in regard of you, namely, ye continuance of your life and health, and the safe coming of these sent unto you, that I most gladly hear of, and praise God for the same. And I hope Mrs. Brewster's weak and decayed state of body will have some repairing by the coming of her daughters, and the provisions in this and former ships, I hear is made for you. Which makes us with more patience bear our languishing state, and ye deferring of our desired transportation, which I call desired, rather than hoped for, whatsoever you are borne in hand by any others. For first, there is no hope at all, that I know, or can conceive of any new stock to be raised for that end. So that all must depend upon returns from you, in which are so many uncertainties, as that nothing with any certainty can thence be concluded. Besides, howsoever for ye present the adventurers allege nothing but want of money, which is an invincible difficulty, yet if that be taken away by you, others without doubt will be found. For the better clearing of this, we must dispose ye adventurers into 3 parts, and of them some 5 or 6, as I conceive, are absolutely bent for us, above any others. Other 5 or 6 are our bitter professed adversaries. The rest, being the body, I conceive to be honestly minded, and lovingly also towards us. Yet such as have others, namely ye forward preachers, naugher unto them, than us, and whose course so far as there is any difference, they would rather advance than ours. Now what a hank these men have over ye professors, you know. And I persuade myself, that for me, they of all others are unwilling I should be transported, especially such of them as have an eye that way themselves, as thinking if I come there, their market will be marred in many regards. And for these adversaries, if they have but half ye wit to their malice, they will stope my course when they see it intended, for which this delaying serveth them very opportunely. And as one resti jade can hinder, by hanging back, more than 2 or 3 can, or will at least, if they be not very free, draw forward, so will it be in this case. A notable experiment of this, they gave in your messenger's presence, constraining ye company to promise that none of the money now gathered should be expended or employed to ye help of any of us towards you. Now touching ye question propounded by you, I judge it not lawful for you, being a ruling elder, as Rom 12. 7, 8. And 1. Tim. 5. 17. Opposed to the elders that teach and exhort and labor in ye word and doctrine, to which ye sacraments are annexed, to administer them, nor convenient if it were lawful. Whether any larned man will come unto you or not, I know not. If any do, you must conciliu capra in arena. Be you most heartily saluted, and your wife with you, both from me and mine. Your God and ours, and ye God of all his, bring us together if it be his will, and keep us in the meanwhile, and always to his glory, and make us serviceable to his majestic, and faithful to the end. Amen. Your very loving brother, John Robinson. Leiden, Des. 20. 1623. These things premised, I shall now prosecute ye proctings and affairs here. And before I come to other things I must speak a word of their planting this year. They having found ye benefited of their last year's harvest, and setting corn for their particular, having Thurby with a great deal of patience overcome hunger and famine. Which makes me remember a saying of Seneca's, Epis, 123. That a great part of liberty is a well-governed belly, and to be patiente in all wants. They began now highly to prize corn as more precious than silver, and those that had some to spare began to trade one with another for small things, by ye cart, pottle, and peck, and for money they had none, and if any had, corn was preferred before it. That they might therefore increase their tillage to better advantage, they made sweet to the governor to have some portion of land given them for continuance, and not by yearly lotte, for by that means, that which ye more industrious had brought into good culture, by much pains, 1 year, came to leave it ye next, and often another might enjoy it. So as the dressing of their lands were the more slight over, and to lace profite. Which being well considered, their request was granted. And to every person was given only 1 acre of land, to them and theirs, as near ye town as might be, and they had no more till ye 7 years were expired. The reason was, that they might be kept close together both for more safety and defence, and ye better improvement of ye general employments. Which condition of theirs did make me often think, of what I had read in Pliny of ye Romans' first beginnings in Romulus' time. How every man contented himself with 2 acres of land, and had no more assigned them. And chapter 3. It was thought a great reward, to receive at ye hands of ye people of Rome a pinty of corn. And long after, the greatest present given to a Captain Yt had got a victory over their enemies, was as much ground as they could till in one day. And he was not counted a good, but a dangerous man, that would not contente himself with 7 acres of land. As also how they did pound their corn in mortars, as these people were forked to dough many years before they could get a mill. The ship which brought this supply, was speedily discharged, and with her Mr. and Company sent to Capan, of which place they had got a patente, as before is shewed, on fishing. And because the season was so far spent, some of ye planters were sent to help to build their stage, to their own hindrance. But partly by ye Laytons of ye year, and more especially by ye Banes of ye Mr. One Baker, they made a poor voyage of it. He proved a very drunken beast, and did nothing, in a manner, but drink, and gussel, and consume away ye time and his victuals. And most of his company followed his example, and though Mr. William Pierce was to oversee the bucines, and to be Mr. of ye ship home, yet he could do no good amongst them, so as ye loss was great, and would have been a more to them, but that they kept one a trading there, which in those times got some store of skins, which was some help unto them. The ship carpenter that was sent them, was an honest and very industrious man, and followed his labour very diligently, and made all that were employed with him do ye like. He quickly built them 2 very good and strong shallops, which after did them great service, and a great and strong lighter, and had hewn timber for 2 catches. But that was lost, for he fell into a fever in ye oat season of the year, and though he had the best means ye place could afford, yet he died, of whom they had a very great loss, and were very sorry for his death. But he whom they sent to make salt was an ignoranti, foolish, self-willed fellow. He bore them in hand he could do great matters in making salt works, so he was sent to seek out fit ground for his purpose. And after some search he told ye Gavre that he had found a sufficient place, with a good bottom to hold water, and otherwise very convenient, which he doubted not but in a short time to bring to good perfection, and to yield them great profit. But he must have 8 or 10 men to be constantly employed. He was wished to be sure that ye ground was good, and other things answerable, and Yt he could bring it to perfection. Otherwise he would bring upon them a great charge by employing himself and so many men. But he was, after some trial, so confident, as he caused them to send carpenters to rear a great frame for a large house, to receive ye salt and such other uses. But in ye end all proved vain. Then he laid fault of ye ground, in which he was deceived, but if he might have the lighter to carry clay, he was sure then he could do it. Now though ye Gavre and some other foresaw that this would come to little, yet they had so many malignant spirits amongst them, that would have laid it upon them, in their letters of complaint to the adventurers. As to be their fault, Yt would not suffer him to go on to bring his work to perfection. For as he by his bold confidence and large promises deceived them in England that sent to him, so he had wound himself into these men's high esteem here, so as they were fain to let him go on till all men saw his vanity. For he could not do any thing but boil salt in pans, and yet would make them Yt were joined with him believe there was so great a mystery in it as was not easy to be attained, and made them do many unnecessary things to blind their eyes. Till they discerned his subtlety. The next year he was sent to Capan, and ye pans were set up there where the fishing was. But before summer was out, he burnt ye the house, and the fire was so vehement as it spoiled the pans, at least some of them, and this was the end of that chargeable bussiness. The 3d. Eminenti person, which ye letters before mention, was ye minister which they sent over, by name Mr. John Lyford, of whom and whose doing I must be more large, though I shall abridge things as much as I can. When this man first came ashore, he saluted them with that reverence and humility as is seldom to be seen, and indeed made them ashamed, he so bowed and cringed unto them, and would have kissed their hands if they would have suffered him. Yea, he wept and shed many tears, blessing God that had brought him to see their faces, and admiring ye things they had done in their wants, and as if he had been made all of love, and ye humblest person in the world. And all the while, if we may judge by his after carriags, he was but like him mentioned in PSA 10:10, that croucheth and boweth, that heaps of poor may fall by his might. Or like to that dissembling Ishmael, who, when he had slain Gedaliah, went out weeping and met of them white ye were coming to offer incense in ye house of ye Lord, sang, Come to Gedaliah, when he meant to slay them. They gave him ye best entertainment ye could, in all simplicity, and a larger allowance of food out of ye store than any other had, and as the Governor had used in all weighty affairs to consult with their elder, Mr. Brewster, together with his assistants, so now he called Mr. Lifford also to counsel with them in their weightiest bussinesses. After some short time he desired to join himself a member to ye church here, and was accordingly received. He made a large confession of his faith, and an acknowledgment of his former disorderly walking, and his being entangled with many corruptions, which had been a burthen to his conscience. And blessed God for this opportunity of freedom and liberty to enjoy ye ordinances of God in purity among his people, with many more such like expressions. I must here speak a word also of Mr. John Oldham, who was a co-partner with him in his after courses. He had been a Ch.F. Stikler in ye former faction among ye particulars, and an intelligencer to those in England. But now, since the coming of this ship and he saw the supply that came, he took occasion to open his mind to some of ye Ch.F. amongst them here, and confessed he had done them wrong both by word and deed, and writing into England. But he now saw the eminent hand of God to be with them, and his blessing upon them, which made his heart smite him, neither should those in England ever use him as an instrument any longer against them in any thing. He also desired former things might be forgotten, and that they would look upon him as one that desired to close with them in all things, with such like expressions. Now whether this was in hypocrisy, or out of some sudden pang of conviction, which I rather think, God only knows. Upon it they shew all redines to embrace his love, and carry towards him in all friendlines, and called him to counsel with them in all Ch.F. affairs, as ye other, without any distrust at all. Thus all things seemed to go very comfortably and smoothly on amongst them, at which they did much rejoice. But this lasted not long, for both Oldham and he grew very perverse, and shewed a spyrite of great malignancy, drawing as many into faction as they could, were they never so vile or profane, they did nourish and back them in all their doings. So they would but cleave to them and speak against ye church here, so as there was nothing but private meetings and whisperings amongst them. They feeding themselves and others with what they should bring to pass in England by the faction of their friends there, which brought others as well as themselves into a fool's paradise. Yet they could not carry so closely but much of both their doings and sayings were discovered, yet outwardly they still set a fair face of things. At length when ye ship was ready to go, it was observed Lifford was long in writing, and sent a many letters, and could not forbear to communicate to his intimates such things as made them laugh in their sleeves. And thought he had done their errand sufficiently. The Governor and some other of his friends knowing how things stood in England, and what hurt these things might do, took a shallop and went out with the ship a league or two. To sea, and cailed for all Lifford's and Oldham's letters. Mr. William Pierce being Mr. of ye ship, and knew well their evil dealing both in England and here, afforded him all ye assistance he could. He found above 20 of Lyford's letters, many of them large, and full of slanders, and false accusations, tending not only to their prejudice, but to their ruin and utter subversion. Most of the letters they let pa, only took copies of them, but some of ye most material they sent true copies of them, and kept ye originals, lest he should deny them, and that they might produce his own hand against him. Amongst his letters they found ye copies of 2 letters which he sent enclosed in a letter of his to Mr. John Pemberton, a minister, and a great opposite of theirs. These 2 letters of which he took the copies were one of them write by a gentleman in England to Mr. Brewster here, the other by Mr. Winslow to Mr. Robinson, in Holland, at his coming away, as ye ship lay at Gravesend. They lying sealed in ye great cabin, whilst Mr. Winslow was bussy about the affairs of ye ship, this sly marchand takes and opens them, takes these copies, and seals them up again. And not only sends the copies of them thus to his friend and their adversary, but adds thereto in ye margent many scurrilous and flouting annotations. This ship went out towards Eving, and in the night ye gave returred. They were somewhat blanky at it, but after some weeks, when they heard nothing, they then were as brisk as ever, thinking nothing had been known, but all was gone current, and that the Governor went but to dispatch his own letters. The reason why the Governor and rest concealed these things the longer, was to let things ripen, that they might ye better discover their intents and see who were their adherents. And ye rather because amongst ye rest they found a letter of one of their confederates, in WCH was written that Mr. Oldham and Mr. Lyford intended a reformation in church and commonwealth. And, as soon as the ship was gone, they intended to join together, and have the sacraments, and for Oldham, few of his leaders were found, for he was so bad a scribe as his hand was scarce legible, yet he was as deep in ye mischief as the other. And thinking they were now strong enough, they began to pick quarrels at everything. Oldham being called to watch, according to order, refused to come, fell out with ye captain, called him rascal, and beggarly rascal, and resisted him, drew his knife at him. Though he offered him no wrong, nor gave him no ill terms, but with all fairness required him to do his duty. The Governor, hearing ye tumult, sent to quiet it, but he ramped more like a furious beast than a man, and called them all traitors, and rebels, and other such foule language as I am ashamed to remember. But after he was clapped up a while, he came to himself, and with some slight punishment was let go upon his behaviour for further censure. But to cut things short, at length it grew to this issue, that Lyford with his complices, without ever speaking one word either to ye Gov, church, or elder, withdrew themselves and set up a public meeting apart, on ye Lord's Day. With sundry such insolent carriages, too long here to relate, beginning now publicly to act what privately they had been long plotting. It was now thought high time, to prevent further mischief, to calle them to account. So ye Governor called a court and summoned the whole company to appear. And then charged Lyford and Oldham with such things as they were guilty of. But they were stiff, and stood resolutely upon ye denial of most things, and required proof. They first all alleged what was right to them out of England, compared with their doings and practices here. That it was evident they joined in plotting against them, and disturbing their peace, both in respect of their civil and church state, which was most injurious. For both they and all ye world knew they came hither to enjoy ye liberty of their conscience and ye free use of God's ordinances. And for white end had ventured their lives and passed through so much hardship hitherto, and they and their friends had borne the charge of these beginnings, which was not small. And that Lyford for his part was sent over on this charge, and that both he and his great family was maintained on ye same, and also was joined to ye church, and a member of them. And for him to plot against them and seek their ruin, was most unjust and perfidious. And for Oldham or any other that came over at their own charge, and were on their particular, seeing they were received in courtesy by the plantation, when they came only to seek shelter and protection under their wings, not being able to stand alone. That they, according to ye fable, like the hedgehog whom ye Connie in a stormy day in pit tye received into her barrow, would not be content to take part with her. But in the end with her sharp pricks forced the poor Connie to forsake her own barrow. So these men with the like injustice endeavoured to do ye same to those that entertained them. Lyford denied that he had anything to do with them in England, or knew of their courses, and made other things as strange that he was charged with. Then his letters were produced and some of them read, at which he was struck mute. But Oldham began to rage furiously, because they had intercepted and opened his letters, threatening them in very high language, and in a most audacious and mutinous manner stood up and called upon ye people, saying, My maisters, where is your hearts? Now shew your courage, you have oft complained to me so and so, now is ye time, if you will do anything, I will stand by you, and thinking Whitey every one, knowing his humour, that had soothed and flattered him, or otherwise in their discontent uttered anything unto him, would now side wth him in open rebellion. But he was deceived, for not a man opened his mouth, but all were silent, being strucken with the injustice of ye thing. Then ye Gov returned his speech to Mr. Lyford, and asked him if he thought they had done evil to open his letters. But he was silenty, and would not say a word, well knowing what they might reply. Then ye Gov assured the people he did it as a magistrate, and was bound to it by his place, to prevent ye mischief and ruin that this conspiracy and plots of theirs would bring on this poor colony. But he, besides his evil dealing here, had dealt treacherously with his friends white trusted him, and stole their letters and opened them, and sent copies of them, with disgraceful annotations, to his friends in England. And then ye Gov produced them and his other letters under his own hand, which he could not deny, and caused them to be read before all ye people, at which all his friends were blanky, and had not a word to say. It would be too long and tedious here to insert his letters, which would almost fill a volume, though I have them by me. I shall only note a few of ye chaf things collected out of them, with ye answers to them as they were then given. And but a few of those many, only for instance, by which the rest may be judged of. 1. First, he saith, the church would have none to live here but themselves. 2. Neither are any willing so to do if they had company to live elsewhere. Answer, their answer was, that this was false, in both ye parts of it, for they were willing and desirous white any honest men may live with them, that will carry themselves peaceably, and seek ye come one good, or at least do them no hurt. And again, there are many that will not live elsewhere so long as they may live with them. 2. That if there come over any honest men that are not of ye separation, they will quickly distaste them, and a. Their answer was as before, that it was a false calumniation, for they had many amongst them that they liked well of, and were glad of their company, and should be of any such like that should come amongst them. 3. That they accepted against him for these two doctrines raised from 2 Sam. 12. 7. First, that ministers must sometimes particularly apply their doctrine to special persons. 2 That great men may be reproved as well as meaner. A. Their answer was, that both these were without either truth or colour of ye same, as was proved to his face, and that they had taught and believed these things long before they knew Mr. Lyford. 4. That they utterly sought ye ruin of ye particulars, as appeareth by this, that they would not suffer any of ye general either to buy or sell with them, or to exchange one commodity for another. Answer, this was a most malicious slander and void of all truth, as was evidently proved to him before all men, for any of them did both buy, sell, or exchange with them as often as they had any occasion. Yea, and also both lend and give to them when they wanted, and this the particular persons themselves could not deny, but freely confessed in open court. But ye ground from whence this arose made it much worse, for he was in council with them. When one was called before them, and questioned for receiving powder and biscuit from ye gunner of the small ship, which was ye company's, and had it put in at his window in the night, and also for buying salt of one, that had no right to it. He not only stood to back him, being one of these particulars, by excusing and extenuating his fault, as long as he could, but upon this builds this mischievous and most false slander, that because they would not suffer them to buy stolen goods, ergo, they sought their utter ruin. Bad logic for a divine. 5. Next he writs, that he chalked them with this, that they turned men into their particular, and then sought to starve them, and deprive them of all means of subsistence. A. To this was answered, he did them manifest wrong, for they turned none into their particular, it was their own importunity and earnest desire that moved them, yea, constrained them to do it. And they appealed to ye persons themselves for ye truth hereof. And they testified the same against him before all present, as also that they had no cause to complain of any either hard or unkind usage. 6. He accuseth them with unjust distribution, and writeth, that it was a strang difference, that some have been allowed 16 li of meal by ye week, and others but 4 li. And then, floutingly, saith, it seems some men's mouths and bellies are very little and slender over others. Answer, this might seem ye strange indeed to those to whom he write his leaders in England, which knew not ye reason of it. But to him and others here, it could not be strange, who knew how things stood. For the first commers had none at all, but lived on their corn. Those wch came in ye August before, and were to live 13 months of the provisions they brought, had as good allowance in meal and peas as it would extend to, ye most part of ye year, but a little before harvest, when they had not only fish, but other fruits began to come in, they had but 4 li. Having their liberty to make their own provisions. But some of these which came last, as ye ship carpenter, and Samiers, the saltmen and others that were to follow constant employments, and had not an hour's time, from their hard labours, to look for any thing above their allowance. They had at first 16 li a load them, and afterwards as fish and other food could be got, they had as bailment, to 14. And 12, yes some of them to 8. As the times and occasions did vary. And yet those which followed planting and their own occasions, and had but 4 li of meal a week, lived better than ye other, as was well known to all. And yet it must be remembered that Lyford and his had always the highest allowance. Many other things, in his letters, he accused them of, with many aggravations, as that he saw exceeding great waste of tools and vessels. And this, when it came to be examined, all ye instance he could give was, that he had seen an old hogshed or 2 fallen to pieces, and a broken how or toe left carlsly in ye fields by some. Though he also knew that a godly, honest man was appointed to look to these things. But these things and such like was right of by him, to cast disgrace and prejudice upon them, as thinking what came from a minister would pass for current. Then he tells them that Winslow should say, that there was not above 7. Of ye adventurers whitey soot ye good of ye colony. That Mr. Oldham and himself had had much to do with them, and that ye faction here might match ye Jesuits for polity. With many ye like grievous complaints and accusations. 1. Then, in the next place, he comes to give his friends counsel and direction. And first, that ye Leyden company, Mr. Robinson and ye rest, must still be kept back, or else all will be spoiled. And least any of them should be taken in privately somewhere on ye coast of England, as it was feared might be done, they must chine the Mr. of ye ship, Mr. William Pierce, and put another also in Winslow's stead, for March ante, or else it would not be prevented. 2. Then he would have such a number provided as might oversway them here. And that ye particulars should have voices in all courts and elections, and be free to bear any office. And that every particular should come over as an adventurer, if he be but a servante, some other venturing 10 li. Ye bill may be taken out in ye servant's name, and then assigned to ye party whose money it was, and good covenants drawn between them for ye clearing of ye matter, and this, saith he, would be a means to strengthen this side ye more. 3. Then he tells them that if that captain they spoke of should come over hither as a general, he was persuaded he would be chosen captain, for this Captain Standish looks like a silly boy, and is in utter contempt. 4. Then he shows that if by ye forementioned means they cannot be strengthened to carry and overbear things, it will be best for them to plant elsewhere by themselves. And would have it articled by them that they might make choice of any place that they liked best within 3 or 4 mills distance, shewing there were far better places for plantation than this. 5. And lastly he concludes, that if some number came not over to bear them up here, then there would be no abiding for them, but by joining with these here. Then he adds, since I began to write, there are letters come from your company, wherein they would give sole authority in diverse things unto the governor here, which, if it take place, then, vi nobis. But I hope you will be more vigilante hereafter, that nothing may pass in such a manner. I suppose, saith he, Mr. Oldham will write to you further of these things. I pray you conceal me in the discovery of these things, and thus I have briefly touched some chief things in his leaders, and shall now return to their proceeding with him. After the reading of his leaders before the whole company, he was demanded what he could say to these things. But all ye answer he made was, that Billington and some others had informed him of many things, and made sundry complaints, which they now denied. He was again asked if that was a sufficient ground for him thus to accuse and traduce them by his letters, and never say word to them, considering the many bonds between them. And so they went on from point to point. And wished him, or any of his friends and confederates, not to spare them in any thing. If he or they had any proof or witness of any corrupt or evil dealing of theirs, his or their evidence must needs be their present, for there was the whole company and sundry strangers. He said he had been abused by others in their informations, as he now well saw, and so had abused them. And this was all the answer they could have, for none would take his part in anything. But Billington, and any whom he named, denied the things, and protested he wronged them, and would have drawn them to such and such things which they could not consent to, though they were sometimes drawn to his meetings. Then they dealt with him about his dissembling with them about ye church, and that he professed to concur with them in all things, and what a large confession he made at his admittance. And that he held not himself a minister till he had a new calling, and yet now he contested against them, and drew a company apart, and sequestered himself, and would go minister the sacraments, by his episcopal calling, without ever speaking a word unto them either as magistrates or brethren. In conclusion, he was fully convicted, and burst out into tears, and confessed he feared he was a reprobate, his sins were so great that he doubted God would not pardon them, he was unsavory salt, and that he had so wronged them as he could never make them amends, confessing all he had right against them was false and not, both for matter and manner. And all this he did with as much fools as words and tears could express. After their trial and conviction, the court censured them to be expelled the place, old Dame presently, though his wife and family had liberty to stay all winter, or longer, till he could make provision to remove them comfortably. Lyford had liberty to stay 6 months. It was, indeed, with some eye to his release, if he carried himself well in the meantime, and that his repentance proved sound. Lyford acknowledged his censure was far less than he deserved. Afterwards, he confessed his sin publicly in ye church, with tears more largely than before. I shall here put it down as I find it recorded by some who took it from his own words, as himself uttered them. Acknowledging, that he had done very evil, and slanderously abused them, and thinking most of ye people would take part with him, he thought to carry all by violence and strong hand against them. And that God might justly lay innocent blood to his charge, for he knew not what hurt might have come of these his writings, and blessed God they were stayed. And that he spared not to take knowledge from any, of any evil that was spoken, but shut his eyes and ears against all the good. And if God should make him a vagabond in ye earth, as was Cain, it was but just, for he had signed in envy and malice against his brethren as he did. And he confessed 3 things to be ye ground and causes of these his doings, pride, vainglory, and self-love. Amplifying these heads with many other sod expressions, in the particulars of them. So as they began again to conceive good thoughts of him upon this his repentance, and admitted him to teach amongst them as before. And Samuel Fuller, a deacon amongst them, and some other tender-hearted men amongst them, were so taken with his signs of sorrow and repentance, as they professed they would fall upon their knees to have his censure released. But that which made them all stand amazed in the end, and may do all others that shall come to hear ye same, for a rarer precedent can scarce be shown, was, that after a month or 2, notwithstand all his former confessions, convictions, and public acknowledgments, both in ye face of ye church and whole company, with so many tears and sad censures of himself before God and men, he should go again to justify what he had done. For secretly he write a 2d. Leader to ye adventurers in England, in WCH he justified all his former writings, save in some things which tended to their damage, the which, because it is briefer than ye former, I shall here insert. Worthy SRS, though the filth of mine own doings may justly be cast in my face, and with blushing cause my perpetual silence, yet that ye truth may not hereby be injuried, yourselves any longer deluded, nor injurious dealing carried out still. With bold outfacings, I have adventured once more to write unto you. Firest, I do freely confess I dealt very indiscreetly in some of my particular leaders WCH I wrote to private friends, for ye courses in coming hither and the like. Which I do in no sort seek to justify, though stirred up thereunto in the beholding ye indirect courses held by others, both here, and there with you, for effecting their designs. But am heartily sorry for it, and do to ye glory of God and mine own shame acknowledge it. Which leaders being intercepted by the Gavre, I have for ye same undergone ye censure of banishment. And had it not been for ye respect I have unto you, and some other matters of private regard, I had returned again at this time by ye pinnace for England. For here I purpose not to abide, unless I receive better encouragement from you, than from ye church, as they call themselves, here I do receive. I purpose before I came, to undergo hardens, therefore I shall I hope sharefully bear ye conditions of ye place, though very mean, and they have chined my wages 10 times already. I suppose my letters, or at least ye copies of them, are come to your hands, for so they here reporute. Which, if it be so, I pray you take notice of this, that I have written nothing but what is certainly true, and I could make so apar plainly to any indifferent men, whatsoever colours be cast to darken ye truth. And some there are very audacious this way. Besides many other matters which are far out of order here. My mind was not to enlarge myself any further, but in respect of diverse poor souls here, ye care of whom in part belongs to you, being here destitute of the means of salvation. For howsoever ye church are provided for, to their contente, who are ye smallest number in ye colony, and do so appropriate ye ministry to themselves, hooting this principle. That ye Lord hath not appointed any ordinary ministry for ye conversion of those yt are without, so yt some of ye poor souls have wth tears complained of this to me, and I was taxed for preaching to all in general. Though in truth they have had no ministry here since they came, but such as may be performed by any of you, by their own position, whatsoever great pretences they make, but herein they equivocate, as in many other things they do. But I exceed ye bounds I set myself, therefore resting thus, until I hear further from you, so it be within ye time limited me. I rest, and remaining yours ever. John Lyford, Exile. Dated August 22. Anno 1624. They made a brief answer to some things in this leader, but referred chiefly to their former. The effect was to this purpose, that if God in his providence had not brought these things to their hands, both ye former and later, they might have been thus abused, traduced, and calumniated, overthrown, and undone. And never have known by whom, nor for what. They desired but this equal favour, that they would be pleased to hear their just defence, as well as his accusations, and weigh them in ye balance of justice and reason, and then censure as they pleased. They had right briefly to ye heads of things before, and should be ready to give further answer as any occasion should require, craving leave to add a word or two to this last. 1. And first, they desire to examine what filth that was yt he acknowledgeth might justly be thrown in his face, and might cause blushing and perpetual silence, some great matter sure. But if it be looked into, it amounts to no more than a point of indiscretion, and that's all, and yet he licks of yt too with this excuse, that he was stirred up thereunto by beholding ye indirect course here. But this point never troubled him here, it was counted a light matter both by him and his friends, and put of with this, that any man might do so, to advise his private friends to come over for their best advantage. All his sorrow and tears here was for ye wrong and hurt he had done us, and not at all for this he pretends to be done to you, it was not counted so much as indiscretion. 2. Having thus paid you full satisfaction, he thinks he may lay load of us here. And first complains that we have changed his wages 10 times. We never agreed with him for any wages, nor made any bargain at all with him, neither know of any that you have made. You sent him over to teach amongst us, and desired he might be kindly used, and more than this we know not. That he hath been kindly used, and far better than he deserves from us, he shall be judged first of his own mouth. If you please to look upon that writing of his, that was sent you amongst his leaders, which he calories a general relation, in which, though he doth otherwise traduce us, yet in this he himself clears us. In ye latter end thereof he hath these words. I speak not this, saith he, out of any ill affection to the men, for I have found them very kind and loving to me. You may there see these to be his own words under his own hand. 2 ly. It will appear by this that he hath ever had a larger allowance of food out of ye store for him and his than any, and clothing as his need hath required. A dwelling in one of our best houses, and a man wholly at his own command to tend his private affairs. What cause he hath therefore to complain, judge ye, and what he means in his speech we know not, except he alludes to Yt of Jacob and Laban. If you have promised him more or otherwise, you may do it when you please. 3. Then with an impudent face he would have you take notice, that, in his leaders, he hath write nothing but what is certainly true, yea, and he could make it so appear plainly to any indifferent men. This indeed doth astonish us and causeth us to tremble at ye deceitfulness and desperate wickedness of man's heart. This is to devour holy things, and afterwards to inquire. It is admirable that after such public confession, and acknowledgment in court, in church, before God, and men, with such sad expressions as he used, and with such melting into tears, that after all this he should now justify all again. If things had been done in a corner, it had been some thing to deny them, but being done in ye open view of ye country and before all men, it is more than strange now to avow to make them plainly appear to any indifferent men. And here where things were done, and all ye evidence that could be were present, and yet could make nothing appear, but even his friends condemned him and gave their voice to his censure, so gross were they, we leave yourselves to judge herein. Yet lest this man should triumph in his wickedness, we shall be ready to answer him, when, or where you will, to anything he shall lay to our charge, though we have done it sufficiently already. 4. Then he saith he would not enlarge, but for some poor souls here who are destitute of ye means of salvation, and but all his soothing is but that you would use means, that his censure might be released that he might here continue. And under you, at least, be sheltered, till he sees what his friends, on whom he depends, can bring about an effect. For such men pretend much for poor souls, but they will look to their wages and conditions. If that be not to their content, let poor souls do what they will shift for themselves, and seek poor souls somewhere else among richer bodies. Next he fouls upon ye church, that indeed is ye burthensome stone that troubles him. First, he saith they hold this principle, that the Lord hath not appoint any ordinary ministry for ye conversion of those without. The church needs not be ashamed of what she hoods in this, having God's word for her warrant. That ordinary officers are bound chiefly to their flocks, Acts 20:28, and are not to be extravagants, to go, come, and leave them at their pleasures to shift for themselves, or to be devoured of wolves. But he perverts ye truth in this as in other things, for ye Lord hath as well appointed them to convert, as to feed in their several charges, and he wrongs ye church to say otherwise. Again, he saith he was taxed for preaching to all in general. This is a mere untruth, for this dissembler knows that every Lord's day some are appointed to visit suspected places, and if any be found idling and neglect ye hearing of ye word, through idleness or profanes, they are punished for ye same. Now to procure all to come to hear, and then to blame him for preaching to all, were to play ye mad men. 6. Next, he saith, they have had no ministry since they came, whatsoever pretences they make, and we answer, the more is our wrong, that our pastor is kept from us by these men's means, and then reproach us for it when they have done. Yet have we not been wholly destitute of ye means of salvation, as this man would make ye world believe. For our reverend elder hath labored diligently in dispensing the word of God unto us, before he came, and since hath taken equal pains with himself in preaching the same, and, be it spoken without ostentation, he is not inferior to Mr. Lyford, and some of his betters, either in gifts or learning, though he would never be persuaded to take higher office upon him. Nor ever was more pretended in this matter. For equivocating, he may take it to himself. What ye church hoods, they have manifested to ye world, in all plains, both in open confession, doctrine, and writing. This was ye some of their answer, and here I will let them rest for ye present. I have been a longer in these things than I desired, and yet not so long as the things might require, for I pass many things in silence, and many more deserve to have been more largely handled. But I will return to other things, and leave ye rest to its place. The pinnace that was left sunk and cast away near Dameron's Cove, as is before showed, some of ye fishing maisters said it was a pity so fine a vessel should be lost, and sent them word that, if they would be at ye cost, they would both direct them how to weigh her, and let them have their carpenters to mend her. They thanked them, and sent a men aboot it, and beaver to defray ye charge, without which all had been in vain. So they got coopers to trim, I know not how many tune of cask, and being made tight and fastened to her at low water, they buoyed her up, and then with many hands hauled her on shore in a convenient place where she might be wrought upon. And then hired sundry carpenters to work upon her, and other to saw planks, and at last fitted her and got her home. But she cost a great deal of money, in thus recovering her, and buying rigging and seals for her, both now and when before she lost her mast, so as she proved a chargeable vessel to ye poor plantation. So they sent her home, and with her Lyford sent his last letter, in great secrecy, but ye party entrusted with it gave it ye gave. The winter was passed over in the ordinary affairs, without any special matter worth noting. Saving that many who before stood something of from ye church, now seeing Lyford's unrighteous dealing, and malignity against ye church, now tendered themselves to ye church, and were joined to ye same. Professing that it was not out of ye dislike of any thing that they had stood of so long, but a desire to fit themselves better for such a state, and they saw now ye Lord called for their help. And so these troubles produced a quite contrary effect in sundry here, than these adversaries hoped for. Which was looked at as a great work of God, to draw on men by unlikely means, and that in reason which might rather have set them further of. And thus I shall end this year. Anno Dom, 1625. At ye spring of ye year, about ye time of their election court, Oldham came again amongst them. And though it was a part of his censure for his former mutiny and miscarriage, not to return without leave first obtained, yet in his daring spy-right, he presumed without any leave at all, being also set on and hardened by ye ill counsel of others. And not only so, but suffered his unruly passion to ruin beyond ye limits of all reason and modes tie, in so much that some strangers which came with him were ashamed of his outrage, and rebuked him. But all reproofs were but as oil to ye fire, and made ye flame of his choler greater. He kaled them all to naught, in this his mad fury, and 100 rebels and traitors, and I know not what. But in conclusion they calmite him till he was tamer, and then appoint a guard of musqueters wch he was to pass through, and ever one was ordered to give him a thump on ye breech, with ye but end of his musket, and then was conveyed to ye water side, where a boat was ready to carry him away. Then they bid him go and mend his mainers. Whilst this was a-doing, Mr. William Pierce and Mr. Winslow came up from ye water side, being come from England, but they were so bussy with Oldham, as they never saw them till they came thus upon them. They bid them not spare either him or Lyford, for they had played ye violence with them. But that I may here make an end with him, I shall here once for all relate what befell concerning him in ye future, and wite ye briefly. After ye remove all of his family from hence, he fell into some straits, as some others did, and aboot a year or more afterwards, towards winter, he intended a voyage for Virginia. But it so pleased God that ye bark that carried him, and many other passengers, was in that danger, as they despaired of life. So as many of them, as they fell to prayer, so also did they begin to examine their consciences and confess such sins as did most burthen them. And Mr. Oldham did make a free and large confession of ye wrongs and hurt he had done to ye people and church here, in many particulars, that as he had sought their ruin, so God had now met with him and might destroy him. Yea, he feared they all fared ye worse for his sake, he prayed God to forgive him, and made vows that, if ye Lord spared his life, he would become otherwise, and ye like. This I had from some of good credite, yet living in ye bay, and were themselves partners in the same dangers on ye shoots of Cap Cod, and heard it from his own mouth. It pleased God to spare their lives, though they lost their voyage. And in time afterwards, Oldham carried himself fairly towards them, and acknowledged ye hand of God to be with them, and seemed to have an honourable respect of them. And so far made his peace with them, as he in after time had liberty to go and come, and converse with them, at his pleasure. He went after this to Virginia, and had there a great sickness, but recovered and came back again to his family in ye bay, and there lived till some store of people came over. At length going a trading in a small vessel among ye Indians, and being weakly manned, upon some quarrel they knocked him on ye head with a hatchet, so as he fell down dead, and never spake word more. 2. Little boys that were his kinsmen were saved, but had some hurt, and ye vessel was strangely recovered from ye Indians by another that belonged to ye bay of Massachusetts, and this his death was one ground of the Pequendy war which followed. I am now come to Mr. Lyford. His time being now expired, his censure was to take place. He was so far from answering their hopes by amendment in ye time, as he had doubled his evil, as is before noted. But first behold ye hand of God consiring him, wherein that of ye psalmist is verified. PSA 7:15. He hath made a pit, and digged it, and is fallen into the pit he made. He thought to bring shame and disgrace upon them, but instead thereof opens his own to all ye world. For when he was dealt with all about his second letter, his wife was so affected with his doings, as she could no longer conceal her grief and sorrow of mind, but opens ye same to one of their deacons and some other of her friends. And after uttered ye same to Mr. Pierce upon his arrival. Which was to this purpose, that she feared some great judgment of God would fall upon them, and upon her, for her husband's cause. Now that they were to remove, she feared to fall into ye Indians' hands, and to be defiled by them, as he had defiled other women, or some such like judgment, as God had threatened David. 2. Sam 12:11. I will raise up evil against ye, and will take thy wives and give them, and upon it showed how he had wronged her, as first he had a bastard by another before they were married, and she having some inkling of some ill carriage that way, when he was a suitor to her, she told him what she heard, and denied him. But she not certainly knowing ye thing, otherwise than by some dark and secret mutterings, he not only stifely denied it, but to satisfy her took a solemn oath there was no such matter. Upon which she gave consent, and married with him. But afterwards it was found true, and ye bastard brought home to them. She then charged him with his oath, but he prayed pardon, and said he should else not have had her. And yet afterwards she could keep no maids but he would be meddling with them, and sometimes she hath taken him in ye manner, as they lay at their bed's feet, with such other circumstances as I am ashamed to relate. The woman being a grave matron, and of good carriage all ye while she was here, and spoke these things out of ye sorrow of her heart, sparingly, and yet wth some further intimations. And that which did most see me to affect her, as they conceived, was, to see his former carriage in his repentance, not only here with ye church, but formerly about these things. Shedding tears, and using great and sod expressions, and yet eftsoon fall into the like things. Another thing of ye same nature did strangely concur herewith. When Mr. Winslow and Mr. Pierce were come over, Mr. Winslow informed them that they had had ye like bickering with Lyford's friends in England, as they had with himself and his friends here, about his letters and accusations in them. And many meetings and much clamour was made by his friends thereabout, crying out, a minister, a man so godly, to be so esteemed and taxed they held a great scandale, and threat to prosecute law against them for it. But things being referred to a further meeting of most of ye adventurers, to hear ye case and decide ye matters, they agreed to chose 2 eminenti men for moderators in the business. Lyford's faction chose Mr. White, a counsellor at law, the other part chose Reed. Mr. Hooker, the minister, and many friends on both sides were brought in, so as there was a great assembly. In ye meantime, God in his providence had detected Lyford's evil carriage in Ireland to some friends amongst ye company, who made it known to Mr. Winslow, and directed him to 2 godly and grave witnesses, who would testify ye same, if called thereunto, upon their oath. The thing was this. He being got into Ireland, had wound himself into ye esteem of sundry godly and zealous professors in those parts, who, having been burthened with ye ceremonies in England, found there some more liberty to their consciences. Amongst whom were these 2 men, which gave this evidence. Amongst ye rest of his hearers, there was a godly young man that intended to marry, and cast his affection on a maid which lived there abut. But desiring to chosen ye Lord, and preferred ye fear of God before all other things, before he suffered his affection to roon too far, he resolved to take Mr. Lyford's advice and judgment of this maid, being ye minister of ye place, and so broke ye matter unto him, and he promised faithfully to inform him, but would first take better knowledge of her, and have private conference with her. And so had sundry times, and in conclusion commended her highly to ye young man as a very fit wife for him. So they were married together. But some time after marriage the woman was much troubled in mind, and afflicted in conscience, and did nothing but weep and mourn, and long it was before her husband could get of her what was ye cause. But at length she discovered ye thing, and prayed him to forgive her, for Lyford had overcome her, and defiled her body before marriage, after he had commended him unto her for a husband, and she resolved to have him. When he came to her in that private way, the circumstances I forbear, for they would offend chaste ears to hear them related, for though he satisfied his lust on her, yet he endeavoured to hinder conception. These things being thus discovered, ye Wooma's husband took some godly friends with him, to deal with Lyford for this evil. At length he confessed it, with a great deal of seeming sorrow and repentance, but was forced to leave Ireland upon it, partly for shame, and partly for fear of further punishment, for ye godly withdrew themselves from him upon it. And so come into England unhappily he was light upon and sent hither. But in this great assembly, and before ye moderators, in handling ye former matters about ye letters, upon provocation, in some heat of reply to some of Lyford's defenders, Mr. Winslow let fall these words, that he had dealt knavishly. Upon which on of his friends took hold, and called for witnesses, that he called a minister of ye gospel knave, and would prosecute law upon it, which made a great tumult, upon which, to be show root, this matter broke out, and the witnesses were produced, whose persons were so grave, and evidence so plain, and ye facts so full, yet delivered in such modest and chaste terms, and with such circumstances, as struck all his friends mute, and made them all ashamed. Insomuch as ye moderators with great gravity declared that ye former matters gave them cause enough to refuse him and to deal with him as they had done, but these made him unmeet for ever to bear ministry any more. What repentance soever he should pretend. With much more to like effect, and so wished his friends to rest quiet. Thus was this matter ended. From hence Lyford went to Natasco, in ye bay of ye Massachusetts, with some other of his friends with him, where Oldham also lived. From thence he removed to Namkeek, since called Salem. But after there came some people over, weet her for hope of greater profit, or what ends else I know not, he left his friends that followed him, and went from thence to Virginia, where he shortly after died, and so I leave him to ye Lord. His wife afterwards returned again to this country, and thus much of this matter. This storm being thus blown over, yet sundry sad effects followed ye same. For the company of adventurers broke in pieces hereupon, and ye greatest part wholly deserted ye colony in regard of any further supply, or care of their subsistence. And not only so, but some of Lyford's and Oldham's friends, and their adherents, set out a shipe on fishing, on their own account, and getting ye start of ye ships that came to the plantation, they took away their stage. And other necessary provisions that they had made for fishing at Capin ye year before, at their great charge, and would not restore ye same, except they would fight for it. But ye governor sent some of ye planters to help ye fishermen to build a new one, and so let them keep it. This shipe also brought them some small supply, of little value. But they made so poor a bussiness of their fishing, neither could these men make them any return for ye supply sente, so as, after this year, they never looked more after them. Also by this ship, they, some of them, sent, in ye name of ye rest, certain reasons of their breaking of from ye plantation, and some tenders, upon certain conditions, of reuniting again. The which because they are lunge and tedious, and most of them about the former things already touched, I shall omit them, only giving an instance in one, or two. 1. Reason, they charged them for dissembling with his majesty in their petition, and with ye adventurers about ye French discipline, and 2. Ly, for receiving a man into their church, that in his confession renounced all, universal, national, and diocesan churches, and, by which, say they, it appears, that though they deny the name of BRADFORD'S, yet they practice ye same, and therefore they should sin ye against God in building up such a people. Then they add, our dislikes thus laid down, that we may go on in trade wth better contente and credite, our desires are as followeth. First, that as we are partners in trade, so we may be in gort there, as the patente doth give us power, and 2. That the French discipline may be practiced in the plantation, as well in the circumstances thereof, as in ye substance. Where be ye scandalous name of ye Brownists, and other church differences, may be taken away. 3. Lastly, that Mr. Robinson and his company may not go over to our plantation, unless he and they will reconcile themselves to our church by a recantation under their hands, and their answer in part to these things was then as followeth. Whereas you tax us for dissembling with his majesty in ye adventures about ye French discipline, ye do us wrong, for we both hold and practice ye discipline of ye French and other reformed churches. As they have published ye same in ye harmony of confessions, according to our means, in effect and substance. But whereas you would tie us to the French discipline in every circumstance, you derogate from ye liberty we have in Christ Jesus. The Apostle Paul would have none to follow him in any thing but wherein he follows Christ, much less ought any Christian or church in ye world to do it. The French may err, we may err, and other churches may err, and doubtless do in many circumstances. That honor therefore belongs only to ye infallible word of God, and pure testimony of Christ, to be propounded and followed as ye only rule and pattern for direction herein to all churches and Christians. And it is too great arrogancy for any man, or church to think he or they have so sounded ye word of God to ye bottom, as precisely to set down ye church's discipline, without error in substance or circumstance. As no other without blame may digress or differ in any thing from ye same. And it is not difficult to shew, the reformed churches differ in many circumstances among us themselves. The rest I omit, for brevity's sake, and so leave to prosecute these men or their doings any further, but shall return to ye rest of their frinds of ye company, wch stuck to them. And I shall first insert some part of their letters as followeth, for I think it best to render their minds in their own words. To our loving frinds, and though the thing we feared be come upon us, and ye evil we strove against have overtaken us, yet we cannot forget you, nor our friendship and fellowship which together we have had some years. Wherein though our expressions have been small, yet our hearty affections towards you, unknown by face, have been no less than to our nearest frinds, yea, to our own selves. And though this your friend Mr. Winslow can tell you ye state of things here, yet least we should see me to neglect you, to whom, by a wonderful providence of God, we are so nearly united, we have thought good once more to write unto you, to let you know what is here befallen. And ye resons of it. As also our purposes and desires toward you for hereafter. The former course for the generality here is wholly dissolved from what it was. And whereas you and we were formerly sharers and partners, in all viags and dealings, this way is now no more, but you and we are left to bethink ourselves what course to take in ye future, that your lives and our monies be not lost. The reasons and causes of this alteration have been these. First and mainly, ye many losses and crosses at sea, and abuses of seamen, wch have caused us to ruin into so much charge, debts, and engagements, as our estates and means were not able to go on without impoverishing ourselves. Except our estates have been greater, and our associates cloven better unto us. 2 ly, as here hath been a faction and siding amongst us now more than 2 years, so now there is an uterer breach and sequestration amongst us, and in 2 parts of us a full desertion and forsaking of you, without any intent or purpose of meddling more with you. And though we are persuaded the main cause of this their doing is want of money, for need whereof men use to make many excuses, yet other things are pretended, as that you are Brownists, and now what use you or we ought to make of these things, it remaineth to be considered, for we know ye hand of God to be in all these things, and no doubt he would admonish something thurby, and to look what is amiss. And although it be now too late for us or you to prevent and stay these things, yet it is not too late to exercise patience, wisdom, and conscience in bearing them, and in carrying ourselves in and under them for ye time to come. And as we ourselves stand ready to embrace all occasions that may tend to ye furtherance of so hopeful a work, rather admiring of what is, than grudging for what is not, so it must rest in you to make all good again. And if in nothing else you can be approved, yet let your honesty and conscience be still approved, and lose not one jot of your innocency, amidst your crosses and afflictions. And surely if you upon this alteration behave yourselves wisely, and go on fairly, as men whose hope is not in this life, you shall need no other weapon to wound your adversaries. For when your righteousness is revealed as ye light, they shall cover their faces with shame, that causelessly have sought your overthrow. Now we think it but reason, that all such things as there appertain to the general, be kept and preserved together, and rather increased daily, than any way be dispersed or embezzled away for any private ends or intents whatsoever. And after your necessities are served, you gather together such commodities as ye country yields, and send them over to pay debts and clear engagements here, which are not less than 1400 li. And we hope you will do your best to free our engagements, and let us all endeavor to keep a fair and honest course, and see what time will bring forth, and how God in his providence will work for us. We still are persuaded you are ye people that must make a plantation in those remote places when all others fail and return. And your experience of God's providence and preservation of you is such as we hope your hearts will not fail you, though your friends should forsake you, which we ourselves shall not do whilst we live, so long as your honesty so well appreth. Yet surely help would arise from some other place whilst you wait on God, with uprightness, though we should leave you also. And lastly be you all entreated to walk circumspectly, and carry yourselves so uprightly in all your ways, as wighty no man may make just exceptions against you. And more especially that ye favour and countenance of God may be so toward you, as wighty you may find abundante joy and peace even amidst tribulations, that you may say with David, though my father and mother should forsake me, yet ye Lord would take me up. We have sent you here some cattle, cloth, hose, shoes, leather, and, but in another nature than formerly, as it stood us in hand to do, we have commit them to ye charge and custody of Mr. Allerton and Mr. Winslow, as our factors, at whose discretion they are to be sold, and commodities to be taken for them, as is fitting. And by how much ye more they will be chargeable unto you, the better they had need to be husband, and go on, good friends, comfortably, pluck up your spirits, and quit yourselves like men in all your difficulties, that notwithstanding all displeasure and threats of men, yet ye work may go on you are aboot, and not be neglected. Which is so much for ye glory of God, and the furtherance of our countrymen, as that a man may with more comforte spend his life in it, than live ye life of Methuselah, in wasting ye plenty of a tilled land, or eating ye fruit of a grown tree. Thus with hearty salutations to you all, and hearty prayers for you all, we lovingly take our leaves, this 18 of Des, 1624. Your assured friends to our powers. J. S. W. C. T. F. R. H. and By this leader it appears in what state ye affairs of ye plantation stood at this time. These goods they bought, but they were at dear rates, for they put 40 in ye hundred upon them, for profit and adventure, outward bound. And because of ye venture of ye payment homeward, they would have 30 in ye 100 more, which was in all 70 cent, a thing thought unreasonable by some, and too great an oppression upon ye poor people, as their case stood. The cattle were ye best goods, for ye other being ventured were neither at ye best, some of them, nor at ye best prizes. Sundry of their friends disliked these high rates, but ing from many hands, they could not help it. They sent over also 2 ships on fishing on their own account. The one was ye pinnace that was cast away ye last year here in ye country, and recovered by ye planters, as was before related, who, after she came home, was attached by one of ye company for his particular debt. And now sent again on this account. The other was a great ship, who was well fitted with an experienced Mr. and company of fishermen, to make a voyage, and to go to Bilbo or Sebastian's with her fish. The lesser, her order was to load with seor fish, and to bring the beaver home for England, white should be received for ye goods sold to ye plantation. This bigger ship made a great voyage of good dry fish, the which, if they had gone to a market wth, would have yielded them, as such fish was sold white season, 1800 li, which would have enriched them. But because there was a brood of war with France, ye Mr. neglected, through Timorson's, his order, and put first into Plymouth, and after into Portsmouth, and so lost their opportunity, and came by the loss. The lesser ship had as ill success, though she was as hopful as ye other for ye marchants' profit, for they had filed her with goodly seor fish taken upon ye bank, as full as she could swim, and besides she had some 800 li. Weight of beaver, besides other fuzz to a good value from ye plantation. The Mr. seeing so much goods come, put it aboard ye Biger ship, for more safety, but Mr. Winslow, their factor in this Bucines, was bound in a bond of 500 li. To send it to London in ye smale ship, there was some contending between ye Mr. and him aboot it. But he told ye Mr. he would follow his order aboot it, if he would take it out afterward, it should be at his peril. So it went in ye smale ship, and he sent bills of lading in both. The Mr. was so careful being both so well laden, as they went joyfully home together, for he towed ye lesser ship at his stern all ye way overbound, and they had such fair weather as he never cast her of till they were shot deep into ye English Channel, almost within ye sight of Plymouth. And yet there she was unhappily taken by a Turk's man of war, and carried into Saley, where ye Mr. and men were made slaves, and many of ye beaver skins were sold for 4d a piece. Thus was all their hops dashed, and the joyful news they meant to carry home turned to heavy tidings. Some thought this a hand of God for their too great exaction of ye poor plantation, but God's judgments are unsearchable, neither dare I be bold therewith, but however it shows us ye uncertainty of all humane things. And what little cause there is of joying in them or trusting to them. In ye bigger of these ships was sent over Captain Standish from ye plantation, WTH leaders and instructions, both to their friends of ye company which still clave to them, and also to ye honourable council of New England. To ye company to desire white seeing that they meant only to let them have goods upon sale, that they might have them upon easier terms, for they should never be able to bear such high interest, or to allow so much per cent. Also that what they would do in whitey way that it might be disbursed in money, or such goods as were fit and needful for them, and bought at best hand. And to acquaint them with ye contents of his leaders to ye council above said, which was to this purpose, to desire their favour and help. That such of ye adventurers as had thus forsaken and deserted them, might be brought to some order, and not to keep them bound, and themselves be free. But that they might either stand to their former covenants or else come to some fair end, by dividend, or composition. But he came in a very bad time, for ye stat was full of trouble, and ye plague very owed in London, so as no bussines could be done, yet he spake with some of ye honoured council, who promised all helpfulness to ye plantation which lay in them. And sundry of their friends ye adventurers were so weakened with their losses ye last year, by ye loss of ye ship taken by the Turks, and ye loss of their fish, wch by reason of ye wars they were forked to land at Portsmouth. And so came to little. So as, though their wills were good, yet their power was little. And there died such multitudes weekly of ye plague, as all trade was dead, and little money stirring. Yet with much ado he took up 150 li, and spent a good deal of it in expenses, at 50 per cent, which he bestowed in trading goods and such other most needful commodities as he knew requisite for their use, and so returned passenger in a fishing ship, having prepared a good way for ye composition that was afterward made. In ye meantime it pleased ye Lord to give ye plantation peace and health and contented minds, and so to blease their labours, as they had corn sufficient, and some to spare to others, with other food. Neither ever had they any supply of food but what they first brought with them. After harvest this year, they send out a boat's load of corn 40 or 50 leagues to ye eastward, up a river called Kennebec, it being one of those two shallops which their carpenter had built them ye year before, for bigger vessel had they none. They had laid a little deck over her midships to keep ye corn dry, but ye men were fain to stand it out all weathers without shelter. And whitey time of ye year begins to grow tempestuous. But God preserved them, and gave them good success, for they brought home 700 lee of beaver, beside some other fuzz, having little or nothing else but this corn, which themselves had raised out of ye earth. This voyage was made by Mr. Winslow and some of ye old standards, for seamen they had none. Anno Dom, 1626. About ye beginning of April they heard of Captain Standish's arrival, and sent a boat to fetch him home, and ye things he had brought. Welcome he was, but ye news he brought was sad in many regards. Not only in regard of the former losses, before related, which their friends had suffered, by which some in a manner were undone, others much disabled from doing any further help, and some dead of ye plague, but also whitey Mr. Robinson, their pastor, was dead, which struck them with much sorrow and saddens, as they had cause. His and their adversaries had been long and continually plotting how they might hinder his coming hither, but ye Lord had appointed him a better place. Concerning whose death and the manner thereof, it will appear by these few lines write to Gov and Mr. Brewster. Loving and kind friends, and I know not whether this will ever come to your hands, or miscarry, as other my letters have done. Yet in regard of ye Lord's dealing with us here, I have had a great desire to write unto you, knowing your desire to bear a part with us, both in our joys, and sorrows, as we do wthu. These are therefore to give you to understand, that it hath pleased the Lord to take out of this vale of tears, your and our loving and faithful pastor, and my dear and reverend brother, Mr. John Robinson, who was sick some 8 days. He began to be sick on Saturday in ye morning, yet ye next day, being the Lord's day, he taught us twice. And so ye week after grew weaker, every day more than other, yet he felt no pain but weakens all ye time of his sickness. The physic he took wrought kindly in man's judgment, but he grew weaker every day, feeling little or no pain, and sensible to ye very last. He fell sick ye 22 of February, and departed this life ye 1 of March. He had a continual inward ague, but free from infection, so whitey all his friends came freely to him. And if either prayers, tears, or means, would have saved his life, he had not gone hence. But he having faithfully finished his course, and performed his work which ye Lord had appointed him here to do, he now resteth with ye Lord in eternal happiness. We wanting him and all church govers, yet we still, by ye mercy of God, continue and hood close together, in peace and quietness, and so hope we shall do, though we be very weak. Wishing, if such were ye will of God, that you and we were again united together in one, either there or here. But seeing it is ye will of ye Lord thus to dispose of things, we must labor wth patience to rest contented, till it please ye Lord otherwise to dispose. For news, is here not much. Only as in England we have lost our old King James, who departed this life about a month ago, so here they have lost ye old Prince, Grave Maurice, who both departed this life since my brother Robinson. And as in England we have a new King Charles, of whom there is great hope, so here they have made Prince Hendrik General in his brother's place, and thus with my love remembered, I take leave and rest. Your assured loving friend, Roger White. Leiden, April 28. Anno 1625. Thus these two great princes, and their pastor, left this world near about one time. Death makes no difference. He further brought them notice of ye death of their ancient friend, Mr. Cushman, whom ye Lord took away also this year, and about this time, who was as their right hand with their friends ye adventurers, and for divers years had done and agitated all their bussiness with them to their great advantage. He had right to ye Gover but some few months before, of ye sore sickness of Mr. James Shirley, who was a chaf friend to ye plantation, and lay at ye point of death, declaring his love and helpfulness, in all things. And much bemoaned the loss they should have of him, if God should now take him away, as being ye stay and life of ye whole bussiness. As also his own purpose this year to come over, and spend his days with them. But he that thus write of another's sickness, knew not whyty his own death was so near. It shows also that a moss ways are not in his own power, but in his hands who hath ye issues of life and death. Man may purpose, but God doth dispose. Their other friends from Leiden writ many leaders to them full of sad laments for their heavy loss. And though their wills were good to come to them, yet they saw no probability of means, how it might be effected, but concluded, as it were, that all their hopes were cut of, and many, being aged, began to drop away by death. All which things, before related, being well weighed and lied together, it could not but strick them with great perplexity. And to look humanly on ye state of things as they presented themselves at this time, it is a marvel it did not wholly discourage them, and sink them. But they gathered up their spirits, and ye Lord so helped them, whose work they had in hand, as now when they were at lowest they began to rise again, and being striped, in a manner, of all humane helps and hops. He brought things about otherwise, in his divine providence, as they were not only upheld and sustained, but their proceedings both honoured and imitated by others. As by ye sequel will more appear, if ye Lord spare me life and time to declare ye same. Having now no fishing business, or other things to intend, but only their trading and planting, they set themselves to follow the same with ye best industry they could. The planters finding their corn, what they could spare from the necessities, to be a commodity, for they sold it at a success. A bushel, used great diligence in planting ye same. And ye gover and such as were designed to manage the trade, for it was retained for ye general good, and none were to trade in particular, they followed it to the best advantage they could. And wanting trading goods, they understood that a plantation which was at Monhegan, and belonged to some merchants of Plymouth was to break up, and divers useful goods was there to be sold, the Gover and Mr. Winslow took a boat and some hands and went thither. But Mr. David Thompson, who lived at Pascoagaway, understanding their purpose, took opportunity to go with them, which was some hindrance to them both. For they, perceiving their joint desires to buy, held their goods at higher rates, and not only so, but would not sell a parcel of their trading goods, except they sold all. So, lest they should further prejudice one another, they agreed to buy all, and divided them equally between them. They bought also a parcel of goats, which they distributed at home as they saw need and occasion, and took corn for them of ye people, which gave them good content. Their moyeu of ye goods came to above 400 li sterling. There was also that spring a French ship cast away at Secatahock, in WCH were many Biscay rugs and other commodities, which were fallen into these men's hands, and some other fishermen at Dameron's Cove, which were also bought in partnership. And made their part arise to above 500 li. This they made shift to pay for ye most part, with ye beaver and commodities they had got ye winter before, and what they had gathered up whitey summer. Mr. Thompson having something overcharged himself, desired they would take some of his, but they refused except he would let them have his French goods only, and ye merchant, who was one of Bristol, would take their bill for to be paid ye next year. They were both willing, so they became engaged for them and took them. By which means they became very well furnished for trade. And took of Thurby some other engagments WCH lay upon them, as the money taken up by Captain Standish and ye remains of former debts. With these goods, and their corn after harvest, they got good store of trade, so as they were enabled to pay their engagements against ye time, and to get some clothing for ye people, and had some commodities beforehand. But now they began to be envied, and others went and filed ye Indians with corn, and beat down ye prize, giving them twice as much as they had done, and undertraded them in other commodities also. This year they sent Mr. Allerton into England, and gave him order to make a composition with ye adventurers, upon as good terms as he could, unto which some way had been made ye year before by Captain Standish. But yet enjoined him not to conclude absolutely till they knew ye terms, and had well considered of them, but to drive it to as good an issue as he could, and refer ye conclusion to them. Also they gave him a commission under their hands and seals to take up some money, provided it exceeded not such a sum he specified, for which they engaged themselves, and gave him order how to lay out ye same for ye use of ye plantation. And finding they ran ye a great hazard to go so long viags in a smale open boat, especially ye winter season, they began to think how they might get a small pinnace. As for ye reason aforesaid, so also because others had raised ye prize with ye Indians above ye half of what they had formerly given, so as in such a boat they could not carry a quantity sufficient to answer their ends. They had no ship carpenter amongst them, neither knew how to get one at present. But they having an ingenious man that was a house carpenter, who also had wrought with ye ship carpenter, that was dead, when he built their boats, at their request he put forth himself to make a trial that way of his skill. And took one of ye bygest of their shallops and sawed her in ye middle, and so lengthened her some 5 or 6 foot, and strengthened her with timbers, and so built her up, and laid a deck on her. And so made her a convenient and wholesome vessel, very fit and comfortable for their use, which did them service 7 years after, and they got her finished, and fitted with sails and anchors, ye ensuing year. And thus passed ye affairs of this year. Anno Dom, 1627. At ye usual season of ye coming of ships Mr. Allerton returned, and brought some useful goods with him, according to ye order given him. For upon his commission he took up 200 li which he now got at 30 per cent. The which goods they got safely home, and well conditioned, which was much to the comfort and contente of ye plantation. He declared unto them, also, how, with much ado and no small trouble, he had made a composition with ye adventurers, by the help of sundry of their faithful friends there, who had also took much pains thereabout. The agreement or bargain he had brought a draft of, with a list of their names thereto annexed, drawn by the best counsel of law they could get, to make it firme. The heads whereof I shall here insert. To all Christian people, greeting, and whereas at a meeting ye 26 of October last past, divers and sundry persons, whose names to ye one part of these presents are subscribed in a schedule hereunto annexed, adventurers to New Plymouth in New England in America, were contented and agreed. In consideration of the sum of £1,800 to be paid, in manner and for me falling, to sell, and make sale of all and every ye stocks, shares, lands, merchandise, and chatless, whatsoever, to ye said adventurers. And other their fellow adventurers to New Plymouth aforesaid, any way accruing, or belonging to ye generality of ye said adventurers aforesaid. As well by reason of any sum or sums of money, or merchandise, at any time heretofore adventured or disbursed by them, or otherwise howsoever. For ye better expression and setting forth of which said agreement, the parties to these present subscribing, do for themselves severally, and as much as in them is, grant, bargain, alien, sell, and transfer all and every ye said shares, goods, lands, merchandise, and chatless to them belonging as aforesaid, unto Isaac Allerton, one of ye planters resident at Plymouth aforesaid, assigned, and sent over as agent for ye rest of ye planters there. And to such other planters at Plymouth aforesaid as ye set Isaac, his heirs, or assigns, at his or their arrival, shall by writing or otherwise think fit to join or partake in ye premises, their heirs, and assigns, in as large, ample, and beneficial manner and for me, to all intents and purposes, as ye said subscribing adventurers here could or may do, or perform. All which stocks, shares, lands, and to the said advent, in severality allotted, apportioned, or any way belonging, the said advent, do warrant and defend unto the said Isaac Allerton, his heirs and assigns, against them, their heirs and assigns, by these presents. And therefore ye said Isaac Allerton doth, for him, his heirs and assigns, covenant, promise, and grant to and with ye advent, whose names are here unto subscribed, their heirs, and well and truly to pay, or cause to be paid, unto ye said advent, or 5 of them which were, at Whitey meeting aforesaid, nominated and deputed, viz. John Pocock, John Beauchamp, Robart Keene, Edward Bass, and James Shirley, marchants, their heirs, and to and for ye use of ye generality of them, the sum of 1800 li. Of lawful money of England, at ye place appointed for ye receipts of money, on the west side of ye Royal Exchange in London, by 200 li, yearly, and every year, on ye feast of St. Michel, the first payment to be made anno 1628. And also ye said Isaac is to endeavor to procure and obtain from the planters of N.P. the aforesaid security, by several obligations, or writings obligatory, to make payment of ye said sum of 1800 li. In for me aforesaid, according to ye true meaning of these presents. In testimony whereof to this part of these presents remaining with ye said Isaac Allerton, ye said subscribing Advent, have set to their names, and to ye other part remaining with ye said Advent, the said Isaac Allerton hath subscribed his name, ye 15. November anno 1626. In ye 2. Year of his Majesty's reign. This agreement was very well liked of, and approved by all ye plantation, and consented unto. Though they knew not well how to raise ye payment, and discharge their other engagements, and supply the yearly wants of ye plantation, seeing they were forced for their necessities to take up money or goods at so high interests. Yet they undertook it, and 7. Or 8. Of ye chaf of ye place became jointly bound for ye paymonty of this 1800 li, in ye behalf of ye rest, at ye several days. In which they reign a great adventure, as their present state stood, having many other heavy burthens already upon them, and all things in an uncertain condition amongst them. So ye next return it was absolutely confirmed on both sids, and ye bargain fairly engrossed in parchment and in many things put into better for me, by ye advice of ye learnedest counsel they could get. And least any forfeiture should fall on ye whole for none paymonty at any of ye days, it reigned thus, to forfeit 30s. A week if they missed ye time, and was concluded under their hands and seals, as may be seen at large by ye deed itself. Now though they had some untoward persons mixed amongst them from the first, which came out of England, and more afterwards by some of ye adventurers, as friendship or other affections led them, though sundry were gone, some for Virginia, and some to other places, yet divers were still mingled amongst them, about whom ye govern counsel with other of their chaf friends had serious consideration, how to settle things in regard of this new bargain or purchase made. In respect of ye distribution of things both for ye present and future. For ye present, except peace and union were preserved, they should be able to do nothing, but in danger to overthrow all, now that other ties and bonds were taken away. Therefore they resolved, for sundry reasons, to take in all amongst them, that were either heads of families, or single young men, that were of ability, and free, and able to govern themselves with meet discretion, and their affairs, so as to be helpful in ye commonwealth, into this partnership or purchase. First, ye considered that they had need of men and strength both for defense and carrying on of businesses. 2ly, most of them had borne their parts in former miseries and wants with them, and therefore, in some sort, but equal to partake in a better condition, if ye Lord be pleased to give it. But chiefly they saw not how peace would be preserved without so doing, but danger and great disturbance might grow to their great hurt and prejudice otherwise. Yet they resolved to keep such a mean in distribution of lands, and other courses, as should not hinder their growth in others coming to them. So they called ye company together, and conferred with them, and came to this conclusion, that ye trade should be managed as before, to help to pay the debts, and all such persons as were above named should be reputed and enrolled for purchasers. Single free men to have a single share, and every father of a family to be allowed to purchase so many shares as he had persons in his family. That is to say, one for himself, and one for his wife, and for every child that he had living with him, one. As for servants, they had none, but what either their maisters should give them out of theirs, or their deservings should obtain from ye company afterwards. Thus all were to be cast into single shares according to the order above said. And so every one was to pay his part according to his proportion towards ye purchase, and all other debts, what ye profit of ye trade would not reach to, viz. A single man for a single share, a maester of a family for so many as he had. This gave all good contente. And first accordingly the few cattle which they had were dead, which arose to this proportion, a cowie to 6 persons or shars, and 2 goats to ye same, which were first equalized for age and goodens, and then lotted for single persons consorting with others, as they thought good, and smaller families likewise, and swine though more in number, yet by ye same rule. Then they agreed that every person or share should have 20 acres of land divided unto them, besides ye single acres they had already, and they appointed were to begin first on ye one side of ye town, and how far to go, and then on ye other side in like manner, and so to divide it by lotte. And appointed sundry by name to do it, and tied them to certain rolls to proceed by. As that they should only lay out settable or tillable land, at least such of it as should but on ye water side, as ye most they were to lay out did, and pass by ye rest as refuse and common, and what they judged fit should be so taken. And they were first to agree of ye goodens and fitneys of it before the lot was drawn, and so it might as well prove some of their own, as an other man's, and this course they were to hoot throw out. But yet seeking to keep ye people together, as much as might be, they also agreed upon this order, by mutual consent, before any lots were cast, that whose lot soever should fall next ye town, or most convenient for nerns, they should take to them a needboer or toe, whom they best liked, and should suffer them to plant corn with them for 4 years, and afterwards they might use as much of theirs for as long time, if they would. Also every share or 20 acres was to be laid out 5 acres in breadth by ye water side, and 4 acres in length, excepting nooks and corners, which were to be measured as ye would bear to best advantage. But no meadows were to be laid out at all, nor were not of many years after, because they were but straight of meadow grounds. And if they had been now given out, it would have hindered all addition to them afterwards, but every season all were appointed where they should mow, according to ye proportion of cattle they had. This distribution gave generally good contente, and settled men's minds. Also they gave ye gover and 4 or 5 of ye special men amongst them, ye houses they lived in. Ye rest were valued and equalized at an indifferent rate, and so every man kept his own, and he that had a better allowed something to him that had a worse, as ye valuation went. There is one thing that fell out in ye beginning of ye winter before, which I have referred to this place, that I may handle ye whole matter together. There was a ship, with many passengers in her and sundry goods, bound for Virginia. They had lost themselves at sea either by ye insufficiency of ye master, or his illness, for he was sick and lame of ye scurvy, so that he could but lie in ye cabin door, and give direction. And it should see me was badly assisted either WTH mate or mariners. Or else ye fear and unrollings of ye passengers were such, as they made them steer a course between ye southwest and ye northwest, that they might fall with some land, whatsoever it was they cared not. For they had been 6 weeks at sea, and had no water, nor beer, nor any wood left, but had burnt up all their empty cask, only one of ye company had a hogshead of wine or 2. Which was also almost spent, so as they feared they should be starved at sea, or consumed with diseases, which made them ruin this desperate course. But it pleased God that though they came so near ye shoots of Cap Cod or else ran stumbling over them in ye night, they knew not how, they came right before a small blind harbour, that lies about ye middle of Wampanoag Bay. To ye southward of Cap Cod, with a small gale of wind. And about high water touched upon a bar of sand that lies before it, but had no hurt, ye sea being smoth, so they laid out an anchor. But towards the evening the wind sprung up at sea, and was so rough, as broke their cable, and beat them over the bar into ye harbour, where they saved their lives and goods, though much were hurt with salt water. For WTH beating they had sprung ye but end of a plank or 2, and beat out their accum, but they were soon over, and ran on a dry flate within the harbour, close by a beach. So at low water they gat out their goods on dry shore, and dried those that were wet, and saved most of their things without any great loss, neither was ye ship much hurt, but she might be mended, and made serviceable again. But though they were not a little glad that they had thus saved their lives, yet when they had a little refreshed themselves, and began to think on their condition, not knowing where they were, nor what they should do, they began to be strucken with saddens. But shortly after they saw some Indians come to them in canoes, which made them stand upon their guard. But when they heard some of ye Indians speak English unto them, they were not a little revived, especially when they heard them demand if they were the gover of Plymouth's men, or frines. And whitey they would bring them to ye English houses, or carry their letters. They feasted these Indians, and gave them many gifts, and sent a two men and a letter with them to ye gover, and did entreat him to send a boat unto them, with some pitch, and acume, and spicks, wth divers other necessaries for ye mending of their ship, which was recoverable. Also they besought him to help them with some corn and sundry other things they wanted, to enable them to make their voyage to Virginia. And they should be much bound to him, and would make satisfaction for anything they had, in any commodities they had aboard. After ye gover was well informed by ye messengers of their condition, he caused a boat to be made ready, and such things to be provided as they right for. And because others were abroad upon trading, and such other affairs, as had been fit to send unto them, he went himself, and also carried some trading commodities, to buy them corn of ye Indians. It was no season of ye year to go without ye cape, but understanding where ye ship lay, he went into ye bottom of ye bay, on ye inside, and put into a crick called Nomskichet, where it is not much above 2 mile over land to ye bay where they were, where he had ye Indians ready to carry over anything to them. Of his arrival they were very glad, and received the things to mend their ship, and other necessaries. Also he bought them as much corn as they would have. And whereas some of their seamen were run away among the Indians, he procured their return to ye ship, and so left them well furnished and contented, being very thankful for ye courtesies they received. But after the governor thus left them, he went into some other harbors thereabout and loaded his boat with corn, which he traded, and so went home. But he had not been at home many days, but he had notice from them, that by the violence of a great storm, and ye bad mooring of their ship, after she was mended, she was put ashore. And so beat 10 and shaken as she was now wholly unfit to go to sea. And so their request was that they might have leave to repair to them, and sojourn with them, till they could have means to convey themselves to Virginia. And that they might have means to transport their goods, and they would pay for ye same, or anything else wherewith ye plantation should relieve them. Considering their disters, their requests were granted, and all helpfulness done unto them. Their goods transported, and themselves and goods sheltered in their houses as well as they could. The chief amongst these people was one Mr. Fells and Mr. Sipsey, which had many servants belonging unto them, many of them being Irish. Some others there were whitey had a servanty or two apiece, but ye most were servants, and such as were engaged to the former persons, who also had ye most goods. After they were hither come, and some things set led, the maisters desired some ground to employ their servants upon. Saying it was like to be ye latter end of ye year before they could have passage for Virginia, and they had now ye winter before them. They might clear some ground, and plant a crope, seeing they had tools, and necessaries for ye same, to help to bear their charge, and keep their servants in employment. And if they had opportunity to depart before the same was ripe, they would sell it on ye ground. So they had ground appointed them in convenient places, and Fells and some other of them raised a great deal of corn, which they sold at their departure. This Fells, amongst his other servants, had a maid servanty which kept his house and did his household affairs, and by the intimation of some that belonged unto him, he was suspected to keep her, as his concubine. And both of them were examined thereupon, but nothing could be proved, and they stood upon their justification, so with admonition they were dismissed. But afterward it appeared she was with child, so he got a small boat, and ran away with her, for fear of punishment. First he went to Cap Ann, and after into ye bay of ye Massachusetts, but could get no passage, and had like to have been cast away. And was forced to come again and submit himself, but they packed him away and those that belonged unto him by the first opportunity, and dismissed all the rest as soon as could, being many untoward people amongst them. Though there were also some that carried themselves very orderly all ye time they stayed. And the plantation had some benefit by them, in selling them corn and other provisions of food for clothing. For they had of divers kinds, as cloth, perpetuanes, and other stuffs, besides hose, and shoes, and such like commodities as ye planters stood in need of. So they both did good, and received good one from another. And a couple of barks carried them away at ye later end of summer. And sundry of them have acknowledged their thankfulness since from Virginia. That they might ye better take all convenient opportunity to follow their trade, both to maintain themselves, and to dicingage them of those great sums which they stood charged with, and bound for. They resolved to build a small pinnace at Manamet, a place 20 mile from ye plantation, standing on ye sea to ye southward of them, unto which, by an other creek on this side, they could carry their goods, within 4 or 5 miles, and then transport them over land to their vessel. And so avoid the compassing of Cape Cod, and those dangerous shoots, and so make any voyage to ye southward in much shorter time, and with far less danger. Also for ye safety of their vessel and goods, they built a house there, and kept some servants, who also planted corn, and reared some swine, and were always ready to go out with ye bark when there was occasion. All which took good effect, and turned to their profit. They now sent, with ye return of ye ships, Mr. Allerton again into England, giving him full power, under their hands and seals, to conclude the former bargain with ye adventurers. And sent their bonds for ye payment of the money. Also they sent what beaver they could spare to pay some of their engagements, and to defray his charges, for those deep interests still kept them low. Also he had order to procure a patente for a fit trading place in ye river of Kennebec. For being emulated both by the planters at Piscataway and other places to ye eastward of them, and also by ye fishing ships, which used to draw much profit from ye Indians of those parts, they threatened to procure a grante, and shoot them out from thence. Especially after they saw them so well furnished with commodities, as to carry the trade from them. They thought it but needful to prevent such a thing, at least that they might not be excluded from free trade there, where themselves had first begun and discovered the same, had brought it to so good effect. This year also they had letters, and messengers from ye Dutch plantation, sent unto them from ye Governor, written both in Dutch and French. The Dutch had traded in these southern parts, divers years before they came. But they began no plantation here till 4 or 5 years after their coming, and here beginning. Their letters were as followeth. It being their manner to be full of complimental titles. Edel, Ehrenfest wise Voorsinnig Heren, den Gouverneur, en die Reden in Nuplemuwen residerend. Ons zeer goed vrienden den directeur en die Raad van Nederland, wensen VWE eden, Ehrenfesten, en die which Voorsinnig gelijk salichet, gelukseligheid, in Christi Jesu onsen hier. Met goed voorspoed, en die gezonthit, neer seal, en die lijkem. Amen. The rest I shall render in English, leaving out the repetition of superfluous titles. We have often before this wished for an opportunity or an occasion to congratulate you, and your prosperous and praiseworthy undertakings, and government of your colony there. And the more, in that we also have made a good beginning to pitch ye foundation of a colony here. And seeing our native country lies not far from yours, and our forefathers, divers 100 years ago, have made and held friendship and alliance with your ancestors, as sufficiently appears by ye old contracts and entrecourses, confirmed under ye hands of kings and princes, in ye point of war and traffic. As may be seen and read by all ye world in ye old chronicles. The which are not only by the king now reigning confirmed, but it hath pleased his majesty, upon mature deliberation, to make a new covenant, and to take up arms, with ye states general of our dear native country. Against our common enemy the Spaniards, who seek nothing else but to usurp and overcome other Christian kings and princes' lands, that so he might obtain and possess his pretended monarchic over all Christendom. And so to rule and command, after his own pleasure, over ye consciences of so many 100,000 souls, which God forbid. And also seeing it hath some time since been reported unto us, by some of our people, that by occasion came so far northward with their shallop, and met with sundry of ye Indians, who told them that they were within half a day's journey of your plantation, and offered their service to carry letters unto you. Therefore we could not forbear to salute you with these few lines, with presentation of our goodwill and service unto you, in all friendly kindness and neighborhood. And if it so fall out that any goods that comes to our hands from our native country, may be serviceable unto you, we shall take ourselves bound to help and accommodate you therewith. Either for beaver or any other wares or merchandise that you should be pleased to deal for. And if in case we have no commodity at present that may give you contente, if you please to sell us any beaver, or otter, or such like commodities as may be useful for us, for ready money, and let us understand thereof by this bearer in writing, whom we have appointed to stay 3 or 4 days for your answer. When we understand your minds therein, we shall depute one to deal with you, at such place as you shall appoint. In ye meantime we pray the Lord to take you, our honored good friends and neighbors, into his holy protection. By the appointment of ye Governor and Council, and Isaac de Razier, Secretaris. From ye Manhattan, in ye Fort Amsterdam. March 9th. Anno, 1627. To this they returned answer as followeth, on ye other side. To the honored, and the Governor and Council of New Plym, wisheth, and we have received your leaders, and wherein appeareth your good wills and friendship towards us, but is expraised wth over high titles, more than belongs to us, or is meet for us to receive. But for your good will, and congratulations of our prosperity in these small beginnings of our poor colony, we are much bound unto you, and with many thanks do acknowledge ye same. Taking it both for a great honor done unto us, and for a certain testimony of your love and good neighborhood. Now these are further to give your works to understand, that it is to us no small joy to hear, that his majesty hath not only been pleased to confirm white ancient amity, alliance, and friendship, and other contracts, formerly made and ratified by his predecessors of famous memory, but hath himself, as you say, strengthened the same with a new union the better to resist ye prid of whitey com one enemy ye Spaniard, from whose cruelty the Lord keep us both, and our native countries. Now forasmuch as this is sufficient to unite us together in love and good neighborhood, in all our dealings, yet are many of us further obliged, by the good and courteous entreaty which we have found in your country. Having lived there many years, with freedom, and good contente, as also many of our friends do to this day. For which we, and our children after us, are bound to be thankful to your nation, and shall never forget ye same, but shall heartily desire your good and prosperity, as our own, for ever. Likewise for your friendly tender, and offer to accommodate and help us with any commodities or merchandise you have, or shall come to you, either for beaver, otters, or other wares, it is to us very acceptable. And we doubt not but in short time we may have profitable commerce and trade together. But for this year we are fully supplied with all necessaries, both for clothing and other things, but hereafter it is like we shall deal with you, if your rates be reasonable. And therefore when you please to send to us again by any of yours, we desire to know how you will take beaver, by ye pound, and otters, by ye skein, and how you will deal per cent for other commodities, and what you can furnish us with. As likewise what other commodities from us may be acceptable unto you, as tobacco, fish, corn, or other things, and what prizes you will give, and thus hoping that you will pardon and excuse us for our rude and imperfect writing in your language, and take it in good part, because for want of use we cannot so well express that we understand, nor happily understand everything so fully as we should. And so we humbly pray the Lord for his mercy's sake, that he will take both us and you into his keeping and gracious protection. By ye Governor and Council of New Plymouth. Your works very good friends and neighbours, and New Plym, March 19th. After this there was many passages between them both by letters and other intercourse, and they had some profitable commerce together for divers years, till other occasions interrupted ye same, as may happily appear afterwards, more at large. Before they sent Mr. Allerton away for England this year, ye Governor and some of their chef friends had serious consideration, not only how they might discharge those great engagments which lay so heavily upon them, as is aforementioned, but also how they might, if possibly they could, devise means to help some of their friends and brethren of Leyden over unto them, who desired so much to come to them, as they desired as much their company. To effect which, they resolved to run a high course, and of great adventure, not knowing otherwise how to bring it about. which was to hire ye trade of ye company for certain years, and in that time to undertake to pay that 1800 li. And all ye rest of ye debts that then lay upon ye plantation, which was about some 600 li more, and so to set them free, and return the trade to ye generality again at ye end of ye term. Upon which resolution they called ye company together, and made it clearly appear unto all what their debts were, and upon what terms they would undertake to pay them all in such a time, and set them clear. But their other ends they were fain to keep secret, having only privately acquainted some of their trusty friends therewith, which were glad of ye same, but doubted how they would be able to perform it. So after some agitation of the thing wth company, it was yielded unto, and the agreement made upon ye conditions following. Articles of agreement between ye colony of New Plymouth of ye one party, and William Bradford, Captain Miles Standish, Isaac Allerton, and one ye other party. And such others as they shall think good to take as partners and undertakers with them, concerning the trade for beaver and other furs and commodities, and, made July, 1627. First, it is agreed and covenanted betwixt ye said parties, that ye aforesaid William Bradford, Captain Myl Standish, and Isaac Allerton, and have undertaken, and do by these presents, covenant and agree to pay, discharge, and acquite ye said colony of all ye debts both due for ye purchase, or any other belonging to them, at ye day of ye date of these presents. Secondly, ye above said parties are to have and freely enjoy ye pinnace lately built, the boat at Manamet, and ye shallop, called ye base boat, with all other implements to them belonging, that is in ye store of ye said company. With all ye whole stock of fuzz, fells, beads, corn, wampanoag, hatchets, knives, and that is now in ye store, or any way due unto ye same upon account. 3 ly. That ye above said parties have ye whole trade to themselves, their heirs and assigns, with all ye privileges thereof, as ye said colony doth now, or may use the same, for 6 full years, to beguine ye last of September next ensuing. 4 ly. In further consideration of ye discharge of ye said debts, every several purchaser doth promise and covenant yearly to pay, or cause to be paid, to the above said parties, during ye full term of ye said 6 years, 3 bushels of corn, or 6 li of tobacco, at ye undertaker's choice. 5 ly. The said undertakers shall during ye aforesaid term bestow 50 li, per annum, in hoes and shoes, to be brought over for ye colony's use, to be sold unto them for corn at success per bushel. 6 ly. That at ye end of ye said term of 6 years, the whole trade shall return to white use and benefit of ye said colony, as before. Lastly, if ye aforesaid undertakers, after they have acquainted their friends in England with these covenants, do, upon ye first return, resolve to perform them, and undertake to discharge ye debts of ye said colony, according to ye true meaning and intent of these presents, then they are, upon such notice given, to stand in full force. Otherwise all things to remain as formerly they were, and a true account to be given to ye said colony, of the disposing of all things according to the former order. Mr. Allerton carried a copy of this agreement with him into England, and amongst other his instructions had order given him to deal with some of their special friends, to join with them in this trade upon ye above recited conditions. As also to imparte their further ends that moved them to take this course, namely, the helping over of some of their friends from Leyden, as they should be able. In which if any of them would join with them they should thankfully accept of their love and partnership herein. And withal, by their letters, gave them some grounds of their hopes of the accomplishment of these things with some advantage. Anno Dom, 1628. After Mr. Allerton's arrival in England, he acquainted them with his commission and full power to conclude ye forementioned bargain and purchase. Upon the vie whereof, and ye delivery of ye bonds for ye payment of ye money yearly, as is before mentioned, it was fully concluded, and a deed fairly engrossed in parchment was delivered him, under their hands and seals confirming the same. Moreover he dealt with them about other things according to his instructions. As to admit some of these their good friends into this purchase if they pleased, and to deal with them for moneys at better rates, and touching which I shall here insert a letter of Mr. Shirley's, giving light to what followed thereof, writ to ye Gavre as followeth. Senior, I have received yours of ye 26. Of made by Mr. Gibbs, and Mr. Goff, with ye barrel of otter skins, according to ye contents, for which I got a bill of store, and so took them up, and sold them together at 78 Lee 12s. Sterling, and since, Mr. Allerton hath received ye money, as will appear by the account. It is true, as you write, that your engagements are great, not only the purchase, but you are yet necessitated to take up ye stock you work upon, and wite ye not at 6 or 8 per cent as it is here let out, but at 30, 40, yea, and some at 50 per cent. Which, were not your gains great, and God's blessing on your honest endears more than ordinary, it could not be witey you should lunge subsist in ye maintaining of, and upholding of your worldly affairs. And this your honest and discreet agent, Mr. Allerton, hath seriously considered, and deeply laid to mind, how to ease you of it. He told me you were contented to accept of me and some few others, to join with you in ye purchase, as partners. For which I kindly thank you and all ye rest, and do willingly accept of it. And though absentee, shall willingly be at such charge as you and ye rest shall think meet, and this year am contented to forbear my former 50 Lee and 2 years increase for ye venture, both which now makes it 80 Lee without any bargain or condition for ye profite, you, I mean ye generality, stand to ye adventure, outward, and homeward. I have persuaded Mr. Andrews and Mr. Beauchamp to do ye like, so as you are eased of ye high rate, you were at ye other 2 years, I say we leave it freely to yourselves to allow us what you please, and as God shall bless. What course I rune, Mr. Beauchamp desireth to do ye same. And though he have been or seemed somewhat harsh heretofore, yet now you shall find he is new moulded. I also see by your letter, you desire I should be your agent or factor here. I have ever found you so faithful, honest, and upright men, as I have even resolved with myself, God assisting me, to do you all ye good lieth in my power. And therefore if you please to make choice of so weak a man, both for abilities and body, to perform your business, I promise, ye Lord enabling me, to do ye best I can according to those abilities he hath given me. And wherein I fail, blame yourselves, witey you made no better choice. Now, because I am sickly, and we are all mortal, I have advised Mr. Allerton to join Mr. Beauchamp with me in your deputation, which I conceive to be very necessary and good for you. Your charge shall be no more, for it is not your salary max me undertake your business. Thus contending you and yours, and all God's people, unto ye guidance and protection of ye Almighty, I ever rest. Your faithful loving friend, James Shirley. London, November 17. 1628. With this letter they sent a draft of a formal deputation to be here sealed and sent back unto them, to authorize them as their agents, according to what is mentioned in ye above said letter. And because some inconvenience grew thereby afterward I shall here insert it. To all to whom these prets shall come greeting, know ye that we, William Bradford, Governor of Plymouth, in N.E. In America, Isaac Allerton, Miles Standish, William Brewster, and Ed. Winslow, of Plymouth aforesaid, marchants, do by these presents for us and in our names, make, substitute, and appoint James Shirley, goldsmith, and John Beauchamp, salter. Citizens of London, our true and lawful agents, factors, substitutes, and assigns. As well to take and receive all such goods, wares, and merchandise whatsoever as to our said substitutes or either of them, or to ye city of London, or other place of ye realm of England, shall be sent, transported, or come from us or any of us. As also to vend, sell, barter, or exchange ye said goods, wares, and merchandise so from time to time to be sent to such person or persons upon credite, or otherwise in such manner as to our said agents and factors jointly. Or to either of them severally shall see me meet. And further we do make and ordain our said substitutes and assigns jointly and severally for us, and to our uses, and accounts, to buy and consign for and to us into New England, aforesaid, such goods and merchandise to be provided here. And to be returned hence, as by our said assigns, or either of them, shall be thought fit. And to recover, receive, and demand for us and in our names all such debts and sums of money, as now are or hereafter shall be due incident accruing or belonging to us, or any of us, by any ways or means. And to acquite, discharge, or compound for any debt or sum of money, which now or hereafter shall be due or owing by any person or persons to us, or any of us. And generally for us and in our names to do, perform, and execute every act and thing which to our said assigns, or either of them, shall see me meet to be done in or about ye premises, as fully and effectually, to all intents and purposes, as if we or any of us were in person present. And whatsoever our said agents and factors jointly or severally shall do, or cause to be done, in or about ye premises, we will and do, and every of us doth ratify, allow, and confirm, by these presents. In witness whereof we have hereunto put our hands and seals. Dated 18 November 1628. This was accordingly confirmed by the above named, and four more of the chaf of them under their hands and seals, and delivered unto them. Also Mr. Allerton formerly had authority under their hands and seals for ye transacting of ye former business, and taking up of moneys, and which still he retained whilst he was employed in these affairs. They mistrusting neither him nor any of their friends' faithfulness, which made them more remiss in looking to such acts as had passed under their hands, as necessary for ye time. But letting them run on to long unminded or recaled, it turned to their harm afterwards, as will appear in its place. Mr. Allerton having set led all things thus in a good and hopeful way, he made haste to return in ye first of ye spring to be here with their supply for trade, for ye fishermen with whom he came used to set forth in winter and be here betimes. He brought a reasonable supply of goods for ye plantation, and without those great interests as before is noted. And brought an account of ye beaver sold, and how ye money was disposed for goods, and ye payment of other debts, having paid all debts abroad to others, save to Mr. Shirley, Mr. Beauchamp, and Mr. Andrews. From whom likewise he brought an account which to them all amounted not to above 400 li for which he had passed bonds. Also he had paid the first payment for ye purchase, being due for this year, viz. 200 li. And brought them ye bond for ye same cancelled, so as they now had no more foreign debts but ye above said 400 li and odd pounds, and ye rest of ye yearly purchase money. Some other debts they had in ye country, but they were without any interest, and they had wherewith to discharge them when they were due. To this pass the Lord had brought things for them. Also he brought them further notice that their friends, the above named, and some others that would join with them in ye trade and purchase, did intend for to send over to Leyden, for a competent number of them, to be here the next year without fail, if ye Lord please to bless their journey. He also brought them a patente for Kennebec, but it was so strait and ill-bounded, as they were fain to renew and enlarge it the next year, as also that which they had at home, to their great charge, as will after appear. Hitherto Mr. Allerton did them good and faithful service, and well had it been if he had so continued, or else they had now ceased for employing him any longer thus into England. But of this more afterwards. Having procured a patente, as is above said, for Kennebec, they now erected a house up above in ye river in ye most convenientest place for trade, as they conceived, and furnished the same with commodities for YT end, both winter and summer. Not only with corn, but also with such other commodities as ye fishermen had traded with them, as coats, shirts, rugs, and blankets, biscuit, peas, prunes, and what they could not have out of England, they bought of the fishing ships, and so carried on their bussiness as well as they could. This year the Dutch sent again unto them from their plantation, both kind leaders, and also divers commodities, as sugar, linen cloth, Holland finer and coarser stuffs, and they came up with their bark to Manameet, to their house there, in which came their secretary Razier, who was accompanied with a noise of trumpeters, and some other attendants. And desired that they would send a boat for him, for he could not travel so far over land. So they sent a boat to Manuscript, and brought him to ye plantation, with ye chaf of his company. And after some few days' entertainment, he returned to his bark, and some of them went with him, and bought sundry of his goods. After which beginning thus made, they sent oftentimes to ye same place, and had intercourse together for divers years, and amongst other commodities, they vended much tobacco for linen cloth, stuffs, and which was a good benefit to ye people, till the Virginians found out their plantation. But that which turned most to their profit, in time, was an entrance into the trade of Wampanoag, for they now bought about 50 li worth of it of them. And they told them how vendible it was at their forte Orania, and did persuade them they would find it so at Kennebec, and so it came to pass in time, though at first it stuck, and it was 2 years before they could put of this small quantity, till ye inland people knew of it, and afterwards they could scarce ever get enough for them, for many years together. And so this, with their other provisions, cut of they trade quite from ye fishermen, and in great part from other of ye straggling planters. And strange it was to see the great alteration it made in a few years among ye Indians themselves. For all the Indians of these parts, and ye Massachusetts, had none or very little of it, but ye sachems and some special persons that wore a little of it for ornament. Only it was made and kept among ye Narragansetts, and Pequans, which grew rich and potent by it, and these people were poor and beggarly, and had no use of it. Neither did the English of this plantation, or any other in ye land, till now that they had knowledge of it from ye Dutch, so much as know what it was, much less wite it was a commodity of that worth and value. But after it grew thus to be a commodity in these parts, these Indians fell into it also, and to learn how to make it, for ye Narragansetts do hae the ye shells of which ye make it from their shores. And it hath now continued a current commodity about this 20 years, and it may prove a drug in time. In ye meantime it makes ye Indians of these parts rich and powerful and also proud thereby. And fills them with pieces, powder, and shote, which no laws can restrain, by reason of ye basins of sundry unworthy persons, both English, Dutch, and French, which may turn to ye ruin of many. Hitherto ye Indians of these parts had no pieces nor other arms but their bows and arrows, nor of many years after, neither durst they scarce handle a gun, so much were they afraid of them. And ye very sight of one, though out of kilter, was a terror unto them. But those Indians to ye east parts, which had commerce with ye French, got pecks of them, and they in the end made a common trade of it. And in time our English fishermen, led with ye like covetousness, followed their example, for their own gain. But upon complaint against them, it pleased the King's Majesty to prohibit ye same by a strict proclamation, commanding that no sort of arms, or munition, should by any of his subjects be traded with them. About some 3 or 4 years before this time, there came over one Captain Woolastone, a man of pretty parts, and with him 3 or 4 more of some eminency, who brought with them a great many servants, with provisions and other implements for to beguine a plantation. And pitched themselves in a place within the Massachusetts, which they called, after their captain's name, Mount Wollaston. Amongst whom was one Mr. Morton, who, it should see me, had some small adventure, of his own or other men's, amongst them. But had little respect amongst them, and was slefted by ye meanest servants. Having continued there some time, and not finding things to answer their expectations, nor profit to arise as they looked for, Captain Wollaston takes a great part of ye servants, and transports them to Virginia, where he puts them of at good rates, selling their time to other men. And writs back to one Mr. Rastall, one of his chaff partners, and accounted their marchant, to bring another part of them to Virginia likewise, intending to put them of there as he had done ye rest. And he, wth consent of ye said Rastall, appointed one Fitcher to be his lieutenant, and govern ye remains of ye plantation, till he or Rastall returned to take further order thereabout. But this Morton above said, having more craft than honesty, who had been a kind of pettifogger, of Fernfell's in ye other's absence, watches an opportunity, commons being but hard amongst them. And got some strong drink and other juncots, and made them a feast. And after they were merry, he began to tell them, he would give them good counsel. You see, saith he, that many of your fellows are carried to Virginia. And if you stay till this Rastall return, you will also be carried away and sold for slaves with ye rest. Therefore I would advise you to thrust out this Lieutenant Fitcher. And I, having a part in the plantation, will receive you as my partners and consociates, so may you be free from service, and we will converse, trade, plant, and live together as equals, and support and protect one another, or to like effect. This counsel was easily received. So they took opportunity, and thrust Lieutenant Fitcher out of doors, and would suffer him to come no more amongst them, but forked him to seek bread to eat and other relief from his needbours, till he could get passages for England. After this they fell to great licentiousness, and led a dissolute life, powering out themselves into all profanings. And Morton became lord of misrule, and maintained, as it were, a school of atheism. And after they had got some good into their hands, and got much by trading with ye Indians, they spent it as vainly, in quaffing and drinking both wine and strong waters in great excess, and, as some reported, 10 li worth in a morning. They also set up a maypole, drinking and dancing about it many days together, inviting the Indian women, for their consorts, dancing and frisking together, like so many fairies, or furies rather, and worse practices. As if they had anew revived and celebrated the feasts of ye Roman gods Flora, or ye beastly practices of ye mad Bacchanalians. Morton likewise, to shew his poetry, composed sundry rhymes and verses, some tending to lasciviousness, and others to ye detraction and scandal of some persons, which he affixed to this idle or idle maypole. They changed also the name of their place, and instead of calling it Mount Wollaston, they call it Merrymount, as if this jollity would have lasted ever. But this continued not long, for after Morton was sent for England, as follows to be declared, shortly after came over that worthy gentleman, Mr. John Endicott, who brought over a patent under ye broad seal, for ye government of ye Massachusetts, who visiting those parts caused whitey maypole to be cut down, and rebuked them for their profans. And admonished them to look there should be better walking. So they now, or others, changed ye name of their place again, and called it Mount Dagon. Now to maintain this riotous prodigality and profuse excess, Morton, thinking himself lawless, and hearing what gain ye French and fishermen made by trading of pieces, powder, and shot to ye Indians, he, as ye head of this consortship, began ye practice of ye same in these parts. And first he taught them how to use them, to charge, and discharge, and what proportion of powder to give ye piece, according to ye cis or bignies of ye same, and what shot to use for foulet, and what for deer. And having thus instructed them, he employed some of them to hunt and fowl for him, so as they became far more active in that employment than any of ye English, by reason of their swiftness of foot, and nimbleness of body, being also quick-sighted. And by continual exercise well knowing ye hants of all sorts of game. So as when they saw ye execution that a piece would do, and ye benefit that might come by ye same, they became mad, as it were, after them, and would not stick to give any prize they could attain to for them, accounting their bows and arrows but babels in comparison of them. And here I may take occasion to bewail ye mischief that this wicked man began in these parts, and which since base covetousness prevailing in men that should know better, has now at length got ye upper hand, and made this thing calm one. Notwithstanding any laws to ye contrary. So as ye Indians are full of pieces all over, both fowling pieces, muskets, pistols, and they have also their moulds to make shot, of all sorts, as musket bullets, pistol bullets, swain and ghost shot, and of smaller sorts. Yea, some have seen them have their scroplats to make scropins themselves, when they want them, with sundry other implements, wherewith they are ordinarily better fight and furnished than ye English themselves. Yea, it is well known that they will have powder and shot, when the English want it, nor cannot get it. And whitey in a time of war or danger, as experience hath manifested, that when lead hath been scarce, and men for their own defence would gladly have given a groat al which is dear enough, yet hath it been bought up and sent to other places, and sold to such as trade it with ye Indians, at 12 pence ye li, and it is like they give 3 or 4 ye pound, for they will have it at any rate. And these things have been done in ye same times, when some of their neighbours and friends are daily killed by ye Indians, or are in the anger thereof, and live but at ye Indians' mercy. Yea, some, as they have acquainted them with all other things, have taught them how gunpowder is made, and all ye materials in it, and that they are to be had in their own land. And I am confident, could they attain to make saltpetre, they would teach them to make powder. Oh, the horribleness of this villainy! How many both Dutch and English have been lately slain by those Indians, thus furnished. And no remedy provided, nay, ye evil more increased, and ye blood of their brethren sold for gain, as is to be feared, and in what danger all these colonies are in is too well known. Oh! That princes and parliaments would take some timely order to prevent this mischief, and at length to suppress it, by some exemplary punishment upon some of these gain-thirsty murderers, for they deserve no better title. Before their colonies in these parts be overthrown by these barbarous savages, thus armed with their own weapons, by these evil instruments, and traitors to their neighbours and country. But I have forgot myself, and have been to lunge in this digression, but now to return. This Morton having thus taught them ye use of pieces, he sold them all he could spare. And he and his consorts determined to send for many out of England, and had by some of ye ships sente for above a score. The which being known, and his neighbours meeting ye Indians in ye woods armed with guns in this sort, it was a terror unto them, who lived stragglingly, and were of no strength in any place. And other places, though more remote, saw this mischief would quietly spread over all, if not prevented. Besides, they saw they should keep no servants, for Morton would entertain any, how vile soever, and all ye scum of ye country, or any discontents, would flock to him from all places, if this nest was not broken. And they should stand in more fear of their lives and goods, in short time, from this wicked and debosed crew, than from ye salvages themselves. So sundry of ye chaff of ye straggling plantations, meeting together, agreed by mutual consent to solicite those of Plymouth, who were then of more strength than them all, to join with them, to prevent ye further growth of this mischief. And suppress Morton and his consorts before ye grew to further head and strength. Those that joined in this action, and after contributed to the charge of sending him for England, were from Pascataway, Namkeek, Winnisimet, Weesagascaset, Natasco, and other places where any English were seated. Those of Plymouth being thus sought to by their messengers and letters, and weighing both their reasons, and the common danger, were willing to afford them their help, though themselves had least cause of fear or hurt. So, to be short, they first resolved jointly to write to him, and in a friendly and neighbourly way to admonish him to forbear these courses, and sent a messenger with their letters to bring his answer. But he was so high as he scorned all advice, and asked who had to do with him. He had and would trade pieces with ye Indians in despite of all, with many other scurrilous terms full of disdain. They sent to him a second time, and bade him be better advised, and more temperate in his terms, for ye country could not bear ye injure he did, it was against their common safety, and against ye king's proclamation. He answered in high terms as before, and that ye king's proclamation was no law, demanding what penalty was upon it. It was answered, more than he could bear, his majesty's displeasure. But insolently he persisted, and said ye king was dead and his displeasure with him, and many ye like things, and threatened withal that if any came to molest him, let them look to themselves, for he would prepare for them. Upon which they saw there was no way but to take him by force, and having so far proceeded, now to give over would make him far more haughty and insolent. So they mutually resolved to proceed, and obtained of ye Governor of Plymouth to send Captain Standish, and some other aid with him, to take Morton by force. The which accordingly was done. But they found him to stand stifely in his defence, having made fast his doors, armed his consorts, set divers dishes of powder and bullets ready on ye table, and if they had not been over-armed with drink, more hurt might have been done. They summoned him to yield, but he kept his house, and they could get nothing but scoffs and scorns from him, but at length, fearing they would do some violence to ye house, he and some of his crew came out, but not to yield, but to shoot. But they were so steeled with drink as their pieces were to heave for them, himself with a carbine, overcharged and almost half filed with powder and shot, as was after found, had thought to have shot Captain Standish. But he stepped to him, and put by his piece, and took him. Neither was there any hurt done to any of either side, save Whitey one was so drunk Whitey he ran his own nose upon ye point of a sword Whitey one held before him as he entreed ye house. But he lost but a little of his hot blood. Morton they brought away to Plymouth, where he was kept, till a ship went from ye Isle of Shoals for England, with which he was sent to ye Council of New England. And letters written to give them information of his course and carriage, and also one was sent at their common charge to inform there or more particularly, and to prosecute against him. But he fulled of ye messenger, after he was gone from hence, and though he went for England, yet nothing was done to him, not so much as rebucked, for aught was heard, but returned ye next year. Some of ye worst of ye company were dispersed, and some of ye more modest kept ye house till he should be heard from. But I have been too long aboot so unworthy a person, and bad a cause. This year Mr. Allerton brought over a young man for a minister to ye people here, weet her upon his own head, or at ye motion of some friends there, I well know not, but it was without ye church's sending, for they had been so bitten by Mr. Lyford, as they desired to know ye person well whom they should invite amongst them. His name was Mr. Rogers, but they perceived, upon some trial, that he was crazed in his brain. So they were fain to be at further charge to send him back again ye next year, and loose all ye charge that was expended in his hither bringing, which was not small by Mr. Allerton's account, in provisions, apparel, bedding, and After his return he grew quite distracted, and Mr. Allerton was much blamed Whitey he would bring such a man over, they having charge enough otherwise. Mr. Allerton, in ye years before, had brought over some small quantity of goods, upon his own particular, and sold them for his own private benefit, which was more than any man had yet hitherto attempted. But because he had otherwise done them good service, and also he sold them among ye people at ye plantation, by which their wants were supplied, and he alleged it was the love of Mr. Shirley and some other friends that would needs trust him with some goods, conceiving it might do him some good, and none hurt, it was not much looked at, but passed over. But this year he brought over a greater quantity, and they were so intermixed with ye goods of ye general, as they knew not which were theirs, and which was his, being packed up together. So as they well saw that, if any casualty had befallen at sea, he might have laid ye hold on them, if he would, for there was no distinction. Also what was most vendible, and would yield present pay, usually that was his. And he now began also to sell abroad to others of foreign places, which, considering their common course, they began to dislike. Yet because love thinks no evil, nor is suspicious, they took his fair words for excuse, and resolved to send him again this year for England. Considering how well he had done ye former bussiness, and what good acceptation he had with their friends there, as also seeing sundry of their friends from Leyden were sent afore, which would or might be much furthered by his means. Again, seeing the patente for Kennebec must be enlarged, by reason of ye former mistakes in the bounding of it, and it was conceived, in a manner, ye same charge would serve to enlarge this at home with it. And he that had began ye former ye last year would be ye fittest to effect this. So they gave him instructions and sent to him for England this year again. And in his instructions bound him to bring over no goods on their account, but 50 li. In hose and shoes, and some linen cloth, as ye were bound by covenant when they took ye trad winky face also some trading goods to such a value, and in no case to exceed his instructions, nor run ye them into any further charge. He well knowing how their state stood. Also Whitey he should so provide Whitey their trading goods came over betimes, and whatsoever was sent on their account should be packed up by itself, marked with their mark, and no other goods to be mixed with theirs. For so he prayed them to give him such instructions as they saw good, and he would follow them, to prevent any jealousy or farther offence, upon the former forementioned dislikes. And thus they conceived they had well provided for all things. Anno Dom. 1629. Mr. Allerton safely arriving in England, and delivering his leaders to their friends there, and acquainting them with his instructions, found good acceptation with them, and they were very forward and willing to join with them in ye partnership of trade. And in ye charge to send over ye Leiden people. A company whereof were already come out of Holland, and prepared to come over, and so were sent away before Mr. Allerton could be ready to come. They had passage with ye ships that came to Salem, that brought over many godly persons to beguine ye plantations and churches of Christ there, and in ye Bay of Massachusetts. So their long stay and keeping back was recompensed by ye Lord to their friends here with a doubly blessing, in that they not only enjoyed them now beyond their late expectation, when all their hops seemed to be cut of, but, with them, many more godly friends and Christian brethren, as ye beginning of a larger harvest unto ye Lord, in ye increase of his churches and people in these parts, to ye admiration of many, and almost wonder of ye world. That of so small beginnings so great things should ensue, as time after manifested, and that here should be a resting place for so many of ye Lord's people, when so sharp a scourge came upon their own nation. But it was ye Lord's doing, and it ought to be marvellous in our eyes. But I shall here insert some of their friends' letters, which do best express their own minds in these their proceedings. A letter of Mr. Shirley's to ye Gov. May 25, 1629. Senior, Handk. Here are now many of your and our friends from Leiden coming over, who, though for ye most part be but a weak company, yet herein is a good part of that end obtained which was aimed at, and which hath been so strongly opposed by some of our former adventurers. But God hath his working in these things, which man cannot frustrate. With them we have also sent some servants in ye ship called the Talbot, that went hence lately, but these come in ye Mayflower. Mr. Beauchamp and myself, with Mr. Andrews and Mr. Hatherley, are, with your love and liking, joined partners with you, and your deputation we have received, and ye goods have been taken up and sold by your friend and agent, Mr. Allerton, myself having been near 3 months in Holland, at Amsterdam and other parts in ye Low Countries. I see further the agreement you have made with ye Generality, in which I cannot understand but you have done very well, both for them and you, and also for your friends at Leiden. Mr. Beauchamp, Mr. Andrews, Mr. Hatherley, and myself, do so like and approve of it, as we are willing to join with you, and, God directing and enabling us, will be assisting and helpful to you, ye best Whitey possibly we can. Nay, had you not taken this course, I do not see how you should accomplish ye end you first aimed at, and some others endeavored these years past. We know it must keep us from ye profit, which otherwise by ye blessing of God and your endears, might be gained. For most of those that came in May, and these now sente, though I hope honest and good people, yet not like to be helpful to raise profit, but rather, nay, certain must, some while, be chargeable to you and us. At which it is likely, had not this wise and discreet course been taken, many of your Generality would have grudged. Again, you say well in your letter, and I make no doubt but you will perform it, that now being but a few, on whom ye burthen must be, you will both manage it ye better, and set to it more sharefully, having no discontent nor contradiction. But so lovingly to join together, in affection and counsel, as God no doubt will bless and prosper your honest labors and endeavors. And therefore in all respects I do not see but you have done marvellously discreetly, and advisedly, and no doubt but it gives all parties good contente. I mean Whitey are reasonable and honest men, such as make conscience of giving ye best satisfaction they be able for their debts. And Whitey regard not their own particular so much as ye accomplishing of Whitey good end for which this bussiness was first intended, and thus desiring ye Lord to please and prosper you, and all yours, and all our honest endeavors, I rest. Your unfeigned and ever-loving friend, James Shirley. Lawn, March 8. 1629. That I may handle things together, I have put these 2 companies that came from Leiden in this place, though they came at 2 several times, yet they both came out of England this year. The former company, being 35 persons, were shipped in May, and arrived here about August. The later were shipped in ye beginning of March, and arrived here ye later end of May, 1630. Mr. Shirley's 2 letters, ye effect whereof I have before related, as much of them as is pertinent, mentions both their charge, as Mr. Allerton brought it in afterwards on account, came to above 550 li, besides their fetching hither from Salem and Ye Bay, where they and their goods were landed, viz. Their transportation from Holland to England, and their charges lying there, and passages hither, with clothing provided for them. For I find by account for ye one company, 125, yards of carsey, 127, elons of linen cloth, shoes, 66. Pr. with many other particulars. The charge of ye other company is reckoned on ye several families, some 50 li, some 40 li, some 30 li, and so more or less, as their number and expenses were. And besides all this charge, their friends and brethren here were to provide corn and other provisions for them, till they could reap a crop which was long before. Those that came in May were thus maintained upward of 16, or 18 months, before they had any harvest of their own, and ye other by proportion. And all they could do in ye meantime was to get them some housing, and prepare them grounds to plant on, against the season. And this charge of maintaining them all this while was little less than ye former sum. These things I note more particularly, for sundry regards. First, to shew a rare example herein of brotherly love, and Christian care in performing their promises and covenants to their brethren, too, and in a sort beyond their power. That they should venture so desperately to engage themselves to accomplish this thing, and bear it so cheerfully, for they never demanded, much less had, any repayment of all these great sums thus disbursed. 2 ly. It must needs be that there was more than of man in these achievements, that should thus readily stir up ye hearts of such able friends to join in partnership with them in such a case, and cleave so faithfully to them as these did. In so great adventures. And the more because the most of them never saw their faces to this day, there being neither kindred, aliens, or other acquaintance or relations between any of them, than hath been before mentioned. It must needs be therefore the special work and hand of God. 3 ly. That these poor people here in a wilderness should, notwithstanding, be enabled in time to repay all these engagements, and many more unjustly brought upon them through the unfaithfulness of some, and many other great losses which they sustained. Which will be made manifest, if ye Lord be pleased to give life and time. In ye meantime, I cannot but admire his ways and works towards his servants, and humbly desire to bless his holy name for his great mercies hitherto. The Leyden people being thus come over, and sundry of ye generality seeing and hearing how great ye charge was like to be that was that way to be expended, they began to murmur and repine at it. Notwithstanding ye burden lay on other men's shoulders. Especially at ye paying of ye 3 bushels of corn a year, according to ye former agreement, when ye trad was let for ye 6 years aforesaid. But to give them contente herein also, it was promised them, that if they could do it in ye time without it, they would never demand it of them, which gave them good contente. And indeed it never was paid, as will appear by ye sequel. Concerning Mr. Allerton's proceedings about ye enlarging and confirming of their patent, both YT at home and Kennebec, will best appear by another leader of Mr. Shirley's. For though much time and money was expended about it, yet he left it unaccomplished this year, and came without it. See Mr. Shirley's letter. Most worthy and loving friends, Endk. Some of your letters I received in July, and some since by Mr. Pierce, but till our main bussiness, ye patent, was granted, I could not settle my mind nor pen to writing. Mr. Allerton was so turmoiled about it, as verily I would not nor could not have undergone it, if I might have had £1,000. But ye Lord so blessed his labours, even beyond expectation in these evil days, as he obtained ye love and favour of great men in repute and place. He got granted from ye Earl of Warwick and Senior Ferdinando Gorge all that Mr. Winslow desired in his letters to me, and more also, which I leave to him to relate. Then he sued to ye king to confirm their grante, and to make you a corporation, and so to enable you to make and execute laws, in such large and ample manner as ye Massachusetts plantation hath it. Which ye king graciously granted, referring it to ye Lord Keeper to give order to ye Solicitor to draw it up, if there were a precedente for it. So ye Lord Keeper furthered it all he could, and also ye Solicitor. But as Festus said to Paul, with no small sum of money obtained I this freedom, for by ye way many riddles must be resolved, and many locks must be opened with ye silver, nay, ye golden key. Then it was to come to ye Lord Treasurer, to have his warrant for freeing ye custom for a certain time, but be would not do it, but referred it to ye council table. And the Mr. Allerton attended day by day, when they sate, but could not get his petition read. And by reason of Mr. Pierce his staying with all ye passengers at Bristol, he was forked to leave ye further prosecuting of it to a solicitor. But there is no fear nor doubt but it will be granted, for he hath ye chaff of them to find, yet it will be marvellously needful for him to return by ye first ship Whitey comes from thence. For if you had this confirmed, then were you complete, and might bear such sway and government as were fit for your ranka and place Whitey God hath called you unto. And stop ye mouths of base and scurrilous fellows, Whitey are ready to question and threaten you in every action ye do. And besides, if you have ye custom free for 7 years inward, and 21 outward, ye charge of ye patent will be soon recovered, and there is no fear of obtaining it. But such things must work by degrees, men cannot hasten it as they would. Wherefore we, I write in behalf of all our partners here, desire you to be earnest with Mr. Allerton to come, and his wife to spare him this 1 year more, to finish this great and weighty business, which we conceive will be much for your good, and I hope for your posterity, and for many generations to come. Thus much of this letter. It was dated ye 19 March, 1629. By which it appears what progress was made herein, and in part what charge it was, and how left unfinished, and some reason of ye same, but in truth, as was afterwards apprehended, the mean reason was Mr. Allerton's policy, to have an opportunity to be sent over again, for other regards, and for that end procured them thus to write. For it might then well enough have been finished, if not with Whitey clause about ye customs, which was Mr. Allerton's and Mr. Shirley's device, and not at all thought on by ye colony here, nor much regarded, yet it might have been done without it, without all question, having passed ye king's hand. Nay, it was conceived it might then have been done with it, if he had pleased. But covetousness never brings aught home, as ye proverb is, for this opportunity being lost, it was never accomplished, but a great deal of money vainly and lavishly cast away about it, as doth appear upon their accounts. But of this more in its place. Mr. Allerton gave them great and just offence in this, which I had omitted and almost forgotten, in bringing over this year, for base gain, that unworthy man, an instrument of mischief, Morton, who was sent home but ye year before for his misdemeanors. He not only brought him over, but to ye town, as it were to nose them, and lodged him at his own house, and for a while used him as a scribe to do his business, till he was caused to pack him away. So he went to his old nest in ye Massachusetts, where it was not long but by his miscarriage he gave them just occasion to lay hands on him, and he was by them again sent prisoner into England, where he lay a good while in Exeter Gaol. For besides his miscarriage here, he was vehemently suspected for ye murder of a man that had adventured moneys with him, when he came first into New England. And a warrant was sent from ye Lord Chief Justice to apprehend him, by virtue whereof he was by the Governor of ye Massachusetts sent into England. And for other his misdemeanors amongst them, they demolished his house, that it might be no longer a roost for such unclean birds to nestle in. Yet he got free again, and write an infamous and scurrilous book against many godly and chaff men of ye country, full of lies and slanders, and freight with profane calumnies against their names and persons, and ye ways of God. After sundry years, when ye wars were hot in England, he came again into ye country, and was imprisoned at Boston for this book and other things, being grown old in wickedness. Concerning ye rest of Mr. Allerton's instructions, in which they strictly enjoined him not to exceed above Whitey 50 li, in ye goods before mentioned, not to bring any but trading commodities, he followed them not at all, but did the quite contrary. Bringing over many other sorts of retail goods, selling what he could by the way on his own account, and delivering the rest, which he said to be theirs, into ye store, and for trading goods brought but little in comparison. Excusing the matter, they had laid out much about ye Leyden people, and patent, and And for other goods, they had much of them of their own dealings, without present disbursement, and to like effect. And as for passing his bounds and instructions, he laid it on Mr. Shirley, and, who, he said, they might see his mind in his leaders, also that they had set out Ashley at great charge. But next year they should have what trading goods they would send for, if things were now well set led, and thus were they put off. Indeed Mr. Shirley right things tending this way, but it is like he was overruled by Mr. Allerton, and hearkened more to him than to their letters from hence. Thus he further writs in ye former leader. I see what you write in your leaders concerning ye overcome in paying of our debts, which I confess are great, and had need be carefully looked unto, yet no doubt but we, joining in love, may soon overcome them. But we must follow it roundly and to purpose, for if we peddle out ye time of our trad, others will step in and knows us. But we know whitey you have whitey acquaintance and experience in ye country, as none have the like. Wherefore, friends and partners, be no way discouraged with ye grains of ye debt, but let us not fulfill ye proverb, to bestow 12d on a purse, and put 6d in it. But as you and we have been at great charge, and undergone much for settling you there, and to gain experience, so as God shall enable us, let us make use of it. And think not with 50 pound a year sent you over, to raise such means as to pay our debts. We see a possibility of good if you be well supplied, and fully furnished, and chiefly if you lovingly agree. I know I write to godly and wise men, such as have learned to bear one another's infirmities, and rejoice at any one's prosperities. And if I were able I would press this more, because it is hoped by some of your enemies, that you will fall out one with another, and so overthrow your hopeful bussiness. Nay, I have heard it credibly reported, whitey some have said, that till you be disjointed by discontents and factions amongst yourselves, it bodes not any to go over, in hope of getting or doing good in those parts. But we hope better things of you, and that you will not only bear one with another, but banish such thoughts, and not suffer them to lodg in your breasts. God grant you may disappoint ye hopes of your foes, and procure ye hearty desire of yourselves and friends in this particular. By this it appears that there was a kind of concurrence between Mr. Allerton and them in these things, and that they gave more regard to his way and course in these things, than to ye advise from hence. Which made him bold to presume above his instructions, and to run on in ye course he did, to their greater hurt afterwards, as will appear. These things did much trouble them here, but they well knew not how to help it, being loath to make any breach or contention hereabout, being so premonished as before in ye leader above recited. An other more secrete cause was herewith concurrent. Mr. Allerton had married ye daughter of their reverend elder, Mr. Brewster, a man beloved and honoured amongst them, and who took great pains in teaching and dispensing ye word of God unto them, whom they were loath to grieve or any way offend, so as they bore with much in that respect. And withal Mr. Allerton carried so fair with him, and procured such leaders from Mr. Shirley to him, with such applause of Mr. Allerton's wisdom, care, and faithfulness, in ye bussiness, and as things stood none were so fit to send about them as he. And if any should suggest otherwise, it was rather out of envy, or some other sinister respect than otherwise. Besides, though private gain, I do persuade myself, was some cause to lead Mr. Allerton aside in these beginnings, yet I think, or at least charity carries me to hope, that he intended to deal faithfully with them in ye main, and had such an opinion of his own ability, and some experience of ye benefit that he had made in this singular way, as he conceived he might both raise himself an estate, and also be a means to bring in such profit to Mr. Shirley, and it may be ye rest, as might be as likely to bring in their moneys again with advantage, and it may be sooner than from the general way, or at least it was looked upon by some of them to be a good help thereunto. And that neither he nor any other did intend to charge ye general account with any thing that reign in particular, or whitey Mr. Shirley or any other did purpose but whitey ye general should be first and fully supplied. I say charity makes me thus conceive, though things fell out otherwise, and they missed of their amaze, and ye general suffered abundantly hereby, as will afterwards appear. Together herewith sorted and other bussiness contrived by Mr. Allerton and them there, without any knowledge of ye partners, and so far proceeded in as they were constrained to allow thereof, and join in ye same, though they had no great liking of it, but feared what might be ye avaunt of ye same. I shall relate it in a further part of Mr. Shirley's leader as followeth. I am to acquaint you that we have thought good to join with one Edward Ashley, a man I think Whitey some of you know, but it is only of Whitey place whereof he hath a patente in Mr. Beauchamp's name, and to that end have furnished him with large provisions, and now if you please to be partners with us in this, we are willing you shall. For after we heard how forward Bristol men, and as I hear some able men of his own kindred, have been to stock and supply him, hoping of profit, we thought it fitter for us to lay hold of such an opportunity. And to keep a kind of run ing plantation, than others who have not borne ye burthen of settling a plantation, as we have done. And he, on ye other side, like an understanding young man, thought it better to join with those Whitey had means by a plantation to supply and back him there, rather than strangers, that look but only after profit. Now it is not known that you are partners with him, but only we four, Mr. Andrews, Mr. Beauchamp, myself, and Mr. Hatherley, who desired to have ye patente, in consideration of our great loss we have already sustained in settling ye first plantation, so we agreed together to take it in our names. And now, as I said before, if you please to join with us, we are willing you should. Mr. Allerton had no power from you to make this new contract, neither was he willing to do anything therein without your consent and approbation. Mr. William Pierce is joined with us in this, for we thought it very convenient, because of landing Ashley in his goods there, if God please, and he will bend his course accordingly. He hath a new boat with him, and boards to make another, with 4 or 5 lusty fellows, whereof one is a carpenter. Now in case you are not willing in this particular to join with us, fearing ye charge and doubting ye success, yet thus much we entreat of you, to afford him all the help you can, either by men, commodities, or boats. Yet not but Whitey we will pay you for anything he hath. And we desire you to keep ye accounts apart, though you join with us, because there is, as you see, other partners in this than ye other. So, for all men's wages, boats hire, or commodities, which we shall have of you, make him debtor for it, and what you shall have of him, make ye plantation or yourselves debtor for it to him, and so there will need no mingling of ye accounts. And now, loving friends and partners, if you join in Ashless patent and bussiness, though we have laid out ye money and taken up much to stock this bussiness and the other. Yet I think it conscionable and reasonable Whitey you should bear your shares and proportion of ye stock, if not by present money, yet by securing us for so much as it shall come to. For it is not barley ye interest that is to be allowed and considered of, but also ye adventure, though I hope in God, by his blessing and your honest endeavors, it may soon be paid, yet ye years Whitey this partnership holds is not long, nor many. Let all therefore lay it to heart, and make ye best use of ye time that possibly we can, and let every man put to his shoulder, and ye burthen will be the lighter. I know you are so honest and conscionable men, as you will consider hereof, and return such an answer as may give good satisfaction. There is none of us that would venture as we have done, were it not to strengthen and settle you more than our own particular profit. There is no likelihood of doing any good in buying ye debt for ye purchase. I know some will not abate ye interest, and therefore let it ruin its course, they are to be paid yearly, and so I hope they shall, according to agreement. The Lord grant Whitey our loves and affections may still be united, and knit together. And so we rest your ever-loving friends. James Shirley. Timothy Hatherley. Bristol, March 19. 1629. This matter of ye buying ye debts of ye purchase was part of Mr. Allerton's instructions, and in many of them it might have been done to good profit for ready pay, as some were, but Mr. Shirley had no mind to it. But this bussiness about Ashley did not a little trouble them. For though he had wit and ability enough to manage ye bussiness, yet some of them knew him to be a very profane young man. And he had for some time lived among ye Indians as a savage, and went naked amongst them, and used their manners, in WCH time he got their language, so they feared he might still run into evil courses, though he promised better. And God would not prosper his ways. As soon as he was landed at ye place intended, called Penobscot, some 80 leagues from this place, he right, and afterwards came, for to desire to be supplied with wampanoag, corn against winter, and other things. They considered these were of their chief commodities, and would be continually needed by him, and it would much prejudice their own trade at Kennebec if they did not join with him in ye ordering of things, if thus they should supply him. And on ye other hand, if they refused to join with him, and also to afford any supply unto him, they should greatly offend their above-named friends, and might happily lose them hereby, and he and Mr. Allerton, laying their crafty wits together, might get supplies of these things elsewhere. Besides, they considered that if they joined not in ye business, they knew Mr. Allerton would be with them in it, and so would swime, as it were, between both, to ye prejudice of both, but of themselves especially. For they had reason to think this business was chiefly of his contriving, and Ashley was a man fit for his turn and dealings. So they, to prevent a worse mischief, resolved to join in ye business, and gave him supplies in what they could, and overlooked his proceedings as well as they could. The which they did ye better, by joining an honest young man, that came from Leyden, with him as his fellow, in some sort, and not merely as a servante. Which young man being discreet, and one whom they could trust, they so instructed as keep Ashley in some good measure within bounds. And so they returned their answer to their friends in England, that they accepted of their motion, and joined with them in Ashley's business, and yet withal told them what their fears were concerning him. But when they came to have full notice of all ye goods brought them that year, they saw they fell very short of trading goods, and Ashley far better supplied than themselves. So as they were forced to buy of the fishermen to furnish themselves, and cottons and carsees and other such like cloth, for want of trading cloth, of Mr. Allerton himself, and so to put away a great part of their beaver, at under rate, in the country, which they should have sent a home, to help to discharge their great engagements, which was to their great vexation, but Mr. Allerton prayed them to be contente, and ye next year they might have what they would write for. And their engagements of this year were great indeed when they came to know them, which was not wholly till 2 years after. And that which made them ye more, Mr. Allerton had taken up some large sum at Bristol at 50 pr cent. Again, which he excused, that he was forked to it, because otherwise he could at ye spring of year get no goods transported, such were their envy against their trade. But whether this was any more than an excuse, some of them doubted. But however, ye burden did lie on their backs, and they must bear it, as they did many heavy loads more in ye end. This paying of 50 pr cent. And difficulty of having their goods transport by the fishing ships at ye first of ye year, as was believed, which was ye chief season for trade, put them upon another project. Mr. Allerton, after ye fishing season was over, light of a bargain of salt, at a good fishing place, and bought it, which came to about 113 li, and shortly after he might have had 30 li, clear profit for it, without any more trouble about it. But Mr. Winslow coming that way from Kennebec, and some other of their partners with him in ye bark, they met with Mr. Allerton, and falling into discourse with him, they stayed him from selling ye salt. And resolved, if it might please ye rest, to keep it for themselves, and to hire a ship in ye west country to come on fishing for them, on shares, according to ye custom. And seeing she might have her salt here ready, and a stage ready built and fitted where the salt lay safely landed and housed. Instead of bringing salt, they might stow her full of trading goods, as bread, peas, cloth, and so they might have a full supply of goods without paying freight, and in due season, which might turn greatly to their advantage. Coming home, this was propounded, and considered on, and approved by all but ye Gavre, who had no mind to it, seeing they had always lost by fishing, but ye rest were so earnest, as thinking that they might gain well by ye fishing in this way. And if they should but save, or lose something by it, ye other benefit would be advantage enough, so, seeing their earnestness, he gave way, and it was referred to their frinds in England to allow, or disallow it. Of which more in its place. Upon ye consideration of ye bussiness about ye patten, and in what state it was left, as is before remembered, and Mr. Shirley's earnest pressing to have Mr. Alerto to come over again to finish it, and perfect ye accounts, and it was concluded to send him over this year again, though it was with some fear and jealousy, yet he gave them fair words and promises of well performing all their bussinesses according to their directions, and to mend his former errors. So he was accordingly sent with full instructions for all things, with large letters to Mr. Shirley and ye rest, both about Ashley's bussiness and their own supply with trading commodities, and how much it did concern them to be furnished therewith, and what ye had suffered for want thereof. And of what little use other goods were in comparison thereof, and so likewise about this fishing ship, to be thus hired, and fraught with trading goods, which might both supply them and Ashley, and ye benefit thereof. Which was left to their consideration to hire and set her out, or not, but in no case not to send any, except she was thus freight with trading goods. But what these things came to will appear in ye next year's passages. I had like to have omitted an other passage that fell out ye beginning of this year. There was one Mr. Raff Smith, and his wife and family, Whitey came over into ye bay of ye Massachusetts, and sojourned at present with some straggling people that lived at Natasco. Here being a boat of this place putting in there on some occasion, he earnestly desired that they would give him and his passage for Plymouth, and some such things as they could well carry. Having before heard Whitey there was likelihood he might procure house room for some time, till he should resolve to settle there, if he might, or elsewhere as God should dispose. For he was worry of being in Whitey uncouth place, and in a poor house Whitey would neither keep him nor his goods dry. So, seeing him to be a grave man, and understood he had been a minister, though they had no order for any such thing, yet they presumed and brought him. He was here accordingly kindly entertained and housed, and had ye rest of his goods and servants sent afore, and exercised his gifts amongst them, and afterwards was chosen into ye ministry, and so remained for sundry years. It was before noted that sundry of those that came from Leyden, came over in the ships Whitey came to Salem, where Mr. Endicott had chaf command. And by infection that grew among ye passengers at sea, it spread also among them ashore, of which many died, some of ye scurvy, other of an infectious fear, which continued some time amongst them, though our people, through God's goodness, escaped it. Upon which occasion he write hither for some help, understanding here was one that had some skill Whitey way, and had cured divers of ye scurvy, and others of other diseases, by letting blood, and other means. Upon which his request ye gover here sent him unto them, and also write to him, from whom he received an answer. The which, because it is brief, and shows ye beginning of their acquaintance, and closing in ye truth and ways of God, I thought it not unmeet, nor without use, here to insert it. And an other showing ye beginning of their fellowship and church estate there. Being as followeth. Right worthy Senior. It is a thing not usual, that servants to one Mr. and of ye same household should be strangers. I assure you I desire it not, nay, to speak more plainly, I cannot be so to you. God's people are all marked with one and ye same mark, and sealed with one and ye same seal, and have for ye main, one and ye same heart, guided by one and same spyrite of truth. And where this is, there can be no discord, nay, here must needs be sweet harmony. And ye same request, with you, I make unto ye Lord, that we may, as Christian brethren, be united by a heavenly and unfeigned love. Bending all our hearts and forces in furthering a work beyond our strength, with reverence and fear, fastening our eyes always on him that only is able to direct and prosper all our ways. I acknowledge myself much bound to you for your kind love and care in sending Mr. Fuller among us, and rejoice much Whitey I am by him satisfied touching your judgments of ye outward for me of God's worship. It is, as far as I can yet gather, no other than is warranted by ye evidence of truth, and ye same which I have professed and maintained ever since ye Lord in mercy revealed himself unto me. Being far from ye come one reporoot that hath been spread of you touching that particular. But God's children must not look for less here below, and it is ye great mercy of God, that he strengthens them to go through with it. I shall not need at this time to be tedious unto you, for, God willing, I purpose to see your face shortly. In ye meantime, I humbly take my leave of you, committing you to ye Lord's blessed protection and rest. Your assured loving friend, Joe Endicott. Naumkeag, May 11th. Anno 1629. This second leader sheweth their proceedings in their church affairs at Salem, which was ye too. Church erected in these parts. And afterwards ye Lord established many more in sundry places. Senior, I make bold to trouble you with a few lines, for to certify you how it hath pleased God to deal with us, since you heard from us. How, notwithstanding all opposition that hath been here, and elsewhere, it hath pleased God to lay a foundation, the which I hope is agreeable to his word in every thing. The 20th of July, it pleased ye Lord to move ye heart of our Governor to set it apart for a solemn day of humiliation for ye choice of a pastor and teacher. The former part of ye day being spent in prayer and teaching, the later part about ye election, which was after this manner. The persons thought on, who had been ministers in England, were demanded concerning their callings. They acknowledged there was a twofold calling, the one an inward calling, when ye Lord moved ye heart of a man to take whitey calling upon him, and fitted him with gifts for ye same. The second was an outward calling, which was from ye people, when a company of believers are joined together in covenant, to walk together in all ye ways of God, and every member, being men, are to have a free voice in ye choice of their officers. And now, we being persuaded that these two men were so qualified, as ye apostle speaks to Timothy, where he saith, a bishop must be blameless, sober, opta to teach, and I think I may say, as ye eunuch said unto Philip, what should let from being baptized, seeing there was water? And he believed. So these two servants of God, clearing all things by their answers, and being thus fitted, we saw no reason but we might freely give our voices for their election, after this trial. So Mr. Skelton was chosen pastor, and Mr. Higgison to be teacher. And they accepting ye choice, Mr. Higgison, with 3 or 4 of ye gravest members of ye church, laid their hands on Mr. Skelton, using prayer therewith. This being done, there was imposition of hands on Mr. Higgison also. And since that time, Thursday, being, as I take it, ye 6th of August, is appointed for another day of humiliation, for ye choice of elders and deacons, and ordaining of them. And now, good senior, I hope you and ye rest of God's people, who are acquainted with the ways of God, with you, will say that here was a right foundation laid, and that these two blessed servants of ye Lord came in at ye door, and not at ye window. Thus I have made bold to trouble you with these few lines, desiring you to remember us, and so rest at your service in what I may. Charles Gott. Salem, July 30th. 1629. Anno Dom, 1630. Ashley, being well supplied, had quickly gathered a good parcel of beaver, and like a crafty pate he sent it all home, and would not pay for ye goods he had had of ye plantation here, but let them stand still on ye score, and took up still more. Now though they well enough knew his aim, yet they let him go on, and write of it into England. But partly ye beaver they received, and sold, of which they were sensible, and partly by Mr. Allerton's extolling of him, they cast more how to supply him than ye plantation, and something to upbraid them with it. They were forked to buy him a bark also, and to furnish her wth a Mr. and men, to transports his corn and provisions, of which he put of much. For ye Indians of those parts have no corn growing, and at harvest, after corn is ready, ye weather grows foolé, and ye sees dangerous, so as he could do little good with his shallop for whitey purpose. They looked earnestly for a timely supply this spring, by the fishing ship which they expected, and had been at chard to keep a stage for her, but none came, nor any supply heard of for them. At length they heard some supply was sent to Ashley by a fishing ship, at which they something marvelled, and the more whitey they had no letters either from Mr. Allerton or Mr. Shirley, so they went on in their bussiness as well as ye could. At last they heard of Mr. Pierce his Arrival in ye Bay of ye Massachusetts, who brought passengers and goods thither. They presently sent a shallop, conceiving they should have some thing by him. But he told them he had none. And the ship was set out on fishing, but after 11 weeks beating at sea, she met with such foul weather as she was forked back again for England, and, ye season being over, gave off ye voyage. Neither did he hear of much goods in her for ye plantation, or why she did belong to them, for he had heard something from Mr. Allerton tending that way. But Mr. Allerton had bought another ship, and was to come in her, and was to fish for bass to ye eastward, and to bring goods, and these things did much trouble them, and half astonish them. Mr. Winslow having been to ye eastward, brought news of the like things, wth some more particulars, and it was like Mr. Allerton would be late before he came. At length they, having an opportunity, resolved to send Mr. Winslow, with what beaver they had ready, into England, to see how ye squires went, being very jealous of these things, and Mr. Allerton's courses, and rich such leaders, and gave him such instructions, as they thought meet. And if he found things not well, to discharge Mr. Allerton for being any longer agent for them, or to deal any more in ye bussiness, and to see how ye account stood, and about ye middle of summer arrives Mr. Hatherley in ye Bay of ye Massachusetts, being one of ye partners, and came over in ye same ship that was set out on fishing, called ye Friendship. They presently sent to him, making no question but now they had goods come, and should know how all things stood. But they found the former news true, how this ship had been so long at sea, and spent and spoiled her provisions, and overthrown ye voyage. And he being sent over by ye rest of ye partners, to see how things went here, being at Bristol with Mr. Allerton, in ye ship bought, called ye White Angel, ready to set sail, overnight came a messenger from Bastable to Mr. Allerton, and told him of ye return of ye ship, and what had befallen. And he not knowing what to do, having a great charge under hand, ye ship lying at his rates, and now ready to set sail, got him to go and discharge ye ship, and take order for ye goods. To be short, they found Mr. Hatherley something reserved, and troubled in himself, Mr. Allerton not being there, not knowing how to dispose of ye goods till he came, but he heard he was arrived with ye other ship to ye eastward, and expected his coming. But he told them there was not much for them in this ship, only 2 packs of bastable rugs, and 2 hogsheads of meatheglin, drawn out in wooden flackets, but when these flackets came to be received, there was left but 6 gallons of ye 2 hogsheads, it being drunk up under ye name leakage, and so lost. But the ship was filled with goods for sundry gentlemen, and others, that were come to plant in ye Massachusetts, for which they paid freight by ye ton. And this was all the satisfaction they could have at present, so they brought this small parcel of goods and returned with this news, and a letter as obscure, which made them much to marvel thereat. The letter was as followeth. Gentlemen, partners, and loving friends, and briefly thus, we have this year set forth a fishing ship, and a trading ship, which later we have bought, and so have disbursed a great deal of money, as may and will appear by ye accounts. And because this ship, called ye White Angel, is to act 2 parts, as I may say, fishing for bass, and trading, and that while Mr. Allerton was employed about ye trading, the fishing might suffer by carlessons or neglect of ye sailors, we have entreated your and our loving friend, Mr. Hatherley, to go over with him, knowing he will be a comforte to Mr. Allerton, a joy to you, to see a carful and loving friend, and a great stay to ye bussiness. And so great contente to us, that if it should please God ye one should fail, as God forbid, yet ye other would keep both reckonings, and things upright. For we are now out great sums of money, as they will acquaint you withal, and when we were out but 4 or 5 £100 apiece, we looked not much after it, but left it to you, and your agent, who, without flattery, deserveth infinite thanks and commendations, both of you and us, for his pains, and but now we are out double, nay, triple apiece, some of us, and, which makes us both right, and send over our friend, Mr. Hatherley, whom we pray you to entertain kindly, of which we doubt not of. The main end of sending him is to see ye state an account of all ye bussiness, of all which we pray you inform him fully, though ye ship and bussiness wait for it and him. For we should take it very unkindly that we should entreat him to take such a journey, and that, when it pleaseth God he returns, he could not give us contente and satisfaction in this particular, through default of any of you. But we hope you will so order bussiness, as neither he nor we shall have cause to complain, but to do as we ever have done, think well of you all, and I will not promise, but shall endear and hope to effect ye full desire and grant of your patente, and that ere it be lunge. I would not have you take anything unkindly. I have not right out of jealousy of any unjust dealing. Be you all kindly saluted in ye Lord, so I rest. Yours in what I may. James Shirley. March 25th. 1630. It needs not be thought strange, that these things should amaze and trouble them. First, that this fishing ship should be set out, and freight with other men's goods, and scarce any of theirs. Seeing their main end was, as is before remembered, to bring them a full supply, and their special order not to set out any except this was done. And now a ship to come on their account, clean contrary to their both end and order, was a mystery they could not understand, and so much ye worse, seeing she had such ill success as to lose both her voyage and provisions. The two thing, that another ship should be bought and sent out on new designs, a thing not so much as once thought on by any here, much less, not a word intimated or spoken of by any here, either by word or letter. Neither could they imagine why this should be. Base fishing was never looked at by them, but as soon as ever they heard on it, they looked at it as a vain thing, that would certainly turn to loss. And for Mr. Allerton to follow any trade for them, it was never in their thoughts. And 3ly, that their freeds should complain of disbursements, and yet ruin into such great things, and charge of shipping and new projects of their own heads, not only without, but against, all order and advice, was to them very strang. And 4ly, that all these matters of so great charge and employments should be thus wrapped up in a brief and obscure letter, they knew not what to make of it. But amidst all their doubts they must have patience till Mr. Allerton and Mr. Hatherley should come. In ye meantime Mr. Winslow was gone for England, and others of them were forced to follow their employments with ye best means they had, till they could hear of better. At length Mr. Hatherley and Mr. Allerton came unto them, after they had delivered their goods, and finding them strucken with some saddens about these things, Mr. Allerton told them that ye ship Wit Angeli did not belong to them, nor their account, neither need they have anything to do with her, except they would. And Mr. Hatherley confirmed ye same, and said that they would have had him to have had a part, but he refused, but he made question whether they would not turn her upon ye general account, if there came loss, as he now saw was like, seeing Mr. Allerton laid down this course, and put them on this project. But for ye fishing ship, he told them they need not be so much troubled, for he had her accounts here, and showed them that her first setting out came not much to exceed 600 li. As they might see by ye account, which he showed them. And for this later voyage, it would arise to profit by ye freight of the goods, and ye sale of some cattle which he shipped and had already sold, and was to be paid for partly here and partly by bills into England. So as they should not have this put on their account at all, except they would. And for ye former, he had sold so much goods out of her in England, and employed ye money in this too. Voyage, as it, together with such goods and implements as Mr. Allerton must need about his fishing, would rise to a good part of ye money. For he must have ye salt and nets, also spicks, nails, and all which would rise to near 400 li, so, with ye bearing of their parts of ye rest of the loses, which would not be much above 200 li, they would clear them of this whole account. Of which motion they were glad, not being willing to have any accounts lie upon them, but about their trade, which made them willing to hearken thereunto, and demand of Mr. Hatherley how he could make this good, if they should agree thereunto. He told them he was sent over as their agent, and had this order from them, that whatsoever he and Mr. Allerton did together, they would stand to it. But they would not allow of what Mr. Allerton did alone, except they liked it, but if he did it alone, they would not gainsay it. Upon which they sold to him and Mr. Allerton all ye rest of ye goods, and gave them present possession of them. And a writing was made, and confirmed under both Mr. Hatherley's and Mr. Allerton's hands, to ye effect aforesaid. And Mr. Allerton, being best acquainted with people, sold away presently all such goods as he had no need of for ye fishing, as 9 shallop sails, made of good new canvas, and ye roads for them being all new, with sundry such useful goods, for ready beaver, by Mr. Hatherley's allowance. And thus they thought they had well provided for themselves. Yet they rebuked Mr. Allerton very much for ruining into these courses, fearing ye success of them. Mr. Allerton and Mr. Hatherley brought to ye town with them, after he had sold what he could abroad, a great quantity of other goods besides trading commodities. As linen cloth, bed ticks, stockings, tape, pins, rugs, and toed them they were to have them, if they would, but they toed Mr. Allerton that they had forbid him before for bringing any such on their account. It would hinder their trade and returns. But he and Mr. Hatherley said, if they would not have them, they would sell them, themselves, and take corn for what they could not otherwise sell. They toed them they might, if they had order for it. The goods of one sort and other came to upward of 500 li. After these things, Mr. Allerton went to ye ship aboot his bass fishing, and Mr. Hatherley, according to his order, after he took knowledge how things stood at ye plantation, of all which they informed him fully, he then desired a boat of them to go and visit ye trading huises, both Kennebec, and Ashley at Penobscot. For so they in England had enjoined him. They accordingly furnished him with a boat and men for ye voyage, and acquainted him plainly and thoroughly with all things, by which he had good contente and satisfaction, and saw plainly that Mr. Allerton plad his own game, and ran a course not only to ye great wrong and detriment of ye plantation, who employed and trusted him, but abused them in England also, in possessing them with prejudice against ye plantation. As Whitey, they would never be able to repay their moneys, in regard of their great charge, but if they would follow his advice and projects, he and Ashley, being well supplied, would quickly bring in their moneys with good advantage. Mr. Hatherley disclosed also a further project aboot ye setting out of this ship, ye White Angel. How, she being well fitted with good ordnance, and known to have made a great fight at sea, when she belonged to Bristol, and carried away the victory, they had agreed, by Mr. Allerton's means, that, after she had brought a freight of goods here into the country, and freight herself with fish, she should go from hence to Port, and there be sold, both ship, goods, and ordnance. And had, for this end, had speech with a factor of those parts, beforehand, to whom she should have been consigned. But this was prevented at this time, after it was known, partly by ye contrary advice given by their friends here to Mr. Allerton and Mr. Hatherley, showing how it might ensnare their friends in England, being men of estate, if it should come to be known, and for ye plantation, they did and would disallow it and protest against it. And partly by their bad voyage, for they both came too late to do any good for fishing, and also had such a wicked and drunken company as neither Mr. Allerton nor any else could rule, as Mr. Hatherley, to his great grief and shame, saw, and beheld, and all others that came near them. Ashley likewise was taken in a trape, before Mr. Hatherley returned, for trading powder and shote with ye Indians. And was seized upon by some in authority, who also would have confiscated above 1,000 weight of beaver, but ye goods were freed, for ye governor here made it appear, by a bond under Ashley's hand, wherein he was bound to them in 500 li. Not to trade any munition with the Indians, or otherwise to abuse himself. It was also manifest against him that he had commit uncleans with Indian women, things that they feared at his first employment, which made them take this strict course with him in ye beginning. So, to be show root, they got their goods freed, but he was sent home prisoner. And that I may make an end concerning him, after some time of imprisonment in ye Fleet, by ye means of friends he was set at liberty, and intended to come over again, but ye Lord prevented it. For he had a motion made to him, by some merchants, to go into Russia, because he had such good skill in ye beaver trade, the which he accepted of, and in his return home was cast away at sea. This was his end. Mr. Hatherley, fully understanding ye state of all things, had good satisfaction, and could well inform them how all things stood between Mr. Allerton and ye plantation. He found that Mr. Allerton had got within him, and got all the goods into his own hands, for which Mr. Hatherley stood jointly engaged to them here, about ye ship freedship, as also most of ye freight money, beside some of his own particular estate. About W.C.H. Moore will appear hereafter. So he returned into England, and they sent a good quantity of beaver with him to ye rest of ye partners, so both he and it was very welcome unto them. Mr. Allerton followed his affairs, and returned with his white angel, being no more employed by ye plantation. But these businesses were not ended till many years after, nor well understood of a lunge time, but foul dead up in obscurity, and kept in ye clouds, to ye great loss and vexation of ye plantation. Who in ye end were, for peace sake, forced to bear ye unjust burthen of them, to their almost undoing, as will appear, if God give life to finish this history. They sent their letters also by Mr. Hatherley to ye partners there, to show them how Mr. Hatherley and Mr. Allerton had discharged them of ye friendship's account, and that they both affirmed Whitey the White Angel did not at all belong to them, and therefore desired that their account might not be charged therewith. Also they write to Mr. Winslow, their agent, that he in like manner should, in their names, protest against it, if any such thing should be intended, for they would never yield to ye same. As also to signify to them that they renounced Mr. Allerton wholly, for being their agent, or to have any thing to do in any of their bussiness. This year John Bill Linton ye elder, one that came over with ye first, was arraigned, and both by grand and petty jury found guilty of wilful murder, by plain and notorious evidence. And was for the same accordingly executed. This, as it was ye first execution amongst them, so was it a matter of great saddens unto them. They used all due means about his trial, and took ye advice of Mr. Winthrop and other ye ablest gentlemen in ye bay of ye Massachusetts, that were then newly come over, who concurred with them he ought to die, and ye land to be purged from blood. He and some of his had been often punished for miscarriages before, being one of the profanest families amongst them. They came from London, and I know not by what friend's shoe fled into their company. His fact was, that he waylaid a young man, one John Newcomen, about a former quarrel, and showed him with a gun, whereof he died. Having by a providence a letter or to Whitey came to my hands concerning the proceedings of their red friends in ye bay of ye Massachusetts, who were lately come over, I thought it not amiss here to insert them, so far as is pertinent, and may be useful for after times, before I conclude this year. Senior, being at Salem the 25 of July, being ye sabote, after ye evening exercise, Mr. Johnson received a letter from ye Governor, Mr. John Winthrop, manifesting ye hand of God to be upon them, and against them at Charlestown, in visiting them with sickneys, and taking divers from amongst them, not sparing ye righteous, but partaking with ye wicked in these bodily judgments. It was therefore by his desire taken into ye godly consideration of ye best here, what was to be done to pacify ye Lord's wrath, and where it was concluded, that the Lord was to be sought in righteousness, and to that end, ye 6th day, being Friday, of this present week, is set apart, that they may humble themselves before God, and seek him in his ordinances. And that then also such godly persons that are amongst them, and know each to other, may publicly, at ye end of their exercise, make known their godly desire, and practice ye same, viz. Solemnly to enter into covenant with ye Lord to walk in his ways. And since they are so disposed of in their outward estats, as to live in 3 distinct places, each having men of ability amongst them, there to observe ye day, and become 3 distinct bodis, not then intending rashly to proceed to ye choice of officers, or ye admitting of any other to their society than a few, to wit, such as are well known unto them. Promising after to receive in such by confession of faith, as shall appear to be fitly qualified for y estate. They do earnestly entreat that ye Church of Plymouth would set aparte ye same day, for ye same ends, beseeching ye Lord, as to withdraw his hand of correction from them, so also to establish and direct them in his ways. And though ye time be showroot, we pray you be provoked to this godly work, saying ye causes are so urgent, wherein God will be honored, and they and we undoubtedly have sweet comforte. Be you all kindly saluted, and your brethren in Christ, and Salem, July 26. 1630. Senior, etc. The sad news here is, that many are sick, and many are dead, ye Lord in mercy look upon them. Some are here entered into church covenant, the first were 4. Namely, ye Gavre, Mr. John Winthrop, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Dudley, and Mr. Wilson, since that 5. More are joined unto them, and others, it is like, will add of themselves to them daily, the Lord increase them, both in number and in hollands for his mercy's sake. Here is a gentleman, one Mr. Cottington, a Boston man, who told me, that Mr. Cotton's charge at Hampton was, that they should take advice of them at Plymouth, and should do nothing to offend them. Here are divers honest Christians that are desirous to see us, some out of love which they bear to us, and ye good persuasion they have of us, others to see whether we be so ill as they have heard of us. We have a name of Hollands, and love to God and his saints, the Lord make us more and more answerable, and that it may be more than a name, or else it will do us no good. Be you lovingly saluted, and all the rest of our friends. The Lord Jesus bless us, and ye whole Israel of God. Amen. Your loving brother, and Charlestown, August 2nd. 1630. Thus out of small beginnings greater things have been produced by his hand. Whitey made all things of nothing, and gives being to all things that are. And as one small candle may light 1,000, so ye light here kindled hath shone to many, yea in some sort to our whole nation, let ye glorious name of Jehovah have all ye praise. Anno Dom, 1631. Ashley being thus by ye hand of God taken away, and Mr. Allerton discharged of his employment for them, their bussiness began again to ruin in one Chanel, and themselves better able to guide the same, Penobscot being wholly now at their disposing. And though Mr. William Pierce had a part there as is before noted, yet now, as things stood, he was glad to have his money repaid him, and stand out. Mr. Winslow, whom they had sent them over some supply as soon as he could. And afterwards when he came, which was something lunged by reason of bussiness, he brought a large supply of suitable goods with him, by which their trading was well carried on. But by no means either he, or ye letters ye write, could take off Mr. Shirley and ye rest from putting both ye friendship and wit angel on ye general account, which caused continual contention between them, as will more appear. I shall insert a leader of Mr. Winslow's about these things, being as followeth. Senior, it fell out by God's providence, Whitey I received and brought your leader's Pr Mr. Allerton from Bristol, to London, and do much fear what will be ye event of things. Mr. Allerton intended to prepare ye ship again, to set forth upon fishing. Mr. Shirley, Mr. Beauchamp, and Mr. Andrews, they renounce all particulars, protesting but for us they would never have adventured one penny into those parts. Mr. Hatherley stands inclinable to either. And whereas you write that he and Mr. Allerton have taken ye wit angel upon them, for their partners here, they profess they never gave any such order, nor will make it good, if themselves will clear ye account and do it, all shall be well. What ye avant of these things will be, I know not. The Lord so direct and assist us, as he may not be dishonored by our divisions. I hear, Pr. a friend, that I was much blamed for speaking Wt I heard in ye spring of ye year, concerning ye buying and setting forth of Whitey's ship. Sure, if I should not have told you what I heard so peremptorily reported, which report I offered now to prove at Bristol, I should have been unworthy my employment. And concerning ye commission so long since given to Mr. Allerton, the truth is, the thing we feared is come upon us, for Mr. Shirley and ye rest have it, and will not deliver it, that being ye ground of our agents creditate to procure such great sums. But I look for bitter words, hard thoughts, and sour looks, from sundry, as well for writing this, as reporting ye former. I would I had a more thankful employment, but I hope a good conscience shall make it comfortable, and thus far he. Dated Nov. 16. 1631. The commission above said was given by them under their hand and seal, when Mr. Allerton was first employed by them, and redemanded of him in ye year 29. When they began to suspect his course, he told them it was amongst his papers, but he would seek it out and give it them before he went. But he being ready to go, it was demanded again. He said he could not find it, but it was amongst his papers, which he must take WTH him, and he would send it by ye boat from ye eastward, but there it could not be had neither, but he would seek it up at sea. But whether Mr. Shirley had it before or after, it is not certain, but having it, he would not let it go, but keeps it to this day. Wherefore, even amongst friends, men had need be careful whom they trust, and not let things of this nature lie long unrecaled. Some parts of Mr. Shirley's letters about these things, in which ye truth is best manifested. Sir, yours I have received by our loving friends, Mr. Allerton and Mr. Hatherley, who, blessed be God, after a long and dangerous passage with ye ship Angel, are safely come to Bristol. Mr. Hatherley is come up, but Mr. Allerton I have not yet seen. We thank you, and are very glad you have dissuaded him from his Spanish voyage, and he did not go on in these designs he intended, for we did all utterly dislick of that course, as also of ye fishing ye friendship should have performed. For we wished him to sell ye salt, and were unwilling to have him undertake so much bussiness, partly for ye ill success we formerly had in those affairs, and partly being loath to disburse so much money. But he persuaded us this must be one way he must repay us, for ye plantation would be long in doing of it, nay, to my remembrance, he doubted you could not be able, with ye trade there, to maintain your charge and pay us. And for this very cause he brought us on bussiness with Ed, Ashley, for he was a stranger to us, and for ye fishing ship, we are sorry it proves so heavy, and will be willing to bear our parts. What Mr. Hatherley and Mr. Allerton have done, no doubt but themselves will make good. We gave them no order to make any composition, to separate you and us in this or any other. And I think you have no cause to forsake us, for we put you upon no new thing, but what your agent persuaded us to, and you by your letters desired. If he exceed your order, I hope you will not blame us, much less cast us off, when our monies be laid out, and but I fear neither you nor we have been well dealt with all, for sure, as you write, have 4,000 li. Nay, a quarter, in fitting commodities, and in seasonable time, would have furnished you better than you were. And yet for all this, and much more I might write, I dare not but think him honest, and that his desire and intent was good. But ye wisest may fail. Well, now it hath pleased God to give us hope of meeting, doubt not but we will all endeavour to perfect these accounts just and right, as soon as possibly we can. And I suppose you sent over Mr. Winslow, and we Mr. Hatherley, to certify each other how ye state of things stood. We have received some contente upon Mr. Hatherley's return, and I hope you will receive good contente upon Mr. Winslow's return. Now I should come to answer more particularly your letter, but herein I shall be very brief. The coming of ye White Angeli on your account could not be more strang to you, than ye buying of her was to us. For you gave him commission that what he did you would stand to, we gave him none, and yet for his credite, and your sacks, paid what bills he charged on us, and for I write she was to act tow parts, fishing and trade. Believe me, I never so much as thought of any particular trade, nor will side with any doth, if I conceive it may wrong you, for I ever was against it, using these words, they will eat up and destroy ye general. Other things I omit as tedious, and not very pertinent. This was dated November 19, 1631. In an other leader bearing date ye 24. Of this month, being in answer to ye general order, he hath these words. For ye White Angel, against which you write so earnestly, and say we thrust her upon you, contrary to ye intent of ye buyer, herein we say you forget yourselves. And do us wrong. We will not take upon us to divine what ye thoughts or intents of ye buyer was, but what he spak we heard, and that we will affirm, and make good against any whitey oppose it. Which is, whitey unnels she were bought, and such a course taken, Ashley could not be supplied, and again, if he we are not supplied, we could not be satisfied what we were out for you. And further, you were not able to do it. And he gave some reasons which we spare to relate, unless by your unreasonable refusal you will force us, and so, hasten whitey fire which is a kindling too fast already, and out of another of his, bearing date January 2nd. 1631. We purpose to keep ye friendship and ye wit angel, for ye last year viags, on the general account, hoping together they will rather produce profit than loss, and breed less confusion in our accounts, and less disturbance in our affections. As for ye white angel, though we laid out ye money, and took bills of sale in our own names, yet none of us had so much as a thought, I dare say, of deviating from you in anything this year. Because we would not have ye world, I may say Bristol, take notice of any breach betwixt Mr. Allerton and you, and he and us, and so disgrace him in his proceedings on in his intended voyage. We have now let him ye ship at 30 li per month, by charter party, and bound him in a bond of a 1,000 li. To perform covenants, and bring her to London, if God please. And what he brings in her for you, shall be marked WTH your mark, and bills of lading taken, and sent in Mr. Winslow's letter, who is this day writing to Bristol about it. So in this voyage, we deal and are with him as strangers. He hath brought in 3 books of accounts, one for ye company, and other for Ashley's bussiness, and ye third for ye wit angel and friendship. The books, or copies, we purpose to send you, for you may discover ye errors in them better than we. We can make it appear how much money he hath had of us, and you can charge him with all ye beaver he hath had of you. The total sum, as he hath put it, is 7,103. 17:1. Of this he hath expended, and given to Mr. Vines and others, about 543 li, owed money, and then by your books you will find whether you had such, and so much goods, as he chargeth you withal.